Chapter 1, I became version T0. Su Hao, I like you. End of a day of school. After school, the bustling school gate of Nanjing No.1 Middle School fell silent for a moment because of this nervous and trembling confession. The noisy crowd fell silent, and countless eyes focused on the girl holding the exquisite envelope, her cheeks flushed. Her identity was quickly revealed. Lin Wei, the school beauty of Nanjing No.1 Middle School. Subsequently, more complex and ambiguous gazes were cast upon the person who stood frozen in place because of her sudden confession. Su Hao carried a school bag, wore a clean school uniform, stood tall, and had a handsome face. His fair skin and unparalleled good looks made him stand out even among a crowd of beautiful women. Looking at Lin Wei, whose fingertips were turning white with nervousness, his eyes remained calm and unwavering. Ding! Detected a high-quality confession from the opposite sex. Target score, 89. They've arrived. Su Hao thought to himself. This is his cheat code, which has existed since he transmigrated and became conscious. It's called the good man system. The core rules are simple and straightforward. You can become stronger by rejecting members of the opposite sex. The system scores the object of rejection, with a maximum score of 100. The higher the score, the more generous the reward for rejection. Over the past decade, the rewards he has received for refusing have allowed him to accumulate a wealth of resources that are unimaginable to most people. I'm sorry, Su Hao's voice was clear and cold, leaving no room for negotiation. We are not suitable for each other. Ding! Reject the confession of Lin Wei, the school beauty of Nanjing No.1 Middle School. Rewards: mental strength +1, constitution +1, combat skills upgraded to the highest level. Host attributes: Constitution 103, Charisma 100, Mental Strength 67. Ordinary adult attributes: Constitution 10, Charisma 10, Mental Strength 1. Host skill: Common level, Combat techniques extreme. Rare grade: Fire control mastery. Epic level: Unlimited defense minor success. Summon Hellfire minor success. Mythical level: Celestial cross beginner. Just as Su Hao was checking his rewards and engrossed in his own panel. Put. The brief silence was broken by a few suppressed snickers. See? I told you Lin Wei was an ugly duckling trying to eat toad meat. That's right, Su Hao is the heartthrob of our Nanjing No.1 High School. How could she possibly be worthy of him? So what if she's rich? Good men are so rare these days. Someone like Su Hao, even if he were a sperm donor, she wouldn't get a chance. The girl's sarcastic remarks were like fine needles, pricking Lin Wei's face until it turned from red to white. Having grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth, she had never suffered such injustice before. Biting her lip, her eyes quickly welled up with tears. Finally, in shame and anger, she stomped her foot, pushed through the crowd, and ran away. Sure enough, no matter the world, there's never a shortage of onlookers eager to watch the drama unfold. Su Hao, who was used to this, turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him. Surrounded by many eager gazes, he walked straight towards the black SUV with the special license plate of the garrison commander at the school gate. Su Hao opened the car door and got in. In the driver's seat was a young woman in a dark blue uniform, with epaulets indicating her status as a junior naval officer. Her eyes and brows were strikingly handsome, but her expression showed a hint of weariness. It was Su Hao's older sister, Su Cheng. You got confessed to again? Seeing Su Hao get into the car, Su Cheng, who had just witnessed the farce at the school gate, started the car, her tone somewhat teasing. In this human society where the male-to-female ratio is 1:30, having an outstanding younger brother like Su Hao is an honor for the entire family, but it also means immense pressure. Su Hao fastened his seatbelt and looked out the window at the street scene rushing by. 100 years ago, strange beasts invaded, and many men died in battle. Humans paid a heavy price to finally kill the king of the beasts. However, the entire human civilization was also distorted by the curse unleashed by the Beast King on the verge of death, resulting in an extreme imbalance in the male-to-female ratio of newborns. What followed was a dramatic change in the social structure. The Men's Rights Protection Agency was established, polygamy was legalized, and single women were required to pay high social welfare contributions to the male Social Security Fund. From then on, men became a rare resource, and were strictly protected and sought after. During a casual conversation with his older sister, Su Hao mentioned the major news that had recently caused a stir in Nanjing City. Nanjing City has been quite turbulent lately. Starting 2 weeks ago, all schools have uniformly cancelled evening self-study sessions. News reports have repeatedly covered the succubus invasion incident, with more than a dozen men mysteriously disappearing. Don't underestimate these dozen or so missing persons cases. even in a large city like Nanjing with a population of over 5 million. According to incomplete statistics, the number of men is only a few 100,000. The announcement issued by the garrison command stated that succubi can transform into human form, making them extremely difficult to identify. This cast a shadow over the entire city, especially families with men. This is why the older sister, even though she had just finished get off work and hadn't even had time to change out of her uniform, still came to pick him up in person. During her conversation with Su Hao, Su Qing stopped her SUV at a familiar red light intersection on her way home. Su Hao glanced out the window unintentionally, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. On the roadside, there was a short, thin boy with vacant eyes and stiff movements. Like a puppet, I followed closely behind a man wearing a wide hood, turning into a secluded alley. That awkward stiffness, coupled with the memory of the succubus incident, instantly put Su Hao on alert. He was about to speak up and remind his older sister. Xiao Hao, wait in the car and lock the doors. Su Qing was faster than him. As a junior officer of the garrison, she was no pushover and clearly noticed the anomaly. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qing deftly opened the car door and quickly chased after the alley. Su Hao didn't rush to follow, but rolled down the car window and stared intently at the direction where his older sister had disappeared. Immediately afterwards, mental energy quietly spread out, like an arrow following closely behind. Just then, a soft click of a camera shutter sounded from the side. Su Hao, who was completely focused, frowned and turned his head. On the roadside, a slightly overweight woman hurriedly put away her phone, her face showing embarrassment at being caught and barely concealed excitement. Filming men without their consent is a serious crime, and once verified, the perpetrator will face severe sanctions from the Men's Rights Protection Agency. Although Su Hao disliked the other party's behavior, he had lived 2 lives and had become accustomed to this omnipresent attention over the past 10 years. He didn't bother to argue and was preparing to continue observing the situation on his older sister's side. Hey! What are you doing? A righteous shout interrupted his thoughts. A girl wearing a sports vest, revealing her defined abs and healthy tan skin, strode over and glared at the fat woman. Taking photos of men in broad daylight? Do you know that this violates their portrait rights and the anti-harassment law? This shout was like a pebble thrown into calm water, instantly provoking a reaction from the passers-by. Yeah. That's outrageous. Delete the photos right now. She should be taken to the Men's Rights Protection Agency. Chapter 2: The Appearance of Strange Beasts. The crowd was outraged. Even girls who were just passing by, engrossed in their phones, gathered around to offer their support. The bodybuilder had a big smile on her face, seemingly very satisfied with the wave of justice she had rallied. While everyone was condemning the fat woman, she seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation and went to the car window. Upon seeing Su Hao with his rosy lips and white teeth, perhaps because he had been harassed by the fat woman, he frowned slightly. Her heart skipped a beat. What a handsome man, like jade among men, a peerless gentleman. I really want to hug her and give her a good rub. Seeing that he was wearing the school uniform of Nanjing No.1 Middle School, I learned his identity. She put on what she thought was a friendly smile. Don't be afraid, classmate. With me here, she won't dare to do anything. I'm Li Xiao from Nanjing Sports Institute. Can I add you on social media? If you encounter similar harassment again, you can contact me directly and I'll help you resolve it. Ding. High-quality opposite sex detected requesting contact information. Target score, 82. It has to be said that Li Xiao's method of asking for contact information was quite low class. Su Hao frowned slightly, not because of the farce in front of him. Having lived 2 lives, he didn't care about such a small scene. Just now, through his powerful mental strength, he clearly sensed an extremely ominous energy fluctuation coming from the depths of the alley. It was a viscous substance, carrying an alluring and decadent aura. It is related to the types of alien beasts under the Slanish branch that he had previously learned about in the Alien Beast Encyclopedia. His intuition told him that his older sister was in danger. He could no longer care about the situation at hand. Ha! Classmate? Li Xiao was taken aback when Su Hao suddenly opened the car door. After stepping aside, he wanted to say something. Without even glancing at her, Su Hao moved with lightning speed, rushing straight into the dark alleyway in her astonished gaze. Ding, you have declined the offer to become the student union president of Nanjing Physical Education College. Reward, Constitution +2. Li Xiao didn't feel anything was wrong with being ignored by Su Hao. However, she couldn't get his contact information, and she guessed it was probably because Su Hao had just been frightened by the fat woman. Li Xiao suppressed his smile, turned to the other men blocking the fat woman's path and spoke righteously. Let's send her to the Men's Rights Protection Agency. Let's see if she dares to secretly film boys again. The fat woman, who was being pulled and shoved by the crowd, turned pale with fright when she heard about the Men's Rights Protection Agency. It's over. My life is completely over. When this farce happened, Su Qing unconsciously slowed her pace the moment she stepped into the alley. The hustle and bustle of the city behind her seemed to be separated from her by an invisible membrane, suddenly becoming blurry and distant. She immediately sensed that something was wrong. She twitched her nose and smelled a faint, cloyingly sweet fragrance in the air of the alley. It tastes like an overblown, rotten flower. Su Qing's heart sank. As a junior operator promoted from a trainee operator in the garrison, she has undergone rigorous training, and recognizing the aura of various alien beasts is a basic course of study. This unique, sweet scent, which can directly affect the mind of living beings, is highly consistent with the characteristics of succubi recorded in the archives under the Slanish branch of the alien beasts. She immediately became extremely alert. His right hand silently rested on the grip of the standard issue pistol at his waist, while his left hand swiftly pulled out the internal communicator, attempting to contact the branch office for backup. However, a red X was clearly displayed in the upper left corner of the communicator screen. No signal. Damn it! Su Qing cursed under her breath, feeling an even greater chill in her heart. A beast capable of interfering with or even blocking signals in a specific area is no ordinary creature. This is definitely not a servant-level alien beast that only knows how to act on instinct. To be able to create an abnormal environment of this magnitude, one must at least be an intelligent warrior-level being. This is a huge problem. She knew that she was a junior operative who had only been promoted recently and had not yet joined any tactical squad. Facing a single intelligent beast of warrior-level strength, the chances of survival are extremely slim. Fear, like cold vines, instantly entwined her heart. But the next moment, the images of her three younger sisters flashed through her mind. Then came the mother's worried look. And then there's his younger brother Su Hao's excessively handsome face. No refunds. This is Nanjing City, the place where she grew up. Behind her are countless civilians who need protection, and even more so, her family whom she must protect with her life. The oath of the garrison commander echoed in my ears. Protect civilization, defend borders to the death. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the pounding in her heart, and her eyes regained their firmness. She crouched low, using the piles of debris in the alley as cover, and cautiously crept toward the source of the scent. The deeper you go, the dimmer the light becomes. The sweet, cloying aroma grew stronger, almost tangible, constantly stimulating one's senses and trying to awaken the desires deep within. Su Qing kept her mind focused and relied on her willpower to resist this mental erosion. If it were ordinary people who had not received training from the garrison command, it's likely that as soon as they smelled that special fragrance, they had already become puppets at the mercy of others, just like that little boy. As she rounded a corner, Su Qing's beautiful eyes locked onto her target. At the end of the alley was a dead end, and the hooded figure had his back to her. The little boy, with his empty eyes and like a puppet on a string, stood numbly in front of the other person. A pale, bloodless hand emerged from beneath the hooded robe, its slender fingertips gently caressing the little boy's cheek. What's even more unsettling is that they seem to have realized a third party has interfered. Centered on the hooded man, the bricks and stones of the surrounding alley walls seemed to come alive. As Su Qing looked around, she felt as if the surroundings were rippling gently like water, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Stop! After a moment of confusion, Su Qing's eyes regained their clarity, and she shouted sharply. At the same time, he suddenly raised his gun and aimed, shouting, "I'm a garrison officer. Release that boy immediately and surrender." The hooded figure paused, then slowly turned around. Deep in this dimly lit alley, beneath the white hood, his face was obscured. Only 2 points of scarlet light suddenly shone forth. Oh? Just a lowly garrison commander? A strangely magnetic voice rang out from under the hood, its gender indistinguishable. What a delicious but reckless little delicacy. Before she could finish speaking, Su Qing felt the surrounding environment distort once again. Several slippery, cold tentacles emerged from the walls on both sides and lashed out at her. Bang! Bang! Su Qing pulled the trigger without hesitation. The specially made anti-magic bullets, glowing with intense light, shot towards the tentacles and the hooded man. The bullets shattered some of the tentacles, which dissipated into black mist, but more tentacles surged forward one after another. Chapter 3 Succubus Force Field. The bullets fired at the hooded man seemed to sink into mud as they approached within a certain range of him, their speed decreasing dramatically. Ultimately, it was deflected by an unseen energy and struck the wall beside it, sending up a few sparks. "It's useless." The voice beneath the hood was mocking. "Here, I am the rule." Taking advantage of the moment Su Ching was shooting, a tentacle emerged from the ground, coiled around her ankle like a venomous snake, and pulled sharply. Su Ching didn't expect there to be one underground. After being entangled, she lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground, and the pistol flew out of her hand. She struggled fiercely, pulled out the tactical dagger from the side of her leg, and stabbed it hard into the tentacle. But more tentacles surged up like a tide, binding her limbs and waist, the powerful force almost suffocating her. Is this the kind of general-level alien beast that requires a tactical squad from the garrison command to defeat? She did her best. However, the difference in strength between her and this strange beast was too great. The gaze beneath the hood ignored her, turning its attention back to the motionless little boy, a greedy glint in its crimson eyes. "Let go of my older sister." Just as Su Ching was in a daze. A sharp rebuke cleaved through the thick, oppressive atmosphere of the alleyway like a sword. Su Ching thought to herself in the moment before she fainted. It seems like it's a revolving door. How could Su Hao possibly get past the force field that the strange beast set up in the alley? That's an area that even she had to overcome the temptation to get through with difficulty. The next second, she fell into a baby-like sleep. Su Hao arrived at the depths of the alley and swept his spiritual energy across it. After confirming that her older sister had only fainted and was not in any life-threatening danger, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Upon seeing Su Hao, the gaze beneath the hood clearly faltered for a moment. It seemed to have no idea that other people would trespass into its hunting grounds. When their gaze fell upon Su Hao, the two crimson lights suddenly surged, revealing extreme ecstasy. Such a perfect soul aura. Its voice trembled with excitement. "If I defeat you, I will definitely be able to undergo a high-level evolution." Despite the intense gaze that could drive an ordinary person to the brink of madness, Su Hao's expression remained unchanged. He simply looked at the other person calmly. Under Su Hao's watchful gaze, the other party finally revealed their true colors. The hood slipped down, revealing a face that could make anyone's heart stop. With expressive eyes and luscious lips, every line perfectly embodies humanity's ultimate imagination of beauty. Add to that her curvaceous, sexy body, and it seems to gather all the temptations in the world. Just one glance is enough to make one unconsciously want to get closer and explore the defenses of its charm. However, there was not a trace of infatuation in Su Hao's deep eyes. Under the influence of his terrifying mental strength of 67 points, this meticulously woven skin was like a bubble in the sunlight, bursting at the slightest touch. Su Hao's eyes began to rotate in a spiral. During this time, he saw through the alluring body to the essence beneath the succubus's breathtakingly beautiful exterior. A twisted, stench-smelling, sheep-like humanoid creature with horns on its head and hooves stomping. A beast in human skin. Su Hao's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a peculiar penetrating power, instantly shattering the seductive field carefully created by the succubus. The eerie smile on the sheep's head froze instantly, replaced by unbelievable horror. "You can see right through me?" Its voice turned shrill, losing its previous magnetism. "That's impossible." Su Hao was too lazy to waste words with it and took a step forward. The invisible spiritual force, like mercury spilling onto the ground, forcefully smoothed out the distorted and unrestrained space around it. That one moment made the succubus realize an unprecedented crisis. This man is different from others. It tried to recreate an even more powerful deception, only to find that the boy's consciousness was as firm as a rock. Its ability is like hitting an invisible wall, completely ineffective. As a result, its face began to distort, trying to prove who was right. "You think I'm doing evil?" It seems to remain steadfast in its beliefs. "How did you humans treat those docile sheep, whose bodies are similar to yours, 100 years ago? They are slaughtered by you, becoming tools for you to vent your desires and appetites. We succubi were born with this resentment and hatred. We devour the essence of men as a judgment against your human atrocities. I am righteous." This fallacy, coupled with its eagerness to defend itself, makes it all the more ridiculous. Su Hao's lips curled into a mocking smile. Heh. Throughout human history, it is the perverse fetish of the West to use sheep as a means of venting. If you want trouble, go to the West and find those blonde, blue-eyed guys. Before he could finish speaking, Su Hao's figure suddenly blurred. The next moment, he appeared in front of the succubus. "And you?" Su Hao's hands seemingly reached out casually, yet it precisely gripped the other person's rough, hairy neck. An irresistible force erupted instantly, slamming it hard onto the cold floor tiles. They came here and hurt so many innocent people. Bang! With a muffled thud, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the ground centered on the point of impact. Su Hao slowly straightened up, looking down at the succubus whose red light flickered in the crack, and pronounced its fate. That would be a dead end. His tone was cold, leaving no room for negotiation. The succubus's sheep-like eyes were filled with fear. It still tried to struggle. But the blazing flames that suddenly erupted from Su Hao's palm landed directly on its skin, carrying a scorching heat. It's hot, so hot. The succubus was burning fiercely. It tried to howl in pain, but the intense flames that instantly engulfed its entire body scorched its throat, rendering it unable to utter a sound. Soon, its ugly original form was reduced to a small clump of ashes by this special flame, blown to the corner by the breeze in the alley. At the same time, having lost its master, the little boy, who was clearly being controlled, closed his eyes and fainted. Su Hao had no intention of helping the other person up. He immediately turned around and walked to the middle of the alley, shouting before the succubus's force field completely dissipated. Big sister. Shortly after he shouted, a series of hurried footsteps came from behind him. It turned out that Li Xiao and several other female passers-by had followed the fat woman in after handing her over to the nearby Male Rights Protection Agency. Hey classmate, are you alright? Why did you suddenly run in? Li Xiao's words caught in his throat. They also sensed something unusual in the alley. Although the sweet, cloying scent was rapidly dissipating with the succubus's death, the lingering traces still made one feel dizzy. Chapter 4: A Restless World. What the hell is this? A girl whispered in surprise and doubt. She took only 2 steps forward and immediately felt a wave of dizziness. Then a beautiful scene appeared before my eyes. On a large, snow-white bed, Su Hao lay on his side, his sword-like eyebrows slightly raised. He beckoned to her with his finger, issuing a 3-day, 3-night extreme challenge. Having never even touched a boy's hand since childhood, and having only watched porn, how could a girl resist such temptation? He immediately transformed into a werewolf and pounced. He. In reality, it is unknown what the girl who came into contact with the succubus's field fantasized about. However, the other party's reckless behavior really startled Su Hao. Is he that brave? Would an ordinary person dare to touch a succubus's force field? Even a dissipating force field is enough to erode the minds of these ordinary people. Su Hao quickly pulled the reckless girl back to her senses. He secretly channeled a few strands of spiritual energy into her to alleviate the effects of the succubus's energy field. However, Su Hao was speechless as he watched the girl drooling in a daze. But it's alright, the succubus has been eliminated by him, and this force field has lost its energy source and will soon disappear. With the help of injected spiritual energy, I believe this girl will wake up soon. Just as Li Xiao and his friends gathered around the girl, wondering what had happened to her, a screeching sound of brakes came from outside the alley, followed by the sound of well-trained, hurried footsteps. The garrison command is on the move. All bystanders, leave immediately. Under the watchful eyes of Su Hao and the others, 9 garrison officers, dressed in dark blue uniforms and carrying standard weapons, quickly poured into the alley. The leader was a tall female agent with a neat ponytail. She has a beautiful face and a dashing air about her. Upon seeing her, Su Hao was taken aback. What a coincidence! The person who led the team to the scene this time was actually someone he knew. Lu Qingqing is a few years older than the eldest sister and is her best friend. I heard that she recently assisted a neighboring city in eliminating a warrior-level alien beast and has been promoted to senior operator. At 26 years old, he is the youngest senior officer in the Nanjing City Garrison Division. My sister's best friend is quite something. Xiao Hao. Lu Qingqing spotted Su Hao, who was the center of attention, in the crowd at a glance. She always liked to pinch his cheeks and tease him when they met. His face was devoid of any smile, only solemnity. What are you doing here? Where's your older sister? Su Hao pointed to the depths of the alley, his tone urgent. Sister Qingqing, big sister chased a hooded man inside. Then things started getting weird inside, and we're too scared to go in. Seeing Su Hao trembling with fear, Lu Qingqing stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, your older sister will be fine. Then, accompanied by his fellow agents, he quickly stepped forward. Wearing a specially made sensory glove from the Guardian on her right hand, she probed into the succubus's field. As soon as the glove touched the air in front of it, visible light pink ripples appeared. Upon seeing this, she immediately pulled her hand back, her expression instantly turning somewhat uneasy. A distortion field of reality. This is a mark that only a warrior-level alien beast could leave behind, and this attribute, it's a succubus. General level, one of her team members exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, everyone tensed up. Li Xiao and the others originally planned to watch the show from the back. Upon hearing that there might be a warrior-level alien beast at the scene, he immediately retreated to the back and peeked around cautiously. Lu Qingqing immediately gave the order. Report this immediately. Confirm that Su Qing's signal disappeared right here. Requesting support. A succubus of general rank has appeared. The target may be carrying hostages. One of our junior operators and one civilian male have gone missing. Yes. A team member took out his equipment and immediately began calling. After giving the instructions, Lu Qingqing looked back at the succubus force field. General level. Moreover, it is an intelligent beast capable of generating power. Even if Su Cheng were to face a one-on-one opponent, she would be no match for her, let alone a junior operator. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and began to carefully observe the changes in the force field, looking for the right moment to break through. Su Hao stood behind her, silently watching everything. He sensed that the force field was dissipating rapidly and would disappear completely in a few minutes. Lu Qingqing seemed to have noticed something as well. During this period, Su Hao and Li Xiao were politely asked to leave the alley and give their statements on the roadside. As for the girl affected by the succubus's field, Lu Qingqing has sent someone to the town's headquarters to observe her condition. However, when I left, I noticed that the other person's face was flushed, and it was clear that something unhealthy was going on in their mind. Lu Qingqing seemed to have guessed something, and glanced at Su Hao's back with a strange expression. Only officers from the garrison were waiting in the alley. Suddenly, with a soft pop sound like a bubble bursting, the expressions of the garrison commanders relaxed. If they hadn't discovered through the testing equipment that the energy of this force field was dissipating, they would have already rushed in. However, if that were the case, their combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced due to the influence of the force field. On the way to the town's headquarters, in the back seat of the car, as the succubus's energy field dissipated, the girl gradually regained consciousness. Her face was flushed as she looked into the car. Where am I? Captain, she's awake. The garrison officer driving the car immediately reported the news of her regaining consciousness to Lu Qingqing. It's best to send him to the department for a checkup, so as not to affect his mental state. Yes. On site. The force field has disappeared. Prepare to charge. Lu Qingqing gave a low shout and charged in first, gun raised, followed immediately by the other team members in tactical formation. After passing through a pile of miscellaneous garbage. Soon, the scene deep in the alley came into view. Su Qing lay unconscious on the ground. Not far away, the little boy also collapsed to the ground. No succubus was found at the scene. But the cracked ground nearby caught everyone's attention. There was a large pool of purple blood that clearly did not belong to a normal human. Could it be that a halberd-wielding warrior happened to pass by and eliminated the succubus? With the crisis temporarily averted, Lu Qingqing's mind raced. As she stepped forward and knelt down to examine the bloodstains, she issued orders. Notify the arriving support troops that the crisis has been resolved, and our team will continue to be responsible for the follow-up cleanup work. Yes. I looked at it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. After instructing her team to clean up the scene, Lu Qingqing quickly walked to Su Qing's side and checked her vital signs. After confirming that she had only suffered a severe mental shock and was temporarily unconscious, they breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Qingqing gently patted Su Qing's cheek. Qingqing? Wake up! Su Qing! Su Qing's eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was initially unfocused, then suddenly sharpened, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. She instinctively tried to struggle to her feet. Chapter 5 Halberd Bearers. A succubus. That boy. It's all right, it's all right. Lu Qingqing pressed her down. The succubus is gone, and the boy is fine too. What happened here? How did you faint? Su Qing sat up, clutching her head, trying hard to recall, her brows furrowed. I followed the hooded succubus and she was very strong and created illusions in force fields. I was bound by its tentacles, and then I lost consciousness. At this moment, a team member came over to report, Captain, we've checked, the boy is just unconscious, his vital signs are stable. In addition, there are high-intensity residual mental energy in the surrounding area, which is consistent with the characteristics of a succubus, and blood samples have been taken. In addition, unidentified ash was found in the corner of the wall and samples have been taken. Lu Qingqing stood up, looked around, and was filled with doubt. A succubus at the warrior level went to great lengths to set up a force field. They captured a target, subdued a garrison commander, and then just disappeared? This is completely illogical. Could it really be, as she had guessed before, that the succubus was just unlucky and happened to run into the passing halberd master, so she was eliminated? By the way, how did you find me? After learning the details, Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and asked. The branch notified us that your biosignal had suddenly disappeared. We rushed over as soon as we received the news, Lu Qingqing replied. Su Qing was deeply moved. It had to be her best friend. Guessing that she was in trouble, he immediately led a team to her aid, thus saving her from danger. Lu Qingqing was unaware of Su Qing's thoughts. Her tone was heavy. What can be confirmed now is that a warrior-level alien beast has indeed appeared in Nanjing City. If there's one, there will be two. Nobody knows how many more are lurking in the city. This matter must be reported to the higher authorities in detail immediately. After the on-site handling work was completed, Lu Qingqing arranged for someone to escort the unconscious boy to the hospital and notified his family. While everyone was busy, she personally accompanied Su Qing out of the alley. After giving his statement, Su Hao stood quietly by the car. As she passed by Su Hao, Lu Qingqing instinctively reached out to ruffle his hair as she used to. But halfway through her outstretched hand, she saw Su Hao dodge away in Su Qing's murderous glare, so she stuck out her tongue and silently put her hand back. Lu Qingqing coughed twice to cover her embarrassment and looked at Su Hao. Xiao Hao, things have been a bit turbulent lately. Go home early after school so your family won't worry. Su Hao nodded without saying anything more. Lu Qingqing needed to return to her unit to report, so she quickly withdrew her team. Sitting in the SUV, Su Qing still looked somewhat dazed. Su Hao fastened his seatbelt and looked out the window. Even warrior-level alien beasts were no match for him. So, a monarch-level figure who could bring down a legendary figure like my father. They are the culprits behind the imbalance of women and men, existing only in historical records. What kind of scene would the only known king of alien beasts, described as a catastrophe, be? Su Qing snapped out of her daze, started the car, and merged into the traffic. After passing through the Central Park, we soon came to a stop in front of a villa with a small yard. Xiao Hao. Su Qing turned to the side. Go home first, and have your second sister get you something to eat. I have to go back to the company. Okay, big sister, go home early. Su Hao unbuckled his seatbelt, nodded, and didn't ask any further questions. Watching Su Hao's retreating figure, Su Qing's eyes narrowed, and she immediately reversed the car and sped away. Garrison Command, Nanjing City Branch. The atmosphere was even more somber than usual. Su Qing strode through the corridor and went straight to Lu Qingqing, who was explaining things to her subordinates at the entrance of the archives room. Qingqing. Su Qing called out. Lu Qingqing turned around upon hearing the voice, and waved her hand to let her subordinates go about their business. Qingqing, are you all right? How are you feeling? I'm fine. Su Qing shook her head and asked anxiously, have you reached a conclusion on the on-site investigation? Seeing Su Qing's anxiety, Lu Qingqing patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry, the preliminary investigation results are in, and now the halberd master Zhang who is personally in charge. Someone just informed me that we'll go to the third conference room together for a meeting when you return. Su Qing was stunned. Logically speaking, given her junior operator status, she shouldn't be qualified to attend a meeting of this level. She didn't think too much about her identity, after all, she was the first eyewitness at the scene. The two dared not delay and immediately headed to the third meeting room. When I pushed open the door, there were already about 10 people sitting inside. In the main seat sat a burly, middle-aged man with a resolute face. The insignia on his shoulder straps indicated his rank as a halberd bearer. Under normal circumstances, after successfully entering the garrison command as a trainee operator, one must go through 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced before being qualified to take the halberd soldier assessment. Zhang Hu, as a halberd bearer, is not only a backbone member of the Nanjing City Garrison Division, but also one of the top combat forces, and the only male among them. The various buffs are almost fully stacked. Seeing Su Chang and Lu Qingqing enter, Zhang Hu nodded slightly. His gaze lingered on Su Qing for a moment, and after confirming that she was all right, he said in a deep voice, I hereby announce the official commencement of the meeting agenda. At the center of the round table, a holographic projector lit up. The outline reveals that the projection depicts the alleyway where the succubus appears. Based on a detailed on-site investigation, Zhang Hu said seriously. We have confirmed two things. First, the mental pollution characteristics collected on site meet the standards of a warrior-level succubus, and are even stronger than those of a typical warrior-level succubus. He paused, looked around at the people present who were deep in thought, and emphasized his words. Secondly, and most importantly, we found unidentified ash and traces of purple blood at the scene. Molecular analysis confirmed that its constituent substances contain succubus biological tissue that has lost its activity. Immediately, a soft gasp filled the conference room. Zhang Hu waved his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. The succubus's force field dissipated naturally over a short period of time, rather than being forcibly destroyed, from which we can conclude that warrior-level succubus is dead, and was completely incinerated in a very short time, its body and soul annihilated. Besides the bloodstains, only a small clump of ashes remains to prove that it once existed. Despite the speculation, the meeting room was still in an uproar when Zhang Hu personally confirmed the conclusion. He single-handedly killed a warrior-level alien beast, and did so cleanly and efficiently. What terrifying strength would that require? It would take at least a halberd bearer to accomplish that. However, the number of halberdiers in Nanjing City is very small. Moreover, each of them had their own mission records, and no one was nearby at the time. Could it be that there are unrecorded, powerful individuals in our Nanjing City who possess strength comparable to the halberd bearers? Chapter 6 Garrison Command Branch Meeting. A senior agent raised the question that was on everyone's mind. Zhang Hu nodded. Although it cannot be completely confirmed, this is the most reasonable guess at present. We did not find any trace of other strange beasts at the scene, which can rule out the possibility that the strange beasts killed each other. Therefore, someone with at least the combat strength of a halberd wielder, hiding among the people, took action to eliminate the succubus this time. His gaze shifted to Su Qing, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Agent Su Qing, you are the only eyewitness at the scene. Although you are unconscious, please try to recall carefully. Before you lost consciousness, or when you were in a state of confusion, did you notice anything unusual about the scene? For example, unusual sounds, or, is there someone else nearby? Instantly, everyone's attention focused on Su Qing, the person involved. Su Qing's mind flashed with Su Hao's handsome face almost reflexively. However, she forcibly suppressed the thought as soon as it arose. That's absurd. Although Xiao Hao is good-looking and is the school heartthrob of Nanjing No.1 Middle School, he is highly sought after. But he was just an ordinary high school student, even weaker than most girls. How could he possibly kill a warrior-level succubus? That's something only a halberd bearer could do. It must have been a hallucination that occurred before I lost consciousness, or it was an association caused by my excessive worry about Su Hao's safety. She tried hard to recall some details of the scene, but still had no clue. In the end, he could only helplessly report, I was controlled by a succubus at the time, my mind was affected, and I quickly lost consciousness. When I woke up, I only saw Lu Qingqing and the others besides the little boy. I didn't realize that anyone else was there before that. Zhang Hu understood this, of course. An absurd thought popped into my head, but I quickly suppressed it. The investigation directly ruled out the possibility of the little boy being the cause of the problem. Moreover, if that little boy really had the ability to exorcise the succubus, he wouldn't have been controlled and would have had to wait for Su Qing to rescue him. Zhang Hu stared at Su Qing for a few seconds, seemingly trying to determine the truthfulness of her words, but he couldn't quite figure it out. Finally, he slowly nodded, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He concluded, in that case, classify this incident as a Class B secret and continue the investigation covertly, but do not make a big fuss about it. Yes, everyone responded in unison. In addition, Zhang Hu added, given the appearance of the warrior-level succubus, there is a high possibility that other unknown alien beasts are lurking in Nanjing City. I hereby announce that the alert level for Nanjing City will be raised to level 2. All frontline officers should be on high alert and strengthen patrols and intelligence gathering. In addition, once a strange beast is discovered, 2 people must go out together. Investigations by 1 person are absolutely not allowed. Meeting adjourned. After the meeting ended, everyone left with mixed feelings. Su Chang and Lu Qingqing walked side by side down the corridor. At least the outcome was good. That disgusting thing was taken care of. Lu Qingqing tried to ease the tension by nudging Su Qing with her elbow. Don't overthink it. Maybe some big shot who happened to be passing by was just doing a good deed. Su Qing forced a smile. Meanwhile, inside the Su family villa, Su Hao was sitting at the dining table, eating cranberry cookies that his second sister, Su Ran, had just baked. Xiao Hao, drink some milk and get some rest. You have school tomorrow. Su Ran looked at him tenderly, pushed a cup of hot milk to his side, her eyes full of care. Okay, second sister. Su Hao took the milk and took a sip. The next day, the morning sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting its glow on the dark blue sheets. Su Hao opened his eyes, his gaze showing no trace of the grogginess of just waking up. Over the years, the system has been strengthened. Su Hao, who possesses an extraordinary physique, can even work without sleep or rest. He sat up and glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It's exactly 7 o'clock. A slight noise came from downstairs. Without even thinking, I knew it must be my gentle and generous second sister preparing breakfast. Even though the family had received a large amount of compensation after their father's death in battle and was in good financial condition, Su Ran still insisted on preparing 3 meals a day for her younger brother. In her words, nothing made outside can compare to the cleanliness and taste of homemade food. After washing up, Su Hao changed into the custom-made school uniform of Nanjing No.1 Middle School. He wore a pure white stand-up collar shirt with an exquisite school badge embroidered on the left chest, paired with dark blue trousers, which accentuated his tall and straight posture. Even at home, he habitually buttoned every single button meticulously. Xiao Hao, come and have breakfast. Su Ran was wearing a light pink apron. Good morning, second sister, Su Hao greeted her. Today we have your favorite cheese and ham croissant. Su Ran smiled and placed the golden, crispy croissant in front of Su Hao, her eyes full of doting. Eat more, you're growing. Su Hao nodded, looked around but didn't see his eldest sister. Big sister left so early today? My older sister left early this morning. Su Ran sat down opposite him and said worriedly, she came back very late last night and she looks exhausted. Xiao Hao, my older sister asked me to tell you this before she left. Things are a bit unsafe outside lately. You must wait for your older sister or me to pick you up after school. Don't wander off on your own, okay? Su Hao responded. He knew that he had a special status in this world, possessing the soul of an adult, so he naturally wouldn't cause trouble and worry his family. This is why his mother, his 2 older sisters, and his 2 younger sisters all loved him so much. It's not just because Su Hao is male, but also because of his sensible and obedient personality since childhood. In an era where boys are often spoiled, they are especially precious. After breakfast, Su Ran picked up the packed lunchbox. I made you teriyaki chicken rice today, along with your favorite blueberry yogurt and a fruit salad. Thank you, second sister. Why are you being so polite with me? Su Ran straightened his collar, which didn't need any adjustment at all. Let's go, your second sister will take you to school. The morning air carried a slight chill. The villa area where the Su family lives is quiet and shady with green trees. It was a residence specially chosen by the garrison command for Su Hao's family after his father was killed in action. As for the Men's Rights Protection Agency, it awarded Su Hao a reward of 10 million after his birth. However, given that Su Hao has just been born, the Men's Rights Protection Agency did grant their family a few adoption slots, with the aim of providing care for Su Hao as he grows up. That's right, Su Hao's 4 sisters were all adopted. Therefore, Su Hao didn't know how to define the privileged agency like the Men's Rights Protection Agency. Although the Men's Rights Protection Agency is seen as an absolute violent institution by women, Su Hao did indeed enjoy the various conveniences that came with his status. A myriad of thoughts churned within me. At this time of day, you can already see quite a few girls hurrying along the street. Chapter 7 Poaching. Upon seeing Su Hao, many eyes, some openly and some covertly, turned to him. Good morning, Su Hao. Aunt Lu, a neighbor who had just returned from grocery shopping, greeted him warmly with a big smile on her face. Her daughter just started high school this year. Su Hao wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Aunt Lu's gaze towards him had become increasingly intense lately. Even he, with his extraordinary physical and mental abilities, got goosebumps. Good morning, Aunt Lu. Along the way, similar greetings were heard constantly. Ms. Wang, who runs a convenience store near the bus stop, stood at the store entrance just to give him a bottle of freshly heated red date and goji berry tea. While waiting at the bus stop, there are always some female students from Nanjing No.1 Middle School who happen to be going the same way. Su Hao responded politely while clearly maintaining his distance. Su Ran always smiled at everything that happened around Su Hao. There was nothing she could do. Su Hao was her younger brother. Her younger brother is just that outstanding. It took about 10 minutes by car. Get off at the bus stop near the school and be dropped off at the school gate. Su Ran handed the lunchbox to Su Hao, gave him a few instructions, and then turned and left. The gate of Nanjing No.1 Middle School is incredibly grand. The most eye-catching feature is the two bronze statues, each nearly 3 meters tall, located to the left and right of the school gate. They were two men in old-fashioned military uniforms, with resolute faces, their gazes fixed on the distance. The base is inscribed with the 8 characters, "Remember the sacrifice, continue civilization." These are two heroic figures who represented Nanjing City in the battle during the Great Sacrifice era a century ago. Not only here, but every school in the entire Great Xia has similar hero statues at its entrance. The aim is to ensure that future generations will forever remember the price these heroes paid to protect civilization. When Su Hao stepped into the school gate, the previously noisy crowd seemed to quiet down for a moment. No matter how many times you see him, his impeccable appearance and cool, unique temperament always easily attract everyone's attention. Look, it's Su Hao. He looks so handsome today. I heard Lin Wei was rejected after confessing her feelings yesterday? She's overestimating herself. Su Hao is not someone she can possibly reach. Whispers spread through the crowd. The girls looked at him with either infatuation or admiration. The few boys on campus looked at him with much more complex emotions. Some envied his popularity, while others resented being relegated to the background because of his presence. Su Hao ignored all of this and walked straight to the classroom of Class 1, Grade 11. His seat was in the second to last row by the window in the classroom. As soon as he put down his school bag, Zhao Chang, the only 2 boys in the class and his deskmate, came over. Zhao Chang was slightly overweight, and his face carried a touch of naivete stemming from the overprotection that plagued most men of this era. "Brother Hao, you really rejected Lin Wei?" Zhao Chang asked in a low voice, his face full of disbelief. "Her family is one of the wealthiest in our city, and she's so beautiful." Su Hao took out the textbook for the first lesson, without even looking up. So? Zhao Chang's eyes widened. "If she takes a liking to me, my mom would be so happy she'd burn incense, and she wouldn't need to marry any other wives in the future." "You actually refused?" In this world where the male-to-female ratio is 1:30. For most men, polygamy is a nightmare. But the competition among women is even more brutal. Family background, appearance, talent, ability. Everything is laid bare for evaluation, all in an effort to gain a sliver of favor among the scarce male resources. Women like Lin Wei, who have excellent personal qualities, can proactively apply to the Men's Rights Protection Agency to abolish polygamy. Once the husband's consent is obtained, the enforcement of polygamy can be lifted. It is precisely because of this advantage that Zhao Chang reacted so strongly to Su Hao's rejection of Lin Wei. "There's nothing to envy," Su Hao said indifferently. Zhao Chang wanted to say something more, but the class bell rang just in time, so he had no choice but to sit back down dejectedly, muttering to himself. They're truly unaware of their good fortune. What if their future spouse isn't even as good as Lin Wei? Su Hao rolled his eyes. There are still 2 years until the spouse matching is completed, so what's the rush? The first lesson was history, and a female teacher wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood on the podium. Today we're discussing the era of great sacrifice. The curse of the king of beasts before his death distorted our life sequence, causing the sex ratio of newborns to be forcibly locked. This is the darkest page in the history of human civilization, but it is also a page that demonstrates human resilience. The teacher's voice was transmitted throughout the classroom through the microphone. We must remember that it was the sacrifices of countless predecessors that gave us the living space we have today. Ring ring ring. Get out of class dismissed. During the break, there was a commotion at the classroom door. Is Su Hao here? A soft, tingling voice came from the doorway. Everyone looked over and saw several girls wearing other schools' uniforms standing at the entrance. The girl in the lead was holding a beautifully packaged gift box. She was beautiful and her eyes boldly scanned the classroom. Judging from the school badge, they are students from the neighboring Nanjing Art-affiliated high school. Their school is quite far from Nanjing No.1 Middle School, so coming here at this time is mostly because they're skipping class. Wow, Chen Cece, the school beauty from the art high school. Why is she looking for Su Hao again? He's from our school. Even if she wants to find a girlfriend, it shouldn't be someone from the art high school, right? Shu, keep your voice down. I heard her family background is even more impressive than Lin Wei's. The students in the class started talking about it. Su Hao frowned, showing no intention of getting up. At this moment, a girl with a neat short haircut and a capable demeanor stood up. It's class monitor Liu. She walked to the door and blocked the girls who were trying to enter the classroom. Hey everyone, is there anything I can help you with? Her tone seemed polite, but anyone could hear the undisguised hostility in her words. It was as if other animals had invaded its territory. In this patriarchal society, women's instinct to fight for spousal rights and compete for men is almost ingrained in their very being. When faced with competitors from other schools, female students from the same school will naturally form a united front most of the time. Just kidding, if other schools poach their students, how will they ever be able to survive in Nanjing City? Faced with the collective hostility emanating from the entire class 1 of grade 11, Chen Sisi did not back down. Instead, she raised her chin like a proud peacock, her gaze passing over Liu and looking directly at Su Hao, who was sitting in the back row of the classroom. Su Hao, our school is having a play performance next weekend, and I'm the lead actor. I'd like to invite you to come and watch. She shook the gift box in her hand. This is the ticket and a small token of my appreciation. Thank you, but I'm busy. Su Hao seemed to be the one who was completely detached from the girls' jealousy and rivalry. Chen Sisi's smile froze for a moment, seemingly not expecting the other party to refuse so decisively. Chapter 8 Women's Movement. She wanted to say something more, but Liu had already stepped to the side, blocking her view. Su Hao said he's busy, please go back. Liu's tone was as if she were the host seeing a guest off. Chen Sisi pursed her lips, glared at Liu with some resentment, and finally left with her companions. Target score, 92. Ding. Rejected the public invitation from Chen Sisi, the school beauty of Nanjing Art High School. Reward distribution, skill Celestial Cross proficiency upgraded to beginner level. Ha! The Celestial Cross, which I acquired at the age of 3 and is considered the most difficult to upgrade, has actually been upgraded? Su Hao was lost in thought. He had never used this skill before. According to the system description, it was quite powerful, far surpassing the ability to summon hellfire. We can try it next time we encounter a strange beast. As Liu walked back to her seat, she whispered to Su Hao as she passed by, people from the art high school are very shrewd, it's best to avoid them. Su Hao merely tilted his head and glanced at her, and Liu quickly walked away, her face flushed, showing none of the assertiveness she had displayed when facing Chen Sisi. The morning classes passed quickly. When the lunch break bell rings, students either take out their own lunches or head to the cafeteria. Su Hao opened the lunchbox prepared by his second sister. The aroma of teriyaki chicken fills the air immediately, paired with vibrant green broccoli and golden corn kernels, making it a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. He had just picked up his chopsticks when he felt a gaze fall upon him. Looking up, he saw Lin Wei standing at the front door of the classroom, looking at him with a complicated expression. Seeing Su Hao looking over, she immediately lowered her head like a startled deer and hurriedly turned to leave. Su Hao continued eating with a normal expression. To him, Lin Wei was just a number, like countless other girls who had confessed their feelings to him and been rejected. The first period in the afternoon is physical education class. Separating boys and girls for classes is a strict rule of the school. The content of physical education classes for boys is relatively mild, focusing on basic physical fitness and simple exercises, with the aim of improving the increasingly poor physical condition of boys. To paraphrase the guidelines for male physical education teaching issued by the General Association for the Protection of Male Rights, cultivating an elegant physique in men is to avoid unnecessary daily risks. Su Hao couldn't understand one thing: how could he reproduce without improving his physical condition? In his view, the Men's Rights Protection Agency's overprotection is actually somewhat abnormal. So, compared to simple gymnastics, he preferred playing basketball with the girls, even though he was often groped along the way. There's nothing we can do about it. The boys at Nanjing No.1 High School who like basketball, a highly competitive ball sport, couldn't even muster 3 people, including Su Hao. Oh, by the way, there was a time when Su Hao was playing basketball, and at his enthusiastic invitation, a boy who was curious about ball sports and had never tried them before gave it a go. As a result, after only a few dozen seconds on stage, he was touched and rubbed by a girl, which scared him so much that his face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, and he never dared to touch her again. That time, Su Hao remained silent, and even felt guilty for inviting that boy to play basketball. Whenever Su Hao is at the basketball court, there are always many girls, and even teachers, gathered around. To Su Hao's dismay, they all praised him for playing like a girl. Especially when they saw Su Hao being closely guarded by 2 or 3 girls, they would curse and yell, "So many people guarding against one person, how shameless." However, they also knew that if they were to go on the field to face Su Hao, they might end up sticking to him. Su Hao's physical education teacher was a female teacher with well-defined muscles and a healthy complexion. Every time she looked at Su Hao, her eyes were filled with undisguised admiration. Su Hao's movements are very standard, everyone should learn from him. Teacher, you're drooling. How dare you? This is clearly sweat from enthusiasm. You're punished by doing 100 push-ups. The basketball practice session has ended. Su Hao returned to the classroom and was surprised to find an energy drink on his desk. There was also a pink heart-shaped sticky note on the bottle with a line of neat handwriting: "Remember to drink water after exercising." From a senior who admires you. Su Hao didn't throw it away casually, he was thirsty. After a day of torment. Finally, the school bell rang, and the students began packing their bags. "Brother Hao, wanna go together?" Zhao Chang asked as he stuffed the snacks that the older female students had given him during PE class into his backpack. "No, my older sister is coming to pick me up." When Su Hao walked out of the school gate, the familiar black SUV was already parked in the same spot. "Since my second sister doesn't have a driver's license and taking the bus to school is too slow, my eldest sister usually picks her up by car. However, as a junior operator in the garrison, her daily work is quite tiring, and she may be sent on missions at any time, which is not easy for her." Several times Su Hao suggested that he could go to and from school on his own, but his family unanimously opposed it. "Xiao Hao, get in the car." Su Hao opened the car door, got in, and fastened his seatbelt. "How was school today?" Su Qing asked casually, her gaze sweeping over the street scene. "The same as always," Su Hao replied. Su Qing nodded, as if she remembered something. "By the way, the Men's Rights Protection Agency has already released the results regarding the woman who secretly filmed you yesterday. She's been detained for 15 days, fined 5,000, and it's been recorded. She will no longer have any rights that require review of citizens' moral character scores, such as for spousal applications." Su Hao hummed in agreement. As the car passed the alleyway from yesterday, Su Qing's gaze lingered there for a few seconds longer than usual. The entrance to the alley has been cordoned off by the Garrison Command, and 2 Garrison Command trainee officers are on duty. Everything seemed to have returned to calm, but an invisible tension still lingered in the air. "Big sister, was the succubus that attacked you yesterday eliminated?" Observing the change in his sister's emotions, Su Hao suddenly asked, his face filled with curiosity. Su Qing's nerves suddenly froze, and she slammed on the brakes. "Big sister, what's wrong?" Su Hao asked, looking completely bewildered. "I was driving perfectly fine, so what happened?" Thankfully, we had already passed the congested section of road, otherwise, if that woman had tripped over it, she would have been severely criticized. Su Qing was unaware of Su Hao's inner thoughts. The reason she was momentarily stunned was entirely due to her brother's words. How did Xiao Hao know that the succubus who attacked him was a single one, and not a group of them? As she recalled the details, she remembered that Xiao Hao seemed to have also seen the little boy following the succubus into the alley. "It's because she's been too sensitive lately." "Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something." Su Qing tightened her grip on the steering wheel slightly, gave an awkward laugh, and then said, "By the way, this is the conclusion the branch reached regarding your question earlier." A powerful figure from the common people stepped in and solved it. She didn't delve into the topic, clearly because it involved internal secrets. Chapter 9: The world is neither black nor white. Seeing that his older sister seemed preoccupied, Su Hao didn't press her further and turned to look out the window. Cars were already approaching from behind, and presumably seeing the special license plates of the garrison's vehicles, they wisely refrained from honking. The vehicle is in motion. On the advertising screens along the street, advertisements for the latest men's skincare products are playing on a loop, with handsome male models enjoying the attentive service of several women. After the news reports that the succubus had been dealt with, people no longer have to live in fear like before. The setting sun painted the sky a warm orange hue, and more people began to stroll in the park. Su Hao leaned back in the passenger seat, his gaze casually sweeping across the window. The next second, his gaze was fixed on the entrance to Central Park. There, a man wearing a gray jacket and a baseball cap was forcefully pulling on a little boy who looked about 5 or 6 years old. The little boy seemed very reluctant, his short legs staggering as he followed, sobbing softly, his little face covered in tears. Wa'ada. Even though they were far apart, with the support of his super-strong mental power, the boy's sobbing voice could still reach Su Hao's ears. Under Su Hao's continued attention, instead of bending down to comfort him, the man pulled the boy's arm even harder. His eyes darted around warily, as if checking to see if anyone had noticed him. Su Hao's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. In a society where men are highly valued, a boy cries like this in public. The first reaction of the adult accompanying the child, whether it is a father, a relative, or a hired caregiver, should be to comfort them, not to be so impatient. Combined with the boys crying and fussing. "Big sister," Su Hao said softly, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Unaware of what was going on, Su Qing followed his gaze, and her professional instincts made her straighten her back instantly. "Xiao Hao, stay in the car, I'll go check on him." She realized something was wrong with how roughly the boy was being treated. "Be careful." Su Hao nodded, watching his older sister pull over and walk quickly toward the park. His spiritual power, like an invisible spider silk, quietly spread out and enveloped that area. He can sense even the slightest movement. Su Qing quickly caught up with the man, blocked his way, and showed him her identification with the friendliest smile she could muster. "Hello, I'm an officer from the Garrison Command. Sir, may I ask who this child is?" Actually, there was no need to show identification. Su Qing's uniform already indicated her identity. The man was stopped by the garrison officers. Su Hao noticed that the other person's muscles stiffened slightly, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously hid the little boy behind him. Human trafficking. The filthy word immediately popped into Su Hao's mind. "Of course it's my son." His voice unconsciously rose. "What? I just took my son out for a walk, and the garrison headquarters is interfering with that too?" Su Qing's smile remained unchanged as she tried to soothe the other person's emotions. "It's nothing, I'm just a little worried because the child is crying so much." "Sir, do you live nearby? Shall I drive you home?" "No need," the man refused without hesitation. "We're going home now. Don't bother me." He grabbed the boy and tried to get past Su Qing. The little boy stumbled as he was pulled, and cried even louder, "I want my mommy." "You're a bad person. You're a bad person." Upon hearing this, Su Qing's eyes sharpened, and she blocked his path again, no longer maintaining her gentle demeanor as before. "Sir, this child does not seem to recognize your identity. Please show proof of your kinship with this child." The commotion has already attracted the attention of some passers-by. Many people stopped and looked around curiously. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, fine beads of sweat appeared on the man's forehead, clearly indicating that he was no longer as at ease as before. His eyes darted around, quickly scanning the gathered crowd as if searching for something. Soon, his gaze briefly met that of a woman in the crowd wearing a sanitation worker's uniform and a mask. The woman nodded almost imperceptibly. As if receiving some kind of signal, the panic on the man's face miraculously disappeared, replaced by an offended anger. He straightened his back, and his voice became more assertive, even somewhat aggressive. "So what if you're a garrison commander? What right do you have to interrogate me? Why should I prove I'm my son's father?" The male privileges law and the anti-male harassment law clearly stipulate that male citizens shall not be harassed or questioned without cause. He pointed at Su Qing, his voice growing louder as he tried to evoke a greater response from the crowd. "Everyone, be the judge. She's just a garrison commander, yet she stopped me for no reason and suspected me of kidnapping my own child. This is an insult to my dignity. This is a violation of our male rights." As he spoke, he took out his phone and pretended to dial a number. "I'm going to call the Men's Rights Protection Agency to file a complaint against you. I'll accuse you of abusing your power and harassing ordinary men." The onlookers began to whisper among themselves, their gazes towards Su Qing now tinged with scrutiny and displeasure. In a society where male rights are amplified to an extreme degree, a man's accusations are highly inflammatory, not to mention the backing of the Men's Rights Protection Agency. Exactly, why do you have the right to suspect someone's father so easily? Yes, with such good social welfare for men, who would risk trafficking people? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? She looked like a pretty female operator, how could she be like this? The surrounding public opinion was extremely unfavorable to her, and Su Qing's face turned ugly. She is now 100% certain. This man is definitely up to something. However, without solid evidence, things can become very complicated if a complaint is filed with the Men's Rights Protection Agency. The Garrison Command and the Men's Rights Protection Agency have long been at odds due to various historical issues. This incident could very well escalate into a conflict between the two organizations. As a lowly junior operator, she would be the first to become a victim. She looked at the man who seemed to have suffered a great injustice. And the boy beside him, still sobbing, had somehow managed to stop crying out loud, his fists clenched tightly. The other party invoked male rights protection laws, and if she persists, she will only put herself in a more disadvantageous position. It seems we need to take a longer-term approach. The woman in the sanitation worker's uniform, seeing the man's advantages being displayed. He quietly retreated to the edge of the crowd, a cold smile seemingly curling at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that the silent Su Qing had made way for him, the man snorted coldly, grabbed the little boy, and quickly left. The little boy was being dragged so far that his feet barely touched the ground. He turned back and looked helplessly at Su Qing, his big, teary eyes filled with fear. Chapter 10 Human Trafficking Group. Su Qing stood there, watching the man's figure gradually disappear, her chest heaving violently, a mix of helplessness and anger swirling within her. She was certain that the boy was not his child. But why? In a world where men are considered treasures, it's impossible for a man to lack money. But why would this person take such a risk and participate in child trafficking? She silently memorized the man's physical characteristics, and amidst the pointing and whispering of the crowd, with a gloomy face, she strode quickly toward the SUV. After getting into the driver's seat, Su Qing slammed her fist heavily on the steering wheel. Damn it! Su Hao wasn't surprised that his older sister hadn't been able to stop the other party. There's nothing you can do about it, the privileged class is just that powerful. Seeing his older sister's tense profile, he pretended not to know the details and asked softly, did he get away? She knew it wasn't good to lose control of her emotions in front of her younger brother. Su Qing took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. He brought up the Men's Rights Protection Agency, and there were people around jeering. I don't have clear evidence, so I can't investigate. While driving, she connected to the garrison headquarters internal channel using the car's communication device. I am Su Qing, a junior operator. I request that a suspicious lead be recorded. Location, East Gate of Central Park time, around 5:30 p.m. A suspicious male was found, about 175 centimeters tall, thin, wearing a gray jacket and a baseball cap. She was with a 5 or 6-year-old boy, who was crying continuously. The man's behavior was abnormal, suggesting he was not related to the family. He refused to cooperate with the investigation and threatened to file a complaint with the Men's Rights Protection Agency. The boy was described as wearing a blue dinosaur pattern sweatshirt and brown pants. Request to verify recent missing child reports in Nanjing City and surrounding areas, and to conduct image comparison. After reporting, Su Qing ended the communication, her brows still furrowed. Xiao Hao, you also think there's something wrong with him, right? She asked, as if seeking validation. Su Hao nodded. Although I couldn't see clearly from a distance, I could hear it. At first, that man was very afraid when he saw you, but then he suddenly stopped being afraid. Su Qing was taken aback, then immediately realized, you mean, he has accomplices among the onlookers? Maybe. Su Hao didn't give a definitive answer. His powerful mental strength did indeed allow him to spot several unusual gazes in the crowd. At the time, his attention was mainly on his older sister and the man, so he couldn't pinpoint everyone else. Fortunately, Su Hao had already marked the man with his mental energy before he left. As long as he doesn't leave the city, he can follow the clues to find the other party's hideout. However, Su Qing had no idea what Su Hao was thinking, and her heart sank. It was organized and premeditated, using social rules and male privilege as cover. This was definitely not a lone act. One that targets scarce male resources. A dark underground industry chain may be lurking in the shadows of this city. She had just brushed past the darkness, but was helpless and felt a little lost. Silence fell inside the car. Su Hao looked out the window at the rapidly receding street scene. Neon lights began to illuminate the city. Beneath the glamorous facade, distorted social rules breed more than just superficial adulation. There are even deeper, more murky undercurrents. Men are granted privileges because of their scarcity, and because of their scarcity, they have become a commodity that some people see as a rare and valuable commodity. A world that seems to elevate men to a pedestal is, in fact, rife with disgusting evil. He gently rubbed his fingertips, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. That's how the world is. As long as a man invokes the Men's Rights Protection Agency, even the garrison command will avoid him without clear evidence. The garrison commanders were already exhausted from dealing with the strange beasts, and now they also had to deal with these maggots hiding among the crowd from time to time. Therefore, Su Hao has always admired his eldest sister's will. The night was deep. After confirming that the eldest sister, Su Qing, and the second sister, Su Ran, had both returned to their respective rooms to rest, a dark shadow slipped silently down from the second-floor window like a ghost. Su Hao was dressed in a tight-fitting black nightsuit, and his face was covered with a strangely shaped golden dragon mask that only revealed his chin and lips. The dragon pattern on the mask gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the dim light. He stood in the shadows of the villa and sensed it briefly. The spiritual imprint left on the man that afternoon was like a lighthouse in the dark, clearly guiding his way. The next moment, his figure blurred, as if he had blended into the night. Then, with a speed beyond the limits of human visual perception, it left the villa area like a gust of wind. He skillfully evaded the public surveillance cameras on the main roads, his figure flashing and weaving between the shadows of buildings and the dead corners of alleys. About half an hour later, Su Hao arrived at a magnificent modern building. Nanjing No.1 Biopharmaceutical Group. Looking at the towering office building in front of me, and the clear location underground that the spiritual imprint conveyed, Su Hao's eyes turned completely cold. Who would have thought that this well-known pharmaceutical company in Nanjing City, which frequently promotes a public image in the media, actually harbors filth and corruption underground? Instead of barging in through the closed main entrance, he ran around the building once. Upon discovering an inconspicuous ventilation opening on the third floor at the side rear of the building, he leaped up and clung to the exterior wall like a gecko. With a press of a finger on the alloy fence, the built-in latches quietly break. He glided in like a fish and gently put the fence back in place. The ventilation duct was narrow and dark, but for Su Hao, whose perception was far beyond that of ordinary people, there was no obstacle to seeing. Silently traversing the pipes, Su Hao followed the guidance of the mental imprint and soon arrived above a huge underground space. The view below came into view through the gaps in the louvers of the air vent. This place is less a basement and more a converted secret storage area. It is a large area, and brightly lit. The air was filled with a mixture of disinfectant and some indescribable, stuffy smell. What first caught Su Hao's eye were the rows of cold iron cages. There are as many as several dozen. In each cage, there was a little girl who was not very old. They huddled in the corner, most with numb and fearful eyes, their clothes tattered, and their faces streaked with tears. In stark contrast to these iron cages are several single beds placed on the other side. Several little boys were sleeping on it. At the entrance to Central Park, there was the little boy who was taken away. She was sleeping on one of the beds, her little face still wet with tears. Besides the imprisoned children, there were more than a dozen other people moving around in the space. This is clearly the hideout of human traffickers. Chapter 11 Retirement. The man in the jacket was among them. He was holding a water glass, drinking water while complaining to a bald, burly man next to him. "Damn it, I almost got into trouble this afternoon. I ran into a woman from the garrison command, she's got a sharp eye." The bald, burly man scoffed. "Didn't you intimidate her by mentioning the Men's Rights Protection Agency? What's there to be afraid of?" "That's what I said, but I was really scared at the time." The man in the jacket was still shaken. "That little brat was crying and almost caused a disaster. Looks like I'll have to use more medicine next time to keep these brats quiet. Don't worry, in Nanjing City, we have Boss Lin, and in other places we have backers. Even if the garrison command wants to investigate, they won't be able to find us." The bald, burly man waved his hand dismissively. His gaze swept across the goods with a detached indifference. "Speaking of which, this batch of goods is of good quality, especially those boys, they should fetch a good price. Yes, it's all thanks to Boss Lin for smoothing things over at every stage that we've been able to make so much money so easily," the man in the jacket flattered. He then lowered his voice and said, "However, things have been a bit tense lately. The succubus incident has just passed, and the garrison has been patrolling much more strictly." "Humph, a succubus? It's nothing but a beast. It's blocking our path to wealth. We'll kill any beasts that come our way." Inside the ventilation duct, Su Hao's eyes were already icy cold. Boss Lin. Yijiansheng Group. Instantly, the face of a kind and approachable middle-aged man who had once chatted warmly with him during a school event flashed into his mind. Lin Wei's father, Lin Yaotian. That man who always had a smile on his face and was dedicated to charity. They were actually the protectors of this human trafficking ring? At this moment, the bald, burly man below checked the time and said, "All right, everyone, perk up. Boss Lin will be coming over to check out this new batch of goods in person later." Clear. Su Hao silently withdrew from the ventilation duct, leaving no trace as he had come. Leaving the Yijiansheng Group building, he stood on an empty rooftop. The night wind ruffled his black robes, and his face beneath the golden dragon mask remained expressionless. I watched as a Maybach drove up and entered the underground parking garage. Under the observation of his mental power, Su Hao observed carefully. There was only the driver in the car. It really is Lin Yaotian. With a long sigh, Su Hao slowly raised his hand, a wisp of eerie green flame flickering at his fingertips, reflecting on the cold mask in the moonlight. Report? As the cold night wind blew, Su Hao had actually considered doing the same thing. But there are too many uncertainties. Putting aside the fact that Lin Yaotian is an entrepreneur and philanthropist, it would be quite troublesome to investigate him. The Men's Rights Protection Agency alone is not an obstacle that the Garrison Command can easily overcome. This is a malignant tumor deeply rooted in the shadow of social rules, and this is scum that treats innocent children as commodities. He has more faith in his own hands. I just didn't expect to run into someone I knew. A secret door disguised as a shelf in the basement slid open, and a figure walked in. It was Lin Yaotian. He was wearing a well-tailored dark gray suit, and his hair was neatly combed. His face wore his usual friendly smile, which seemed completely out of place in this dirty environment. Boss Lin. Hello, boss. The subordinates, who had been bragging and joking, immediately straightened their backs, stood up to greet him, and spoke with a tone of respect. The bald, burly man at the head of the group quickly stepped forward, a fawning smile plastered on his face. Boss, you've arrived, the bald, burly man said, bowing. Lin Yaotian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the entire warehouse. He swept past the iron cages and prison beds one by one, his smile unchanged. Thank you all for your hard work. This batch of goods looks to be of good quality. It's all thanks to the boss, the man in the jacket quickly flattered. Especially that little boy in the blue dinosaur hoodie, he's the best looking, he'll definitely win the hearts of those ladies. Lin Yaotian walked to the prison bed, looked down at the little boy who was curled up asleep with tear stains on his face. His gaze remained unwavering, as if he were merely examining an object. The man in the jacket was a little uneasy, afraid that his boss would ask him about the incident that almost exposed him that afternoon. To his surprise, the boss didn't mention it. That's good. Lin Yaotian gave a brief comment, then turned to face the crowd, his smile fading and his expression turning serious. Alright, time is of the essence, let's act immediately and pack all the children, boys and girls alike, into containers marked with medical supplies. The subordinates, who were just about to take action, were stunned for a moment. It was somewhat unexpected that the boss treated everyone equally, putting boys and girls together in the container. After all, in today's society, boys have a shockingly high status, which girls can't compare to. Once, during a transport trip, a boy bumped his head and broke it, which resulted in them being severely scolded. Half of everyone's bonus was deducted. Seeing that the boss had spoken in person, they didn't dare to ask any more questions and immediately responded by driving the children out. They were pushed into the huge, simply lined shipping container like cargo. The basement was instantly filled with the sounds of children crying and adults scolding. Ignoring the chaos, Lin Yaotian stepped into the container and sat down on a relatively clean chair that had been prepared in advance. After sealing the children's mouths, the man in the jacket, the bald, burly man, and his other henchmen followed them inside and closed the heavy trunk door. Inside the container, dim emergency lights were installed, their flickering light illuminating faces with varying expressions. The truck started moving, and a slight bumpy ride indicated that they were heading towards the dock. In the enclosed space, Lin Yaotian lit a cigar. The swirling smoke made his face appear somewhat blurred. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, breaking the silence. You've all worked hard for me all these years. His voice sounded somewhat deep in the enclosed space. After we finish this job today, we'll call it a day. What? Boss, this. Why, boss? Business has always been good, hasn't it? His men, especially the jacket-wearing man and the bald, burly man who had been with him the longest, were all taken aback and spoke up, their faces full of confusion. This business is highly profitable, and they have long been accustomed to this way of making money. This is much higher than the monthly welfare payments from the Men's Rights Protection Agency. Lin Yaotian raised his hand, silencing the commotion. I, Lin Yaotian, will not treat my subordinates who risk their lives for me unfairly. I will give you 10 times the reward you have received in the past for this transaction. Enough for you to live a carefree and happy life for the rest of your days. Upon hearing about the tenfold reward, everyone's breathing became heavier. Chapter 12: Summoning Hellfire. They exchanged glances, and although doubts remained, the voices of opposition were temporarily suppressed in the face of enormous profits. Thank you, boss. The boss is so generous. Looking at their faces, which were filled with excitement and greed, Lin Yaotian sighed inwardly. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and the smoke from his cigar blurred his complex expression. The seemingly invincible CEO of Yijiansheng Pharmaceutical Group? A famous philanthropist in Nanjing City? Only he himself knew how wretched his soul was hidden beneath that glamorous exterior. Many years ago, he was also not in control of his own destiny, merely a favored plaything of a powerful figure with immense influence. Because he was obedient, sensible, and ruthless enough, he was promoted and made a puppet in the open. Although he appears to be the chairman of the group, the real lifeline has always been firmly in the hands of those powerful figures behind the scenes. A single sentence was enough to bring down his pharmaceutical group. For many years, Lin Yaotian was merely a high-level front man. They were responsible for managing the public business while also using the pharmaceutical company's connections to cater to the sordid psychological needs of powerful figures. Over the years, he has handled too many sordid matters for that person, including child trafficking, which is not even on the list. He was tired and scared. The situation has become increasingly tense lately, and with the appearance of warrior-level alien beasts, Nanjing City is not at peace. He sensed that if things continued this way, something bad would happen sooner or later. Therefore, he made up his mind and proposed to his superiors that he wanted to retire from the criminal life. As expected, it met with strong opposition and threats. But this time, Lin Yaotian was unusually tough. He laid it all out directly. If they didn't agree, he would turn himself in to the Men's Rights Protection Agency. He revealed everything he knew, including the existence of those important figures. A fight to the death. Perhaps they were wary of the evidence he possessed, or perhaps they felt he was still useful and didn't want to push him too hard. After a fierce struggle, the higher-ups finally reluctantly agreed to let him complete this last vote and then disappear completely. Lin Yaotian knew that this final transaction was inherently fraught with uncertainty. But he had no way out. He didn't want his daughter to be ashamed of her father for the rest of her life. The atmosphere inside the container was somewhat somber, with only the noise of vehicles and the suppressed sobs of children. Not long after, the truck slowly came to a stop. We've arrived at the usual spot. Pier number 3, a relatively secluded berth. Under the arrangement of those powerful figures with connections to the highest levels, no one dared to enter this pier, so they could do their work without any fear or hesitation. Lin Yaotian took a deep breath, stubbed out his cigar, stood up, and gestured for his men to open the container door. At this moment, another group of people were already standing outside the door. There were about 7 or 8 of them, dressed in dockworkers' clothes, but they had fierce eyes and moved with efficiency. The leader was a man with a hideous scar on his face, nicknamed Crocodile. "Mr. Lin, it's been a long time." Crocodile greeted them with a forced smile, but his gaze swept over the inside of the container like a venomous snake, lingering particularly on the children for a moment. "The goods are all here, let's check them." Lin Yaotian led his men out of the car. 2 people quickly walked out from behind the crocodile, entered the container to count the number of people, and nodded to the crocodile after a moment. "The number is correct, and the quality is decent." The crocodile grinned, revealing its gleaming white teeth. Lin Yaotian felt a little relieved. "All right, transfer the money to this account as agreed." He took out a piece of paper. However, the crocodile did not take it. Instead, he slowly pulled out a pistol with a silencer from his pocket. The men behind him also raised their weapons, the dark muzzles of their guns all pointed at Lin Yaotian and his men. Lin Yaotian's expression changed drastically, and his heart sank. "Crocodile. What do you mean by this?" The man in the jacket was both shocked and furious, but dared not make any unnecessary movements. The other side had guns, but what about them? They had nothing. The crocodile's fake smile vanished completely, leaving only a chilling murderous intent. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. This is what the higher-ups have instructed. There are too many people who know about this matter, so it needs to be thoroughly cleaned up. So, tonight, you will all die." Before he finished speaking, he had already pulled the trigger. Puff! A soft gunshot rang out, sounding particularly jarring on the empty dock. The bald, burly man standing next to Lin Yaotian suddenly had a bloody hole in his forehead, his eyes wide open, and he fell straight backward. "Damn it! Let's fight them." The moment the gun went off, the man in the jacket hiding behind the truck was filled with rage, knowing there was no way out. "Pick up a handy laceration blade from the ground." The moment the crocodile raised its gun, Lin Yaotian instinctively lunged towards the inside of the container, narrowly avoiding the first round of shots. He huddled awkwardly against the metal panel of the container, listening to the screams of his men falling one after another outside, feeling a chill and despair in his heart. Really? The authorities still have no intention of letting him go. Silencing someone is always the best way to keep a secret. He's finished. But no one noticed as this chaos erupted. A dark figure, blending seamlessly into the night, appeared silently like a ghost outside Pier 3. Su Hao observed the massacre with indifference. His prey had finally all arrived. Summon Hellfire. Su Hao looked up at the sky and stretched out his hand. Activate the skill. Mr. Lin, just surrender. I remember you have a daughter studying at Nanjing No.1 Middle School, right? After killing all of Lin Yaotian's men. The crocodile, carrying the man in the jacket with the wildly imaginative mind, led the group to the container and casually tossed the corpse onto the ground. You crocodile, you son of a bitch, if you dare touch my daughter, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Lin Yaotian came out, his face immediately turning red. Actually, I didn't want to kill you either. After all, you've treated me to meals a few times over the years, However, before the crocodile could finish speaking. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the sky. Hearing the noise, everyone instinctively looked up. In the night sky, a meteorite burning with eerie green flames, trailing a long tail of fire, tore through the clouds and plummeted with unstoppable force. Its target was the empty cargo yard at Pier Number 3. Meteor shower? Oh no, it's a meteorite. Get out of the way. Someone let out a piercing scream. However, the meteorite was moving too fast. Boom! In the blink of an eye, just as everyone was scrambling to get away. The meteorite, carrying immense force, crashed into the center of the freight yard, only tens of meters away from the trucks and containers. The deafening impact swept in all directions, and the ground trembled violently, as if a high-intensity earthquake had occurred. Chapter 13: The End of the Evil. The cement ground cracked inch by inch, creating a huge crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The scorching heat wave, mixed with dust, surged and spread in all directions, sending several of the closest crocodile henchmen flying. Smoke and dust filled the air, and gravel fell like raindrops. Cough, cough, cough. The survivors were terrified by the sudden natural disaster, coughing and staring in horror at the deep pit. The crocodile glanced anxiously at the container and then breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the goods weren't damaged in the collision, otherwise he would have lost 10 heads. Then, something even more chilling happened. At the bottom of the deep pit, the burning meteorite actually moved. It slowly stood up. It is nearly 4 stories tall, covered entirely in dark red, scorching rocks, with hot lava flowing through its crevices. Eerie green flames burned fiercely on its body, and its enormous fist hung down to the ground, leaving a burning footprint with each step it took. It has no facial features, but its front, facing everyone and burning with the most intense flames, exudes an unparalleled aura of destruction. Monster! Monster! It's a strange beast. Fire! Fire now! The crocodile snapped out of its shock and roared at the top of its lungs. At the same time, he raised the toy-sized pistol in his hand and frantically pulled the trigger. His men also realized what was happening, and their survival instinct overcame their fear, so they all raised their guns and opened fire. Puff, puff, puff. The silenced gunshots rang out like a storm, bullets whistling as they hurtled towards Hellfire. However, bullets strong enough to pierce a human body at close range only produced a few sparks when they hit the rocky body. It makes a crisp clinking sound, leaving not a trace. The Hellfire seemed to be enraged by the bites of these flies. Ah! It roared and raised its massive stone arm, sweeping it across the area where the crocodile and the others were, as if swatting a fly. No! Run! The desperate screams came to an abrupt end. Wherever the stone arm passed, people and goods that had once piled up like mountains at the dock were instantly crushed and flattened by its terrifying force. Some people don't know whether they're lucky or unlucky. Those who didn't die on the spot were even more unlucky when the eerie green flames accompanying the Hellfire touched their bodies. They instantly turned into screaming torches and burned alive. With a single swing, the crocodile and most of his men were annihilated by the overwhelming power disparity. The remaining 2 or 3 were terrified. They dropped their weapons and fled towards the city outside the dock, crying out in distress. But Hellfire showed no mercy. It raised its massive foot and crushed the fleeing men into a bloody pulp as easily as crushing ants. Does a large size necessarily mean a slow speed? It does not exist. The entire massacre was so fast it was breathtaking. The once menacing crocodile gang was reduced to a pile of charred remains in the blink of an eye. Beside the container, Lin Yaotian, the only survivor, leaned against it, trembling like a leaf, his face pale as he watched this scene that seemed like a demon god descending to earth. This was a fear that penetrated to the bone, even more intense than being killed by a crocodile. Just then, a light yet clear sound of footsteps rang out on the now silent dock. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps were neither hurried nor slow, yet they seemed to tread on one's heart. Lin Yaotian suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a figure dressed in black night clothes with a golden dragon mask covering his face could be seen. I slowly walked from the shadows of the dock into the spotlight. What Lin Yaotian found most unbelievable was that guy walked straight up to that burning rock right under its nose, and the monster didn't attack? His mind went blank for a moment. The man in black walked straight up to Lin Yaotian. Then, under Lin Yaotian's horrified gaze, he slowly raised his hand and removed the golden dragon mask from his face. Beneath the mask was a young, handsome face with sharp features. The newcomer revealed his true identity. Lin Yaotian's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints, and he almost stopped breathing. His face was drained of color, his lips trembled, and he could hardly believe his eyes. Su Hao. It turns out he's my daughter's schoolmate, the school heartthrob of Nanjing No.1 High School. He had seen that high school student a few times at school events and thought he was excessively good-looking, and whose daughter had a crush on him. How could it be him? And that monster, like a demon god. They stood behind him at that moment, as if protecting him. Lin Yaotian's brain almost shut down, and his worldview completely collapsed at that moment. The hellfire behind Su Hao stood quietly, its burning eerie green flames making it appear as if it were Su Hao's most loyal servant of destruction. Boss Lin, Su Hao said, it seems your superiors don't intend to give you the chance to live a carefree life for the rest of your days. Can you talk to me? Meanwhile, at the Nanjing City Garrison Division branch. Inside the command center, the alarm blared shrilly. Zhang Hu, the halberd bearer, suddenly stood up from his seat, staring at the readings of the sudden, intense energy reaction on the screen, his expression grave. Report. An extremely high-intensity abnormal energy reaction has been detected in the number 3 pier area. The energy level exceeds that of a warrior general. A suspected commander-level alien beast has descended. The monitor's voice trembled noticeably. What? Commander-in-Chief level. Zhang Hu is shocked. Immediately retrieve the surveillance footage from pier number 3. Report. Pier 3, no surveillance cameras. The monitor turned pale. Seeing Zhang Hu's confusion, the monitor explained. According to records, all public and private surveillance equipment in the area. It was dismantled or shut down in batches several months ago due to line renovation and equipment aging, and it has not been repaired to this day. Zhang Hu was stunned, and then a chill ran down his spine. There is no surveillance? What a coincidence. Where did the strange beasts descend? But he didn't have time to delve into the problem at the moment. He immediately grabbed the communicator, and his voice boomed through the branch like thunder. Emergency assembly. Highest level of combat readiness. Target, pier number 3, suspected presence of a commander-level alien beast. All active tactical squads, move out immediately. Repeat, highest level of readiness. Instantly, the entire Nanjing City Garrison Command Branch erupted into a frenzy, like a powder keg that had been ignited. Nanjing City number 3 pier. The turmoil in Lin Yaotian's heart gradually subsided, replaced by a sense of weariness as if the dust had settled. Living a lifetime burdened with sins is exhausting. He leaned against the cold container wall and slowly slid down to the ground, as if all his strength had been drained away. Ha! He chuckled softly, his laughter desolate and full of self-mockery. I never imagined that after a lifetime of triumph, I, Lin Yaotian, would end up like this. Chapter 14. The world is an extreme gray. Su Hao unceremoniously tore off his pretense. I see no remorse in your eyes. You have no regrets for the sins you have committed, you only know that you are going to die, nothing more. Lin Yaotian was taken aback. He hadn't expected that Su Hao, a minor, would see through this and speak so frankly. He looked up at Su Hao, his gaze devoid of the shrewdness of a business tycoon, replaced only by the sorrow of a man at his wit's end. Su Hao, I know that a villain like me has no right to ask you for anything. What I've done deserves to die 100 times over. His voice trembled, but his gaze was unusually serious. But Vivi, my daughter, she is innocent. She knows nothing and has always thought her father was a respectable businessman and a philanthropist. He took a deep breath, as if using his last bit of strength, and pleaded, word by word. I beg you, for the sake of her being your classmate, if you could. From now on, please take care of her for me. Don't let her know that her father is a scumbag, a criminal, just let her. Let her think I've disappeared, or that I died in an accident. Suhao listened quietly, the night breeze ruffling the stray hairs on his forehead. I want to tell her what you've done, Suhao said. I have no interest in it, nor any obligation to do so. He changed the subject, his gaze sweeping over the wrecked dock where flames were still burning. However, with such a commotion here, the garrison commander isn't blind, they're probably already on their way. After their investigation, will they tell Lin Wei, or will she find out about this through other channels? Suhao shook his head slightly, that's beyond my control. He did not grant Lin Yaotian's request, but instead stated the facts. The light in Lin Yaotian's eyes quickly dimmed. He understood Suhao's meaning and gave a bitter smile. He stopped insisting. Yes, he has committed many evils, so why should he expect others to clean up his mess and maintain his pitiful image as a loving father? He didn't ask Suhao why he could summon such a terrifying monster as Hellfire. For a dying person, at this point, those secrets are no longer important. By the way, could you tell me who the buyer is? Suddenly, Suhao asked a question. Under his gaze, Lin Yaotian stiffened. I'm sorry, for the safety of your family and my daughter, I cannot say. Please understand. All right. In fact, Suhao had already guessed that Lin Yaotian would never tell him the answer, he just wanted to try. They looked at each other in silence. Lin Yaotian's gaze shifted and landed on the pistol that had fallen not far away. He walked over and picked up the pistol. The icy touch sent a chill down his spine. He turned to look at Suhao, his expression complex. There was regret, relief, and a touch of indescribable gratitude. He thanked him for not letting the hellfire end him, giving him a dignified end. Or rather, a less painful ending. Thank you. He murmured, his voice so soft it was drowned out by the night breeze. Then, without hesitation, he shoved the gun into his mouth and closed his eyes. With the help of the silencer, the gunshot was barely perceptible. Lin Yaotian's body jolted violently, and then he collapsed limply to the ground. Blood gushed from the back of his head. Suhao looked at Lin Yaotian's corpse and sighed softly. This sigh was not for Lin Yaotian. Such a person has committed many unrighteous acts and deserves to die. He just felt that Lin Wei, the school beauty who was as proud as a peacock at school, was somewhat innocent. Overnight, fate may bring her unimaginable changes. The garrison's convoy was sensed approaching Pier 3. Suhao did not linger. A thought suddenly occurred to him. The hellfire that stood like a demon god began to disintegrate, transforming into the purest shadow energy. It dissipated into the air like all rivers flowing into the sea. Only the eerie green flames still burning fiercely on the ground, emanating an ominous aura, proved that it had been there. Suhao's figure blended into the night. In a few leaps and bounds, it completely disappeared from the dock. It was as if it had never existed. A few minutes later, the screech of brakes shattered the silence of the dock. Squeak! Several armored vehicles and off-road vehicles bearing the garrison's insignia stopped, and their doors were flung open. Carrying an exaggeratedly large axe on his back and dressed in a specially made halberd-wielding soldier's uniform, Zhang Hu took the lead and jumped off the carriage. His expression was solemn, and he exuded a powerful aura. Behind him, dozens of fully armed tactical squad members quickly followed and formed a tactical formation. Alert! The energy source has disappeared, but there are high energy residues at the scene. Zhang Hu ordered, his gaze sweeping across the dock ahead. When they saw the scene on the dock, everyone gasped. The meteorite crater on the open ground of the dock, its surface gleaming a dark red from the intense flames, was a shocking sight. Even more bizarrely, clusters of eerie green flames were scattered around the pit and along the path leading to the containers. These flames seemed to possess a life of their own, burning silently in the air. Even the cement floor was scorched and melted, emitting a slight sizzling sound. Put out the fire. Zhang Hu ordered. More than a dozen agents immediately took out portable fire extinguishers and sprayed them at the nearest cluster of green flames. However, when the white powder was applied, the flames only flickered slightly and showed no sign of going out. It was as if they were mocking their futile efforts. What? The operator exclaimed. This flame is strange. Even without getting close, they could feel the scorching heat emanating from the flames. It's not a regular flame, it contains unknown energy properties and is an unknown type of alien beast. Zhang Hu's face was grim. He waved his hand and said, ignore the fire for now. Maintain a safe distance and go around to search carefully. Be careful. The operators carefully avoided the eerie green flames and began to advance step by step. they first saw the charred remains scattered everywhere. Those were the corpses of the crocodile and his men, most of them no longer resembling human figures. Some were even trampled into minced meat and mixed with charred goods, creating a horrific scene. Report. Multiple bodies have been discovered. The cause of death is suspected to be crushing by a huge force or burning at high temperatures. A large number of standard issue pistols have been found, fitted with silencers, an officer reported loudly. As the search area expanded, they soon found Lin Yaotian's body near the container. Is this Lin Yaotian, a director of Yijincheng Group? Lu Qingqing exclaimed in surprise when she saw that familiar face that often appeared on the news channel. Zhang Hu strode over, squatted down, and examined Lin Yaotian's body. His gaze fell on the gun that had fallen beside him and the wound on the back of his head. Chapter 15 Inescapable Fate. He shot himself, Zhang Hu said in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding corpses and weapons scattered on the ground, and he found that there were more than a dozen bodies that had been shot. Judging from this situation, it seems like two groups of people are conducting an illegal transaction here, possibly a case of double crossing. Then, very unfortunately, we encountered the arrival of a strange beast. Containers. Lu Qingqing reminded her. Zhang Hu immediately stood up and signaled his team members to stay alert and carefully approach the huge container. They feared it contained dangerous contraband or a den of strange beasts. Two agents, one on each side, abruptly pulled open the heavy door of the container. There was no danger inside as expected. The sight that came into view stunned everyone who saw it. An overwhelming anger surged forth. Dozens of children huddled together like frightened animals, their mouths gagged, their big eyes filled with fear and tears. The little boy in the blue dinosaur hoodie that Su Qing mentioned this afternoon was among them. It's children. The missing children. Lu Qingqing's voice was filled with anger. She immediately recognized these as the children who had recently been reported missing in Nanjing City. The truth has come out. What do you mean by double crossing and illegal transactions? This is an utterly depraved human trafficking ring. Lin Yaotian, the seemingly respectable philanthropist, is actually the head or an important figure in this group. Damn it! Zhang Hu slammed his fist against the container wall, making a dull thud, his face turning ashen. He never imagined that such a massive and shocking human trafficking network was hidden in Nanjing City. Moreover, it involves a prominent figure like Lin Yaotian. Contact the medical team and the Population and Social Development Bureau immediately. Prioritize the treatment and comfort of these children. Notify the Men's Rights Protection Agency and have them investigate Lin Yaotian's social connections. Zhang Hu quickly issued a series of orders. However, it just so happens that someone always seems to provoke him at this time. Brother Tiger, we have no right to demand the protection of men's rights from the Department of Men's Rights, a girl said timidly. Huh? You're teaching me how to do things? Zhang Hu glared angrily. No. The girl was startled. Then why don't you go and inform them? Yes. The girl felt bitter inside. It was true that a higher-ranking official could crush her. Complete information blockade. Until the matter is thoroughly investigated, the cause of Lin Yaotian's death and the cases involved are classified as confidential. Yes. The agents sprang into action, carefully lifting the children out of the containers and gently comforting them. Lu Qingqing walked to Zhang Hu's side. Looking at the still burning green flames on the ground and the huge crater, he whispered, Brother Tiger, that beast. Zhang Hu looked at the mess on the ground and shook his head. The energy reaction has disappeared, they must have left. But judging from the remaining flames and the destructive power, it was at least a commander-level being. Why did it appear here? And why did it suddenly leave? They only killed these people, but didn't harm the children who were nearby. He paused, his expression full of doubt. All of this is too strange. Perhaps the children hid inside the container and weren't discovered by the monsters? Lu Qingqing analyzed. This is the only possibility. Zhang Hu did not respond. His gaze swept over Lin Yaotian's corpse again, and the children who were gradually stopping crying under the gentle comfort of the agents. Tonight, they uncovered a massive den of evil and rescued many innocent children. But who are the buyers of these children? The fact that the shipping container bore the logo of Yijincheng Pharmaceutical Group already proved that Lin Yaotian could not be the buyer. He's clearly here to send the children away. Those few cokes must be the buyers. This brings to mind the surveillance issues at Pier Number 3. It's terrifying to think about. The buyer's background is probably no less impressive than Lin Yaotian's. The industrial chain that might be involved is enormous. Moreover, a beast even more powerful than a succubus appeared. It was more like a huge dark cloud. However, the moon sets in the west, and the sun rises in the east. A new day has begun. Su Hao got out of bed. Today is Friday, a special day. My mom, who works at the Men's Rights Protection Agency, and my two younger sisters, who live at school, will all be coming home today for the weekend. The morning sunlight streamed through the restaurant windows, falling on the dining table covered with a cream-colored tablecloth. Su Hao was quietly enjoying the sumptuous breakfast prepared by his second sister. To his surprise, my older sister didn't rush out the door as usual today. Instead, she sat opposite him, leisurely sipping her coffee. "Xiao Hao, I'll take you to school later," Su Qing said, looking up. Su Hao nodded, but before he could think about it further, the doorbell rang. Su Ran went to open the door, and standing outside was Lu Qingqing, dressed in a crisp uniform of a senior officer from the garrison command. She had a bright smile on her face and was full of energy. "Good morning." As soon as Lu Qingqing entered the room, she was full of energy. She first reached out and ruffled Su Qing's hair, but Su Qing slapped her away in annoyance. She then playfully pinched Su Ran's soft cheek, which earned her a reproachful glare from Su Ran. When her devilish claws habitually turned towards Su Hao, Su Qing and Su Ran stepped forward almost simultaneously. They stood like two walls blocking Su Hao's way, their eyes filled with warning. "Qingqing," Su Qing said seriously. "Sister Qingqing, you're not allowed to bully Xiao Hao," Su Ran said protectively. Lu Qingqing awkwardly withdrew her hand and stuck out her tongue. I know, I can't even touch your precious little darling." She called Su Qing early in the morning, saying she had a mission and needed to go with them to Nanjing No.1 Middle School on her way. Su Hao's mind was as clear as a mirror. This so-called mission is most likely to be to find Lin Wei and inform her about her father, Lin Yaotian. It's just unknown how many details Lu Qingqing will reveal. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group set off. Su Qing was driving, and Lu Qingqing naturally took the passenger seat. Su Hao had no choice but to sit in the back seat. The car drove towards Nanjing No.1 Middle School. Upon arriving at the school gate, Su Qing did not leave immediately. It was obvious that they were waiting for Lu Qingqing to finish her business before returning to the garrison headquarters together. Lu Qingqing got out of the car and naturally walked to Su Hao's side. Amidst the glares of the female students around her, she affectionately took his arm. "Come on, how about you take me to find your school beauty, Lin Wei?" Lu Qingqing smiled like a fox, her voice soft and sweet, and she even started to act coquettishly. She is completely different in her daily life and when she is on a mission. Su Hao felt the gazes focusing on him and sighed inwardly. When will these miserable days end? With everyone watching, he couldn't really struggle. He could only let Lu Qingqing lead him into the campus with a blank expression. Chapter 16: The Lin Family's Upheaval. "Who's that?" "She's arm in arm with Su Hao. Judging by the uniform, they're from the garrison command. A high-ranking operator. Such a young senior operator? That's amazing. What's her relationship with Su Hao? They seem so close." The whispers of conversation around me drifted into my ears. Lu Qingqing seemed oblivious, instead tightening her grip on Su Hao's arm, a smug smile playing on her lips. "Xiao Hao smells so good, it's the scent of a minor man." In order to quickly resolve the big problem of Lu Qingqing, Su Hao had no choice but to take her to Lin Wei's classroom. Inside the classroom, Lin Wei sat in her seat, looking out the window with a somewhat uneasy expression. When she caught a glimpse of Su Hao's figure appearing at the door from the corner of her eye, my heart skipped a beat, and my face instantly lit up with a look of surprise. He took the initiative to come to me? Has he changed his mind? The idea made her so excited she almost jumped for joy. However, when she hurriedly walked to the classroom door, only then did they notice that Su Hao was accompanied by a beautiful and spirited young woman in the garrison uniform. When her gaze shifted downwards and she saw the other person holding Su Hao's arm, the smile on her face instantly froze. "Lin Wei, classmate." Su Hao stepped aside, handing over the initiative to Lu Qingqing. "This is Officer Lu from the garrison command. She needs to speak with you." Upon seeing her target, Lu Qingqing's playful expression vanished. "Lin Wei, could you please come with me for a moment? There are some things I need to discuss with you." Lin Wei looked at Lu Qingqing's uniform, a symbol of power, and then at Su Hao beside her. A strong sense of unease welled up inside me. She bit her lip and silently followed Lu Qingqing to a quiet corner near the teaching building. Su Hao stood still, not following them, but calmly watching them leave. Time passed slowly, and after about 10 minutes, it was almost time for class. Lu Qingqing and Lin Wei reappeared. Lin Wei's eyes were red and her face was covered in tears. Her body was trembling slightly, clearly indicating that she had just experienced a huge emotional shock. She walked away, lost and dejected, as if her whole world had collapsed. When her gaze fell upon Su Hao, who was still waiting in the same spot, the accumulated grief and helplessness, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly overwhelmed the dam. She couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. She rushed forward and buried her face in Su Hao's arms without a care in the world. She hugged his waist tightly with both hands, buried her tear-streaked face in his chest, and her shoulders trembled violently. "Wah, my dad, my dad." The girl's fragrance was intoxicating, and her warm tears quickly soaked Su Hao's clean school uniform shirt. A damp, warm sensation spread across my chest. Su Hao's body stiffened, and he subconsciously wanted to push her away. But he sensed the girl in his arms was in a state of emotional collapse, and her body was trembling like a leaf in the wind. She wasn't trying to take advantage of him. He slowly lowered his raised hand and sighed helplessly. He let Lin Wei cry in his arms. "What's going on here?" I should have known he would go back to the classroom first. He didn't know exactly how much Lu Qingqing had told her. Is it simply to inform her of her father's death, or to reveal the truth as well? Looking at Lin Wei in his arms, who was crying so hard she could barely breathe, Su Hao thought to himself, perhaps she just needed someone to vent her sadness to. After all, the front of his school uniform was indeed soaked with her tears. Lu Qingqing stood a few steps away, watching this scene with a complicated expression. She sighed softly and did not go forward to disturb them. Fortunately, Lin Wei is not a fragile boy, but a strong girl, and I believe she will recover soon. I know I'm no longer needed here. Lu Qingqing nodded slightly to Su Hao and mouthed the words, "It's up to you now." He left decisively and cleanly. Su Hao stood frozen in place until Lin Wei's crying gradually changed from wailing to suppressed sobs. He moved slightly. "Okay, a lot of people are watching." Lin Wei then snapped out of her daze and realized that she was still at school and was tightly hugging Su Hao in front of so many classmates. Two blushes instantly rose on her cheeks, and she hurriedly let go of his hand. She took a small step back, lowered her head, and twisted the hem of her clothes helplessly with her fingers, but tears still kept falling down her face. I'm sorry, Su Hao, She was incoherent, grieving for her father's passing and ashamed of her earlier outburst. Fortunately, it happened at that moment. A middle-aged man dressed in a black suit, with a solemn face and resembling a butler, walked briskly over with two women in business suits. The butler explained his purpose. "Miss, there are some matters at home that require your immediate attention. We have already processed your temporary leave of absence from school." Lin Wei's body trembled. She looked up, her eyes blurry with tears, at the housekeeper, then at Su Hao, her expression filled with bewilderment. Her father's sudden death left behind a vast business empire and a mess, instantly weighing on the shoulders of this underage girl. She took a deep breath, forcefully wiped away her tears, and tried to appear stronger. She looked at Su Hao, her lips moving slightly as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she only gave him a deep look. As if trying to etch his image into her heart, she turned and left with the butler. The surrounding classmates were talking amongst themselves, speculating about what had happened, but clearly none of them knew the details. Su Hao watched Lin Wei's departing figure, straightened the front of his school uniform, which was now wrinkled and soaked with tears, and walked back to his classroom in silence. Fortunately, both classrooms are on the same floor, so even if time is tight, we won't be late. And so, the day's classes came to an end. When the school bell rang, she refused Zhao Chang's offer to go with her. Su Hao packed his school bag and followed the crowd out of the school gate. The older sister's car was already waiting at the usual spot. However, just as he was about to walk towards the SUV, but my gaze fell upon an unexpected figure under the sycamore tree beside the school gate. It's Lin Wei. Didn't she go back to inherit the family business? Why are you back again? She has now changed out of her school uniform and is wearing a slightly mature-looking black dress. She didn't cry or make a fuss. She stood there quietly, seemingly waiting for someone. After a day of fermentation, some classmates who knew about the Lin family's misfortune occasionally cast curious glances at them. When she saw Su Hao come out, her eyes lit up, and she immediately walked over to him. "Su Hao," she called out, her voice a little hoarse, probably from crying too much. Su Hao stopped and looked at her. "I wonder how long she's been waiting here. I'm about to start learning how to manage a company." Lin Wei stood in front of him, looking up at him as if she were announcing something important. Chapter 17. What a terrible thing to do. My father passed away suddenly, and there are many things that need to be taken care of. I may not be able to come to school for a long time. Suhao listened quietly, not surprised by this. The fact that Ijun Sheng Group can continue to operate indicates that, after the investigation, the Jinsho Sea has at least cleared the group of suspicion of involvement in the crime. The crimes were limited to Lin Yaotian and the dark network he controlled. Otherwise, the Men's Rights Protection Agency would definitely get involved. Despite the lack of evidence proving that the group's senior management was involved in human trafficking, and given that it is a leading enterprise in Nanjing City, the Garrison Command naturally had no right to shut down the Ijun Sheng Group, not to mention the Men's Rights Protection Agency was also watching closely from the sidelines. What is now certain is that Lin Wei was completely unaware of Lin Yaotian's actions. As Lin Yaotian's sole legal heir, taking over the group is inevitable. However, looking at the girl in front of me, who seemed to have been forced to grow up overnight, a slight ripple stirred within him. It's unclear whether the town's command has been able to trace the buyer's identity. However, it will probably be difficult. Lin Wei took a deep breath, as if she had mustered all her courage, stared intently into Su Hao's eyes, and spoke clearly, word by word. Su Hao, you wait for me. I will strive to become excellent. Excellent enough to control everything. One day, her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes burning. I will have the right to mate with you. Ding. Detected a high-quality confession from the opposite sex. Target score, 89. These words were earth-shattering, carrying the girl's declaration of disregard for everything. Su Hao was indeed somewhat surprised, but the other party's last sentence left him speechless. If you're going to date, then date. What the hell is this right to mate? He's a human being, not an animal. How can you describe it like that? What kind of raunchy language is that? He had thought that Lin Wei would be depressed for a long time after such an unprecedented blow. Unexpectedly, this only fueled her fighting spirit, and her goal became. It was him again. What a terrible thing. Looking at Lin Wei's eyes, which were trying to remain calm but couldn't hide their anticipation, Su Hao remained silent for a moment, realizing the vulnerability hidden behind his feigned strength. He originally didn't want to say anything more about Lin Wei's life. But looking at her like this now, he couldn't bear it after all, and spoke softly, uttering just 2 words. Come on. Despite Su Hao's seemingly calm demeanor, he remained composed. But for Lin Wei at this moment, it was nothing short of heavenly music. It is the most precious encouragement. Lin Wei's eyes widened instantly as she stared at Su Hao in disbelief. He didn't reject me. He must like me. Overwhelmed with joy and excitement, the young girl was filled with the joy of first love. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red, and her eyes welled up with tears. But this time it wasn't because of sadness, but because of excitement. Yes. She nodded vigorously, her voice choked with emotion but full of strength. I will definitely do my best. Su Hao, you wait for me. After saying that, she seemed afraid that she would lose her composure in front of Su Hao again. He turned around abruptly and practically ran away. But that back view was straighter than ever before. Su Hao watched her retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. This time, he did not receive the system's rejection reward. Ultimately, he was too kind. He thought that if he refused even this, he would be a complete scoundrel. Since it's all just empty promises anyway, at least these promises have some human element. He walked to his older sister's car, opened the door, and got in. Lin Wei was looking for you just now? Su Qing had naturally seen what had just happened, and her gossip-loving heart was burning brightly. Su Hao fastened his seatbelt and looked out the window. I said some encouraging words to her. Su Qing glanced at her younger brother and saw that he didn't want to talk. Knowing he had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, I smiled and didn't ask any more questions. I'm home. The long-lost lively atmosphere dispelled the previous chill. 2 pairs of familiar little leather shoes were neatly arranged in the entryway. The clear, cheerful laughter of a young girl drifted from the living room. Xiao Hao is back. His mother, Su Liping, was cleaning the house wearing a simple apron, with a warm smile on her face. She works for the Department of Men's Rights Protection, a job with many complex tasks. He can only go home to reunite with his children on weekends, and at this moment his eyes are full of love. Elder brother. 2 figures flew out of the living room like cheerful little birds. Leading the charge was the youngest sister, Su Xiaoyun. She was full of energy as she started junior high school, her pigtails swinging as she ran. When she saw Su Hao, her eyes instantly lit up like stars. Without hesitation, she leaped and landed precisely in Suhao's arms. Her limbs clung tightly to him like a koala, her little face buried in the crook of his neck, greedily taking a deep breath. "Brother, brother! I missed you so much." She used a sickeningly sweet voice to whine. Then, as if discovering a new continent, she suddenly raised her head, blinked her big eyes, and exclaimed in surprise. "Brother, you smell so good. There's I can't quite describe it, but it's a really clean and pleasant scent. It smells even better than before." Suhao caught the little koala clinging to him steadily, preventing her from slipping off, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Its physique far surpasses that of ordinary people. Its body is pure and spotless, and its breath is naturally fresh and long-lasting. It's practically a human-shaped self-propelled air purifier. Fortunately, he cleverly used the vapor from the flames to dry Lin Wei's tear-soaked clothes and remove the scent she left on her body. Otherwise, he would inevitably be subjected to a severe beating by his younger sister. "Xiaoyun, come down quickly, your brother must be very tired after school." Following behind was the third sister, Sun Yan, who, like her youngest sister, attended Nanjing No. 2 Middle School. However, unlike her younger sister, who was a little devil, her third sister is a top student in her third year of junior high school, and her personality is much quieter and more introverted than her younger sister's. "It's okay, I'm not tired." Suhao rubbed Su Xiaoyun's head and smiled gently at Sun Yan. At this moment, Su Qing and Su Ran, who had finished cleaning the lawn in the yard, walked in. Upon seeing this, they exchanged a smile. It's rare for the whole family to get together. Su Liping took off her apron and clapped her hands. "Mom got paid. Today is a happy day. Let's go out for a big meal as a family. I booked the Cloud Pavilion. I heard that not only is the food top-notch, but the view is also exceptional." "Great. Let's go have a big meal." Su Xiaoyun cheered and jumped for joy, sliding off Su Hao and excitedly shaking her brother's hand. Su Qing drove, and the family set off. Head to Cloud Pavilion Restaurant, located on the top floor of a downtown commercial building. As its name suggests, the restaurant is decorated in an extremely luxurious style. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is a dazzling city night view. On Friday night, the restaurant was naturally quite full. Su Hao held Su Xiaoyun's hand. "As soon as I entered the restaurant lobby with my family, I looked around and saw diners. The proportion of men is alarmingly high. Each man was surrounded by at least 2 or 3 ATMs. They were respectful and courteous. A large number of men appeared at the same restaurant at the same time." Chapter 18 Little Ferryman. In a society that views men as a scarce resource, this stands out conspicuously. This Cloud Pavilion is more like a high-end restaurant catering to privileged men. The men who can come here are probably not ordinary people. After confirming Su Liping's reservation, the well-dressed waiter gave Su Hao an intent look. What a handsome young man. For some reason, she always felt that Su Hao was different from the other men she had served over the years. She dared not ask Su Hao if he needed private services, nor did she dare to cast any further glances at him. They were respectfully led to the reserved private room. Clearly, the mother had taken the outside situation into account when making the reservation. The private room was more private and more suitable for family gatherings. One exquisite dish after another was served, and the family enjoyed the delicious food and the warmth of reunion. Su Xiaoyun chattered on about interesting things that happened at school, while Sun Yan listened quietly, occasionally adding her own quiet comments. Su Qing and Su Ran carefully served food to their younger siblings. Su Liping looked at the children, her face beaming with a happy smile. As an orphan in his previous life, Su Hao was not talkative, but being surrounded by his family and experiencing this rare tranquility was very good. After a satisfying meal, the atmosphere was harmonious. Su Liping picked up her handbag, stood up and said, "You two sit a little longer and chat. I'll go pay the bill." Su Hao leaned back in his comfortable chair and closed his eyes to rest. However, this tranquility did not last long. Less than 2 minutes later, a discordant argument could be faintly heard outside the private room. One of the male voices, slightly shrill and filled with impatience, was particularly jarring. Interspersed throughout were the mother's apologies. Su Hao suddenly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his deep gaze. Even through the door to the private room, he could clearly see everything happening outside. "Are you blind? Where are you stepping on? Don't you know these shoes are a limited edition? There are only 100 pairs in the whole world. If you ruin them, you won't be able to afford to pay for them even if you go bankrupt." The other party was aggressive, sharp-tongued, and full of a sense of superiority. I'm so sorry, sir. There were a lot of people, and I really didn't notice. I accidentally bumped into you. I sincerely apologize. Humph. What's the point of having a men's rights protection agency if an apology is enough? The man persisted. If you ask me, high-class places like this shouldn't let in unrelated women. It just lowers the class and spoils the mood. This is an insult to us gentlemen. Suhao's aura instantly turned icy cold. His family is his Achilles heel, especially his mother who raised him with great difficulty. He stood up expressionlessly. Xiao Hao. Su Qing was the first to notice her brother's change. The sudden drop in air pressure made her alert. Mom seems to be in some trouble. Su Hao said something, then pushed open the door and went out. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Su family became serious. He immediately followed them out of the private room. In the aisle of the cashier counter, Su Liping was being stopped by a young man dressed flamboyantly, even somewhat seductively. The man was dressed in brightly colored clothes, with his fingers curled into a delicate gesture, and his face was full of disgust. Behind him stood two well-dressed, capable women, who were clearly his ATMs. At this moment, he lowered his head and remained silent. Clearly, she was already used to the arrogant behavior of the man in front of her. Mom, what's wrong? Su Qing stepped in front of her mother and looked at the refined man. Everyone else is afraid to mess with the fairy boy, but she isn't. When Su Liping saw that her family had all come out, fearing that things would escalate, she quickly grabbed Su Qing's arm. Xiao Qing, it's okay. Mom accidentally bumped into this gentleman's shoes. The refined-looking man noticed that several more people had arrived, and his gaze swept over the Su sisters. Especially when he saw Su Hao, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. There are actually men who look even better than him with makeup on. And she's so young, which made him jealous. He crossed his arms and pointed at the Su family members with his chin. Ha! You think you're so great just because you have more people? You want to bully me, the weaker party, huh? Let me tell you, this isn't over yet. You must pay the price for your rude behavior, and I will also file a complaint with the Men's Rights Protection Agency against your harassment of men. The two women behind him remained silent, like two exquisite puppets. In their past lives, these two women would have had no shortage of suitors, given their beauty. But in this male-dominated world, they seem to have lost themselves and become mere sycophants. Su Hao's gaze swept over the man who was jumping up and down. Ultimately, the words landed on the mother's face, which was slightly flushed with embarrassment. Having lived two lives, Su Hao's daily behavior is completely different from that of other men protected by male privilege in today's society. But in this distorted world, there are always some people who have been spoiled to the point of being so despicable. They used their privileges as a tool to trample on the dignity of others. He took a step forward, about to speak. A middle-aged woman dressed in a suit, who looked like a manager, rushed over upon hearing the news. She clearly recognized the refined man, and a professional, humble smile appeared on her face. Young Master Zhao, please calm down. What's wrong? If there's anything we haven't done well, please tell me. When young Master Zhao saw the manager arrive, his arrogance grew even stronger. Pointing at the Su family, he embellished the story and recounted it again. The emphasis is on how one was rudely offended. And the Su family, being numerous and powerful, attempted to threaten him. The restaurant manager looked troubled after hearing this. She turned to Su Liping, her tone polite but clearly biased. Madam, you see, it was indeed you who accidentally bumped into Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao is a VIP guest of our restaurant. Would you mind? She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. She hoped Su Liping would make greater concessions. Su Qing turned pale with anger. Su Ran held her mother's hand tightly, while Su Xiaoyun and Sun Yan watched their brother nervously. The mother had already sincerely apologized, but the other party was still relentless. Just as the atmosphere became tense, the restaurant manager finished speaking. At that moment, all the onlookers thought the Su family would swallow their anger and pay the price to quell the incident. Su Hao made a move. His movements were faster than anyone could have imagined, like a blurry flash of lightning. Without warning, without any unnecessary words. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Su Hao took a step forward, his right hand moving as fast as the wind. He grabbed the carefully groomed collar of that young Master Zhao and yanked it down sharply. You! Caught off guard, young Master Zhao was pulled and stumbled. His carefully maintained image as a noble young master crumbled instantly, leaving him utterly bewildered. He hadn't even had a chance to utter the second word. Su Hao's left hand was already clenched into a fist, with most of his strength contained. Yet the precise and ruthless gust of wind still slammed into his exquisitely made-up face. Chapter 19 is in trouble. Bang! A muffled thud was followed by a faint crack as the nasal cartilage broke. It stood out clearly in the quiet restaurant. A fight between men? This was quite a rare occurrence, and some curious girls immediately became interested. If young Master Zhao knew what these women were thinking, he would definitely curse them out. Are you all blind? I'm the one being beaten. Young Master Zhao let out a blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered. He was knocked backward by the blow, and blood gushed from his nose, smearing his face with his smeared makeup, making him look utterly disheveled. Ah! How dare you hit me? He covered his face, his cry filled with disbelief. The entire restaurant seemed to have been muted. All the diners, especially the elites who were surrounded by admirers, were dumbfounded. The cutlery in their hands froze in mid-air, their expressions united. Men fighting? In this society where men are carefully protected and rarely participate in strenuous exercise. Two men made a move in a public place, especially in such an upscale restaurant. This is simply an unheard of fantasy. This shocked them even more than the news of the alien invasion. The two female companions that young Master Zhao brought were terrified and turned pale. She screamed and backed away, too afraid to step forward and stop them, just watching helplessly. During battles between Tier 0 players, unauthorized personnel are prohibited from approaching. Even after he stopped, young Master Zhao still didn't know when to advance or retreat. Su Hao rose again, his movements fluid and graceful. As young Master Zhao struggled to get up and fight back, Su Hao had already kicked him in the back of the knee. Young Master Zhao fell to his knees with a thud, and then Su Hao's fists rained down on him. Of course, he strictly controlled the force he used. If he were to use even a tenth of his true power, this young Master Zhao has probably long since turned into a pile of minced meat that even his mother couldn't recognize. Why are you bringing your face close to my fist? Are you insulting me? Su Hao was enjoying the beating and even started talking nonsense. As Zhao Gongzi's anger escalated from initial curses to later cries and pleas for mercy, the situation became increasingly complex. Stop hitting me. Help! Do you know who I am? My mother won't let you get away with this. What? Don't hit my face, I just got double eyelid surgery. Soon, young Master Zhao was bruised and battered, tears streaming down his face, and all traces of his previous arrogance had vanished. To be honest, Su Hao had long been annoyed by these arrogant guys. He has absolutely no masculinity. He's a Tier 0 player himself, so let's fight, what's there to be afraid of? Xiao Hao. Stop. Shocked, Su Cheng was the first to react. Although she felt relieved, reason told her that things had gotten out of hand. She and Su Ran quickly stepped forward and grabbed Su Hao's arm. Su Liping was also terrified and quickly stepped between Su Hao and young Master Zhao, anxiously saying, Xiao Hao. Stop. You can't fight. Su Hao stopped what his family was doing, straightened his slightly disheveled collar, and calmed his breathing. It was as if he had just casually brushed off the dust from his body. He looked down at young Master Zhao, who was slumped on the ground, covering his face and wailing. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, Su Hao leaned down slightly and said, word by word. If you're so capable, go ahead and sue me at the Men's Rights Protection Agency. I'll wait. His voice wasn't loud, but it struck like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. Wow, that's so feminine. I really want to take young Master Zhao's place and be beaten hard by him. Hey sis, what's wrong with you? I like it too, count me in, hee hee. Young Master Zhao was beaten senseless. Hearing this, he became even more furious and trembled all over. He pointed at Su Hao and kept saying you for a long time, but the movement aggravated the wound on his face, causing him to grimace in pain. He can't even utter a complete sentence. The restaurant manager was completely dumbfounded. Looking at young Master Zhao, whose head had been beaten into a pig's head, and then at Su Hao, who seemed completely unaffected. I feel like my professional career may be coming to an end today. The male diners around them. After recovering from her initial shock, her gaze towards Su Hao became extremely complex. There was fear and disgust. They were well-educated gentlemen, unlike those rude women. How could they take action, especially in front of everyone? Su Hao ignored young Master Zhao on the ground and the stun manager, and turned to his family, saying, let's go. The Su sisters exchanged a glance, both seeing worry in each other's eyes, but even more so, protection for their younger brother older brother. Su Liping sighed, knowing that things couldn't be resolved peacefully. But seeing his son standing up for him, he felt a mix of emotions. He finally nodded. The family ignored the wailing Zhao Gongzi and the chaotic restaurant staff behind them and left Yunwan Pavilion. The atmosphere was somewhat somber on the way home. Su Xiaoyun secretly glanced at her brother's profile and whispered, "Brother, you're so amazing." Sun Yan looked worried. "Brother, will that young master Zhao really sue you?" Su Cheng frowned. "Xiaohao, you were too impulsive. Although that guy deserves a beating, taking action like this will cause a lot of trouble for the Men's Rights Protection Bureau." Su Ran chimed in, "Yes, Xiaohao, what if they investigate?" Su Liping rubbed her temples. "Alright, it's too late to say anything now. If the Men's Rights Protection Agency really comes looking for us, Mom will handle it." "Xiaohao, there was a reason for it." Su Hao closed his eyes to rest and remained silent. Trouble? He is never afraid of trouble. Sometimes, it's appropriate to show a little bit of your sharpness. It saves a lot of unnecessary entanglements than simply enduring it. Should I avoid his sharp edge? At worst, I'll just summon hellfire. As for the Men's Rights Protection Agency? He was curious to see what this privileged institution was like. How would they adjudicate conflicts between men? Saturday morning. Sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Su Hao, who was off school on the weekend, had just emerged from his meditative state when he heard the doorbell ring downstairs. His powerful mental energy swept over it slightly. They then sensed that 3 men's rights protection officers were standing outside the door. It seems that the Zhao family acted quite quickly. He calmly got up, washed up, changed his clothes, and went downstairs. The atmosphere in the downstairs living room was somber. Su Liping's face was a little pale, Su Qing's brows were furrowed, and Su Ran held her mother's hand with worry. Su Xiaoyun and Sun Yan stood nervously to the side. 3 women were standing at the door. The leader was a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s, with a hint of helplessness on her face. Sister Lei? Su Liping was taken aback when she saw the person who came in. She clearly recognized her. The female agent called Sister Lei side and gave Su Liping a complicated look. He glanced at Su Hao, who was coming down the stairs, and said, "Su Hao, we are staff members of the Nanjing branch of the Men's Rights Protection Bureau. Chapter 20 Men's Rights Protection Agency. We have received a report filed under a real name regarding the incident last night at the Yunduanj restaurant where student Su Hao assaulted Mr. Zhao Mingyu. We need to ask Su Hao to come back to the station with us to cooperate with the investigation." She paused, but couldn't resist turning to Su Liping in a businesslike manner. "We reviewed the restaurant's security footage, and I wanted to call you right then, but it was pointless. Liping, you also work at the Men's Rights Protection Agency, you know that the procedures must be followed, and no one can change that." Su Liping quickly said, "Sister Lei, that's not how it happened. It was that young Master Zhao who insulted people first. Xiao Hao just acted impulsively." Liping, Sister Lei interrupted her, "Rules are rules. Su Hao assaulted a man in public, and the evidence is conclusive. We must intervene. Don't worry, Su Hao is a man and there was a reason for the incident. The department will take the situation into full consideration and will not be too harsh on him. It's mainly a procedure to get the facts straight." That being said, how could the Su family not be worried about taking Su Hao away? For the vast majority of women, the Men's Rights Protection Agency is a dangerous and terrifying violent institution. In their view, anyone who enters the Male Rights Protection Agency will at least suffer a severe beating, if not die. Su Qing stepped forward and showed her Garrison Command badge. "I am Su Qing, a junior operative of the Garrison Command. May I accompany my younger brother?" Lei Jia looked at the documents and shook her head. "I'm sorry, Agent Su, this is a matter for the Men's Rights Protection Agency. According to regulations, the Garrison Command has no right to intervene." Su Cheng knew, of course, that the Garrison Command and the Men's Rights Protection Agency were at odds. What if they were? Su Hao walked up to his family, acting like an outsider. It was as if he wasn't the one being taken away. He looked at Aunt Lei and said, "I'll go with you." "Xiao Hao." Su Liping grabbed her son's hand, unable to hide her nervousness. "Mom, it's okay." Su Hao patted his mother's hand reassuringly. "Didn't Aunt Lei say that I was just cooperating with the investigation? I didn't do anything wrong. Does the Department for the Protection of Men's Rights think it can just lock me up without any explanation?" Lei Jia looked at Su Hao, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. This child is far too calm. Let alone men, even women of this age would be shocked to hear that they are to be taken away for investigation by the Men's Rights Protection Agency. They were probably terrified and completely disoriented, leaving the ground soaked. Let's go, the car is outside, Sister Lei gestured, turning to the side. Su Hao gave his family a reassuring look before leaving the house. Watching her son being taken away, Su Liping's legs went weak, and she was supported by Su Ran and Su Qing. Mom, don't worry too much. Didn't Aunt Lei say she would handle it appropriately? Su Qing comforted her, but her clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. Su Xiaoyun asked in a tearful voice, won't they bully my brother? The Men's Rights Protection Agency's official vehicle traveled smoothly to a solemn and imposing building in the city center. Su Hao estimated that the Cloud Pavilion restaurant was only 2 streets away. Last night's incident was so serious, yet the Men's Rights Protection Agency didn't arrive at the scene immediately. It seems their efficiency isn't very high. Upon entering the building, the environment is clean and bright. But there was an invisible pressure in the air, which Su Hao felt as soon as he entered. It was very oppressive. Fortunately, my mom doesn't work in this building, she's in charge of logistics. After getting on the elevator, Su Hao was soon taken to an interrogation room. The room wasn't big, but the facilities were quite nice. There are plush sofas and a water dispenser. It's more like a lounge than an information room. Women don't get such good treatment at the Men's Rights Protection Agency. This is probably what is meant by special treatment for men. Lei Jia and another recorder sat opposite him, and instead of being aggressive like interrogators, they spoke to him in a friendly manner. Su Hao, relax. We're just doing our job to find out what happened at the Cloud Pavilion restaurant last night. Lei Jia smiled and told Su Hao not to be nervous. Su Hao nodded and recounted what had happened last night, without embellishing or concealing the fact that he had taken action. He verbally insulted my mother, which I believe is a violation of my family's dignity. I lost control of my emotions and hit him, I admit that. Su Hao remained neither humble nor arrogant. The recorder scribbled down the notes quickly. After listening, Sister Lei pondered for a moment. They had already seen the surveillance video, and Su Hao's statement was true. Zhao Mingyu's words and actions were indeed excessive. But it's also true that Su Hao took action. In this society where male privilege is amplified to an extreme degree, violence between men, especially in such upscale places, is indeed a sensitive issue. They had heard similar stories from colleagues working in other cities before, but they never expected that a similar incident would happen in their own city. However, this is the first time Zhao Mingyu has been beaten so badly. In other cities, when men fight, the most they do is tear each other's clothes or hair. We have a general understanding of the situation. Sister Lei closed the folder. Su Hao, although your actions had their reasons. But after all, it violates the provisions of the Code of Conduct for Men regarding behavior in public places. According to regulations, we need to conduct 24-hour observation and psychological evaluation on you to ensure your emotional stability and that you have no violent tendencies. At the same time, we will also contact Mr. Zhao Mingyu to mediate. 24-hour observation? Su Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. Doesn't the Men's Rights Protection Agency claim to care about every man? Why are you still putting me under house arrest? This is not normal. Actually, Su Hao had oversimplified the matter. Because he had never been to the Men's Rights Protection Agency before, he always thought that even if men committed crimes, they would just get away with it. But that refers to conflicts between men and women. Moreover, there are inherent differences in social status among people. Even among men who are deeply loved and cherished, this is the same. Of course, your treatment will be guaranteed during this period, and the Conservation Department will provide you with 3 meals a day. In addition, you can let us know if you have any needs, Sister Lei added. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the interrogation room. A young female agent pushed open the door and came in. He whispered a few words in Lei Jia's ear. Lei Jia's expression changed slightly. She waved for the young officer to leave, then said to Su Hao, Mr. Zhao Mingyu and his mother have just arrived at the station. They refused mediation, insisted on holding you accountable, and proposed to impose harsher penalties on you. She paused, then lowered her voice. Zhao Mingyu's mother is an old acquaintance of a senior inspector in the department. Things may be a bit troublesome. You silly child, why didn't you think about the consequences when you did it? Chapter 21 My privileges don't work? This statement already carries a clear warning. Su Hao simply smiled faintly and said, Aunt Lei, thank you for telling me all this. However, I've already done it, so there's nothing to regret. If they want to pursue it, then let's follow the procedures. His composure left Sister Lei somewhat at a loss for words. Is this child simply fearless like a newborn calf, or does he have something to rely on? Of course, she didn't know that for Su Hao, who possessed absolute power. Even unexpected punishments posed no threat to him whatsoever. He came along partly because he didn't want to put his mother in a difficult position, since she worked for the Department of Men's Rights Protection. On the other hand, I also wanted to personally experience just how distorted the privileged institutions of this world could be. Keep in mind, this was his first time visiting the Men's Rights Protection Agency. It seems now that all crows are black. Lei Jia has interrogated many people and considers herself to have met countless people. It is extremely rare to find someone like Su Hao who seems to be just an ordinary guest. Since you understand, then rest here for a while, and we will handle it as soon as possible. Lei Jia stood up and left the interrogation room with the recorder. The door was gently closed, leaving Su Hao alone in the room. He wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he plopped down on the sofa and closed his eyes. The mental energy, like invisible tentacles, quietly spread out, taking in all the sounds coming from the corridor outside. He heard that Sister Lei was talking to another woman. Team Leader Lei, it's not that I'm not giving you face, but Mingyu was beaten so badly, his nose was even fractured. The Zhao family is furious. Inspector Li personally intervened and demanded that the matter be dealt with seriously. Officer Wang, you've seen the surveillance footage too. It was Zhao Mingyu who verbally insulted Liping first, and his words were extremely offensive. Su Hao acted impulsively, but there was a reason behind it. According to the department's regulations, at most he will receive a reprimand in education, plus a psychological evaluation. There's a reason for this? Team Leader Lei, when did you start acting so emotionally? Using violence in public has an extremely negative impact. So what if the other party is also male? So many VIPs witnessed this. If we don't deal with this seriously, what will become of the authority of our Men's Rights Protection Agency? How can we explain this to the many men who have been frightened? Officer Wang stated firmly, Inspector Li's meaning is that he must be severely punished, at least sent to the Jingxi Center for isolation and observation for a week, as a warning to others. A meditation center? Su Hao had heard of this place. It was nominally an institution that provided psychological counseling to women with unstable emotions. In reality, it's more like a disguised juvenile detention center, with a repressive environment and strict management. People who go in will suffer to some extent. It was no different from a prison, so the women who were imprisoned there were also called female prisoners. I've heard that some women with weak willpower have gone mad as a result. Yes, it's more like a combination of a mental hospital and a prison. Su Hao recalled that he had never heard of any cases of men being locked up in meditation centers. If that's the case, then it seems to be specifically targeting me. Is this punishment too harsh? After all, there is no precedent in the department for confining men to the meditation center, and Su Hao is still a child. His mother, Su Liping, is also an employee of our department. Sister Lei tried to appeal to his emotions. Employees' family members should set an example. It's settled then. Officer Wang interrupted Sister Lei without room for argument. Lei Jia sighed on the spot. Inside the interrogation room, Su Hao withdrew his spiritual power, a cold smile curving his lips. It seems that young Master Zhao's family background is indeed quite influential. This is an opportunity to teach him a profound lesson. The door to the interrogation room was pushed open. Besides Sister Lei, the person who came in was Officer Wang, as well as two tall female officers. With a stern face, Officer Wang handed a document to Su Hao. Su Hao, after preliminary investigation and review. Given that you committed violence against men in public, which was serious and caused a negative social impact, it has been decided to place you under 7 days of isolation and psychological counseling. You will be immediately sent to the Jingxi Center. This is the decision document. Please cooperate. Lei Jia stood to the side, seemingly wanting to say something but then stopping herself. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly, his face full of worry. Su Hao took the document, glanced at it, and found the wording to be indeed grand and impressive. He raised his head, looked at Officer Wang, his eyes calm and unwavering. What if I don't cooperate? Officer Wang seemed taken aback by his directness, paused for a moment, and then said sternly, Su Hao, please recognize the situation. This is the Men's Rights Protection Bureau. We have the right and the responsibility to ensure that every man's behavior complies with regulations. Even if you are a man, resisting law enforcement will only result in harsher punishment. The two tall female agents also stepped forward. Although they cannot actually use violence against men, intimidation through sheer force is a common and effective method. They've used this tactic countless times, and even women can't resist the oppressive feeling it brings. If it were an ordinary teenager, he would probably be terrified and at a loss by now. Su Hao simply smiled and casually placed the decision document on the table. Alright, then I'll go with you to the so-called meditation center. He stood up and straightened his collar. However, I hope you will remember this decision you made today. His tone was calm, yet it sent a chill down Wang's spine for no apparent reason. His eyes were so deep, unlike those of a high school student, as if they could see through everything. Enough nonsense. Take him away. Officer Wang waved his hand, trying to remain calm. Two female agents escorted Su Hao out of the interrogation room, one on each side. Lei Jia watched Su Hao's departing figure, her brows furrowed, a vague unease creeping into her heart. She should tell Liping the news as soon as possible. After the phone call, the Su family was in an uproar. Su Liping received a secret phone call from Sister Lei and learned the outcome of the investigation. Su Hao was going to be sent to the meditation center for 7 days. A meditation center? How can we go there? Su Liping's face turned deathly pale instantly. As an employee of the department, she understood the true nature of that place better than the average person. There was no psychological counseling there at all. Instead, they suppress people's individuality through isolation and discipline, euphemistically calling it behavioral correction. The Su sisters were both shocked and furious. How could this be? It was clearly that guy surnamed Zhao who provoked us first. Even the gentle and generous Su Ran was so angry that her eyes turned red. Can the Men's Rights Protection Agency really be so indiscriminate? Su Nian clenched her fists tightly. Su Xiaoyun burst into tears. No. Don't lock my brother up. Su Qing was the calmest, but her eyes were frighteningly cold. Mom, do you have any influential leaders in the department? Can we file a complaint? Chapter 22 Meditation Center. Su Liping shook her head in despair. It's no use. Inspector Li personally intervened, so the Zhao family must have already taken care of things. The appeal process is lengthy. By the time there's a result, Xiao Hao will already be. Despair enveloped the Su family for a time. They felt a deep sense of powerlessness. No. I can't let Xiao Hao suffer in a place like that. Su Qing suddenly stood up. I'm going to find our garrison commander. Even if the two departments don't get along, we can't just stand by and watch them run amok like this. Just as Su Qing was preparing to go out and make a move, the doorbell rang. Su ran to open the door, only to find that it was someone else standing outside. It was Su Qing's best friend, Lu Qingqing. Qingqing? Su Qing was taken aback. Lu Qingqing nodded to her and walked straight into the house. His gaze swept over the grieving and anxious Su family members, and he cut to the chase. Qingqing, I've heard about what happened in your family. Qingqing, do you have a way? Su Qing asked as if she had grasped at a straw. Lu Qingqing sighed. I came here to tell you not to act rashly, especially not to try to put pressure on the Men's Rights Protection Bureau through the Garrison Command. Why? Because this matter is not that simple, Lu Qingqing said in a low voice. We recently received a tip about Zhao Minggu's mother, Zhao Jing, the chairwoman of the Zhao Group. There are clandestine financial dealings with a foreign force that we have been monitoring recently, although there is no conclusive evidence yet to prove that the Zhao Group is involved. But at this critical juncture, if the Garrison Command intervenes rashly, it may alert the enemy and affect the larger plan. Su Qing was stunned. She hadn't expected there to be this connection. Lu Qingqing continued, moreover, the Male Rights Protection Agency has complex internal factions. That Inspector Li has always been at odds with the Garrison Command. If you go to the Commander's leadership now, she might actually use this as an excuse to make a big fuss, which could not only fail to save Xiao Hao, but could also push him into an even more dangerous situation. So my brother is just going to be locked up for 7 days for nothing? Su Qing was unwilling to accept it. Lu Qingqing pondered for a moment, but she couldn't find any words to comfort the Su family. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, although the Jingxi Center is not in a good environment, it is still under the jurisdiction of the Men's Rights Protection Bureau, so Xiao Hao's safety should be guaranteed. 7 days, just be patient. If we can find a breakthrough during this period, it might not only help your family vent their anger, but also make a great contribution. She looked at the Su family members who seemed not to have listened at all. I know this is hard to accept, but sometimes, patience is for a better counterattack. Trust Xiao Hao. I know him. He doesn't look like an ordinary child. He can take care of himself. Lu Qingqing's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the Su family's impulse to immediately save the person, but also giving them a glimmer of hope. Su Qing calmed down and thought about Lu Qingqing's words. Indeed, acting impulsively solves nothing. She looked at her mother and sisters, and said in a deep voice, Qingqing is right, we can't panic now, what about Xiaohao? First, we'll try to pull some strings to make sure he's not bullied inside, and then we'll wait. Looking at her eldest daughter, Su Liping was overwhelmed with emotions and could only nod through her tears. I can help you make the contact, Lu Qingqing comforted her. Su Chang looked at Lu Qingqing, okay, but Qingqing, I have a condition. What are the conditions? I want to join the investigation into the Zhao group. No problem, it's not a case involving strange beasts, it's just a matter of a word from me. At this moment, Su Hao was sitting in a closed official car, heading to the Jingxi Center located in the suburbs of the city. He was unaware of what had happened at home. I hope the meditation center won't keep me too bored. Accompanied by the sound of brakes. Without being told, Su Hao jumped out of the car as if he were going home after the door opened. The environment of the Jingxi Center was indeed as rumored. Just looking at the surrounding buildings was enough to make one feel suffocated. High walls, barbed wire, a monotonous gray and white color scheme, and ubiquitous surveillance cameras. However, to Su Hao's surprise, he was assigned to a small but relatively clean single room after entering. He thought he was being targeted and would be locked up with other female prisoners. He had even prepared to take advantage of the system's loopholes, but they didn't give him the chance at all. It seems that her identity as a man is quite useful, that Inspector Li doesn't dare to go too far. I reckon locking him up in the meditation center is the worst punishment I can give him. Su Hao began the examination. After confirming that there were no hidden cameras in the room, I sat cross-legged on the bed. The spiritual energy spread out silently, like mercury spilling onto the ground. He saw the girl in the next room silently shedding tears. They heard foul language directed at men coming from a distant room. However, what is most unusual is the Jingxi Center has a surprisingly different side. Beneath this building, there seemed to be some unusual energy fluctuations, covered by a thick layer of lead, which isolated most of the mental energy. Even with such a robust spiritual arrow, I couldn't penetrate it completely. This was the first time he had encountered such a special situation. Interesting. Su Hao's lips curled slightly. This meditation center seems to be more complex than it appears. He was not in a hurry to act. When you first arrive, you need to observe first. There's nothing to do now, so I'll go to sleep and wait for tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of Nanjing City, the luxurious Zhao family manor. With his face wrapped in bandages, revealing only his bruised and purple eye sockets, Zhao Mingyu was nestled in Zhao Jing's arms, acting coquettishly. Mom, has Su Hao really been locked up in the meditation center? His voice was nasal, but he couldn't hide his excitement. Well-maintained and with a shrewd look in her eyes, Zhao Jing gently patted her son's back, her eyes full of doting affection. Of course, Inspector Li personally gave the order. Anyone who dares to hit my son, Zhao Jing, would be lucky to spend 7 days in jail. Once things calm down, Mom will find a dozen women with abs to gang up on him and show him what cruelty is. In her distorted view, women's bloodline is inferior, and only offspring conceived through the sperm of superior men are noble. Zhao Mingyu was the perfect creation she obtained through the sperm donation center after careful selection. That was all her pride. Anyone who dares to provoke her will have to pay a heavy price. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingyu smugly hummed twice. It was as if I could already see Su Hao begging for mercy in the meditation center. Mom, I want to eat milk. My good son, eat up, eat more. However, the mother and son were unaware that a misfortune far beyond their imagination was about to befall them. Night fell, outside the manor. 2 female bodyguards on patrol leaned against the wall, lit cigarettes, and boasted to each other as they puffed out smoke. TSK, that young man I hooked up with last week had such tender skin, but he couldn't handle it. He was crying after only a few moments. Chapter 23 Black Mist. The bodyguard with short hair chuckled as he exhaled a smoke ring. The woman with the ponytail scoffed, only one? I took on more than a dozen last month, all kinds of types. If you ask me, these men just need to be taught a lesson and know their place. They were talking animatedly. A night breeze blew by, and I instinctively shivered. Whether it was their imagination or not, they seemed to see something in the deep darkness of the night in the distance. Something seems to be moving. Then, they were sure they weren't imagining things, because the other person was getting closer and closer. The thing was shrouded in a swirling black mist, its outline blurred, but it could be barely made out to be humanoid. But his walking posture was stiff and strange, like a marionette. What is that? The short-haired woman squinted and stubbed out her cigarette. As the thing drew closer, the night breeze seemed to freeze, and the temperature plummeted. They turned on their powerful flashlights and shone them over. The light seemed to be swallowed by a black hole, unable to penetrate the thick black fog. All that could be seen was a blurry, distorted shadow that instantly surpassed the distance traveled previously. A fear stemming from their very survival instincts instantly gripped them. It's a monster. Alarm! Sound the alarm, the ponytail woman screamed, instinctively reaching for her sidearm at her waist. But it was too late. The black mist creature merely raised its hand slightly, or rather, raised the part of the black mist that made up of it. Two thick streams of black energy shot out like venomous snakes, instantly entangling the two bodyguards. They couldn't even let out a full scream. The body felt like an ice cube thrown into strong acid, rapidly melting and vaporizing. They transformed into two wisps of thin black smoke, returning to the black mist, as if they were being devoured and absorbed by that creature. The entire process was completely silent. Only the surface of the black mist rippled slightly, as if it had swallowed two insignificant pebbles. Beep beep beep. It must be said that the Zhao family manor is indeed well guarded. Even though those two unlucky guys didn't sound the alarm in time before they died, the unexpected situation was still discovered by the sentries behind. The piercing alarm finally broke the silence of the night sky. The Zhao family manor was instantly illuminated. More Zhao family bodyguards emerged from all directions, armed with guns, and rushed toward the direction from which the alarm had come. The main road of the manor is also the only way to the core residential area. When they saw the figure walking unhurriedly on the main road, surrounded by an ominous black mist, everyone gasped in shock. Fire! Stop it, the bodyguard captain ordered. Gunshots rang out and flames spitted out. Bullets rained down on the black mist creature. However, a desperate scene unfolded. The moment all the bullets touched the black mist, their speed decreased dramatically, as if they had struck a viscous swamp. Then it vanished without a sound, without even causing a ripple. The black mist seemed capable of devouring everything. The black mist creature continued to move forward at a fixed pace. At the same time, the black mist around him surged violently. Dozens of fine black lines emerged, like living tentacles, precisely targeting each bodyguard who fired a shot. Ah! No! Help! Screams rose and fell, but then quickly ceased. Every bodyguard touched by the black lines, just like the two before them, had their bodies rapidly decompose and evaporate, swallowed by the black mist. On the main road, dozens of well-equipped bodyguards were wiped out in just over 10 seconds, leaving not a single wreckage behind. All right, the clothes and pants are still there. All of this was clearly seen by Zhao Jing and Zhao Mingyu, who were hiding behind the curtains on the third floor of the main building. Zhao Jing's face was ashen, and she was trembling like a leaf. She had experienced the ups and downs of the business world and seen many storms, but this supernatural scene completely shattered her psychological defenses. Zhao Mingyu was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his crotch soaked and a strong stench of urine filled the air. He covered his mouth tightly, afraid that making even the slightest sound would attract the monster. Quick, quick! Go through the secret passage. Zhao Jing suddenly realized, grabbed her limp son, and tried to rush towards the entrance to the secret room hidden in the study. But it was too late. The black mist creatures outside the building seemed to be looking in their direction. The black mist surrounding it suddenly contracted inward, and then abruptly expanded. Under the moonlight, it coalesced into an enormous black arm. The arm was made entirely of thick, inky black mist, exuding an aura of destruction, and was over 10 meters long. The giant arm slammed down on the luxurious 3-story main building with overwhelming force. No! I heard the sound of the ceiling cracking, and as soon as I looked up, I saw a huge rock crashing down. Zhao Jing let out a desperate scream and pulled Zhao Mingyu into her arms. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. Bricks, steel bars, wood, furniture. Everything disintegrated the instant it came into contact with the black giant arm. Immediately afterwards, the circuit, damaged by the immense force, short-circuited, sparking a dazzling electrical flash that ignited the flammable decorative materials. Boom! Flames erupted instantly, like a roaring beast, engulfing the shattered building ruins. Thick smoke billowed straight into the sky. Protected by Zhao Jing's flesh and blood, Zhao Mingyu, who was lucky enough not to be crushed to death, had his thigh pierced by steel bars, causing him to cry and shed tears of pain. Before it could even make a final struggle, it burst into flames and burned fiercely. Almost at the moment the alarm at Zhao Family Manor was triggered and the monitoring signals collectively failed. The Nanjing City Garrison Command Branch received an alert for abnormal energy fluctuations. Almost all the lights in Nanjing City were turned off. However, the command center of the garrison headquarters was still brightly lit. Report. All surveillance signals in the Zhao Family Manor area have been lost. A high-intensity unknown energy reaction has been detected, the monitor reported immediately. Could it be that the strange beast from Pier Number 3 has reappeared? These days, all sorts of troubles have piled up like mountains. Zhang Hu, who was resting in the command center, suddenly stood up with a serious expression. The fact that the thing had escaped last time had been a thorn in his side ever since. Until the situation is fully understood, it will remain a sharp knife hanging over the heads of the people of Nanjing City. We absolutely cannot afford to fail this time. Zhang Hu was not confident of winning against a commander-level alien beast. But at the very least, we need to understand the enemy's situation. After all, the minister will be back from his business trip soon. He didn't want to be scolded mercilessly, that would be too embarrassing for a man. He glanced at the projected map. The Zhao Family Manor is located in the suburbs, not much closer to the town garrison than to Pier Number 3. If we gather a large group of people like last time, it will probably be too late by the time we arrive. There's no time to wait for the main force. I'm going ahead. You all gather your men immediately and come to our aid as quickly as possible. Keep communications open. Chapter 24 Assault. Without hesitation, Zhang Hu grabbed the heavy battle axe leaning against the wall. Zhang Jiji, this is too dangerous. The opponent might be a commander-level alien beast. A monitor promptly warned. I can't worry about anything else now. I'll try my best to hold it off. Zhang Hu let out a low roar, and his body erupted with powerful blood and qi. Like an arrow released from a bow, it shot out of the garrison building and sped towards the Zhao Family Manor at a speed far exceeding that of a car. He was alone, which did make him faster, but the risks also increased exponentially. When he finally approached the area where the Zhao Family Manor was located, thanks to his amazing speed, from afar, you could see the towering flames. Thick smoke accompanied the crackling sound of burning buildings. Am I still too late? Zhang Hu nimbly leaped over the manor gate, his heart sinking. When he arrived at the main road and saw bodyguard uniforms scattered all over the ground, but no bodies, his heart sank. The situation seems different from the previous Pier Number 3. The strange beast that broke into the Zhao Family Manor is different from the one at Pier Number 3? However, even without knowing the full picture, he still chose to speed up his pace. When he braved the heat wave to reach the main building, all that came into view was a still burning ruin, and a shockingly large ravine running through it. The air was filled with the smell of burning. Zhang Hu gripped the giant axe tightly, his face grim as he looked at the horrific scene before him. They ran away again? He took a deep breath, and his vital energy flowed slowly through his body, strengthening his physique. It also forms a special protective layer on the body surface. This is the physical modification that only those who have reached the level of halberd warrior are qualified to undergo. The power of qi and blood. Take a step forward and carefully walk through the burning ruins. He used the tip of his axe to clear away the obstructions, his gaze sweeping over every corner that might harbor signs of life. Even if, the chances are very small. Is anyone still alive? He shouted, his voice carrying far on the night wind. But all that answered him was the crackling sound of burning. The Zhao mother and son are likely in grave danger. Damn it, the case was just starting to get going. As a result, everything broke down. But he couldn't give up. Perhaps some servants and bodyguards survived by hiding in some sturdy corner. Just as he walked to the center of the area where the main living room should have been, a subtle yet chilling wave instantly ran down his spine. It came from behind a pile of artificial rockery ruins that had not yet completely collapsed. The fluctuations were cold and viscous, carrying pure malice, and shared the same origin as the residual energy permeating the air. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Zhang Hu's mind, and almost instinctively he frantically poured all the power of his blood and qi into the giant axe in his hand. Without even looking, relying on his honed combat instincts, he spun around fiercely, and the giant axe swept backward with a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Buzz! The air hummed with unbearable strain as the giant axe swept across the area. This blow was enough to cut a car in half. However, he was fast, but the attacker was even faster. just as the giant axe was about to strike the ruins of the artificial mountain, behind that pile of rubble. The thick, impenetrable black mist surged forth as if it were a living thing. The black mist did not disperse, but instead condensed in the blink of an eye into a millstone-sized, five-fingered, sharp ghost claw. Without dodging or avoiding, he grabbed straight at the sweeping axe blade. Clang! A deafeningly harsh metallic clang rang out, sparks flying everywhere. Zhang Hu quickly pressed the button on his wrist, and the giant axe flew straight back. He tried to catch it, but an indescribable force came from the axe. He gritted his teeth and took the axe, but his hand instantly split open, bleeding profusely. His entire right arm was sore and numb, and he could barely hold the giant axe. He grunted and stumbled back 7 or 8 steps. Each step left a deep footprint in the scorched ground, barely managing to dissipate this terrifying force. Fortunately, he activated the return button in time and retrieved his weapon. Otherwise, relying solely on his flesh and blood, he had no idea how he could defeat his opponent. He looked up in horror. The ghostly claw formed from black mist withstood his full force attack, yet it only trembled slightly. Behind the ruins of the artificial mountain, the true form of the black mist was slowly flowing out like liquid. It didn't leave at all. It has been lurking here, like a patient hunter, waiting for its prey to come to it. Another troublesome intelligent alien beast, how annoying. Whether it was due to the surrounding environment or not, Zhang Hu was already drenched in sweat. At this moment, the two sides were less than 20 meters apart. Zhang Hu was finally able to perceive this presence more clearly. It had no specific facial features, no clear limbs. It was simply a thick, ever-swirling black mist. He was almost a head taller than the 1.86-meter tall man. At the center of this black mist, there are two places, like entrances to an abyss, exuding a deathly silence that chills the soul. Zhang Hu guessed that those might be its eyes. Chirp, chirp. The black mist creature seemed somewhat surprised that Zhang Hu could block its attack. But without any hesitation, it let out a shriek that sounded like a mixture of countless vengeful spirits. Zhang Hu immediately activated his equipment, and 2 earplugs extended from his clothing close to his neck to block his ears. Zhang Hu finally breathed a sigh of relief that he hadn't been affected. To combat various types of alien beasts, the halberd warrior's outfit incorporates numerous targeted measures. Earplugs are just one of its functions. The black mist was bewildered, tilting its head as if to confirm whether its attack had been ineffective. Soon, the black mist around it surged again, instantly splitting into 7 or 8 black mist whips that resembled octopus tentacles. From different angles, with a piercing whistling sound, the blows came lashing at Zhang Hu. It's clear that it determined the sonic attack was ineffective against Zhang Hu. Wherever these mist whips passed, even the air seemed to be corroded, making a sizzling sound. Zhang Hu's pupils contracted sharply. He knew he absolutely could not be touched by these strange mist whips. Open it for me! He roared, enduring the excruciating pain, gripped the axe with both hands, and his blood and chi surged like a boiling cauldron. He wielded the giant axe in his hand with such speed and precision that it created a crimson curtain of axe shadows. Clap, clap, clap. The mist whip and the axe shadow collided wildly, producing a series of loud explosions. With each collision, Zhang Hu felt as if he had been hit by a speeding truck, his blood churning violently. Fortunately, his axe blade was extremely powerful and masculine. It seemed to have a certain restraining effect on that sinister black mist, and could disperse part of the mist whip that was drawn. But what's truly disheartening is that the black fog seems to be endless, as if it's free. After being scattered, they quickly reformed and attacked again. Even more terrifying, the black mist creature itself began to move. It moved elusively like a ghost, circling around Zhang Hu, searching for a flaw in the axe shadow light barrier. Chapter 25 Sheep Among Wolves. It sometimes gathers sharp claws to launch a surprise attack, and sometimes spews out black mist. Zhang Hu was forced into a precarious situation, barely managing to stay afloat. No! We'll surely die if this continues. Zhang Hu was anxious. He tried to send out a distress signal, but the communicator he carried did not respond in this energy interference zone. He can only rely on himself. After a hard collision, Zhang Hu was once again sent flying, crashing into a charred beam. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. He knelt on the ground, his giant axe planted firmly on the ground, panting heavily, the crimson axe blade flickering uncertainly. The black mist creature seemed to sense his weakness, emitting a mocking hiss as the black mist around it condensed once more. At the position of its hand, a dark spear that twists and extends continuously was formed. At the tip of the spear, even space itself seemed to distort slightly. The dark spear locks onto Zhang Hu, about to be thrown. A hint of resentment flashed in Zhang Hu's eyes. Am I really going to fail here today? I miss the days when the garrison commander would scold me like a turtle. Pity. We'll never hear it again. Just as the dark spear, radiating an aura of destruction, was about to be released from his hand, the black mist creature's movements suddenly froze. Its churning, black mist body twisted violently. Hiss. It then let out a short hiss, completely different from its previous roar, filled with resentment at being interrupted. The next second, its highly condensed dark spear suddenly disintegrated, turning back into rolling black mist. It no longer glanced at Zhang Hu, who was lying on the ground, unable to fight. His entire body suddenly contracted inward, then exploded with a bang, turning into countless fine black streams of air. In the blink of an eye, it blended into the deep night and disappeared without a trace. Zhang Hu knelt on the ground, breathing heavily, staring in astonishment at the direction the black mist creature had disappeared. Why? He was already at his limit, his energy and blood were almost depleted, and his internal organs were injured. If his opponent were to deliver another blow, he would have no chance of survival. But at the last moment, it hastily departed? Did they sense the approaching large number of garrison reinforcements? But that chilling, malevolent energy didn't seem like something that could be easily scared away. Countless questions swirled in Zhang Hu's mind, but his physical weakness prevented him from thinking deeply about them. He struggled to support himself with the giant axe, trying to stand up, but stumbled and almost fell again. Just then, the sound of hurried and rapid footsteps came from afar, and even the roar of engines could be heard from the air. Hurry! It's just ahead. Alert! Search for survivors. Zhang Zijishi. Where are you? Zhang Hu smiled slightly. The reinforcements from the garrison headquarters finally arrived. The first group to rush into the firelight's reach was well equipped and moved swiftly. Leading the group was a young woman dressed in the uniform of a garrison halberdier, with a neat high ponytail and a pretty face that exuded a chilling aura. She was Li Bingqian, another halberd bearer who was in the same rank as Zhang Hu and who secretly had a good impression of him. Li Bingqian spotted the tall, blood-soaked figure in the center of the ruins, leaning on an axe. Her heart clenched, and she immediately sped up and rushed to Zhang Hu's side. Brother Tiger. She grabbed the battered Zhang Hu and supported him, her pretty face instantly filled with anxiety. How are you? Are you badly hurt? Seeing that Li Bingqian's nonsense was better left unasked, Zhang Hu, who had survived the ordeal, shrugged and couldn't help but complain. Don't you have any idea how badly I'm injured? Medical team, come quick. While calling to the medical personnel who were following up, she quickly scanned her surroundings, asking, where's that thing? Did it escape? Zhang Hu nodded bitterly. They ran away. They suddenly ran away just when I was about to collapse. He briefly recounted the thrilling scene that had just unfolded, especially the way the black mist creatures retreated at the last moment. After listening, Li Bingqian frowned. Based on your description, this thing is probably at the commander level, and it is cunning and cruel. There is no reason for it to let you go. After a moment's hesitation, she decisively ordered, immediately conduct a carpet search of the area within a 5-kilometer radius of the Zhao family manor. Attention! The target is extremely dangerous. Report any sightings immediately. No solo contact is permitted. Yes. The agents behind him immediately obeyed the order and dispersed. They weren't stupid. Zhang Hu's miserable state was right before their eyes. What kind of social standing do they have? How dare you even approach them? After giving the order, Li Bingqian turned her attention back to Zhang Hu. Seeing his tired face and the blood still seeping from the bandaged wound on his hand, I couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache in my voice. You're being too reckless. Knowing that the other side is a commander-level beast, you still dared to charge forward alone. If it hadn't run away so mysteriously, what would I have done with Silly? Zhang Hu forced a smile. The situation was urgent at the time, so we couldn't think about anything else. Moreover, this time it wasn't a complete loss. At least we confirmed the appearance type of this thing. Excuse me, Lord Li, please move aside for a moment. Li Bingqian stepped aside, and several medical personnel quickly stepped forward to provide emergency treatment for Zhang Hu. Li Bingqian looked at the busy medical staff, then at the manor reduced to ashes. The Zhao family mother and son are confirmed dead? Zhang Hu sighed. The leads in the case involving foreign forces have also gone cold. Not necessarily. Li Bingqian's eyes flickered. Zhao Jing has complicated social connections, especially her shady business dealings. This massacre of the entire family may not be a random event caused by the appearance of the strange beast. Zhang Hu felt a chill run down his spine, but then thought it was impossible. How could a beast possibly obey human commands? The headquarters of the garrison command had previously attempted to control the alien beasts, but had never succeeded. Even the lowest-ranking servants cannot be tamed, let alone the commanders. Perhaps it was just a coincidence? Foreign forces couldn't possibly have the ability to command a commander-level alien beast, could they? Zhang Hu asked uncertainly. Li Bingqian glanced at him, seemingly knowing what he was thinking. I'm just afraid of what might happen. Zhang Hu remained silent for a moment, watching everyone bustling around. Tonight, I'm afraid I'll be busy for a long time. The daytime at the Jingxi Center begins with a jarring wake-up call. Under the supervision of the supervisor, Su Hao went to the public wash area. Along the way, he could clearly feel countless burning gazes fixed on him from the prison-like rooms on both sides of the corridor. The women who had been imprisoned here before him were of varying ages, and most of them had a long-suppressed hunger in their eyes. They stared intently at Su Hao, like hungry wolves eyeing a delicious piece of meat, swallowing their saliva. Some even started playing with their hands on the spot. The new guy is actually a man. How did a man end up locked up here? Chapter 26 has a big problem. What a handsome lad, that skin, that physique. It's been so long since I smelled a man's scent. These gazes, like threads, tried to entangle me. If it were an ordinary man, he would probably have been terrified out of his wits by their undisguised possessiveness. However, Su Hao was not afraid. Don't ask why you're not afraid. If you're not afraid, then you're not afraid. The first day at the meditation center officially began. I was initially very excited about this new lifestyle that I had never experienced before. However, after a series of daily training sessions and so-called corrective courses, Su Hao found them all rather tedious and boring. It's nothing more than repeatedly indoctrinating the women imprisoned here with the established rules of the Male Rights Protection Agency, such as the Women's Code of Dedication. It emphasizes that women should be loyal, devoted, and unconditionally obedient to the will of men. Su Hao felt that the lecturers here were not as good as the teachers at No.1 High School. Their explanations were devoid of emotion, like chanting scriptures. Su Hao sat in the crowd. While seemingly listening, a wisp of mental energy was constantly being sent out to probe the underground facilities, trying to see if it was possible to penetrate deeper from other locations. He had been paying close attention to that place ever since he sensed something was wrong when he entered. He suppressed the urge to sneak underground and explore. This is, after all, the territory of the Men's Rights Protection Agency, heavily guarded, with numerous overt and covert surveillance and patrol personnel. Taking rash action before fully understanding the situation is not a wise move. In the afternoon, in a relatively spacious indoor activity area, prescribed gymnastics exercises were performed. Several of the bolder women, taking advantage of the instructor's inattention, slowly approached Su Hao. Little brother, are you new here? What did you do wrong? A tall, muscular woman who looked like Neza from the 10 Cold Neza movies grinned and reached out to pat Su Hao's shoulder. Su Hao subtly shifted his feet, avoiding her notice, and glanced at her coldly. The woman froze for a moment, startled by his icy gaze. Oh, you're quite shy? Don't be afraid, here, the older sisters will take care of you and make sure you feel comfortable. The women behind her also let out ambiguous laughter and gathered around. In their view, Su Hao must have offended a very powerful figure to be locked up in the meditation center by the Men's Rights Protection Agency. Even if they abuse him, the Male Rights Protection Agency probably won't care. Otherwise, how could a man be locked up here? Just then, another voice rang out, "Butcher, shut your mouth, don't scare the newbie." Su Hao turned his head and saw that the person speaking was a short-haired woman standing against the wall. She looked haggard and appeared to be approaching 30. But his eyes were much clearer than others, and he was in good shape, especially his strong and powerful long legs, which looked very strong. Su Hao, whose fighting skills had reached their peak, could tell at a glance. The opponent had undergone systematic combat training. She looked at Su Hao, her eyes less filled with naked desire and more with inquiry. The tall, burly woman known as the Butcher spat out angrily, "Shadow Wolf, mind your own business. Try touching him here, and see if the instructor will throw you into solitary confinement and electrocute you until you lose control of your bladder," the short-haired woman called Shadow Wolf sneered. The Butcher seemed terrified of the solitary confinement room. His expression changed, he glared at Shadow Wolf, and then slunk away with his henchman. Shadow Wolf then turned his gaze entirely to Su Hao, sizing him up from head to toe. She had seen too many women brought in, all of whom were terrified, desperate, or numb. Su Hao was the first man she met at the meditation center, and she couldn't help but wonder who he had offended. New guy, what's your name? Shadow Wolf took a few steps closer, maintaining a proper distance. Su Hao. Su Hao's words were concise and to the point. You seem quite calm, unlike most people, Shadow Wolf asked casually. How did you get in? She hit a man. Su Hao told the truth, while realizing that this woman was not as foolish as the butcher. Perhaps you know something about the inner workings of the Jingxi Center. Ha, in this day and age, hitting a man is no small matter, especially since you're a man. Shadow Wolf smirked, however, if you're willing to do it, the other party must be even more deserving of a beating. She paused, then lowered her voice. My name is Ling Ying, and I used to be a bodyguard. Because he refused to cooperate with some special requests from his employer, he was framed and sent here, where he has been for almost a year. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. Bodyguard? Her observational skills must be better than those of the average person. Has it always been like this here? Su Hao asked casually, his gaze sweeping over the women around him with vacant eyes, repeating the same action over and over again. Pretty much. The people who come in either have real problems or have offended someone, Ling Ying scoffed. As you saw today, so-called psychological counseling is just constant brainwashing, grinding down your edges and turning you into a docile sheep. As long as you don't cause trouble, there shouldn't be any major problems. However, never go near underground facilities. She paused abruptly as she spoke, glancing instinctively around with a hint of apprehension in her eyes. Su Hao immediately caught this detail and followed her words. Underground facilities? I almost forgot, there are sometimes strange noises down there. Ling Ying glanced at Su Hao in surprise, astonished by his keen perception. She hesitated for a moment, then leaned closer and lowered her voice even further. You felt it? But I advise you not to be curious. Why? Su Hao pressed. Ling Ying licked her slightly chapped lips, her eyes revealing the fear brought on by the memories. That's not a place we should go. You're new here and don't know the situation. I've been here longer and can hear some rumors occasionally. I have seen some people who were taken away, and very few of them came back unharmed. Even if they come back, they'll be basically insane, or become delirious and unable to answer any questions. She paused for a moment. Some people say there's a biological laboratory downstairs, where the Department of Male Rights conducts some shady research. Nobody knows exactly what it is, but it's definitely not a good thing. One of the sisters once tried to investigate, but she has never appeared since. Some people say she went out, but is that possible? Su Hao looked suspicious. Does the management here know about things underground? They definitely know, but they're keeping it a secret, Ling Ying said confidently. Moreover, I suspect that some disobedient people are sent here not for correction, but to become material for underground activities. She looked at Su Hao, her tone carrying a rare hint of admonition. Never try to touch the secrets underground, that's courting death. The proper thing to do here is to honestly endure until the day we get out. Chapter 27 Exploring Underground Facilities. Just then, a piercing whistle blew, signaling it was time to assemble. Ling Ying quickly resumed her slightly aloof expression and gave Su Hao a deep look. It was as if he was saying take care of yourself, and then he turned and walked towards the meeting point. Su Hao stood there, deep in thought. This meditation center indeed holds a huge secret. Ling Ying's warning only fueled his curiosity. After this incident, he has absolutely no interest in the Men's Rights Protection Agency. He would be more than happy to cause the agency some trouble. However, he does need to plan more carefully. Perhaps, by using some unexpected events, we can incite a riot? He looked at the women around him who were becoming restless because of his presence. A vague outline of a plan began to take shape in my mind. Perhaps, under certain circumstances, these hungry wolves could also become tools for him to muddy the waters. Right now, he needs more information and needs to wait for the right opportunity. Over the next few days, Su Hao observed the pattern of shift changes in supervision while also keeping an eye on blind spots in the surveillance cameras. In particular, they extracted more fragmented information about the underground facilities through Ling Ying and several other relatively talkative women. In summary, the underground entrance is located deep within the management area, with a dedicated elevator and strict identity verification procedures. Occasionally, people wearing white coats, who don't look like supervisors but rather researchers, will come and go. He also noticed the people who were taken away in the past few days. Most of them are marketed under the guise of in-depth psychotherapy or special correction. But as Ling Ying said, very few returned, and those who did were in extremely poor condition. Some had gone mad, while others had gone insane. according to the spiritual arrows left on those people. Suhao found a ventilation duct that he could move freely through. The timing is about right after all, he will be released in a few days. The group meditation class that afternoon took place in a dimly lit auditorium. The lights were dimmed, with only a beam of light shining on the instructor from above the podium. The audience sat cross-legged on the cushions. Suhao deliberately chose a spot close to the butcher and not far from the side door of the auditorium leading to the corridor. He extended his spiritual power, emanating a subtle allure to people like the butcher, who possess strong desires but weak wills. Sure enough, under the influence of mental power, the butcher's breathing gradually became heavy. He stared intently at Suhao's profile in the dim light, as if bewitched. But that kind of stimulation isn't enough. Halfway through the meditation, the instructor was reciting hypnotic guiding words on the stage. Suhao estimated the time. Silently, a wisp of extremely subtle spiritual energy, like a fuse, precisely pierced into the depths of the butcher's already restless consciousness. It gently stirred her impulsive nerve, instantly amplifying her desire for Suhao. The butcher's body trembled violently, the last shred of reason in his eyes being swallowed up by wild desire. Damn it! I can't hold back anymore, she roared, like a maddened beast, leaping off the mat and lunging at Suhao, who was right in front of her. Ah! What are you doing? Butcher, are you insane? The women around screamed in shock at the sudden turn of events, and the hall instantly descended into chaos. The moment she lunged at him, Suhao appeared to be in a panic and leaned back, cleverly avoiding her bare hug, while simultaneously tripping over his own feet. The butcher couldn't stop in time, and with Suhao subtly using his skillful strength to pull him along, his massive body tumbled over several people nearby like a rolling gourd. Grab him, he's mine! The butcher, acting like a madman, got up and charged at Suhao again, shoving aside a woman who was blocking his way. This was like igniting a powder keg. The woman who was shoved was no pushover either. She retaliated by grabbing the butcher's face. The butcher's accomplices, seeing this, also joined the fray. Other women, who were already mentally unstable or had old grudges against the butcher, were also provoked by the chaos and began to take action. Screams, curses, and fighting filled the entire auditorium. Stop! All of you, stop! The instructors on the platform noticed something was wrong and immediately shouted at them. When that didn't work, they pressed the emergency alarm. A piercing bell rang, and more guards rushed in from outside, attempting to quell the disturbance. However, once chaos begins, it is difficult to control. Especially when Suhao moved nimbly through the chaotic crowd like a fish, the battle escalated continuously. The entire auditorium was in complete chaos. This is exactly the effect Suhao wanted. While everyone's attention was drawn to the riot, he used the crowd as cover and quietly retreated to the shadows at the edge of the auditorium. The side door was opened due to the influx of regulators. Suhao's figure flickered, and he slipped away like a ghost. His mental energy spread out in full force, like an invisible radar, scanning the path ahead and monitoring the surroundings. Sure enough, almost all the supervisors were transferred to the auditorium to suppress the riot. Avoid scattered patrol personnel and move quickly by taking advantage of blind spots in the surveillance cameras. Finally, after navigating through several intricate corridors and evading two groups of guards rushing to the scene of the riot, they managed to escape. He arrived at a metal door marked "No unauthorized personnel allowed in equipment room." The atmosphere here is completely different from other places. There is a faint smell of disinfectant in the air. The door has an electronic lock, which looks more advanced than the previous one. This is another safety passage leading to the underground facilities that he learned about in the past few days, besides the elevator. His gaze fell on the narrow ventilation duct entrance above the door. He leaped lightly, his fingers gripping the edge of the grill, and with a slight force, the built-in clips came loose. He gently moved the grill aside, then put it back in place before crawling inside. The deeper you go into the ventilation duct, the stronger the smell of disinfectant becomes. He crawled through the pipes, turning left and right. Finally, at the end of a downward branch, I saw the light. Through the gaps in the louvers, below lies a space filled with modern technology. This is a huge underground laboratory. The cool white light illuminated the neatly arranged transparent culture chambers below. The cabin was filled with a pale green nutrient solution, and soaked in it were various indescribable biological tissues. Some of them are vaguely recognizable as human limbs, but they are twisted and deformed, or fused with the tissues of some unknown alien creature. Some were completely unfamiliar wriggling chunks of flesh, their surfaces covered with pulsating blood vessels and bizarre patterns. Some of the cabins even contained complete, but non-human, humanoid creatures. Their eyes are closed, as if they are asleep, and their bodies are connected to countless tubes. In one corner of the laboratory, various sophisticated instruments are set up, and complex data is displayed on the screen. Several researchers wearing full protective suits are busy at work. Suhao amplified his mental power and heard the conversation between the researchers. Chapter 28 Resident Evil? The integration rate of experimental subject A37 increased by 3%, and the rejection reaction weakened. The energy extraction efficiency of the B-series samples did not meet expectations, and the induction frequency needs to be adjusted. Veterinary signs in compartment C, C13 are unstable. Men's Rights Protection Agency. This organization, which ostensibly protects men's rights, was actually conducting such horrific biological experiments underground. Are they trying to merge humans and alien beasts? Or are they creating some kind of biological weapon? Su Hao's gaze swept over them. Ultimately, it was placed in the deepest part of the laboratory, in a separate area with more stringent protection. The energy fluctuations are most intense there. What's there? Just as he was intently observing and considering whether to risk diving deeper to find out what was going on. Wah! Wah! A siren, sharper and more piercing than the one used to warn of the riot in the auditorium, suddenly echoed throughout the entire underground facility. On the ceiling, red warning lights were flashing wildly. High alert! Containment failure at the core of Sector C. A researcher's terrified voice rang out through the loudspeaker. As if they had received some terrible news, the researchers in the laboratory were instantly thrown into chaos. Su Hao's pupils contracted slightly. He saw the deepest, most isolated area, where the heavy alloy gate was creaking under its own weight. At the same time, it was accompanied by a sound like metal scraping and mixed with the low growl of a wild beast. It seems that something extremely dangerous is being held there. And now, it's coming out. What a coincidence! Su Hao was secretly surprised. Why did he have to come out now that he had arrived? It was too much of a coincidence. Inside the control center of the underground laboratory, red lights spun wildly, and piercing alarms nearly shattered eardrums. Multiple data points on the screen flashed red, and warning pop-ups kept appearing. Supervisor. Containment failure in Sector C. The suppression field is overloaded, and the activity of the Tao Tai is increasing exponentially. We're out of control. A researcher slumped in front of the control panel, his voice trembling with tears. Waste. A cold, sharp shout drowned out the cacophony of the alarm. The alloy doors to the control center slid open. A curvaceous figure strode in, surrounded by a group of panicked researchers. The person who arrived was the highest-ranking person in charge of this underground laboratory, and also a hidden halberd wielder within the Nanjing City Male Rights Branch. Lu Lan. She wore a well-tailored dark green cheongsam with subtle patterns, the fabric tightly hugging her stunning curves. Long, slender legs clad in black stockings were faintly visible through the slit. She was beautiful and charming, with captivating peach blossom eyes that should have been mesmerizing. But at this moment, it gleamed with a cold light, and the small beauty mark under the corner of his left eye added a touch of dangerous charm. In stark contrast to her sexy outfit were the two futuristic-looking pistols she gripped tightly in her hands, each radiating a deep blue energy. Lu Lan looked around. Is the data backup complete? We're still in the final synchronization stage, the researcher in charge of the data replied in a trembling voice. Speed up. Once finished, the researchers must evacuate through the emergency exit. Lu Lan's voice brooked no argument, carrying the authority of someone long accustomed to a superior position. Combat team, follow me. After she finished speaking, without waiting for anyone else to react, she took a long stride and walked straight towards the passage, holding an energy gun in each hand. A dozen or so women dressed in specially made black combat suits immediately followed. Their eyes were alert, and their weapons were already loaded. At the end of the passage, the heavy alloy gate, which was groaning in pain, had developed irregular bulges. Supervisor. It's too dangerous. Once the Tao Tai breaks through. A deputy tried to dissuade him. Lu Lan raised her hand to interrupt her. I know it's dangerous, but this is also an excellent opportunity to observe its combat data. Didn't the inspectors secretly invest so many resources behind the department's back just for this moment? She stared intently at the precariously fastened gate. Those idiots up there only know how to uphold so-called male privilege. They don't understand what real power is at all. Only by mastering absolute power can we control everything. Tao Tai is the key to our new world. Just then. Boom. A deafening explosion. Suddenly, a huge hole exploded in the center of the gate at the end. The hard alloy was torn apart like paper. A sharp claw covered in dark purple scales suddenly stretched out from the hole, frantically tearing at the door and trying to widen the gap. The combatants following Lu Lan turned pale upon seeing this. Through the widened gap, one could vaguely see an enormous shadow behind the door. "It's out," someone shouted, raising their weapon. Lu Lan's eyes sharpened. Instead of retreating, she stepped forward and instantly raised her energy guns, the muzzles gathering a blinding blue light. "Everyone! Suppress fire. Record all data." She calmly gave the order, her voice transmitted to each combatant through the built-in communicator. "Let me see just how powerful our perfect creation really is." At that moment, Su Hao, who had been lurking and maneuvering inside the ventilation duct, arrived at the top. They had a clear view of everything happening in the passage below. He saw the alluring yet dangerous female halberd bearer, and he also saw the monster about to break free of its cage. Su Hao frowned deeply. He did not sense any force field energy from this man-made monster, unlike the succubus he had encountered before. However, the opponent's constitution is clearly more troublesome than that of a succubus. He really couldn't figure out which was stronger, the monster or the succubus. Each has its own advantages. Whoosh! The energy beams fired from Lu Lan's twin pistols struck the dark purple claw precisely, exploding into two blinding sparks. However, this attack, powerful enough to pierce the steel plate, only paused the claw's movements for a moment. Apart from two charred marks left on the scales, no substantial damage was caused. Roar! The entity behind the door seemed to be enraged, letting out a deafening roar mixed with an insatiable hunger. The claws tore even more frantically. The alloy door was torn open with a huge gap, just like fragile tin foil. Finally, the monster called Tao Tai revealed its full form. It was a gigantic synthetic monster. It stands nearly 3 meters tall and is covered in dark purple, thick scales that resemble a fusion of metal and biological tissue. There are no facial features on the front, only a constantly rotating, vortex-like black hole. The edges are covered with rings of sharp serrations. Those are its mouthparts. Its arms were exceptionally thick, ending in a pair of sharp claws that could tear apart doors. It looks like a mutated liquor. Chapter 29 New Life. Fire. Fire at full power. Lu Lan shuddered and gave the order sharply, her twin pistols once again spitting out scorching beams of light. The combat team behind her also opened fire at the same time, and in an instant, physical bullets rained down on Tao Tai. However, the Tao Tai's strange scales provided amazing defense, deflecting most of the attacks. Braving the fierce firepower, it let out a sharp screech and charged forward. It was so fast that it left after images. "Watch out!" A guard only managed to utter half a warning before being struck by one of the Tao Tai's sharp claws. The specially made combat suit was torn apart like paper, and the person was instantly smashed into a pulp, with blood and bits of flesh splattered all over the walls of the passage. Damn it! Lu Lan's pupils shrank as she retreated quickly while continuing to fire, trying to find the Tao Tai's weakness. However, the Tao Tai's attack methods are extremely violent and unpredictable. It sometimes sweeps with its sharp claws, and sometimes spews highly corrosive venom from its mouthparts. The combat team's formation was instantly broken, and 2 more guards perished under the Tao Tai's attack. Lu Lan's expression grew increasingly grim. She discovered that their firepower was completely ineffective against the Tao Tai. It was more like tickling it. "Sir! Its defenses are too strong. Our attacks are ineffective," a guard shouted anxiously. Lu Lan dodged a corrosive liquid attack, and looking at the Tao Tai's body that exuded an ominous aura, a solemn sense of defeat appeared on her charming face. She realized that she had seriously underestimated the power of the Tao Tai. This monster, which combines the genes of multiple warrior-level alien beasts and an unknown energy core, is completely beyond their control. If this continues, they'll all die here, let alone collect data. Moreover, if the Tao Tai were to break out of the underground facility and be exposed to the world, the consequences would be unimaginable. Those who are investigated will surely be punished. A decision must be made. A hint of resentment flashed in Lu Lan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. She couldn't let the department's years of hard work turn into a devastating disaster. "Everyone! Hear my command!" As Lu Lan retreated, she shouted hoarsely into the communicator, "Abandon the data collection on the Tao Tai. Execute the final purification protocol on it." "What?" "Supervisor," came the incredulous voice of a subordinate through the communicator. The final purification agreement meant the complete incineration of the Taotai, their most successful biological entity. All those years of investment will be wasted. Execute the command. Lulan practically shouted it out, and at the same time, she led the remaining combat personnel to quickly retreat towards the designated safe evacuation point. Activate the high-temperature plasma flame jet system in the passageway and seal off all exits after we evacuate. After Lulan and the others fought and retreated, they forced the pursuing Taotai back. Suddenly, countless hidden nozzles opened up on the top and sides of the passage. A blinding red light shone from the nozzle, accompanied by the hum of an engine starting up. Taotai seemed to sense the danger and tried to rush towards Lulan and the others. But it was too late. The next moment, the high-temperature plasma flames, tinged with pale blue, blazed out like an angry fire dragon. It gushed out from all the nozzles, instantly filling the entire passage. The temperature soared in an instant, and the air distorted under the intense heat, crackling and popping. Roar! The Taotia's enormous body was instantly engulfed by endless flames. It let out a shrill, painful roar, and its hard scales began to melt. It struggled frantically, crashing through the passage. But under the all-around, all-encompassing spray of flames, like a beast trapped in a furnace, it can only helplessly endure the devastating burns. Lulan and her surviving subordinates had retreated behind the safety gate. Looking through the thick observation window at the sea of fire inside the passage and the wailing Taotai within it, his face turned extremely grim. Years of hard work vanished before my very eyes. Lulan bit her lower lip tightly, and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye looked like a drop of congealed blood in the firelight. Inside the ventilation duct, Suhao lazily looked down at the hellish scene below. The high temperature can even be transmitted through metal pipes. The surrounding air became so hot that it was hard to breathe, and in some places it was melting, but it had no effect on him at all. He looked at the synthetic monster struggling in the flames, then at the women behind the security door with their complicated expressions. The scorching high-temperature plasma flames continued to erupt, making it impossible to even see the Taotia's specific appearance. However, just when Lulan and the others thought that the out-of-control monster was about to turn to ashes during the purification process, a sudden change occurred. A powerful gust of wind gathered in the passageway. Others may not be able to see the specific situation due to their line of sight. Suhao, who was always above the passageway, had a clear view of everything. The Taotia's constantly rotating vortex-shaped mouth suddenly expanded, and the serrated edges rubbed together wildly, producing a piercing metallic scraping sound. Suhao got goosebumps all over his body and even wanted to jump down and slap it. Fortunately, it stopped after a short while, which stopped Suhao from revealing his intentions. Immediately afterwards, whether it was because it had finished charging up, Taotai began to unleash its full power and unleash a powerful attack. An incredibly powerful suction suddenly burst forth from the mouthparts. The blazing white flames that filled the passage were drawn in, like rivers flowing into the sea, and surged wildly toward the gaping maw. It greedily devoured not only the flames, but also the heat energy permeating the air, and even some metal fragments melted by the high temperature. Its body is like a bottomless pit, devouring all the energy around it at a visible speed. This is impossible. Lulan's pupils shrank suddenly behind the security door, and an incredulous look of horror appeared on her charming face. It's consuming the energy of the plasma flame? This wasn't included in our design specifications. Her combat personnel were also dumbfounded. The scene before them completely overturned their understanding. Taotai, as its name suggests, possesses an almost limitless ability to devour. This was the core concept behind their design and creation. But they never expected that it could directly absorb even high-energy plasma in such an extreme environment. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the charred and carbonized parts of the Taotia's body began to writhe violently. Newly formed granulation tissue, with a dark metallic sheen, grew and spread at an alarming rate, covering the wound. Its massive body not only survived the raging flames, but its aura became even more ferocious as it devoured energy. Roar! A roar, louder and more ferocious than before, erupted from its mouth, shaking the entire passage. It suddenly stood upright, its sharp claws gleaming with a cold, eerie light, and locked onto Lulan and the others behind the security door. Chapter 30: Reaping the Bitter Fruit. The purification process has exhausted its energy. This means the purification process has failed. Evacuate. Evacuate immediately. Activate the final emergency plan and completely seal off the entire underground facility. Lulan made a decisive decision. She knew that the situation was now completely out of control and heading towards an unpredictable outcome. The issue is no longer whether they will be impeached, but whether they can keep their lives. The only solution now is to abandon this area. They sealed the Taotai completely inside, waiting for the halberdiers or even the garrison commander sent by the department to deal with it. However, the Taotai seemed to see through the intentions of these little lambs. It lunged forward, its massive body carrying the force to crush everything, and slammed into the heavy security door. Boom! The alloy-cast security door emitted a heart-stopping creaking sound as a huge dent appeared instantly, and dust cascaded down the walls around the doorframe. This power was far greater than when the Taotai tore open the alloy door. It took more than a minute to break through the alloy door before, but now it will probably only take a few seconds. Run! Lu Lan roared into the communicator as she and her surviving men sprinted toward the evacuation route. They had to escape to the ground before the Taotai broke through all the blockades. Inside the ventilation duct, Su Hao had a clear view of everything happening below. He looked at the synthetic monster that had been reborn in the flames and become even more powerful, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Absorbing energy to strengthen itself? Interesting. He could clearly sense that this monster, named Taotai, had absorbed a large amount of plasma flame energy. Their life levels have all been significantly improved. Although he still hasn't broken through to the commander level, he's probably already at the top among the warrior level, and may even have touched that threshold. The Men's Rights Protection Agency has really created a terrible problem. Su Hao sneered inwardly. His opinion of the organization had already plummeted, and now, seeing the monster they had created spiral out of control, he felt even less sympathy. What's this called? This is called reaping what you sow. The safety door was flung open by the Taotia's second impact, sending twisted metal parts flying everywhere. Quick! Stop it! Lu Lan screamed into the communicator as she ran through the narrow evacuation tunnel. The hem of her cheongsam was torn, revealing black stockings stained with soot, making her look disheveled. Several combatants who had fallen behind gritted their teeth, turned around, and raised their weapons in an attempt to stop them. However, Taotai didn't even look at them. It shattered completely with a single grasp. Its faceless front, with its mouthparts slightly turned, locked onto the researchers in white lab coats who were fleeing in terror in the distance. And their supervisor, Lu Lan. Cold hands, cutting, stitching, injecting pain. A hatred, stemming from genetic instinct, boils within its simple consciousness like magma. Ah! It let out a short, sharp screech. Its massive body displayed a speed disproportionate to its size, like an out-of-control heavy truck, instantly crashing into the group of researchers. No! Don't come any closer. Help! Manager Lu. As the claws swung, they brought up sprays of warm blood. The white coat was easily torn apart, and the crisp sound of bones shattering was drowned out by screams. The Taotia's mouthparts were like a bottomless abyss, tearing apart limbs and severed arms, along with those terrified and distorted faces. It is swallowed whole, without chewing, and consumed immediately. After evolving by devouring flames, it seems to be able to accurately distinguish who was involved in its research. It simply crushes any combat personnel that block its way. The primary focus has always been on those researchers. Lu Lan glanced back and saw this scene. Her charming face was drained of color, and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye throbbed violently. Without any hesitation, she increased her speed to the limit and rushed towards the emergency exit leading to the upper level of the meditation center where Su Hao had entered. Stop it! Buy some time for Manager Lu. A female guard, her eyes bloodshot, led the few remaining people to form a fragile defensive line. The bullets struck the Taotai with a clanging sound, but they couldn't even slow it down. It didn't even bother with these tickling attacks, and just crashed through them, leaving behind a pile of broken flesh. On the playground of the Jingxi Center, the riot caused by Su Hao, the culprit, had just been forcibly suppressed. The supervising captain stood on a high platform and roared into a megaphone at the female prisoners below who were being forcibly pressed to the ground, squatting or sitting. You've gone too far. Daring to cause trouble at the meditation center? Don't you want to live anymore? Everyone involved in today's disturbance will have their sentences extended by 3 months. Let's see who dares to. Her words came to an abrupt end. The edge of the playground. The door to the meditation center was suddenly kicked open, and an extremely disheveled figure staggered out. The woman had disheveled hair, a tattered expensive cheongsam, and her face was covered in soot. It was Lu Lan. The supervisor was taken aback, but recognized the high-ranking supervisor Lu. His face instantly lit up with a fawning smile, and he jogged over to greet him. Manager Lu. What's going on? Before she could finish her question, her pupils suddenly contracted. right at the exit that Lu Lan rushed out of. A massive, ferocious figure covered in dark purple scales. Like a demon crawling out of hell, it smashed through the gate, and the connecting wall flew out with it, crashing onto the playground. The unfortunate guards who were standing on one side of the building, monitoring the female prisoners, suddenly died a violent death. Sunlight shone on the Taotia's constantly rotating serrated mouthparts, reflecting a cold metallic luster. In an instant, the entire playground fell silent. All the female prisoners, whether they had just been indignant or indifferent, froze. Fear, like ice water, instantly soaked through their limbs and bones. The butcher opened his mouth wide, drooling down his chin without him even noticing. Ling Ying's pupils contracted, and her body tensed instinctively, assuming a defensive posture. The obsequious smile on the supervisor's face froze, turning into extreme terror. Her outstretched hand remained suspended in mid-air. The Taotia's faceless front swept across the dense crowd on the playground. Its weakness, coupled with an aura of fear, caused it to stir slightly. But it has no interest in these people now. Its gaze is fixed on Lu Lan, who is about to escape. And the researcher, who was physically strong enough to escape from underground while following her. As it turns out, human potential is limitless. As it turns out, it could only last for a short while. A monster, a monster. Someone let out the first hysterical scream. Panic erupted like a plague on the once deathly quiet playground. All the women, whether they were under surveillance or female prisoners, screamed, cried, and instinctively wanted to scatter and flee. Chapter 31. Preparing to intercept. The Taotai ignored the screaming and fleeing people and charged straight at its target. Put. One of the researchers running at the back was pierced through the chest by a claw and fell silent instantly. His body was thrown into his mouth and disappeared. Stop it. Shoot. The supervisor finally reacted, his voice hoarse as he roared, while he himself retreated repeatedly. Several guards trembled as they raised their sidearms and fired. The bullets struck the Taotia's scales, sparks flying, but they did nothing to stop it. Lu Lan didn't dare turn her head. She could hear the screams of her men dying behind her, and the chilling sound of the Taotai devouring. She pushed through the crowd blocking her way, jumped over the barbed wire fence surrounding the meditation center, and fled desperately toward the distant highway. Taotai solved the problem of the last researcher. The constantly rotating mandibles were aimed at the direction Lu Lan was fleeing, and it let out a furious roar. With heavy steps, it crashed through the wall and gave chase. Suburban road outside the meditation center. A red private car is driving at a steady speed. The woman driving the car was chewing gum and seemed to be in a good mood, humming along softly to the car's music. Suddenly, a figure staggered out from the roadside and immediately spread his arms to block the car. Squeak! A screeching sound of brakes rang out. The woman was terrified and slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a stop less than half a meter from the man. Damn it! Are you fucking asking for it? The woman, still in shock, rolled down the car window and cursed. The one who stopped the car was Lu Lan. Her face was ashen, her cheongsam was practically a rag, and her stockings were torn in several places, revealing bloodstains. She completely ignored the woman's insults, rushed to the driver's seat, pressed the F key, and yanked open the car door. What are you doing? Stealing my car? The woman tried to threaten her, but Lu Lan roughly pulled her out, and she stumbled and fell to the side of the road. Lu Lan didn't even look at her, quickly got into the driver's seat, slammed the door shut, and floored the accelerator. The red sedan roared, its tires screeching through the air and emitting plumes of blue smoke as it shot off like an arrow, heading straight for the center of Nanjing City. The woman whose car was stolen collapsed to the ground, staring in astonishment as her car sped away. She trembled with rage and swore at the injustice that had been uttered from her lips. You lunatic! You bitch! I'll fuck you! Then, her cursing stopped abruptly. Because it's located in the direction of the meditation center. A terrifying monster she had never imagined charged onto the highway with an earth-shaking force. In the sunlight, the monster appeared to still have traces of undried blood on its body. The anger on the woman's face was instantly replaced by boundless fear. She screamed and scrambled towards the roadside bushes, her crotch quickly becoming wet, as if afraid of attracting the other person's attention. Taotai paused briefly on the highway. The faceless figure gazed in the direction where the red car had disappeared, then took another step and chased after it along the road. With each heavy step it took, the ground trembled slightly. Looking in the rearview mirror, Lu Lan saw the terrifying figure relentlessly pursuing her. She bit her lower lip so hard it almost bled. The allure of the past was gone from her eyes, replaced only by the most primal instinct for survival. She didn't care how many casualties the monster would cause if it entered the downtown area, or whether she would be dismissed or investigated afterward. All she wanted was to live. Now, only the Men's Rights Protection Agency or the Garrison Command can possibly resolve this nightmare. The gauges on the dashboard swung wildly as the red sedan sped along the suburban highway, becoming a blurry red blur. Behind her, however, the shadow of death was creeping closer and closer to the densely populated city. Meanwhile, the fear on the playground of the Jingxi Center did not dissipate with the departure of the Tao Tai. The monster ignored them, only chasing specific targets, and then crashed through the wall and left. What does that mean? They didn't know where the monster came from, nor did they care why they were spared. All they knew was that the iron cage that bound them from the light of day had opened up with a huge gap. After the deathly silence that followed the ordeal, someone suddenly shouted, "The wall's broken. We can get out." This sound was like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the long-suppressed wildness in everyone's hearts. Run! Get out of this godforsaken place. I'm free! The female prisoners, who had just collapsed to the ground in fear, struggled to their feet like a flood bursting its banks. Its eyes turned bloodshot as it rushed toward the huge gap that the Tao Tai had smashed open. The desire for freedom even outweighed the fear of the monster. Surprisingly, the regulators did not stop them, and the regulators themselves were terrified. Moreover, it's questionable whether there will still be a meditation center in Nanjing City after today. Su Hao then came out, his clothes clean and tidy, standing out starkly from the surrounding madness. Shall we go? Ling Ying appeared beside him without him even noticing. Even for a woman as experienced as her, the terrifying experience of facing the Tao Tai was enough to make her heart pound. Su Hao glanced at her, revealing a sunny, boyish smile. Of course. The sunlight shines on me, carrying the warmth of freedom. Ling Ying took a deep breath of the air filled with the scent of grass, feeling as if she had stepped into another world. She glanced at Su Hao beside her, who seemed relaxed as if he were on a picnic, and couldn't help but ask, "What are you planning to do next?" Su Hao's gaze fell in the direction where Tao Tai and Lu Lan disappeared one after the other. The city skyline is faintly visible in the distance. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. The excitement has only just begun, wouldn't it be a shame to miss it? Ling Ying looked at his profile and felt a chill run down her spine. She nodded silently and didn't ask any more questions. Goodbye. Ling Ying said goodbye. She was leaving the city. Su Hao waved his hand, didn't stop, and strode away without looking back. They walked slowly along the trail of destruction left by the Tao Tai towards the city of Nanjing. Traffic management checkpoint on a main road in the urban-rural fringe area of Nanjing City. Li Mei was sitting idly in the duty booth. She is a traffic controller in this area, responsible for monitoring this last stretch of expressway before entering the city. The work is mostly tedious, mainly dealing with speeding and illegal lane changes. Suddenly, the internal communicator on the table rang sharply, breaking the afternoon's drowsiness. A red sedan with license plate number RNM666 was detected, traveling at high speed from north to south along Ingbin Avenue, with a speed exceeding 160 km per hour. We're about to enter your assigned section of road, Li Mei. Be prepared to intercept them. Repeat, be prepared to intercept them. Li Mei sat up abruptly, all sleepiness gone. 160? Are you crazy? The city center is just ahead. She muttered in astonishment, grabbed the hat and body camera from the table, and rushed out of the duty booth. Chapter 32. Entering the city. As soon as I stood by the roadside, a loud engine roar came from afar, like the howl of a wild beast. She hadn't even had a chance to fully raise the stop sign. A red shadow, accompanied by a piercing shriek that seemed to tear through the air, sped past her body. The speed was so fast that you could only see a blurry afterimage and the arrogant license plate number. A strong gust of air, carrying dust from the road, rushed towards Li Mei, making her hair fly wildly. She instinctively closed her eyes and turned her head away. Tui! Tui! She spat out the sand from her mouth, her eyes stinging from the dust, tears streaming down her face. She rubbed her eyes, hopping mad with anger, and yelled, "Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? Driving this fast in the city, are you out of your mind? Don't let me catch you." As she rubbed her stinging eyes, she cursed the damned driver 1,000 times in her mind. Points deducted. Fine. Driver's license revoked. No, this kind of dangerous driving should result in immediate detention. Just as her vision blurred and she was trying to see clearly with tears in her eyes, an even heavier commotion came from behind her. Thump, thump, thump. It looked like a giant pile driver was at work, and even the ground was shaking slightly. Li Mei was secretly pleased, thinking that the arrogant driver had a change of heart, or that the car had broken down and he had returned to accept punishment. She tried to open her eyes, but they were sore and painful that she could only manage to squint them open a crack. A huge, moving shadow could be seen ahead. Her professional instincts kicked in, and despite the discomfort in her eyes, she forced back her tears and reached out towards the blurry shadow. He shouted sternly in an angry voice. "Stop the car. Pull over. Show me your driver's license and vehicle registration. You were speeding terribly just now, do you know how dangerous that is?" She thought the other person would stop, or at least slow down. However, the heavy thump-thump sound did not stop. Instead, it became even faster. The suffocating sense of oppression almost brushed against her face, and the wind it generated was even stronger than that of the sports car from before, nearly knocking her over. Forced to close her eyes again by the gust of wind, Li Mei was both shocked and furious. They still dare to speed through the checkpoint? This is outrageous. She rubbed her eyes frantically, and the tears flowed even more profusely. Several seconds later, my vision finally became a little clearer. She angrily looked up in the direction the vehicle that had run the checkpoint had left, preparing to note down the vehicle type and license plate. Then, she froze. The anger on his face froze instantly, then crumbled like shattered glass, replaced by boundless bewilderment. As her vision gradually cleared, there was no car at all. There was only a gigantic, terrifying silhouette, as large as a small mountain. With earth-shaking strides, they raced along the wide road towards the city. With each step the monster took, a clear crack and dent appeared on the solid asphalt road. It just ran right past me? Was I just asking this monster for my driver's license? Belatedly realizing what was happening, Li Mei opened her mouth, making a hoarse sound in her throat, but couldn't utter a single word. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud, completely unaware that the body camera in her hand had fallen and shattered. She just stared blankly at the terrifying figure that was getting further and further away, her mind a complete blank, with only that absurd thought echoing in her mind. I actually made a monster show me his driver's license. I'm so awesome. If she told her colleagues about this, they might think she was bragging. But it's all true. It's a pity the body camera was broken, otherwise it would have directly demonstrated her imposing figure. But why didn't that monster eat her? Was she not delicious enough? I'm so annoyed. The red sedan, like a streak of fire, ruthlessly shattered the afternoon tranquility of the outskirts of Nanjing City. Lu Lan gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands. In the rearview mirror, the terrifying dark purple figure clung to me like a maggot. It pursued relentlessly at a terrifying speed completely disproportionate to its enormous size. Each of its heavy footsteps struck Lu Lan's already fragile heartstrings like a hammer blow. Those constantly rotating serrated mouthparts seemed to have locked onto her soul's essence. Faster. Faster. She was acting like a madwoman, with the accelerator already floored, the engine roaring under the strain. The scenery outside the window rushed past, blurring into a long, elongated patch of color. Finally, the outlines of dense buildings appeared ahead, and the traffic began to increase. We've entered the city. However, the spark of hope was extinguished as soon as it was lit. Bang! A muffled thud was followed by a violent jolt in the car. She rear-ended another vehicle. She crashed into a private car that was waiting at a red light. The car's airbags deployed instantly, slamming into her face. The front of the red sedan was visibly dented, the hood was twisted and warped, and puffs of white smoke were billowing out. The car stalled. Even a halberd-wielding warrior with superhuman physique would be dizzy and disoriented if he wasn't careful while speeding at such a high speed. Lu Lan struggled to restart the vehicle. But the engine only emitted a few weak hissing sounds before falling completely silent. No. No. She desperately pounded on the steering wheel and turned around abruptly. Through the rear window, she saw that the monster had caught up. Taotai is completely unrestricted by city traffic rules. Its massive body ran directly over the green belt and knocked over the roadside sign. The customer who had just walked out of the mall had no time to react before Lu Lan unjustly sliced off half of his body. Others around also noticed the horrific sight. The horn blares and screams from passers-by instantly filled the air. Some drivers tried to start their vehicles and flee the scene, but ended up tangled with other vehicles. Some even disregarded the consequences and rushed directly onto the sidewalk, causing accidents involving run-overs. Traffic was completely paralyzed. Monster! There's a monster! Run! Mother! Chaos spread rapidly, like a stone thrown into water. Lulan kicked open the deformed car door and crawled out in a disheveled state. The high heels were nowhere to be found. She staggered into the panicked crowd, trying to use the flow of people to cover herself. Tao Ye's goal was crystal clear. Its massive body, like a battering ram, easily smashed aside vehicles blocking its path and trampled the poor people who had fallen to the ground. Lulan glanced back and saw the approaching shadow of death, then suddenly darted into a roadside shop. They hoped to use the complex terrain to escape the pursuit. However, the Taodai didn't take a detour. It smashed directly into the glass curtain wall of the shop, sending bricks and stones flying and filling the air with dust. It's like a tireless destroying machine, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Lulan escaped through the back door of the shop. They rushed into the back street. There are a lot of miscellaneous items piled up here. The next moment, the Taodai broke through the wall and emerged. Chapter 33 Garrison Command Intervention. Its massive body was squeezed into the narrow backstreet. The walls on both sides were scratched with deep marks by the scales of the Taodai, and gravel fell down in a flurry. The distance is rapidly closing. In her panic, Lulan stepped barefoot on a banana peel. I don't know which damn person is so rude. Her foot slipped, and her smooth, round buttocks made intimate contact with the steep ground. There wasn't even time to hold a grudge against the guy who littered. Lulan struggled to turn over. Leaning against the cold wall, I looked at the shadow that loomed down like a small hill. And that ever-rotating maw of the abyss. It's over. Lulan closed her eyes in despair. However, the expected pain did not come. She opened her eyes in confusion. She discovered that the Taodai had stopped less than 5 meters in front of her. The mouthparts rotated at a slower speed, their sharp serrated edges rubbing together, making a soft click-clack sound. It's like savoring the fear of prey. A sense of playful mockery, like a cat chasing a mouse, arises spontaneously. Lulan's heart almost jumped out of her chest. The physical fear made her body stiff, and even breathing became difficult. Just then, laugh. The sound of air cutting through the air came from the backstreet exit. The condensed, almost tangible crimson energy tore through the air, carrying with it scorching heat. Like a cannonball fired from a gun, it struck precisely the side of the Taoda's head as it was about to lower its head. Boom! A dull thud resounded. The Taoda's enormous head was violently tilted to the side by this tremendous force. The area covered by scales showed signs of charring, and some scales even had tiny cracks. It let out a hiss, instantly drawing attention away from Lulan. Backstreet exit. 2 figures stood like javelins. The leader was a burly man, as imposing as a mountain, wielding a massive, exaggeratedly designed axe with faint, crimson energy flowing across its blade. The crimson energy he just generated was clearly initiated by him. And who else could this person be but Zhang Hu? However, at this moment, the power of his blood and qi was clearly more concentrated and profound than when he was at the Zhao family manor. Beside him, Li Bingqian held twin daggers, her pretty face frosty, her body surrounded by icy blue aura, a stark contrast to Zhang Hu's fiery energy. A world of extremes. The halberdiers of the garrison? Lulan, who was slumped on the ground, was startled. A surge of elation at surviving a catastrophe immediately followed. She immediately lowered her head and screamed in a tearful voice, "Help! Help! Monster! There's a monster!" Zhang Hu quickly scanned the mess at the scene and the woman slumped on the ground, her clothes disheveled. "Citizens! It's dangerous here. Evacuate immediately via this backstreet exit. Our people are waiting for you outside." Zhang Hu's voice boomed like a bell, and his giant axe was already held horizontally in front of him, firmly locking onto the Taodai, which was enraged by the attack. Li Bingqian acted decisively, quickly moving to Lulan's side and providing cover. With her twin daggers crossed, a chilling aura spread out, forming a makeshift defensive line. Without turning her head, she coldly shouted, "Go!" Lulan felt as if she had been granted a pardon and scrambled to her feet. Following the direction Li Bingqian indicated, he staggered and desperately ran backward. Roar! It would have been bad enough to just get beaten up, but to see that they actually dared to take matters into their own hands and let their prey go was truly appalling. The Taodai was completely enraged. Despite possessing considerable wisdom, it is not reckless. The power contained in Zhang Hu's attack just now made it feel threatened. But it will not give up hunting down Lulan, who is currently its only target. Its massive body tried to catch up with Lulan. Unfortunately, Zhang Hu and his companion stopped them. Tao Tai was furious that Tao Tai had repeatedly obstructed him. You think you're so great? The swirling mouthparts were aimed at Zhang Hu and Li Bingqian. A powerful suction force erupted, targeting the two of them. Watch out! This thing can devour energy. Zhang Hu sensed characteristics similar to those of the black mist creatures from this suction force. One is absorbed by suction, and the other is absorbed by black mist. Although they are different in type, they ultimately lead to the same goal. However, upon comparison, he realized that the black mist creature was more powerful. Even though the monster in the backstreet was enormous, the sense of oppression it exerted was clearly not as strong as that of the black mist creature. He's probably a general-level officer. Of course, Zhang Hu didn't overestimate himself. He stomped his foot hard. Boom! The steep ground was cracked, and Zhang Hu's blood and energy surged, like a burning furnace. His entire body transformed into a crimson stream of light, defying the powerful suction and charging towards the Tao Tai. Earth-splitting slash! He gripped the axe with both hands, leaped high into the air, and poured his surging blood and chi into the axe blade. The giant axe, with the force of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, fiercely cleaved towards the joint of the Tao Tai's thick forelimbs. He wanted to engage in close combat, using pure destructive power to counter the opponent's devouring properties. If we had encountered the black fog at the Zhao family manor before. If he had realized this so early and prevented the black mist from getting close, he might not have suffered such a humiliating defeat. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs, and besides, he was ambushed at the time and had no time to react. Now, it's not just him, but also Li Bingqian who's helping him. Almost at the same time as Zhang Hu rushed out, she moved like the wind, stepping on the backstreet wall as if it were flat ground. He sprinted around the side of the Tao Tai, swinging his twin daggers. Several icy blue wisps of cold air emanated from the Tao Tai and attacked its body. This forced it to temporarily stop using suction and instead engage in hand-to-hand combat. Clang! While Tao Tai was getting annoyed by Li Bingqian, who was bouncing around like a flea, he took advantage of the situation. Zhang Hu's giant axe slammed down on the Tao Tai's forelimbs. Sparks flew everywhere. The Tao Tai's scales provided amazing defense. The axe blow failed to completely split it open. However, the terrifying force contained in Zhang Hu's all-out attack still caused its massive body to sway heavily. A faint cracking sound came from the joint of the forelimb. Zhang Hu's strength actually penetrated through the hard scales and into the flesh, causing internal damage to the Tao Tai. In pain, the Tao Tai swung its sharp claws fiercely. Zhang Hu retreated immediately after his attack, nimbly dodging the incoming claws. However, the situation here is different from that at the Zhao family manor. It's a busy downtown area outside. Bingqian, restrain it. Don't let it run into the street. Good. Li Bingqian responded. The icy blue chill grew even stronger, and frost began to condense on the scales of the Tao Tai's body. Although it was quickly shattered, it did effectively disrupt the Tao Tai's movements. For a moment, in this narrow backstreet, two halberd-wielding warriors were locked in a fierce battle with a massive synthetic monster. The energy surged forth, accompanied by continuous booming sounds, causing ongoing damage to the surrounding walls and ground. At that moment, Lu Lan, who had finally escaped danger, staggered out of the backstreet. Vehicles and personnel from the garrison headquarters are evacuating the crowd and establishing a cordon ahead. Under the protection of the garrison commander, she blended into the evacuating crowd, glancing back at the backstreet from which the sounds of fierce fighting were coming, her eyes flickering uncertainly. Chapter 34. I desperately want to escape, but I can't. Zhang Hu, Li Bingqian. Halberdiers of the Nanjing Garrison Command. There are also differences among the halberd bearers. Their strength is clearly much greater than hers, especially Zhang Hu. However, none of this concerns her anymore. With the gluttonous beast out of control, the secrets of the underground laboratory are likely to be exposed, and Nanjing City can no longer be stayed in. As for contacting the supervisory authority, I don't know if they have received any information. Joke. Based on her status as a halberd bearer. The world is vast, and there is much to go anywhere. Should I go to the inspector and apologize with thorns on my back? Isn't that just asking for trouble? As the head of the underground laboratory at the Jingxi Center, she would be the first to be implicated if an investigation were launched. She's not stupid. After thinking it through, she lowered her head and followed the crowd, quickly leaving this place of trouble. Ah! Sensing that Lu Lan's presence had vanished, Tao Tai let out a furious roar, looking at Zhang Hu and the other two, becoming even more agitated. If it weren't for those two little bugs stopping it, it would have torn the culprit to pieces and swallowed it long ago. Now, Lulan has slipped away right under our noses. All its hatred was transferred to the two guys who ruined its plans. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of an old apartment building next door. After leaving the meditation center, Suhao returned home and changed into casual clothes, and is now squatting here. He took a banana out of his pocket, ate it in a few bites, and then casually threw it on the ground. This is uncivilized behavior, please do not imitate it. Looking in the direction Lulan left, he silently followed. Nanjing International Airport was exceptionally quiet. A few people dragged their luggage past, there was no need to wait at the security checkpoint, and the echoes of their footsteps could be heard in the empty hall. Lulan lowered her head. On the way here, I casually grabbed a cheap trench coat from a clothes rack by the roadside, which barely covered up my disheveled state. She was hoping to find some money to tide her over, but to her surprise, there was over 1,000 yuan in her trench coat, which solved her immediate problem. As for the airfare? Just kidding, whether it's the Garrison Command or the Male Rights Protection Agency, their higher-ups are taking advantage of the situation for free. However, his disheveled hair, the grime on his face, and his bare feet still attracted a lot of strange looks. Lulan, who was usually aloof and superior, ignored the gazes of these inferior people. She must leave Nanjing as soon as possible and head to the capital. Only by getting there, with her strength as a halberd wielder, and by siding with a powerful figure, might she be able to escape the purge. Perhaps there's still a chance to make a comeback. Lulan walked straight to the manual check-in counter. The ground staff behind the counter was a young woman. Her gaze swept over Lulan's bare feet, which were covered in dirt, without any politeness. "Ma'am, please ensure your appearance is neat and tidy before checking in. Our airport has regulations." Lulan didn't have time to waste with her and interrupted her directly. "I am Lulan from the Nanjing Male Rights Branch, currently on urgent business. Immediately arrange the fastest flight to the capital." As she spoke, she took her ID card out of the inside pocket of her tattered cheongsam and handed it to the other person. The ground staff had clearly seen the Men's Rights Protection Agency's credentials. The deep blue cover and the striking emblem instantly changed her expression. All over the world, in every country and city, the Men's Rights Protection Agency's credentials are a privilege pass. "Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I'll process it for you right away." The doubt on the ground staff's faces was instantly replaced by fear. He frantically started operating the computer, not daring to even glance at Lulan again. Lulan sneered inwardly. Sure enough, the Men's Rights Protection Agency's signboard was still quite useful. The allure of power is intoxicating. She discreetly observed her surroundings, and after confirming that no one was following her, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. The plane tickets were printed out quickly. The ground staff presented the ticket with both hands, speaking with utmost respect, "Your ticket. Your flight departs in 1 hour. Have a pleasant journey." Lulan grabbed the plane ticket, didn't even look at the other person, and turned to leave. "We're finally safe." After entering the waiting area, perhaps due to the high level of mental stress during the previous escape. Just as I relaxed a little, a strong urge to urinate suddenly struck me. After getting her bearings, Lulan, her face flushed red from holding her breath, quickly walked toward the women's restroom not far away. The women's restroom was nowhere near as nice as the men's, and the air was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant. Prioritizing tasks, Lulan, who considers herself to have severe mysophobia, didn't care about the details in an emergency and quickly headed towards the cubicle. The first one is someone. Secondly, there are also people. Thirdly, there are still people. Lulan cursed inwardly. Does she even want to mess with the toilet? The last cubicle. Fortunately, the doorknob of this cubicle was green. She immediately pushed the door open and locked it behind her. Almost simultaneously, she could no longer hold back. Lifting up the hem of her trench coat and tattered cheongsam, she sat on the toilet, finally releasing the tension in her bladder. He breathed a long sigh of relief. Once I relaxed like that, a wave of exhaustion washed over me. She pulled off her black stockings, which were already snagged, crumpled them into a ball, and threw them into the trash can with disgust. I straightened my trench coat a little, opened the stall door, and walked to the sink. Looking in the mirror at the disheveled woman with messy hair and grime around her eyes. A hint of disgust flashed in Lulan's eyes. How could she have become so destitute? Take a deep breath and turn on the tap. During this time, the customers who had waited for the restroom all left. Lulan vigorously rinsed her face with cold water, trying to wash away the dirt and clear her mind. The water flowed swiftly, icy cold. She rested her hands on the countertop, looking down at the swirling water in the pool, her mind a jumble of thoughts. With the gluttonous beast out of control and the town's guards getting involved, the dirty deeds at the meditation center will definitely not be kept secret and will be thoroughly investigated within 2 days. Even though the Men's Rights Protection Agency headquarters sent people to take over, their credibility in Nanjing was completely ruined. Of course, these things have nothing to do with her anymore. As long as she's still alive. Just as Lu Lan relaxed her guard slightly, a dark shadow, like a ghost, flashed past in the mirror in front of her. Lu Lan's hair stood on end instantly. She suddenly looked up at the mirror. At that moment, all that could be seen in the mirror was her terrified face. Is it just my imagination? No. A woman's intuition caused her heart to stop. A gust of wind blew up behind me. She didn't even have time to turn around completely, she just instinctively tried to sidestep to avoid it. At the same time, her hand reached for her waist, where her energy pistol was originally hidden, but unfortunately it had been dropped during the escape. An indescribable force struck her precisely on the back of the neck. The power was controlled with exquisite precision, enough to sever her consciousness in an instant, yet without causing any unnecessary harm. Lu Lan's pupils dilated instantly, and the last image in them was her own horrified expression in the mirror. Chapter 35 Public anger is hard to defy. An unfamiliar entity, not reflected in the mirror, attacked her. Then, darkness surged like a tide, mercilessly swallowing up all her senses. His body went limp and he fell forward. But before she fell, a strong arm caught her without making a sound. Su Hao looked at Lu Lan, who had fainted in his arms, put down his bag from behind, and took out 2 masks and sunglasses. One set was for himself, and the other set was for Lu Lan's face. He then diverted his mental energy and injected it into Lu Lan's brain. Immediately, Lu Lan stood frozen in place, like a puppet on a string. The two then clung to each other like a couple as they walked out of the airport. Even though Su Hao has a very high degree of control over his mental power. However, the immense mental impact, if one is not careful, can turn a person into a fool in an instant. Therefore, it can only be used on people who are unconscious, and not ordinary people. Because an ordinary person's mental strength is 1, once they receive mental strength exceeding 1.2, even if they wake up, they will become a vegetable. However, Lu Lan is different. After all, she possesses the physique of a halberd-wielding warrior, so her awakening later will not have a significant impact. Therefore, Su Hao gave her a little more, 0.4. Of course, he will take it back once the dust settles. On the other side, in the backstreets of the bustling city center, the enormous body of the Taodai finally collapsed amidst the broken bricks and rubble. The dark purple scales were badly damaged, and the terrifying, constantly rotating maw had completely stopped turning. Covered in dust and dirt, Zhang Hu leaned on his giant axe, breathing heavily. His vital energy was slowly receding, and sweat mixed with dust streamed down his forehead. Li Bingxian's situation was slightly better, she was basically on the sidelines, while Zhang Hu was the main fighting force. She walked to the corpse of the Taotai and cautiously kicked it with her toe. It's solved, but this thing is a bit strange. Li Bingxian spoke first. Brother Tiger, don't you think there's something wrong with this monster? It has the strength of a warrior-level beast, but it never used its force field until it died. Zhang Hu remained silent and did not answer immediately. In that instant, he thought of the black mist creature from before. That guy didn't seem to use a force field during the fight with me. Filled with intense unease, his gaze swept over the Taotia's unnatural physical structure. The seemingly forcibly fused biological tissues and metal shell intensified the uneasy feeling he had about something. This is definitely not a form that can be produced through natural evolution like that of a mythical beast. Seeing his silence, Li Bingxian continued. Moreover, it seems to have a clear target, which is that woman. Brother Tiger, you must have noticed it too, right? Even when we first made our move, the monsteress' attention was focused on the fleeing woman until she was completely gone. Something is not right. Zhang Hu finally spoke. From Pier Number 3 to Zhao Family Manor, and now to this monster, the things that have been appearing in the city lately are becoming more and more illogical. He paused for a moment, then voiced his doubts. Bingxian, I don't know if you've noticed, but this guy is clearly not like a beast. Instead, he looks like a monster with a beast's skin. He didn't say anything more, his doubts had reached their peak. After the battle ended. Soon, officers from the garrison arrived and began clearing the battlefield. Zhang Hu and Li Bingxian boarded the command vehicle and returned to the branch. As the vehicle drove along the streets that were gradually returning to order, both men were lost in their own thoughts. The atmosphere was somber. However, the convoy had only driven less than 2 blocks when it suddenly stopped. What's going on? Li Bingqian peeked ahead. Report. A group of women are blocking our way, came the surprised voice of the operator in the vehicle ahead through the communicator. Zhang Hu's eyes narrowed, and he immediately pushed open the car door and jumped out. A large group of women stood in front of the convoy. They were wearing matching prison uniforms. These are the female prisoners who escaped from the meditation center. The person in the lead was none other than Ling Ying. She had originally planned to leave the city, but considering the inhumane treatment she had received at the meditation center over the past year, she chose to stay for the time being. Surprisingly, besides her, the butcher who had previously coveted Su Hao was also there. There is only one reason why they gathered together. That is to expose the evil face of the Nanjing Male Rights Branch. Who are you? Why are you blocking the garrison's convoy? A senior agent stepped forward and questioned him sternly, his hand already on the weapon at his waist. Faced with the intimidation of the garrison officers, the female prisoners became slightly agitated. There was no other way the uniforms of the Jingxi Center's inspectors were modified from the uniforms of the garrison command. So when they saw the operators, it was as if they were seeing the inspectors who had abused them again. Ling Ying stepped forward with the megaphone, showing no fear. We are prisoners of the Jingxi Center, but we are not here to cause trouble. We are here to tell you the truth. About that monster, about the secret beneath the meditation center. With the help of a loudspeaker, her voice clearly echoed throughout the entire street, reaching the ears of Zhang Hu and Li Bingqian. Accompanied by Li Bingqian, Zhang Hu strode forward and waved for his men to step back. His deep gaze fell on Ling Ying, and he asked in a deep voice, "What truth?" Ling Ying took a deep breath, her body trembling slightly with excitement. The monster you killed was called Tao Tai. It's not a monster, but a biological weapon cobbled together and modified from living people and monster tissues by those lunatics in the Papa Power Division in their underground laboratory. The Jingxi Center is not a correctional institution at all. Its underground is a huge biological laboratory. Under the guise of correction, they sent disobedient women down to be used as experimental subjects. Many people went down and never came back up, and those who came back went crazy. The people behind me saw it with their own eyes, and they can all testify to it. Behind her, a large group of female prisoners were filled with indignation. That's right. I saw people in white coats come out of the elevator with my own eyes. They kidnapped Xiaowan, saying she had aggressive tendencies and needed intensive treatment, but the next day we heard she had suddenly fallen ill and died. Those regulators all knew. They were accomplices. The Jingxi Center also has surveillance cameras, which can tell you the truth. The accusations, stained with blood and tears, struck like a thunderbolt. Li Bingqian's expression changed drastically. Zhang Hu clenched his fist tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He had always felt something was wrong, but he never expected the truth to be so shocking. Using living people for biological experiments? Is it underground in the suburbs of Nanjing City? Beneath the seemingly order-maintaining facade of the Men's Rights Protection Agency? Seeing Zhang Hu's ashen face, Ling Ying knew they believed him to a large extent, so she emphasized her words. The woman you let go before is named Lu Lan, and she is the director of the underground laboratory at the Jingxi Center. Chapter 36 Various Parties in Motion. The monster went berserk and hunted her because she participated in the creation and torment of it. At this point, the butcher came up and solemnly handed a roll of film to Zhang Hu, who was completely stunned. Li Bingqian was also full of questions. Ling Ying reminded her. To prevent the surveillance video from being destroyed by the authorities, this is a video we copied from the monitoring room of the Jingxi Center before we fled. In truth, Zhang Hu had completely trusted Ling Ying and the others. How could these commoners possibly have the audacity to fabricate a completely fictitious crime and defy public opinion to deceive the garrison command? Normal people would be too busy avoiding it. This also reminds me of my previous doubts about the origin of the Tao Tai monster. He slowly raised his head, his anger rising. Immediately seal off all entrances and exits of the Jingxi Center and the Nanjing Men's Rights Branch. Ling Ying's words were like ice water thrown into boiling oil, causing an uproar among the garrison officers. Using living people for biological experiments? This is absolutely outrageous and challenges the bottom line of civilized society. Some onlookers, who were being pushed around but refused to leave, whispered among themselves. This is absolutely huge news. Li Bingqian calmed down faster than Zhang Hu and lowered her voice. Brother Tiger. This concerns the Men's Rights Protection Agency. Without solid evidence and orders from superiors, we have no right to conduct a direct search. Especially sealing off the entire branch office, that would cause a huge uproar. Zhang Hu suddenly turned his head to look at her, as if the person who had just fought alongside him against the powerful enemy was not her. Wait for orders? Wait for them to destroy evidence and distance themselves from the situation? Bingqian, look at these women. They're risking being killed to stand here just to tell us the truth. If even we are timid and hesitant, then the sky over Nanjiang City will truly be dark. Without further hesitation, he suddenly raised the roll of film in his hand and looked around. Everyone, listen up. First and second tactical squads, immediately follow me to the meditation center and control all entrances and exits. Seal off the monitoring room and all suspicious areas. If there is any resistance, prosecute for endangering public safety. Third squad, escort these victims and evidence back to headquarters for authentication by the technical department. Li Bingqian. Li Bingqian nodded helplessly. You will personally lead the fourth squad to the Nanjiang Men's Rights Branch building. Zhang Hu wasn't completely out of his mind. He reminded everyone, it's not a seizure, it's a request for assistance in the investigation. In the name of the Garrison Command, we request their highest-ranking official, as well as all management personnel involved in the affairs of the Jingxi Center, to come to our branch to assist in understanding the situation. Li Bingqian knew perfectly well that Brother Tiger was using a feint to cover up his true intentions while secretly plotting against her. Using the gentle guise of requesting assistance to carry out actual control. Brother Tiger. Li Bingqian wanted to persuade her again, but that would be tantamount to declaring war on the Men's Rights Protection Agency. Zhang Hu hoisted the giant axe onto his shoulder, stared at Li Bingqian, and spoke slowly and deliberately. I, Zhang Hu, will take full responsibility for all of this. If I let these parasites go today, I don't deserve to wear this halberd bearer's uniform. Execute orders. Yes. Li Bingqian knew that once Zhang Hu had made up his mind, nothing could change it. Further persuasion was useless. Once everyone was gathered, the vehicles roared and sped toward the Men's Rights Office building. Without further ado, Zhang Hu waved his hand and said, First and second squads, follow me. Except for the trainee operators who stayed behind to clean up the mess, all the other operators left. Only the female prisoners remained, watching the dust and smoke rise as the convoy drove away. Ling Ying clenched her fists and muttered to herself, I hope we didn't trust the wrong person. The butcher spat and said viciously, if they dare to protect those beasts. Even if it costs me my life, I will expose the truth to the world. Just as Zhang Hu led his convoy menacingly toward the Jingxi Center. Nanjiang Men's Rights Branch building. Inside the supervisory office. Inspector Li slammed the communicator onto the expensive mahogany desk in frustration, making a dull thud. Her well-maintained face was now clouded with worry, and her carefully drawn eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Still can't get in touch. That good-for-nothing Lulan. Where the hell has she gone? She cursed under her breath, her chest heaving with anger. Just now, her informant, whom she had planted within the garrison headquarters, sent an urgent message. Something has happened at the Jingxi Center. The experimental subject, codenamed Tao Tai, not only ran out of control into the city but was also killed on the spot by the garrison commander. To make matters worse, a group of female prisoners who escaped from the meditation center blocked the garrison's convoy, seemingly having revealed all their secrets. Zhao Jing and her son were silenced, and the Jingxi Center was exposed. What bad luck have I had? Inspector Li rubbed her throbbing temples, a strong sense of unease coiling around her heart like a venomous snake. She felt like she had been cursed lately, with everything going wrong. However, her years of experience in power struggles quickly calmed her down. As long as the crucial surveillance evidence is gone. There is no way to verify the truth since the dead are dead. Even if those lowly people talk all they want, without any evidence, who would dare to touch her, the inspector of the male-dominated branch? She immediately picked up another encrypted communicator and quickly dialed a number. The phone was answered almost instantly, Inspector. Shut up. Listen to me. Inspector Li interrupted the other person sharply, speaking quickly and urgently, now, immediately, right now. Destroy all the surveillance footage from the Jingxi Center, especially from the underground area. Not a single hard drive, not a single roll of film, is allowed to remain. Then, activate the self-destruct program in the underground laboratory and burn it to the ground. Understand? But Inspector, those devices, the voice on the other end hesitated. What are we doing worrying about that now? Inspector Lee practically roared. Execute orders. After you're done, evacuate immediately. I'll arrange for you to leave Nanjing. Hurry. Without waiting for a response, she abruptly hung up the call, as if that would sever all ties with the meditation center. She leaned back in the large leather chair, exhaled a long breath, and tried to calm her wildly beating heart. Luckily, I reacted quickly. She muttered to herself, picked up the coffee on the table that had gone cold, and took a sip. The bitter taste made her a little more awake. As soon as the evidence was destroyed, Lu Lan disappeared again. Even if the garrison commander suspects something, without concrete evidence, they can't do anything to her. After all, she was an inspector of the Men's Rights Protection Agency, a position of great prestige, representing men's rights. To touch her is to challenge the entire patriarchal protection system. Thinking of this, her tense nerves relaxed slightly. He even curled a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Hu, that reckless fool, thought he could shake a big tree with just a surge of passion? That's a joke. Chapter 37 Stubborn Donkey Zhang Hu. However, before she could fully relax, the office door was slammed open. Her trusted secretary rushed in a panic, forgetting to even knock. Inspector. Something's wrong. The building is surrounded. It's the garrison commander. The one leading the team is Li Bingqian. Having already received the news, Inspector Li replied calmly, I know. Ah. The usually eccentric inspector actually had a relaxed expression on his face. The secretary was dumbfounded. But the inspectors want us to assist in investigating matters related to the Jingxi Center. They asked all senior executives to go to the town hall branch to cooperate in understanding the situation. On the other side, the convoy kicked up dust as it stopped outside the meditation center. Every second counts. Zhang Hu was the first to jump out of the car, his gaze instantly locking onto the gap in the wall that looked as if it had been blasted open by a giant battering ram. Broken bricks and stones were scattered all over the ground, and twisted steel bars were exposed. Some dark purple viscous substance remained at the break, just like the color of the Taotai. It really was that monster. Zhang Hu's face was so gloomy it could drip water. Aside from that incredibly strong synthetic monster, he couldn't think of anything else that could cause such destruction. Perhaps they heard the convoy making noise. A series of hurried footsteps came from the direction of the main entrance of the meditation center. A short while later, a dozen or so armed inspectors rushed out. The head of the inspection team blocked Zhang Hu and his group's way. This is the Jingxi Center, which is directly under the Male Rights Protection Bureau. Your garrison has trespassed into restricted territory without permission. What are you trying to do? Zhang Hu didn't bother to waste words with these low-level thugs and didn't even bother to show his identification. Zhang Hu, the garrison commander. We suspect that there are illegal facilities endangering public safety hidden in the basement of the Jingxi Center. A search is being conducted in accordance with the law. Make way. The inspector captain's expression changed. He clearly hadn't expected Zhang Hu to be so assertive. Remembering Inspector Li's orders and the unbearable consequences of failure, she gritted her teeth. Instead of backing away, he stepped forward and said sternly, We have not received any instructions from our superiors. This area is under the jurisdiction of the Men's Rights Protection Bureau. Your garrison has no right to search. Please leave immediately. Otherwise, we will consider it a violent attack and have the right to take necessary measures. The inspectors behind her had shifty eyes. But the moment the captain finished speaking, they all raised their weapons in unison. The dark muzzle of a gun was pointed at Zhang Hu and the garrison officers behind him. The officers from the garrison command immediately raised their guns and confronted the enemy. The inspection team leader appeared calm, but his palms were actually sweating profusely. But she knew she had no way out. Inspector Li is a deeply entrenched and influential figure. As long as she doesn't fall, even if we're temporarily locked up, there's a way to get us out. But if the garrison commander is allowed in today and the inspector's important mission is ruined, then they and their families will definitely not see the sunrise tomorrow. Zhang Hu looked at the group of blustering but cowardly inspectors in front of him and a mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Necessary measures? With your abilities? Before he finished speaking, the crimson blood energy that he had been holding back suddenly erupted. Like a dormant volcano suddenly awakening, scorching heat waves radiated outwards from him, instantly clearing away the dust from the ground. The inspection team leader only felt a blur before his eyes. An irresistible, scorching storm swept over us. She couldn't even see Zhang, whose movements clearly she only felt a sharp pain in her wrist holding the gun. Immediately afterwards, everything went black and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall behind him and losing consciousness. Bang! Bang! Almost at the same time that the inspection team leader flew out. Zhang Hu's figure flashed several times in the inspection team, followed by a series of dull thuds. Those inspectors who had their guns raised felt a numbness in their wrists, their weapons slipped from their hands, and then they were struck hard on the back of the neck. Before he could even scream, he collapsed to the ground like a scarecrow that had been chopped down. Even ordinary people with guns are no match for the halberdiers. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the officers from the garrison realized what was happening, the dozen or so inspectors blocking their way were all lying on the ground, unconscious. One small team, take them under control. Second squad, follow me. Zhang Hu didn't even glance at the surveillance on the ground, and like a cheetah, he charged straight into the gap in the wall that the Tao Tai had smashed open. Upon entering the meditation center, a strange smell of smoke wafted over. Zhang Hu's eyes sharpened the smell of smoke. It came from underground. Quick! Find out where the underground entrance is. He gave instructions to the operatives who followed him in, while continuing to run towards the direction where the smoke was strongest. On the way, they encountered two more groups of inspectors who tried to stop them. But in the face of the enraged Zhang Hu, they didn't even have a chance to fire their guns before being knocked unconscious, unable to slow him down in the slightest. The further you go in, the stronger the smell of smoke becomes. You could even see wisps of black smoke seeping out from the ventilation opening at the end of the corridor. Zhang Hu's heart sank. The other party was indeed destroying evidence. He charged down the smoke-filled corridor like an enraged lion. The pungent smell of burning grew stronger and stronger, almost suffocating people. Black smoke billowed out from the cracks in the walls and the vents, obscuring visibility. Cough cough. Tiger. Over here. A sharp-eyed operative pointed to the broken metal door at the end of the corridor and shouted that thick smoke was billowing out of it. You all stay outside. He instructed everyone to stay behind and guard the area. Zhang Hu rushed in without hesitation. Even with the barrier formed by his qi and blood, his tiger eyes were still stinging from the smoke. Upon arrival at the underground facility, the sight before him made even the seasoned halberd bearer, who was used to seeing life and death, gasp in shock. The downward-facing escalator was now completely engulfed in flames. The raging flames spread wildly along the walls and ceiling, licking everything that could burn. The space below could be vaguely seen to be an extremely large hall, but at this moment all that could be seen were distorted flames and billowing smoke. Zhang Hu's face was ashen, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. The mastermind behind this fire was clearly destroying evidence. The most important thing now is to find evidence that can prove the crimes of the Men's Rights Protection Agency. He noticed several twisted and deformed silver metal cabinets in the corner, which appeared to be filing cabinets. The cabinet door was warped from the heat, but it hadn't completely melted yet. Two people dressed in researchers' uniforms lay dead beside them, their faces burned beyond recognition. But one of them seemed to be clutching a palm-sized black metal cube that was shimmering with a faint red light. Data storage? Zhang Hu's eyes narrowed, and ignoring the scorching heat, he rushed forward in one stride. A cracking sound came from beneath my feet. It was the sound of someone stepping on and crushing charred bone. He bent down and yanked the black metal cube out of the charred hand, the touch still burning hot. Chapter 38 Turbulent Times. He couldn't see clearly at first, but now that he's closer, he realizes that the two researchers weren't burned to death. It looked as if their skulls had been sliced off by some sharp weapon. Then, recalling the shape of the damaged alloy gate from before, the image of the Tao Tai's unstoppable claws immediately flashed into Zhang Hu's mind. The Tao Tai was indeed created here. Before he could think it through carefully, a loud boom came from behind. A section of the burning load-bearing beam finally gave way, crashing down with large chunks of brick and flames. The passageway from the underground facility to Area C has been completely sealed off. Sparks and dust covered Zhang Hu. He gripped the storage device in his hand tightly, which might contain evidence of a crime. He took one last look at the sea of fire that was engulfing everything, then turned and strode away. The evidence here may have been mostly destroyed. But there's the storage device in my hand, the captured surveillance officers outside, and the group of female prisoners who dared to stand up. That should be enough to bring down the mastermind behind the Male Rights Agency. He rushed out of the meditation center, carrying the storage device and covered in soot. The arrested inspector has been put into a vehicle. Zhang Hu immediately ordered, "Everyone, return to the branch office immediately. Notify the technical department to crack this storage device with the highest priority." He jumped into the command vehicle, and Li Bingxian's voice immediately came through the communicator. "Brother Tiger, on the Men's Rights Division side, Inspector Li is refusing to cooperate and is taking a hard line. They claimed we had no right to restrict her personal freedom and that they would complain to their superiors." "Let her file a complaint." Zhang Hu's voice was icy cold. "Keep an eye on her. I'll bring back evidence right away. In addition, contact all media outlets and release the news about the female prisoner's accusations at the Jingxi Center and the fire at the underground laboratory. He wants to use the power of public opinion to expose this matter completely and make the culprit know where to hide." Just as Zhang Hu's convoy sped back to the branch, the entrance to the men's rights branch office in Nanjing City, Inspector Li stood on the steps at the entrance of the building, her face seemingly calm, but her slightly trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil within her. She hadn't expected the garrison to act so quickly. It was clearly a move to drive her to her death. "Li Jiji, your garrison has overstepped its bounds." Inspector Li forced a calm expression. "Without any evidence, you dare to blockade my men's rights protection agency? Do you have any respect for the law?" Inspector Li. Having already agreed to Tiger's request, Li Bingxian naturally wouldn't back down. "We are simply asking you and the relevant personnel to assist in investigating matters related to the Jingxi Center. As for the evidence, it will be delivered soon. Until then, we ask for your cooperation in order to ensure the smooth progress of the investigation." "You!" Inspector Li was furious. She saw that there were already many reporters and members of the public who had rushed over after hearing the news, and the sound of pointing and whispering was as piercing as needles. She knew things were spiraling into the worst possible state. Just then, the piercing sound of police sirens grew louder as they approached. Zhang Hu's convoy arrived at the door. Zhang Hu pushed open the car door and held the storage device he had salvaged from the fire high in his hand. Under the sunlight, the metal casing still reflected a faint light. "Inspector Li." Zhang Hu's voice boomed like a bell, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "This is the evidence you wanted. Found next to the bodies of the researchers in the underground laboratory of the meditation center, which I saw with my own eyes. Why don't you come right here, in front of all the media and citizens, and see what's inside?" Inspector Li's face turned deathly pale in an instant. She looked at the small storage device in Zhang Hu's hand as if it were a death warrant. She instinctively took a half step back, her lips trembling, but she couldn't utter a single word. The surrounding flashes immediately went off like crazy. The reporters swarmed forward like sharks smelling blood. "Zhang Jiji. Are human experiments really being conducted underground at the Jingxi Center? Inspector Li, what is your explanation for this? Was the Men's Rights Protection Agency aware of this?" The chaotic questioning drowned out Inspector Li. She knew it was all over, completely over. Zhang Hu dared to launch such a blatant attack, which must mean he had solid evidence. The contents of that storage device were enough to plunge her into an abyss of no return. She turned her head sharply, wanting to retreat back into the building, but Li Bingxian and her people blocked her way. "Inspector Li, please." Li Bingxian took the lead. At night, inside the technical department of the garrison command, technicians were sweating profusely as they urgently attempted to crack the memory chip. The storage device showed signs of physical damage and high temperature burning on its exterior, making the cracking process difficult. Just as everyone was anxiously awaiting the results, no one noticed that Su Hao appeared like a ghost in the shadows surrounding the branch. He looked at the brightly lit branch building. Holding Lu Lan's slender waist, as if carrying a sack, he silently evaded all patrols and surveillance. We arrived at the back entrance of the building. Lu Lan was placed behind a pile of miscellaneous items. Having done all this, he silently blended into the night and disappeared, just as he had come. A few seconds later, Lu Lan, who was behind the pile of debris, let out a weak groan, her eyelids trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were initially blank, then filled with immense terror. The 0.4 of spiritual power that Su Hao injected acted as a fuse. The moment she awoke, her brain uncontrollably replayed the scene of being chased by the Tao Tai. "No. Don't." She was incoherent and struggled to get up, but the intense headache from the mental shock caused her to fall again, making a loud noise. "Who's there?" The trainee agents patrolling nearby were immediately alerted. Several beams of flashlight beams instantly shone over, locking onto the crazed Lu Lan. "Report. A suspicious woman has been spotted." She looks like the woman who escaped from the monster in the back alley. The operative who had maintained order in the backstreet and had seen Lu Lan relayed the good news throughout the entire branch via communicator. Everyone was stunned. In the interrogation room, Zhang Hu looked at Inspector Li, whose face was ashen, and sneered, "Inspector Li, it seems the witness you wanted has delivered himself to your doorstep. Through their investigation, they have learned who the other party is. He is one of the key figures in this incident, the director of the Jingxi Center." Li Bingqian immediately ordered, "Control Lu Lan." Lu Lan's unexpected appearance instantly became the last straw that broke the camel's back. All in all, it only took 2 days. This storm has swept through the male-dominated district of Nanjing City. With Zhang Hu's swift and decisive actions and the support of public opinion, it spread at an astonishing speed. For the first time ever, the headquarters of the Men's Rights Protection Agency granted the Garrison Command's Investigation Branch Office special access. Thus, with the tacit approval of the 2 major government agencies of the Great Xia dynasty, the efficiency of the Nanjing Garrison Command in handling cases has increased dramatically. There are numerous testimonies from female prisoners at meditation centers, in addition to the fact that the database has been hacked. Chapter 39: Justice Delayed. The highest-ranking person in charge of the biological laboratory is Inspector Li Yuan. Originally the most important person, and unexpectedly appeared at the back door of the town guard building, was Lu Lan, the supervisor. Instead, it became an added piece of evidence. The evidence is conclusive. The next day, Li Yuan was dismissed and investigated by the headquarters of the Men's Rights Protection Agency and temporarily detained in the special detention cell of the Garrison Command. Her close confidants. Anyone found to be involved with the Jingxi Center was almost completely eradicated, not a single one escaped. Even some corrupt officials who were not directly involved in this biological experiment, but who usually abused their power to embezzle and oppress the people. He was also uncovered during this thorough investigation and imprisoned. The entire Nanjing pacifist branch was in a state of panic, having undergone an unprecedented purge. However, the final conviction of the biggest fish has been temporarily stalled. Because the 2 top officials in Nanjing City, who were able to make the final decision, ended their official business trip and returned to Nanjing. Nanjing International Airport, VIP Passage. 2 distinguished middle-aged men walked out side by side, followed by a few silent and capable attendants. The man on the left is wearing a crisp, dark blue Garrison Commander's uniform, with star insignia on his shoulder straps indicating his high status. His face was resolute, and he seemed to be surrounded by an invisible aura of menace. He was the highest-ranking official of the Nanjing City Garrison Command. His strength far surpasses that of Zhang Hu, the strongest halberd wielder in Nanjing. Garrison Commander, Zhao Xiantian. The person on the right is wearing a well-tailored black suit. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he looks more like a refined scholar or a successful businessman. However, the majesty that he inadvertently revealed between his brows was in no way inferior to that of Zhao Xiantian beside him. He was Long Xing, the minister of the Nanjing Male Rights Branch. Surprisingly, these 2 big shots belong to different systems and even have frequent conflicts with their subordinates. At this moment, however, they put their arms around each other's shoulders, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Zhao Xiantian nudged Long Xing with his elbow, a teasing smile on his face. "Old Long, you're pretty good. We've only been gone for half a month, and your team has already pulled off such a spectacular feat. Using living people for biological experiments has created a monster that is rampaging through the city. This mess is so big that it's almost ripped the sky off Nanjing. Tell me honestly, you weren't involved too, were you?" Ha ha. Long Xing looked gloomy and had completely lost his usual sharpness. He sighed heavily and slapped Zhao Xuantian's hand away. "Get lost. If I had known that woman surnamed Li dared to do such an outrageous thing behind my back, I would have killed her with my own hands long ago. Does it even have a chance for your subordinate Zhang Hu to steal the limelight?" He was genuinely angry and furious. What infuriated him was Li Yuan's audacity in committing such a horrific crime right under his nose. This was like a slap in the face, ruining the reputation he had built up over many years. "What angers me is my own poor judgment in choosing people and my inadequate supervision, which led to this disaster." Seeing that his old friend was indeed not in high spirits and it didn't seem like he was faking it, Zhao Xiantian also put away his joking expression and patted him on the shoulder. "All right, I was just kidding. We've known each other for over a decade. Do you think I don't know you? You might be a little greedy and lustful. But you wouldn't dare do something so heinous and detrimental to the foundation of the nation, even if you had 10 lives." Long Xing gave a wry smile and did not refute. Normally, he would definitely have exchanged a few words with Zhao Xintian. But right now, he really wasn't in the mood. Let's go. Zhao Xintian put his arm around his shoulder. Go back and see just how badly your little plot of land has rotted. Rest assured, the evidence is conclusive. Those who should be arrested will be arrested, and those who should be sentenced will be sentenced. The garrison command will fully cooperate with you to clean house. Longxing nodded silently. On the way back, headquarters gave a strict order. This storm must be quelled by him personally in order to restore the credibility of the Men's Rights Protection Agency in Nanjing City to the greatest extent possible. Zhao Xuantian's support is crucial. The two bigwigs got into the car that had come to pick them up and drove towards the city. The return of the two bigwigs brought an end to the storm that swept through Nanjing. There was no delay whatsoever. On the afternoon of his return to Nanjing, Longxing personally held a press conference for the entire city. At the press conference, camera flashes were constantly going off. Longxing stood on the stage, his face solemn. On the huge screen behind him, a summary of some of the evidence that could be made public was being played on a scrolling screen. Photos of Li Yuan and other key individuals involved in the case. I, Longxing, as the director of the Nanjing branch of the Men's Rights Protection Administration, hereby extend my sincerest apologies to all the citizens of Nanjing City on behalf of the branch. Longxing bowed deeply and remained standing for a long time. The audience was completely silent, except for the clicking of camera shutters. After straightening up, Longxing continued reading his prepared statement. An investigation revealed that former Inspector Li Yuan abused her power and concealed the truth by setting up an illegal biological laboratory in the basement of the Jingxi Center. The evidence is conclusive that they conducted inhumane human experiments to create the synthetic monster Taotai, which endangers public safety. Their crimes are heinous. He paused, then read out the final verdict. The Men's Rights Protection Agency and the Garrison Command jointly determined that the main culprit, Li Yuan, and all those who directly participated in the biological experiments and whose circumstances were extremely serious were guilty. A total of 37 people are sentenced to death, to be carried out immediately. A gasp of surprise erupted from the audience. The remaining branch staff members who were found guilty of embezzlement and bribery were sentenced to prison terms ranging from 10 to 50 years, depending on the severity of their offenses. There will be no leniency. The severe verdict made everyone feel the government's determination to rectify the situation. Then, Longxing's tone softened somewhat as he announced another decision. At the same time, we have decided to release all women who have been imprisoned in the Jingxi Center because of the Li Yuan criminal group as framing or unfair treatment. Based on the length of their illegal detention, our Men's Rights Bureau will provide each of them with corresponding financial compensation and emotional support. This decision was broadcast live to every corner of Nanjing City. Many of the female prisoners who had already returned home or were temporarily placed in shelters burst into tears upon hearing the news. Those were tears of rebirth and the exoneration of the wronged. Longxing solemnly promised at the end, I guarantee this in the name of the Minister of the Nanjing Men's Rights Branch. Starting today, all law enforcement processes of the branch office will be subject to public oversight, ensuring openness and transparency, and accepting supervision from the entire society. We will learn from this painful lesson, resolutely prevent such incidents from happening again, and rebuild the credibility of the Men's Rights Protection Agency. The press conference has ended. But Longxing's promise left a deep impression on the people of Nanjing City. Not far from the large screen in the crowded Central Park. Chapter 40 The Vanishing Smile. Su Hao leaned against a big tree, and when he heard that all the female prisoners in the meditation center had been released without charge, a smile finally appeared on his lips. Although he has left the meditation center, he has been unable to appear directly in front of his family for the past 2 days due to his special status. However, he always kept an eye on the situation at home. His mother and sisters were extremely worried because they couldn't contact him for almost a week. They didn't know exactly what had happened at the meditation center. All they knew was that Su Hao had been taken away by the Male Rights Protection Agency and then disappeared without a trace. This kind of unknown worry is the most tormenting. Now, I can finally go home. Su Hao straightened his clothes, making sure he looked the same as usual, before starting to walk towards home. When he finally arrived at the door of that familiar villa with its small yard, he took a deep breath and pushed open the slightly ajar courtyard gate. In the living room, Su Liping was tidying up the table with red eyes, while Su Ran was absent-mindedly preparing dinner in the kitchen. Su Qing sat on the sofa watching the news replay, her brows furrowed, while Su Nian and Su Xiaoyun huddled together, the atmosphere somber. When Su Hao appeared at the door, the entire living room seemed to be paused. The rag in Su Liping's hand fell to the ground. Su Ran peeked out from the kitchen and froze. Su Qing suddenly stood up from the sofa. Su Nian and Su Xiaoyun stared wide-eyed. The next second. Xiao Hao. Elder brother. Son. Accompanied by cries of sobs and ecstatic shouts, the whole family rushed over immediately. Su Xiaoyun rushed into his arms like a small cannonball, hugged his waist tightly, and burst into tears. Brother! You scared me to death. I thought you'd been kidnapped by bad guys and would never come back. Su Liping gripped his arm tightly, tears streaming down her face, and looked him up and down. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Su Ran and Su Nian were also around him, their eyes red, sometimes crying and sometimes laughing. Even his usually strong older sister patted him hard on the shoulder, her voice choked with emotion. You brat, if you dare to scare us like that again, I'll teach you a lesson. Even now, the eldest sister still thinks that Su Hao was too reckless to go to the male rights branch alone. Feeling the undisguised love from his family, Su Hao felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He smiled, reached out and ruffled Su Xiaoyun's hair, his tone relaxed. It's nothing, I was just called in to cooperate with an investigation. Look, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? The Men's Rights Protection Agency even held a press conference, the matter has been resolved, and I've been proven innocent. He simply glossed over the matter. Only after hearing his confirmation did the family finally feel relieved. Although they watched the news at home, they couldn't see Su Hao return home in person, so it's normal for them to be a little worried. Su Liping quickly pulled him to sit down, and Su Ran hurriedly went to rescue the food that was about to burn in the pot. Su Qing went to pour water, while Su Nian and Su Xiaoyun clung to him on either side, as if afraid he would disappear again. Seeing the smiles return to his family's faces, Su Hao leaned back on the sofa, a sense of peace settling over him. With the storm temporarily over, he could finally return to his ordinary daily life. Inside the minister's office at the garrison command, Zhao Xiantian crossed his legs and leisurely sipped the freshly brewed hot tea. The large television screen in front of me is replaying the press conference hosted by Long Xing. Looking at the other person's face, which couldn't hide their gloom. He. Zhao Xiantian couldn't help but let out a few low laughs. Old dragon, you finally met your match. You always act all high and mighty, like you're in complete control, but you've really lost face this time, haven't you? Let's see how you pretend in front of me now. He was enjoying watching his old friend's embarrassing situation when there was a knock on the office door. Come in. After turning off the TV, Zhao Xiantian was in a good mood and didn't even look up. Zhang Hu and Li Bingqian walked in one after the other. Neither of them had a smile on their face, especially Zhang Hu, whose brows were so furrowed they could trap a fly. Minister. Zhao Xiantian then looked up, saw the serious expressions on their faces, and raised an eyebrow. Hey, isn't this our great hero of Nanjing? What's wrong? You just made a great contribution, why do you look so grim? Come, sit down and let's talk. I'm in a good mood. Zhang Hu didn't sit down, and without bothering with any politeness, he went straight to the point. Minister, we're not here about the Men's Rights Bureau, but about other strange things that have recently happened in Nanjing City. Oh? Zhao Xiantian put down his teacup, intrigued. What strange thing is it? Tell me about it. He thought to himself, could there be anything worse than a fire breaking out in the backyard of the Long family? Zhang Hu took a deep breath and began counting on his fingers. The first thing is that about 2 weeks ago, a succubus of warrior level appeared in Nanjing City and committed a series of crimes, resulting in the disappearance of several men. The matter was eventually resolved by an unidentified powerful figure from the common people. When we arrived, all that remained were traces of the battle and the ashes of the succubus. As for the other party's identity and motives, we know nothing. Zhao Xuantian's smile faded slightly as he stroked his chin. A powerful figure from the common people? That's good, they've solved our problem. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Hu continued. Secondly, at Pier Number 3, a high-intensity energy reaction has been detected, suspected to be the arrival of a commander-level alien beast. When we arrived, the energy reaction had disappeared, leaving only a huge crater and an eerie green flame that could not be extinguished. The only bodies found at the scene were those of Lin Yaotian's criminal gang, and we can't find any information about them. We suspect that they are the bodies of another group of people, as well as a group of trafficked children. The whereabouts of the strange beast are a mystery. Why it appeared and why it left are also unknown. Zhao Xiantian paused mid-air, his brow furrowing slightly. Commander level? And disappeared? Li Bingqian added as appropriate. Based on the on-site investigation, the green flames contained unknown energy and were extremely difficult to extinguish, definitely not the ability of any known alien beast. Zhang Hu didn't give Zhao Xiantian time to process this before extending his third finger. The third thing, the Zhao family manor. I experienced it firsthand. A black mist-like creature capable of devouring energy and matter, its strength is definitely above the warrior level, its methods are strange, and it can withstand my attacks. I suffered a loss at its hands and almost didn't make it back. And yet, despite holding an absolute advantage, it inexplicably retreated and vanished without a trace. Snap! The lid of the teacup in Zhao Xuantian's hand fell onto the table with a crisp sound. The last vestige of a smile on his face vanished completely. He was just making fun of Lao Long. And what was the result? At least they only had one problem, and although it was a bit big, at least they investigated it thoroughly and cleaned it up. But what about him? Good heavens! Chapter 41, a question he knows nothing of. Who killed the succubus? Have no idea. What is the mysterious beast at pier number 3? Why did we come? Why are we leaving? Have no idea. What exactly is this black mist that injured one of Zhao's generals at the Zhao family manor? Why let Zhang Hu go? Have no idea. This guy knows absolutely nothing. Zhao Xiantian felt a sudden toothache and covered his face. So, you mean, in the 2 weeks since I left Nanjing, at least 2 major problems have emerged on our turf, with unknown origins, unclear motives, and currently nowhere to be found? As for our garrison, the only thing we've clearly resolved is that succubus, but we still don't know who helped us with that? Zhang Hu and Li Bingqian exchanged a glance, then looked at their leader and nodded. Zhao Xiantian lowered his hand, revealing a face that looked utterly dejected. Seeing that Li Bingqian next to him was giving him meaningful glances, as if to say that there was something important to say at the same time, and the minister happened to be there. Zhang Hu thought back for a moment, and realized there really was one. A light bulb went off in my head, delivering another timely blow. Furthermore, we have been secretly investigating the financial dealings between the Zhao group and foreign forces, and we had already made some progress. As a result, the Zhao family mother and son were wiped out by that black mist creature, and this connection was completely severed. Li Bingqian was speechless. Tiger, the boss just got back, and you're really trying to break his heart. Zhao Xiantian looked up at the ceiling and let out a long, weary sigh. He felt as if he hadn't been away for half a month, but for half a century. A brief silence fell over the office. The only sound was Zhao Xuantian's fingers tapping on the table. A few seconds later, he sat up abruptly. The expression of utter despair vanished instantly, and his gaze returned to its previous introverted state. After all, he is the only garrison commander of Nanjing City, and he is quite reliable in critical moments. We can put the matter of foreign forces aside for now. Zhao Xiantian said in a deep voice, everyone has their scruples, and they always leave traces of their actions. As long as they are still active, we will catch them red-handed sooner or later. But strange beasts are different, especially those that come and go without a trace and are completely unreasonable. They are the real threat. He looked at Zhang Hu and Li Bingqian, his tone decisive. Pass down the notice, an emergency meeting will be held in the first conference room in half an hour. All halberdiers and senior officers who are not currently on mission in Nanjing must participate, not a single one can be missing. Yes. Zhang Hu and Li Bingqian immediately accepted the order and turned to leave. Half an hour later, at the garrison command branch, in the first conference room, the oval table was surrounded by people. Those present are mostly the backbone of the Nanjing Garrison Command. Besides Zhang Hu and Li Bingqian, there were 2 other composed female halberdiers, as well as more than a dozen senior operators. Lu Qingqing was prominently listed. However, she had only been promoted for a short time and was sitting in the very back. At this moment, her face showed none of the playful and teasing attitude she had when facing Su Qing and Su Hao. Her back was straight and her expression was focused. This was her first time attending a high-level meeting personally chaired by Zhao Xiantian, so she was inevitably a little nervous. As for Su Qing, she is only a junior operator and her rank is not high enough. If it weren't for Zhang Hu's special instructions to better understand the succubus matter, she wouldn't even have been able to enter the third meeting room. Zhao Xiantian sat in the main seat, his gaze sweeping across the room. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, he went straight to the point. Now that everyone is here, let's get straight to the point and gather all the information you have about the recent unusual events, no matter how small. From the succubus to pier number 3, and then to the Zhao family manor, not a single detail can be overlooked. What we are facing may not be isolated events, but piecing these fragments together. I want to see what exactly is causing trouble on my Nanjing city turf. As soon as Zhao Xiantian finished speaking, the conference hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, except for the faint hum of the central holographic projector as it started up. A series of solemn gazes focused on the projection. Zhang Hu was the first to stand up. He walked over to the projector and pulled up the site survey report for Pier Number 3. The energy reaction level of the Pier Number 3 incident has been preliminarily determined to be at the command level. Although everyone present already knew the result, mentioning it again still made everyone's hearts race. An impact crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters was left at the scene. And a ghostly green flame that could not be extinguished by conventional means, which eventually extinguished itself. It contains unknown energy properties and is extremely corrosive. The projection showed a deep pit, a video of eerie flames burning and then going out, and a heart-stopping peak in the energy readings. Zhang Hu was the first to arrive at the scene of this incident, so he naturally has the right to speak. The strange thing is that when such a powerful beast arrived, the energy reaction vanished into thin air when I led my team there. We used all our monitoring methods, but we couldn't find any trace of it leaving. It's as if it vanished into thin air. This sounds more like an urban legend. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Seeing that no one, including Zhao Xiantian, had any objections, Zhang Hu opened the information he had collected about the Zhao family manor. What appeared at the Zhao family manor was a highly condensed, autonomous black mist gaseous creature. It can decompose matter instantly. Its strength, conservatively estimated, is at the high level of the war general, and may even have touched the threshold of the commander level. Zhang Hu paused for a moment, then spoke frankly. What I find most puzzling is that it suddenly left when it had the upper hand and could have killed me on the spot, for reasons unknown. At this point, Zhang Hu's expression turned grim. That battle was a disgrace to him. Finally, let's talk about the earliest succubus. Lu Qingqing was called upon. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's heart skipped a beat, feeling a sense of déjà vu, much like when she was called upon by her teacher to answer a question back in her school days. However, being a senior agent with years of experience, she quickly stood up to report. In the succubus incident, apart from the ashes of the succubus's burning and the lingering mental pollution, almost no valuable clues were left at the scene. The person who dealt with it did so cleanly and efficiently, leaving no useful information behind. We know nothing about them. After the report was completed, at Zhao Xuantian's signal, Lu Qingqing carefully returned to her seat. After understanding the specific situation, Zhao Xiantian finally spoke. Interesting. He slowly sat up straight, his gaze sharp as he swept across the room. Do you think these cases are unrelated, purely coincidental events? Everyone's expression tightened. How did they know? Seeing that everyone was silent. Investigate. Zhao Xiantian uttered a single word, decisive and resolute. Use all available resources. Analyze the commonalities among all remaining energy sources. Chapter 42. I really don't want to refuse. Restart tracking the black mist at Zhao Family Manor and the strange beast at Pier Number 3. Even if it means turning Nanjing City upside down, we're willing to do it. He paused, a cold smile curving his lips. If you spot the target, report to me immediately, and I will take action personally. After the incident at the meditation center was resolved, it was time to go back to school. Monday morning sunlight carried a hint of languor. After Zhao Xiantian returned. Throughout Nanjing City, officers from the garrison command could be seen patrolling everywhere, and even in some suburban areas, officers could be seen driving by. The public feels incredibly safe, and even everyday criminal activity has decreased significantly. Accompanied by Su Ran, Su Hao took the bus to school. It seems like everything has returned to normal. Since the eldest sister, Su Qing, was also assigned to participate in the enhanced patrol mission, the task of taking Su Hao to and from school naturally fell to the second sister, Su Ran. Garrison officers occasionally walked by on the street. The bus drove smoothly and stopped at the Nanjing No.1 Middle School stop. Under Su Ran's watchful gaze, Su Hao merged into the flow of students heading to school. Ignoring the whispers around him, Su Hao walked straight towards the teaching building. However, we had just reached the tree-lined path below the teaching building. A familiar figure blocked his way. Her hair was styled in big, flowing waves, her makeup was exquisite, and her eyes were bold and passionate. It was Chen Cece, the school beauty from the art-affiliated high school who had tried to poach her from the school. She seemed to have waited here on purpose today, accompanied by the same group of equally stylish girls from before, making quite a spectacle. Su Hao. Chen Sisi smiled radiantly and handed a small gift box tied with a silk ribbon to Su Hao. It's such a pity you didn't come to the last play performance. This is a limited edition souvenir that our troupe brought back from an exchange performance in the capital a few days ago. It's for you. Her eyes were fixed on Su Hao, awaiting his reaction. The surrounding students subconsciously slowed their pace, watching the scene with curiosity, and the murmurs grew louder. Ding! A high-quality member of the opposite sex has been detected and has proactively sent you a beautiful gift. Target score, 92. I haven't heard the system notification sound in a long time. I really miss those days. I must say, what I've experienced these past few days has been truly bizarre and unpredictable. After making a remark, Su Hao stopped in his tracks. My gaze fell upon that exquisite gift box. Even a second's hesitation would be disrespectful to the system's reward. Thank you, but no need, I'm not interested in these things. After saying that, he didn't even glance at Chen Sisi's instantly frozen smile, and walked straight past her. Ding! Reject the public gift from Chen Sisi, the school beauty of Nanjing No.1 High School. Reward, obtain the epic artifact, Frostmourne. Su Hao was taken aback. This seemed to be the first time he had received a weapon reward, and it was even exclusive to the Lich King. That was quite interesting. I just don't know if this thing will erode my will like it did in World of Warcraft, or it devours the mind of a filial son. I'll try it when I have the chance. However, Chen Sisi had given herself two good things, and refusing the other party's offer made it seem like she was getting something for free. Su Hao himself was embarrassed. He made up his mind that if there were a next time, he would definitely agree to Chen Sisi's request and would not refuse again. After all, a steady, gradual approach is key. You can't expect a horse to run without feeding it. Chen Sisi's hand holding the gift box froze in mid-air, and the smile on her face completely vanished. She watched Su Hao's retreating figure without a backward glance, and stomped her foot in anger, but dared not cause any trouble on the territory of Nanjing No.1 Middle School. He could only leave resentfully with his followers. She had initially thought that Li Yu had ruined her plans that time. That's why I waited here specifically this time, so as not to be hindered by others. But to my surprise, I was still rejected so decisively when I faced Su Hao directly. What she didn't know was that Su Hao didn't actually want things to be this way either. A stunning beauty with a score of 92, even prettier than Lin Wei. But it seems that Tongzi can't stand him being with other people. What can he do? Having not seen Su Hao for a week, Zhao Chang immediately came over, winking and making faces. Brother Hao, you're awesome. You're truly a role model for us all. Su Hao ignored him and took out his textbook. The day's classes have begun. Ring ring ring. Get out of class dismissed. Upon hearing the bell ring, the physics teacher, who had already packed up his textbooks, immediately slipped out of the classroom, as if staying even a second longer would mean losing a fortune. Su Hao closed his book and looked out the window at the scenery. A short while later, Li Yu returned to the classroom, a popsicle sticking out of her mouth, her cheeks slightly red from the cold. She walked to Su Hao's desk, her movements seemingly casual, but her eyes flickered. Place another unopened, fruit-flavored popsicle of the same type on his table. Here, I bought an extra one, please. She tried to sound normal, but her slightly tense voice betrayed a hint of nervousness. She was almost prepared to be rejected by Su Hao. After all, he treated all girls' advances with the same indifference. However, it seems that all the women who get rejected are stunning beauties. Li Yu touched her short hair. Thinking about it that way, it's not bad. However, to Li Yu's surprise, Su Hao's gaze lingered on the popsicle for a moment, then he actually reached out and picked it up, nodding to her and saying, "Thank you." Ding, food gift detected from a member of the opposite sex. Target score, 78. Li Yu was stunned. Her heart pounded wildly, as if it had been struck by something. He accepted it? Could it be that Su Hao has feelings for me? An indescribable shyness rushed to her head, making her cheeks even redder than when she had been frozen by the popsicle. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to start. She could only stare blankly as Su Hao slowly unwrapped the popsicle. The students around who noticed this scene also cast surprised glances at them. Just as Li Yu's mind was uncontrollably weaving a beautiful future with Su Hao, bearing him 17 or 18 chubby sons. Boom! A deep, thunderous roar suddenly erupted from outside the teaching building. Immediately following was the buzzing sound of the classroom windows being shaken and the obvious shaking of the ground. Ah! What's going on? Was there an earthquake? The students in the classroom panicked instantly and stood up one after another. But that's not all. Roar! A terrifying roar, filled with destructive power that no human could possibly utter. It struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. The malice contained in that voice sent chills down everyone's spines. Monster, monster. On the playground. On the playground. Students in the hallway outside the classroom let out heart-wrenching screams and scrambled into the classroom, hiding in a corner. Suhao frowned, stood up instantly, and left the classroom. Li Yu's budding romantic feelings were shattered by this sudden turn of events, and she instinctively followed. Chapter 43 New Species. The once clear sky above the playground now seemed to have been torn open by an invisible giant hand, creating a rift that emitted a dark red light. Black smoke, reeking of sulfur, was billowing out from it. Below the crack, the lawn in the center of the playground was overturned by a tremendous force, exposing the soil. A huge, twisted figure is wreaking havoc. It has insect-like limbs and a carapace, but is covered with tentacles that constantly wriggle and drip mucus. Several compound eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty red light, and a huge mouth full of fangs was emitting a deafening roar. A nauseating, fishy smell could be clearly heard even from this distance. A strange beast. A strange beast has descended. Run! The entire school was instantly thrown into chaos. Screams, cries, and the clattering of tables and chairs filled the air. Suhao looked at the strange beast on the playground, which was half the size of the school building, with a slightly cold gaze. Although the level of a beast cannot be judged by its size, the energy fluctuations emanating from this beast are at least 10 times that of a succubus. It is very likely a commander-level alien beast. But how did they end up here? Moreover, what was that crack in the sky that disappeared after it healed? I've never even heard of it before, let alone seen it in news reports around the world. It seems something new has appeared again. Li Yu's face turned deathly pale. She instinctively grabbed Suhao's arm, her voice trembling, Suhao. Thank God, she wasn't trying to take advantage of anyone. She was genuinely terrified. Suhao glanced down and reminded him, we'd better stay in a safe place and wait for the garrison commander to come and provide support. However, not long after. In the classrooms along the corridor, the sounds of desks and chairs clattering together mingled together, and panic spread like a plague. The students swarmed toward the door like headless flies, pushing and shoving each other, all wanting to escape this place that was about to become hell as quickly as possible. Don't push. Evacuate in an orderly manner. Wu Jia, the homeroom teacher, rushed from her office to the classroom to try to maintain order, but to no avail. Her voice was like a mosquito's buzz amidst the noise. You chicken, the phone rang, and Suhao saw that it was his older sister calling. Hello. Before he could even say hello, the older woman on the other end asked with concern, Xiaohao, are you at school? Suhao chuckled and retorted, Big sister, do I look like someone who would skip class? What kind of time is this to be joking? Did you know that a strange beast has appeared at your school? Suhao answered truthfully, I know, it's on the playground, there's a big guy chasing the students on the playground right now. Good to know. Remember, don't run around. Follow your teacher. The halberdiers from the garrison are on their way. Okay, big sister. Suhao hung up the phone. An emergency has occurred on the playground. Ah! Several girls who were running at the back were knocked to the ground by the monster's movements, and it looked like the monster's tentacles were about to sweep over them. Suhao's eyes narrowed. Mental energy spread out like invisible threads. Just as the sticky tentacles were about to wrap around the fallen girl. Call out. A barely perceptible mental shock precisely struck one of the beast's compound eyes. Hiss. The beast let out a painful cry, and its movements suddenly froze. The compound eye that was hit instantly dimmed and oozed murky pus. It violently shook its head, temporarily shifting its attention away from the girls. Taking advantage of the break, the other students quickly dragged and pulled the fallen person into the teaching building. Quick! Go to the basement. The gymnasium will do too. The structure there is sturdy, a teacher shouted hoarsely. Lacking their own opinions and driven by a herd mentality, the crowd began to swarm deeper into the building. The corridor, which was just crowded with people, is now deserted. Li Yu, who was lagging behind, turned around to call Suhao, but found him still standing there, staring intently out the window. Suhao! Let's go! Suhao, no rush, the garrison commander is here, this thing won't be able to cause trouble for long. His calmness inexplicably affected Li Yu, but she still exclaimed anxiously, it's too dangerous. That's a strange beast. I know. Su Hao finally glanced at her. That's why I need to know even more what it wants to do. Looking at his calm profile, Liu gritted her teeth and was eventually pulled by her classmates into the evacuation flow. The corridor quickly emptied, leaving only Su Hao. The strange beast kept ramming its massive body into the school building. However, it seems that most of the force was deflected by some invisible force, causing the wall to vibrate but not collapse. That's right, it's the passive effect of unlimited defense that's at work. In short, Su Hao moved the space between the teaching building and the alien beast. This caused the beast to appear to be crashing into the school building, but in reality, it missed its target every time it tried to strike. Just then, the familiar roar of engines echoed through the campus. Not only that, the garrison's helicopter also arrived in the sky. Several armored vehicles from the Shenzhen garrison rushed into the campus, and after a sharp screech of brakes, the doors opened. Fully armed agents filed out and quickly deployed into combat formation. It's the garrison command. The garrison command is here, the students hiding inside the building cheered. On the helicopter, Zhang Hu, who was in charge, immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and used the communicator. Suspected to be a commander-level alien beast. Evacuation team, reinforce the defense and establish a safe zone. Team 1 and Team 2, flank from the left and right to draw attention. Team 3, engage me head-on. The order was issued swiftly. The operators acted efficiently, and the beams of energy weapons rained down on the alien beasts, emitting a sizzling sound. However, the beast's carapace was exceptionally hard, and most attacks only left shallow white marks, which only enraged it. It roared, its tentacles flailing wildly, whipping outwards like long whips. A school bus parked on the side of the playground was wrapped by tentacles, lifted up easily like a toy, and slammed hard into the garrison's lines. Spread. The agents nimbly dodged. Boom. The school bus crashed to the ground, exploding into a fireball, with fragments flying everywhere. Su Hao frowned slightly. This won't do. It's difficult for ordinary operators' weapons to inflict effective damage on this guy. Just as he was pondering, the beast seized an opening in the garrison's attack and charged forward with its massive body. Stop it. Several thick energy shields instantly unfolded in the path of the charging beasts. Bang. It's like Mars colliding with Earth. The operators holding shields all coughed up a mouthful of blood. The energy shield flickered a few times before shattering with a crash. The beast only staggered slightly. At this critical moment. You beast. Cease your arrogance. Chapter 44. All show and no substance. A thunderous roar, like a bolt from the blue, descended from the sky. A blazing axe light, carrying unparalleled sharpness, struck the raised joint of the beast with perfect precision. Clang! Pht. After the clang of metal on metal, came the dull thud of a sharp blade piercing flesh. Green, foul-smelling blood gushed out like a waterfall. The strange beast let out a deafening, agonizing howl. That claw, as sharp as a car, was severed in half, leaving only a portion of skin and flesh connecting it, drooping limply. A tall, imposing figure, wielding a giant axe the size of a door panel, stood like a war god in front of the teaching building. Tiger is awesome. The morale of the garrison officers soared. Zhang Hu's eyes were fierce, and his giant axe pointed diagonally at the ground. He stared at the strange beast that was thrashing about in agony, and sneered, "Its hide is quite thick." The remaining compound eyes of the strange beast were fixed on Zhang Hu, filled with hatred. The muscles at the side of its severed claw twitched wildly, as if trying to heal. However, the power of blood and chi contained in Zhang Hu's attack was like a bone-deep infection, constantly destroying its vitality. Roar! It opened its enormous mouth, and dark red light gathered deep within its throat. Zhang Hu, being experienced, immediately noticed something amiss and retreated swiftly. A thick, dark red beam of light shot out from the beast's mouth. Wherever it passed, it plowed deep furrows into the ground, and the soil and grass instantly vaporized. Zhang Hu held his giant axe horizontally in front of him, and crimson blood energy surged out, forming a solid shield. Boom! The beam of light slammed into the blood shield, producing a deafening roar. Zhang Hu's feet sank deep into the ground, and he was pushed backward for several meters before regaining his balance. The shield fluctuated violently, but it eventually blocked the attack. He shook his slightly numb arm, frowning as if he had some doubt. This energy intensity. This strange beast does not seem to have reached the strength of a commander-level creature. Its destructive power is far inferior to that of the Black Mist creature. It just looks huge. It's all show and no substance. Inside the teaching building, Su Hao had a clear view of the battle below. Zhang Hu temporarily stabilized the situation. He glanced at the popsicle in his hand that he hadn't finished eating. Fine, I'll lend a hand. He muttered to himself, his mental energy surging instantly. This time, it was no longer a simple impact. Just as the beast was about to unleash its second breath attack, Zhang Hu held his breath and prepared to withstand it. The dark red light at the beast's throat suddenly flickered violently, as if a circuit had a poor connection, and the gathered energy instantly became extremely unstable. Puff! A muffled sound, like a fart, came from the expectedly powerful breath. It only emitted a small wisp of black smoke from its mouth before giving up. The strange beast? Zhang Hu? Zhang Hu, who almost strained his back halfway through charging up his power, was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? The beast itself was bewildered. It subconsciously tried to mobilize its energy, but felt that the energy flow within its body was extremely sluggish. It was as if something was blocking it. Although he didn't understand what had happened to the beast, Zhang Hu was so experienced in combat that he wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. A great opportunity. His blood and qi erupted like a volcano, and Zhang Hu transformed into a crimson meteor, rushing towards the strange beast. The giant axe was raised high, and the power of blood and qi on the axe body was concentrated to the extreme. Cut! The domineering axe strike tore through the air, carrying an unstoppable momentum, and fiercely slashed at the beast's head, which was slightly lowered due to confusion. Sensing the deadly danger, the beast instinctively raised its forelimbs to block. Crack boom! The axe strike cut through the butter like a hot knife, first severing its parrying forelimbs, its momentum undiminished. Finally, it slammed into its head. The hard skull was torn apart like paper by the axe energy containing Zhang Hu's full strength. Green blood and grayish-white brain matter spurted out. The beast's massive body convulsed violently a few times, emitting a series of hoarse sounds, before finally crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The battle is over. Zhang Hu, leaning on his giant axe, was slightly out of breath as he looked at the lifeless corpse of the strange beast on the ground, his brows furrowed. That was really strange. It was as if someone had secretly helped him. His sharp gaze swept across the surroundings like that of a hawk. Just a moment ago, he seemed to sense an extremely subtle mental fluctuation. But at this moment, apart from the shattered playground, the burning wreckage of the school bus, and the still shaken garrison officers, he noticed nothing unusual. Brother Tiger. Are you all right? Li Bingxian arrived with the backup team and gasped when she saw the scene. I'm fine. Zhang Hu looked away and shook his head. Clean up the scene, confirm the casualties, thoroughly search the campus, and see if we can get any information from the teachers and students. Yes. The school broadcasted an announcement that the crisis was over and to reassure teachers and students. Su Hao, who had already returned to the classroom, took a small bite of the popsicle in his hand. It's fruity and quite sweet. He put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked towards the stairwell, preparing to join the main group. It was as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. The garrison command is extremely efficient. In less than 10 minutes, the monster's corpse on the playground had been collected in a special container, and the injured students and teachers had received proper medical treatment. Guided by the operators, the still shaken crowd began to return to the evacuation area in an orderly manner. Not long after, a black sedan without any markings drove into the campus and stopped outside the cordon. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man in a uniform with glittering star epaulets stepped out. It was Zhao Xiantian, the highest-ranking official of the Nanjing Garrison Command. Minister. Zhang Hu immediately went up to him and gave a simple bow. Zhao Xiantian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the messy playground. Finally, the question was posed, how's the situation? The beast has been dealt with and confirmed dead. The initial energy readings confirmed it to be at the commander level, but... Zhang Hu paused, a hint of confusion on his face. Its strength is much weaker than expected. Its energy reaction is inflated, and its actual destructive power is probably only at the low level of the war general level. It's just that it's exceptionally large, but its carapace offers decent defensive capabilities. Oh? Zhao Xiantian raised an eyebrow and stepped toward the container holding the corpse. Several researchers nearby were busily collecting data. He glanced through the transparent observation window at the twisted monster's corpse inside. Extending a finger, with a faint blue electric light swirling around its tip, it gently taps the outer wall of the container. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, confirming Zhang Hu's judgment. Indeed, the energy core is loose and the structure is unstable, so it has a huge energy reserve but cannot be used efficiently. Rather than being a general-level warrior, he is more like a pseudo-general who was forcibly created. Chapter 45 The Reserved Su Hao. He looked at Zhang Hu and asked, "Was there anything unusual during your fight?" Zhang Hu reported the facts truthfully. The battle went relatively smoothly, except, it failed to condense its energy breath once, as if there was a problem with its internal energy circulation. In addition, I vaguely sensed a mental fluctuation, but I couldn't pinpoint its source. Zhao Xuantian's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't delve into the matter further. Instead, he asked, "What did the witnesses say? How did this thing appear?" Soon, several teachers who had witnessed the whole thing while they were near the playground were invited over. The group was visibly uneasy in front of the highest-ranking official of the local garrison. An older female teacher struggled to organize her thoughts. "Sir, the sky suddenly split open. Then the monster fell out of that hole and crashed directly onto the playground." A female teacher standing nearby quickly added, her face still showing signs of fear. "The wound appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. It healed and vanished almost immediately after the monster landed." Zhao Xiantian frowned deeply. "Describe it in detail." The teachers offered their opinions, but their core descriptions remained consistent. A dark red spatial rift that suddenly appeared and disappeared in an instant. Zhao Xiantian and Zhang Hu exchanged a glance, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Spatial rifts appear directly inside cities, even in densely populated areas like schools. This is absolutely unprecedented. Recorded and listed as a priority investigation item. Zhao Xiantian instructed his subordinates, "Notify headquarters that we need support from experts in space physics and alien beast energy science." "Yes." Zhao Xiantian turned his gaze back to the campus, which had regained some vitality. He looked at the students, who were being comforted by their teachers but still looked fearful, and his eyes were deep. In the evacuation passage of the teaching building, Su Hao mingled with the crowd and walked slowly. He naturally saw Zhao Xuantian's arrival as well. The garrison commander himself has come. He thought to himself, it seems that the crack has caused quite a stir. He was equally surprised by the appearance of the crack. Because of the strange beast incident and the subsequent deaths at the school, the principal made an emergency announcement that the entire school would be closed for a week. They followed the flow of survivors out of the campus. A long cordon was set up at the school gate, and officers from the garrison command were maintaining order. Su Hao immediately spotted the older sister standing on the cordon, anxiously peering out on tiptoe. He was obviously transferred to be in charge of perimeter security right after finishing his daily patrol duties. "Big sister," Su Hao called out. Upon hearing the sound, Su Qing immediately turned around and saw that he had come out unharmed. She visibly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked over to greet him. "Xiao Hao. Are you all right? You scared me to death." She grabbed Su Hao's arm and looked him up and down, as if afraid he was missing a piece of flesh. "I'm fine. I'm just staying in the teaching building with everyone, far away from us," Su Hao said with a smile, trying to reassure them. Luckily, Li Yu wasn't with him, otherwise he would have been exposed. "That's good." Su Cheng patted her chest, then took out her phone. "I'll call my second sister and ask her to come pick you up." Just then, a voice came from behind Su Hao, "Xiao Qingqing." Su Hao and Su Qing turned their heads at the same time and saw Lu Qingqing walking out side by side with a woman with a cold and aloof demeanor. The speaker was Lu Qingqing, who was smiling at Su Hao. That aloof woman was none other than Li Bingqian. Her gaze also fell on Su Hao, with a subtle scrutiny, but no malice. Upon seeing Li Bingqian, Su Qing quickly greeted her, "Lordly Sister Qingqing." Su Hao then greeted him politely. When his gaze fell upon Li Bingqian, he subtly revealed the restraint of an ordinary student meeting an important figure, and lowered his head slightly. Li Bingqian nodded slightly in response. Lu Qingqing waved her hand, very helpfully. "Why bother calling Su Ran? It's too much trouble. We're heading back to the company anyway, why don't we give Xiao Hao a ride along the way?" Su Cheng was taken aback, then quickly waved her hand. "How can that be? It's too much trouble." Li Bingqian glanced at Su Hao, then at Su Cheng, and said calmly, "It's all right, it's just on the way, no trouble at all." Since even the halberd bearer had spoken, Su Cheng couldn't refuse any longer and could only say gratefully, "Then thank you so much, Lordly." She turned to Su Hao and whispered, "Don't cause trouble for the adults, understand?" "Understood, big sister." Su Hao nodded obediently. So, Su Hao followed Lu Qingqing and Li Bingqian to a garrison-issue SUV parked by the roadside. The driver's seat was already occupied, so Lu Qingqing opened the back door and naturally let Su Hao get in first before getting in herself. Li Bingqian then got into the passenger seat. Su Hao sat upright, his hands neatly placed on his knees, his gaze slightly lowered. Seeing his expression, Lu Qingqing found it somewhat amusing and took the initiative to start a conversation to ease the tension. Xiao Hao, were you scared today? I heard that thing is pretty big. Su Hao raised his head and gave a somewhat forced smile. It was indeed a bit scary, but thankfully the lords of the garrison command arrived in time. His tone was tinged with lingering fear. Lu Qingqing patted his shoulder, giving him a "I understand you" look. It's all over now, it's all in the past, we have Tiger Brother here. Oh, it's because Zhang Zijishi is here, and Sister Bingqian is backing up. Those kinds of guys can't cause any trouble. When she mentioned Li Bingqian, her tone was very familiar, indicating that the two had a good personal relationship. Li Bingqian sat in the passenger seat. Glancing at Su Hao, who seemed somewhat uneasy in the back seat, through the rearview mirror, I didn't say anything, but just quietly looked ahead. Silence fell over the car for a moment. Seemingly to break the slightly awkward atmosphere, Lu Qingqing turned to chat with Li Bingqian. Sister Bingqian, to be honest, something strange happened today. I've never heard of a strange beast appearing like this before. When the rift was mentioned, Li Bingqian agreed, indeed, but this matter has already been reported, and headquarters will send people to assist in the investigation. She paused, then added, there have been many unusual events lately, so you all need to be on high alert. Understood. Lu Qingqing's expression also became more serious, then she sighed, this world. Their conversation reached Su Hao's ears clearly. This shows that the higher-ups in the garrison command were also aware of the seriousness of the problem. Just as he was pondering to himself, the SUV slowly came to a stop at the intersection outside the Su family villa area. We've arrived. Lu Qingqing said with a smile. Thank you, Lord Li. Thank you, Sister Qingqing. Su Hao immediately expressed his gratitude. He deftly pushed open the car door, got out, bowed slightly to the inside of the car again, and then turned and walked towards home. Lu Qingqing watched his retreating figure and chuckled, this kid is quite shy. Chapter 46 Under the Night. Li Bingqian's gaze lingered on his retreating figure for a moment before she looked away and said calmly, let's go. The vehicles rejoined the traffic flow. Meanwhile, deep inside an abandoned underground air raid shelter in Nanjing City. This place is isolated from the hustle and bustle of the city, and the air is damp and cold. A few clusters of eerie green phosphorescent flames were embedded in the grooves of the wall, providing a faint light source that illuminated several twisting and writhing figures. They generally retain a humanoid outline, but certain parts of their bodies exhibit distinct animalistic features. The mission failed. A hoarse voice spoke, its head resembling that of a lizard, its voice like the rubbing of sandpaper. That piece of trash. He had enormous energy, but he couldn't even put up a decent fight. He was killed by humans on the spot. Another voice complained sharply, the speaker's arms were two constantly writhing tentacles, and his tone was full of anxiety. Our master wants us to find the bloodline that has been lost in this place, but we don't have a single clue. So many humans, hidden in the vast sea of people, like drops of water flowing into the ocean. The third voice was deep, and its lower body resembled a spider's abdomen, with 8 segmented limbs pacing restlessly across the ground. How long will it take us to find it if we keep searching aimlessly like this? Just then, a figure that had been huddled in the deepest part of the shadows, almost blending into the darkness, slowly raised its head. Its shape is most similar to that of a human, except that its skin is pale and bloodless. His eyes were completely black, with no whites, like 2 bottomless voids. It did not speak, but a chilling mental fluctuation clearly reached the minds of every humanoid beast. It carried a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. If we can't find them, we'll all die. These words were like a judgment, causing all the humanoid beasts present to tremble, their fierce glint replaced by fear. They glanced at each other and saw in each other's eyes the madness of being driven to the brink of despair. We must find that bloodline, at all costs. It was late at night, inside a well-known nightclub in Nanjing City. The deafening music nearly lifted the roof off, and colorful spotlights flashed wildly, cutting through the billowing smoke. On the dance floor, countless figures swayed to the rhythm, immersed in indulgence. Just then, the light at the entrance dimmed. A man walked in. He seemed out of place in this environment. His face was an unnatural paleness, as if he hadn't seen the light in a long time. She was dressed in simple dark clothes, which contrasted sharply with the dazzling fashions around her. As soon as he entered, he began to wander around the room, as if searching for some specific target. However, his appearance made him an excellent target for those who were after women. Several women dressed in flamboyant colors, their hair as bright as traffic lights. Like sharks that have smelled blood, their eyes lit up and they swarmed around it, twisting their waists. "Handsome, are you alone? How about I buy you a drink?" A red-haired woman put her hand on his arm. The pale man frowned almost imperceptibly, stepped aside, and continued searching in the crowd. "Oh, you're quite shy?" Another green-haired woman blocked his path with a playful laugh, her fingertips almost poking his chest. "Don't be so cold, let's play together?" The man silently walked away again, his face seemingly even paler. The third time, a blonde woman pressed herself against him, her strong perfume hitting him directly. "Stop pretending to be so high and mighty. We're just here to have some fun." Before he could finish speaking, the man suddenly raised his hand. But this time, his movements carried a hint of barely perceptible irritation. The moment his hand touched the woman, something unexpected happened. In the dim, shifting light, a faint glimmer seemed to flash and disappear. The blonde woman's flirtatious smile suddenly froze, and she stood still. The next second, without warning, her head slid off her neck along a smooth tangent, fell to the ground with a thud, and rolled twice. Warm blood gushed out like a small fountain from the severed neck, splashing onto the people around him. "Hey! Who is it? Spreading things around." A woman dancing enthusiastically next to me felt a heat on her face. She instinctively wiped it and found it sticky and scarlet. Before she could react, she even subconsciously licked her lips and tasted the rusty, fishy flavor. It's blood?" She finally realized something was wrong, her eyes widening in horror as she looked at the headless corpse and the rolled-off head on the ground. However, her scream didn't even have time to escape her throat. It was as if an invisible wave emanated from the pale man and instantly spread throughout the entire disco. The previously frenzied crowd suddenly froze. Immediately afterwards, like puppets whose strings had been cut at the same time, they fell down one after another with muffled thump-thump sounds. The woman who had just discovered the blood only had time to show a look of extreme terror before her vision went black and she collapsed to the ground. In an instant, only the audio equipment continued to dutifully play the restless music. The lights continued to flicker, their multicolored rays sweeping across the lifeless faces and illuminating the dark red pool of blood that was rapidly spreading across the ground. The pale man stood there, expressionless, as if he had merely brushed away some dust. Upon closer inspection, one can see that the air around him is extremely subtly distorted. Countless transparent threads, finer than a strand of hair, slowly retracted into his body, as if they were living things. The tips of each retracted thread still retained specks of scarlet. He gave it one last, indifferent glance. After confirming that he had not found what he wanted, he turned and left. But no one danced on the dance floor anymore. Another corner of the city. A smoke-filled internet cafe filled with the clatter of keyboards. This is the peak time for night owls to be active. The air was filled with the smells of instant noodles, cigarette smoke, and sweat. Shelley, the network administrator, yawned, rubbed her slightly sore eyes, and was about to look down and scroll through her phone for a while. Just then, the wind chimes hanging at the door jingled. She subconsciously looked up, then froze instantly, a yawn stuck in her throat. The person who entered was indescribable. It was roughly humanoid, but topped with a lizard head covered in dark green scales. A pair of vertical pupils reflected a cold, faint light in the dim light. It was wearing a large hoodie, seemingly trying to hide its head, but it was just too conspicuous. Shelley's heart skipped a beat, and her scalp tingled. Is it a prank? But Halloween is still a long way off. My goodness, this wig is so realistic. The lizard-headed creature seemed completely oblivious to the terrified internet cafe manager, its vertical pupils slowly sweeping across the smoke-filled hall. Chapter 47 Busy Zhang Hu. It was as if it was filtering through every figure engrossed in front of the screen, its nostrils twitching slightly, as if trying to catch some special scent. It ignored all the horrified or curious glances directed at it and walked straight into the private rooms. Shelley watched that figure disappear around the corner, her heart pounding. Her intense curiosity made her unable to contain herself. After hesitating for a few seconds, I finally decided to follow them and see what was going on. What if it really is some jerk dressed in weird clothes trying to scare the guests or cause trouble? She tiptoed and followed him down the corridor to the private room area. It was much quieter here than in the main hall, with only game sound effects and players' shouts coming from the various small rooms. Sudden. Ah! A short, sharp scream suddenly erupted from the innermost private room, then seemed to be abruptly cut off. Shelley shuddered, her ominous premonition instantly reaching its peak. She practically ran to the door of that private room. The door to the private room was ajar, and the main lights were off. Only the eerie glow of the computer screen illuminated a chilling scene. The lizard-headed man was facing away from the doorway, leaning over a stylish young woman. The woman slumped in the gaming chair, her body still twitching unconsciously. And that lizard head was buried in her neck. Shelley clearly saw the scaly head suddenly whip around. Snap! With a sickening cracking sound, the woman's head was ripped off her neck. The fractured neck bone, blood vessels, and muscles were exposed to the air. Blood gushed out like a burst pipe, instantly staining the chair, the floor, and the flickering computer screen red. The lizard head, carrying the unseeing head in its mouth, straightened up, its vertical pupils coldly scanning the room, as if confirming something. Then, as if discarding trash, it casually tossed its head to the ground with a dull thud. It still hasn't found what it's looking for. Shelley froze on the spot, her pupils dilated to the extreme, her throat felt as if something was tightly blocking it, and she couldn't make a sound. Extreme fear gripped her blood, leaving her limbs ice cold. That's not a hood. That's real. The lizard-headed creature seemed to finally notice the dumbfounded internet cafe manager standing at the door. It turned around, its blood-stained muzzle opening and closing slightly, its forked tongue rapidly extending and retracting. Those vertical pupils locked onto Shelley. The city of Nanjing was bathed in the glow of neon lights at night, but this tranquility was soon shattered by the piercing sound of police sirens. The garrison command is extremely efficient. When new customers entered the disco and internet cafe, 2 investigation teams arrived at the scene immediately after an alarm was raised upon discovering the abnormal situation. At the internet cafe, the pale-faced person who had called the police was properly taken care of. Zhang Hu led a team of agents into the internet cafe. The strong smell of blood mixed with the distinctive smoky aroma of the internet cafe created a nauseating odor. In the hall, corpses were piled up like mountains. Brother Tiger, they're all dead. There are no survivors. Several agents who had led the way and searched every corner of the internet cafe came forward, their faces somewhat pale. Zhang Hu frowned deeply. None of them escaped unscathed. That was the work of the strange beasts. Suddenly, he looked up at the surveillance cameras all around the ceiling and immediately gave the order. Retrieve the surveillance footage. The technicians quickly located the internet cafe's monitoring host and retrieved the video footage from that time. The footage clearly shows the entire process of the lizard man entering the internet cafe and killing everyone present. As it left, it even gave the camera a cold glance, its icy vertical pupils sending chills down your spine even through the screen. Can you analyze its strength level? Zhang Hu asked the analyst next to him. The analyst kept a close eye on the screen and, based on the fact that the environmental damage at the site was not significant, made a preliminary judgment. Swift in movement and with strength far exceeding that of ordinary people, he can easily tear human bones. Based on his current performance, his strength is estimated to be at the low level of the war general. Low-level warrior, humanoid form, possessing intelligence. Zhang Hu muttered to himself, his expression growing increasingly solemn. This is by no means an ordinary invasion of alien beasts. Through several surveillance videos, Zhang Hu discovered that this thing entered the internet cafe, clearly looking for something. Immediately send the surveillance footage back to the branch office, notify all night patrol units to be on high alert, and be alert to search for suspicious targets. Focus on investigating densely populated areas and blind spots in surveillance. Zhang Hu quickly issued the order. He had a feeling that this lizard man wouldn't be the only one. I wonder what the situation is like on Li Bingxian's side. Earlier, at a disco closer to the town's headquarters, Li Bingxian led her group into the disco. Unlike the bloody killings in internet cafes, the scene here is even more breathtaking. The music continued its relentless roar, and the lights continued their dazzling flashes. After having someone go to the control room to turn off the noisy sound system, turn on the headlights. The previously dimly lit scene was instantly illuminated, and a hellish scene came into view. Even Li Bingxian, a halberd bearer, couldn't help but gasp when she saw the horrific scene. The dance floor and booths were packed with people. There was no sign that they had struggled. As if their lives had been ripped away in an instant, their faces were still frozen in a painful expression. Everyone died instantly? A look of surprise appeared on Li Bingxian's face. She crouched down and examined several corpses, her pupils contracting slightly. The tiny, needle-like wounds suggest that some extremely precise attack simultaneously severed everyone's life force. She stood up, her gaze sweeping across the entire disco before finally settling on the security camera. Check. Li Bingxian's words were concise and to the point. Surrounded by the crowd, he walked into the monitoring room. The footage shows the pale-faced man entering the disco, being harassed by several women, and then touching the blonde woman. The other person's head fell off mysteriously. Li Bingxian's beautiful eyes narrowed. The other party had completely used overwhelming force to knock the other's head off. Immediately afterwards, Li Bingxian clearly saw countless dense threads spreading out from him, enveloping everyone in the disco. Without exception, all of them collapsed and died within seconds. The man glanced around indifferently before leaving. Invisible threads, area of effect, instant kill attack. This ability to kill silently and cover such a large area instantly is extremely terrifying. According to the surveillance footage, the pale man's strength exerted a sense of oppression on her. It is no less powerful than the Tao Tai that escaped from the meditation center before, and its methods are even more bizarre and difficult to defend against. Immediately transmit the monitoring and on-site analysis data from here back to headquarters, prioritizing it to the highest level. Li Bingxian said in a deep voice, also, inform Brotherhood that we have discovered an even more dangerous target here. Chapter 48 Hellfire Strikes. Information from both locations was quickly compiled and sent to the Nanjing Garrison Command Branch. After a brief exchange in their communications, Zhang Hu and Li Bingxian both felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. The lizard man was fighting a low-level general, using brutal methods, and seemed to be searching for something. The pale-faced man's strength is estimated to be at least at the high level of a warrior general. Possessing eerie, invisible threads, and with terrifying physical cutting abilities, its purpose is unknown, yet it also moves among people. Both appeared on the same night and both perpetrated massacres. This is no coincidence. An even more bizarre and dangerous enemy has infiltrated the very fabric of the city. They hadn't even figured out the other party's true purpose yet. Upon receiving the report, Zhao Xiantian immediately approved the application to raise the alert level. Under the night sky over Nanjing City, the town's garrison vehicles patrolled even more frequently. Because the school is on holiday. While scrolling through short videos, Su Hao lay on his large bed and sensed the turmoil outside. He put down his phone, looked out at the deep night, put on clothing resembling nightclothes, and donned a golden dragon mask. In the blink of an eye, the person had disappeared from the room. Su Hao's figure moved through the shadows of the city. His vast, ocean-like spiritual power helped him select his targets. At full speed, they quickly locked onto the group of humanoid beasts gathered there. A dilapidated factory on the outskirts of the city. Because air raid shelters would impede perception, this was done while the lizardmen were out searching. Other humanoid creatures that had not participated in this operation gathered here. The lizard man had just returned from a killing spree, still covered in undried blood. It scratched the ground irritably with its claws, making a piercing noise. I can't find it. I can't find it at all. Where is it hiding? Its voice was hoarse, filled with frustration and a hint of fear. There are too many humans, and their cities have a strange power that interferes with our perception. The monstrous creature, with a lower body resembling a spider, nervously tapped the ground with its segmented limbs, making a clattering sound. The time we have left, sir? The tentacled beast's tentacles thrashed wildly. From the depths of the shadows, the pale-skinned man slowly raised his head, and a chilling mental aura swept across the entire area once more, suppressing all the commotion. Quiet, keep searching, even if you have to turn this whole city upside down. Before he could finish speaking. Boom! A deep, muffled roar, seemingly emanating from the deepest hell, exploded without warning. The entire dilapidated factory shook violently, and dust and gravel that had accumulated on the dome for countless years fell down. What's going on? An earthquake? The humanoid beasts looked up in horror. The factory's already dilapidated dome was smashed to pieces by an indescribable force. A colossal boulder, burning with eerie, ghostly green flames, crashed down like a meteor, carrying an aura of destruction. Bang! The boulder crashed heavily onto the open ground in the center of the dilapidated factory. The earth undulated like waves, and terrifying shockwaves mixed with scorching heat spread wildly in all directions. The nearest tentacle beast was sent flying and slammed into the wall. Smoke and dust filled the air, and gravel flew everywhere. Amidst the terrified gazes of the humanoid beasts, the giant rock moved. It slowly unfolded, revealing a massive form made of rocks burning with eerie green flames. The burning head of the hellfire turned towards the nearest lizard man. Without any warning, a massive stone fist burning with fell flames, carrying the force to crush everything, suddenly slammed out. No! The lizard man only had time to let out a desperate roar before he was struck head-on by that huge fist. Put! like a watermelon being smashed by a heavy hammer. Tough scales are useless against absolute power. The lizardman's upper body was instantly blown apart, and flesh and bone fragments rapidly vaporized in the fell flames. Only half of its body remained as it flew backward helplessly, crashing into the wall and bursting into green flames. The hellfire didn't stop, taking heavy steps that shook the ground. It turned to its next target, the spider-like monster, and raised another burning giant fist once more. At the same time that hellfire appeared. Nanjing City Garrison Command Center. The investigation into the Internet Cafe Lizardman incident has concluded. Zhang, who had just returned to the command center and hadn't even had a sip of water. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded. Report. Extremely high energy reaction detected. Location: abandoned industrial area on the outskirts of the city. The monitor quickly analyzed the data. Energy spectrum analysis shows a 92% similarity to the unknown energy reaction previously recorded at pier number 3. What? Pier number 3? Zhang, who jumped up from his chair, his tiredness instantly replaced by a sharp look. The eerie green flames at pier number 3 and the strange beast that vanished into thin air have always been a thorn in his side. He didn't have time to think, grabbed the giant axe next to him, turned around and rushed out. Tiger. Wait. The situation is unclear, we need to make a plan. Li Bingxian, who was picking up her water glass to drink, quickly put it down and tried to stop him. Wait my ass. If we wait any longer, the daylily will be cold. Haven't we learned our lesson from pier number 3? Without turning his head, Zhang, whose voice boomed like thunder, mobilize all available forces immediately. I'll go first. Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed out of the command center like a whirlwind and jumped onto the nearest armored vehicle. Li Bingxian watched Zhang, whose disappearing figure, gritted her teeth, knowing she couldn't stop him, and immediately gave the order. Quickly! First, second, and third tactical squads, assemble. Prepare heavy weapons. Notify the medical team. The entire garrison headquarters branch instantly sprang into action. Everyone knows that this time, they may really be facing the terrifying entity that caused the Pier 3 incident. The abandoned industrial area and dilapidated factories have been reduced to flames. The hellfire's massive body rampaged wildly, each swing of its burning fist carrying devastating power. The attacks from the humanoid beasts landed on its rocky body, only causing a few sparks, and did not cause any effective damage. The Pale Man unleashed countless invisible, sharp threads, attempting to sever the hellfire. However, those threads are powerful enough to cut through steel and extinguish life in an instant. Upon contact with the eerie green fell flames on the surface of the hellfire, they shattered as quickly as ice and snow meeting the sun. What kind of monster is this? Our powers are ineffective against it? For the first time, fear appeared in the Pale Man's completely black eyes. Enraged by his attack, the hellfire turned its burning head toward the Pale Man, raised its massive foot, and stomped down like a mountain. Thump! The ground cracked, and shockwaves mixed with fell flames spread in a ring. Chapter 49 Head-to-Head. The Pale Man screamed and tried to get away. But he was a fraction too slow. He was struck by the flames at the edge, and half of his body was instantly charred black. He flew backward, emitting blue smoke, and his life force rapidly diminished. The remaining spider-like monsters and another strangely shaped humanoid monster were already terrified and had no intention of resisting at all. I just want to escape. However, the existence of hellfire is itself for destruction. They have nowhere to escape. Outside the workshop, at the top of a large tree in the distance, Su Hao stared at him coldly, like a god looking down at ants. Suddenly, his mental energy sensed Zhang Hu's location. Looking at the mess left on the ground, he did not disband Hellfire as he had done at Pier 3. Since the other party is so persistent, then let Hellfire serve as a good sparring partner, so that Su Hao doesn't waste time dealing with these little karami. The armored vehicle braked suddenly, its tires screeching as they rubbed against the gravel. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, Zhang Hu kicked open the car door and jumped out, wielding a giant axe. The person hadn't even regained their footing yet. A wave of scorching heat rushed towards us. It had a distinct, indescribable sulfurous odor. He looked up and the sight before him made even this battle-hardened halberd bearer gasp, his pupils suddenly contracting. The dilapidated factory buildings have all collapsed. A raging fire is burning. But the flames were not the usual orange-red, but a chilling, eerie green. They are attached to the ruins. In the center of that green sea of fire, a massive, suffocating figure was moving. It was a giant made of lava, with a rough and ferocious outline. Eerie green flames burst forth from every crevice of its body. With each step it took, the earth trembled, leaving behind burning fell flames. Is this the culprit behind pier number 3? Zhang Hu's heart pounded. He had finally seen the other person with his own eyes, and the sense of oppression he felt far exceeded his previous expectations. It is even comparable to the creatures of the Black Mist. His gaze swept rapidly across the battlefield, discovering more. Near the broken and rusty gate entrance, a half-body skeleton lay there. Its scaly legs and claw-like feet clearly matched the features of the lizard man in the internet cafe's surveillance footage. It was actually killed? Not far away, there was the pale man seen in the surveillance footage of the disco that Li Bingqian had retrieved. At this moment, half of his body was charred black, and he lay on the ground. Further away, you can see the corpses of 2 other humanoid beasts engulfed in green flames. Fighting each other? The word instantly popped into Zhang Hu's mind. These humanoid beasts that had committed the massacre were slaughtered by this even more terrifying beast as if they were just mowing down grunts. What exactly happened? Are they not in cahoots? What exactly is the purpose of this rock-like beast? Countless questions instantly flooded Zhang Hu's mind. Just then, the Hellfire seemed to notice the new intruder. Its burning, faceless head slowly turned towards Zhang Hu. The eerie green flames danced wildly across his face, like a gaze from the abyss. A whoa! A deep roar, not transmitted through the air but directly shaking the soul, swept over, accompanied by a wave of intense heat. Zhang Hu felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. However, he was extremely experienced in combat and knew that this was due to a mental shock. He bit his tongue hard, and the sharp pain instantly brought him back to his senses. His internal energy surged wildly to resist the mental erosion. Damn it! I don't care what you are. If you're going to cause trouble in Nanjing City, you'll have to get past the axe in my hand first. Shocked by the terror of his opponent, Zhang Hu's inherent ferocity was fully unleashed. Regardless of the origin of this rock giant, the intense evil aura emanating from it is a huge threat in itself. He roared, his muscles bulged, and crimson light emanated from his body. Earth-splitting slash. He stomped his feet on the ground, his giant axe carrying the force of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. He slashed fiercely at the ankle joint of Hellfire, which was slightly slender compared to the rest of its body. This was the potential weakness he identified in a split second. However, clang! The giant axe, imbued with the power of blood and chi, cleaved the burning rocks, sending out dazzling sparks. Zhang Hu felt an irresistible, enormous force of recoil coming from the axe handle, and his tiger's mouth instantly split open, bleeding profusely. He was so shaken that he flew backward more than 10 meters, landing heavily on the ground. He staggered back several steps before barely managing to regain his footing. He stared in horror at Hellfire's ankle, where only a faint white mark remained, which was being rapidly repaired by flowing, ghostly green flames. His all-out attack couldn't even break through the defense? Hellfire raised its massive, cleaved foot and, with the force to crush everything, stomped down on Zhang Hu's head. The shadow instantly enveloped Zhang Hu, and the burning foot rapidly magnified in his eyes. The sense of impending death was like being doused with ice water. Tiger! Watch out! At the critical moment, several sharp ice spears pierced through the air and struck the side of Hellfire's foot as it stepped down. Although the ice spears shattered upon contact, they did not cause any real damage. Fortunately, this slowed down the movement of the giant foot. Boom! The burning giant foot grazed past Zhang Hu, who had dodged it, and crashed to the ground, leaving a deep crater and scattering green flames. The scorching heat made Zhang Hu's hair and eyebrows curl up. Li Bingqian arrived just in time with 3 tactical squads armed with specially made heavy weapons. Everyone! Firepower! Draw its attention! Tiger, retreat! Li Bingqian ordered. Instantly, specially made high explosive shells rained down on Hellfire, the explosions and smoke engulfing its upper body. Zhang Hu seized the opportunity to escape the Hellfire's attack range. I watched with lingering fear as the terrifying figure swayed slightly in the explosion before stepping out of the smoke and dust. Its power exceeded everyone's expectations. The garrison's heavy weapons seemed to have little effect on it. The eerie flames on Hellfire's body are so intense that they ignite upon contact and are difficult to extinguish. A heavy weapon in the hand of an operator who couldn't dodge in time was hit by a spark, and the flames spread rapidly as if they were alive. She was forced to grit her teeth and throw the weapon on the ground to stop the flames from spreading to her body. This is not even in the same league. The hellfire seemed annoyed by the heat being poured on it. Its burning head turned and locked onto Li Bingqian, who was giving instructions. The enormous stone fist gathered a terrifying power, and the surrounding air distorted under the intense heat. At this critical moment, a majestic shout rang out like a thunderclap. I have arrived. A blazing golden streak, like lightning tearing through the night, shot from afar and struck Hellfire's raised arm joint with pinpoint accuracy. Chapter 50 Nirvana and Rebirth. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, Hellfire's massive body was actually knocked back by the blow. The rock on his arm cracked slightly, and a ghostly green flame flickered intermittently. Su Hao was somewhat surprised that it could actually break through the Hellfire's defenses. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Zhao Xiantian had arrived at some point. He was surrounded by a condensed intangible power of blood and qi, like a war god descending upon the world, his gaze fixed firmly on the Hellfire. Boss! Zhang Hu and Li Bingqian called out at the same time, feeling somewhat relieved. Zhao Xuantian's expression was solemn. He could sense the terrifying energy contained within the rock giant's body. This is no ordinary beast, its very existence is a huge mystery. Everyone, retreat. Reorganize your formation. Zhao Xiantian quickly gave the order. At the same time, he formed a hand seal, and an even more dazzling golden light began to gather in his palms. However, just as he was preparing to launch the attack, but the Hellfire did something that surprised everyone. It suddenly opened its gigantic maw made of lava. A pure black flame, almost capable of swallowing light, shot out like an arrow. Its target was not Zhao Xiantian, but Zhang Hu, who had just escaped from its clutches. The black flames were too fast, there was no time to react before they reached Zhang Hu. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, perhaps because Zhao Xuantian's previous attack was too powerful, the Hellfire's massive body began to crumble and soon disintegrated. However, right now, no one is paying attention to that. Instead, everyone is focused on Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu made no effective defense and could only watch helplessly as the extreme black flame magnified in his pupils. Tiger! Zhao Xiantian wanted to help, but it was too late. Puff! The black flames engulfed Zhang Hu completely. Ah! The next moment, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Zhang Hu's mouth. The giant axe in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and he suddenly curled up, then rolled around wildly due to extreme pain. The black flames seemed not to be burning his body, but rather scorching his soul and devouring his life force. His skin turned black at a visible speed, and his breath weakened rapidly, like a candle flickering in the wind. Brother Tiger! Quick! Put out the fire! Upon seeing this, the surrounding agents' eyes turned red, and several of those who were nearby immediately rushed forward. Don't move! Get back! Zhao Xuantian's stern shout rang out as he stood between the crowd and Zhang Hu, his expression more serious than ever before. He stared intently at the black flames, clearly sensing the domineering and destructive energy contained within them. It was by no means an ordinary flame or any known form of energy. Making contact rashly will not only fail to save Zhang Hu, but may also backfire and cause even greater casualties. But boss! Tiger, Li Bingqian said urgently, her heart clenching as she watched Zhang Hu writhe in agony amidst the black flames, his voice growing weaker and weaker. Zhao Xiantian gritted his teeth, this flame is very strange. All we can do now is believe that Zhang Hu can get through it. His words silenced the restless crowd for a moment, and everyone held their breath, watching the center of the field with extreme tension. After a short while, the noises Zhang Hu made gradually faded away. Tiger is dead. Wah-ah! Many of the agents turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch any longer, and Li Bingqian's eyes also reddened. Could it be that Tiger really? Just when everyone thought Zhang Hu was doomed, the black flames that had enveloped Zhang Hu suddenly contracted inward and then disappeared. On the ground, only a charred, curled-up charcoal remained. The wind blew across the ruins, stirring up green sparks, but it could not dispel the pervasive sorrow. Li Bingqian covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Xiantian slowly clenched his fist, filled with regret. Cough, cough, cough. A faint but clear cough came from the charred remains. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the charred figure moved slightly. Then, he actually stood up unsteadily. The charred skin on his body fell off with his movements, revealing new skin underneath that was intact and even faintly glowed with a jade-like luster. Only Zhang Hu's thick, coarse hair, along with his signature thick eyebrows and beard, had all disappeared. His entire head was bald, reflecting a bright light in the surrounding eerie green flames. Zhang Hu touched his smooth scalp and cheeks in a daze, then looked down at his naked body after his clothes were burned. His face showed an expression of utter bewilderment. I'm not dead? This sudden reversal left everyone stunned. Almost simultaneously, everyone looked down at Zhang Hu's crotch. Tiger's capital is pretty good. Zhao Xiantian was the first to react. He ordered someone to give Zhang Hu a new set of clothes, and then he flashed to Zhang Hu's side. First, I carefully sensed his aura. His movements were steady and powerful, even more robust than before, showing no signs of having just experienced a life or death crisis. After confirming that Zhang Hu was really alright and in surprisingly good condition, a look of relief finally appeared on Zhao Xuantian's tense face. But then, as if he had remembered something extremely important, his expression instantly became incredibly serious. His gaze swept over Zhang Hu, then he took a step closer and asked in a low voice, with an uncertain tone that only the two of them could hear. Tiger, how are you feeling? Will your fur grow back? Zhang Hu was completely baffled by this tricky question. He subconsciously lowered his head, his expression solemn, as if he were truly pondering this serious problem. A moment later, Zhang Hu raised his head with a strange expression, looking at his boss with a concerned yet indescribably inquisitive gaze. His old face turned red with embarrassment, but he finally answered in a muffled voice. Reporting to the boss, I don't know if it will grow back. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiantian was stunned for a second. He then breathed a sigh of relief, patted Zhang Hu's shoulder heavily, and the seriousness on his face instantly turned into a mischievous smile. As long as you're alright. Hair can grow back. I'll get you some folk remedies for hair growth later. I guarantee you'll have a second spring, and it'll be even thicker than before. Zhang Hu. He just wants to crawl into a hole and disappear. Meanwhile, the operatives around them were initially captivated by Zhang Hu's naked appearance. The atmosphere became tense after overhearing the conversation between the two officers. The garrison commanders left the scene chatting and laughing. They needed to confirm Zhang Hu's condition further. After all, everyone had seen the flames burning on him before, and there was no faking it. Chapter 51: A Bad Premonition. With the dust settled, Su Hao turned and left. In fact, the black flames spewed from the mouth of hellfire are not a form of destructive energy. It is a good thing that can improve physical fitness and give rise to special abilities. It all depends on whether Zhang Hu has the talent and can fully unleash this power. On a holiday morning, the sunlight streamed through the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm golden glow across the floor. Since the Jingxi Center incident was resolved, my mother has gone back to work. It's unclear whether this was to compensate Su Hao or because the pacifist division was short-staffed. My mother was promoted to the position of team leader by the department, and Aunt Lei Yan took over as the staff member. Everything is moving in a positive direction. With nothing to do, Su Hao was leisurely leaning against the sofa. While his second sister was cleaning and no one was paying attention, he quickly scratched his butt. Ah, that feels good. The news is being reported on television. It's a report about the garrison successfully eliminating an unidentified creature at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city last night. Someone is coming. Su Hao immediately sat up straight. As expected. Bite. The doorbell rang. Second sister Su Ran went to open the door. Standing outside the door was Liu, dressed in a clean and casual outfit, with a slightly apprehensive look on her face. Hello, Sister Su Ran. Su Ran often took Su Hao to school, so Liu naturally recognized him. Liu quickly greeted him politely. I'm here to see Su Hao. Oh, it's Liu. Please come in. Su Ran greeted her with a smile and stepped aside to let her in. Liu walked into the living room and her gaze immediately locked onto Su Hao on the sofa, her cheeks flushing slightly. This was her first time visiting Su Hao's home. She had discussed it with other classmates before and knew that Su Hao's family was probably well off. But when I stepped into this villa with its own private courtyard, I couldn't help but be amazed. In particular, the Yanghu Villa area has a quiet environment and a neat layout, and it is obviously very valuable. Ding, a casual invitation from someone of the opposite sex has been detected. Target score, 78. The system notification sound arrived as scheduled. Su Hao, Liu took a deep breath and mustered her courage. I heard the amusement park recently opened a huge haunted house. It sounds really interesting. School's out for break, wanna go check it out? She looked at Su Hao nervously. Su Hao glanced at his second sister, who was still cleaning and seemed not to have heard anything. He put down the remote control and nodded. Okay. Ding, you have accepted the invitation from Li Yu, the class monitor of Class 1, Grade 11 at Nanjing No.1 High School. No reward. Su Hao knew perfectly well that there would be no reward for accepting the offer. However, since my second sister was at home, it wouldn't be appropriate to refuse outright. I've been bored at home lately, so it wouldn't hurt to go out and relax once in a while. Of course, the most crucial factor is Li Yu's rating. Even if you refuse, the reward the system gives you is probably not much. Even Li Xiao, whom I've known for a long time, only received a +2 physique rating out of 82. Does he lack those 2 physical qualities? Funny. Really? Li Yu's eyes lit up instantly. As an amusement park is a place where men gather in large numbers, and with garrison officers patrolling the area, its safety is self-evident. Therefore, Su Ran was not worried about her younger brother's safety, she just gave him some instructions. Xiao Hao, be careful when you go out with your classmates, and come back early. Understood, second sister. Stepping out of the villa, Li Yu felt like a bird released from its cage, her steps becoming much lighter. When the two arrived at the entrance of the villa area, Li Yu looked at the imposing stone inscription of the 2 characters Yonghu at the entrance, and her thoughts sank. Her family was considered well off, but compared to Su Hao's family. Looking at Su Hao, from that moment on, she felt as if there was an invisible distance between them. What's wrong? Su Hao noticed her gaze. No. It's nothing. Li Yu quickly shook her head, suppressing the turmoil in her heart. Let's hurry to the bus stop. The two took a bus to the Happy World amusement park in the city center. Even on weekdays, the amusement park was still bustling with people and filled with laughter. Li Yu seemed to have already planned ahead, pointing enthusiastically at the roller coaster in the distance. Su Hao, let's go ride that first. Su Hao nodded indifferently. However, just as they were walking toward the roller coaster, a voice with a hint of surprise rang out beside them. Su Hao. What a coincidence. Su Hao and Li Yu turned their heads at the same time. Chen Sisi, dressed in a new Chanel dress and with exquisite makeup, stood gracefully not far away. She was still surrounded by those girls from the art high school, like stars surrounding the moon. Chen Sisi's gaze first fell on Su Hao. He then glanced at Li Yu, who was standing next to him in ordinary casual clothes and whose cheeks were slightly flushed from running, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. The moment Li Yu saw Chen Sisi, her body tensed up immediately, and she subconsciously took a step closer to Su Hao, her eyes filled with vigilance. Chen Sisi seemed oblivious to Li Yu's hostility and walked up to Su Hao with a smile. Su Hao, I didn't expect to meet you here. It seems we are really destined to meet. She waved the tickets in her hand. I happen to have extra VIP tickets, so we don't have to queue. Want to play together? We can go on all the rides in the amusement park. Ding. A high-quality member of the opposite sex has been detected and has sent a team-up invitation. Target score, 92. Su Hao looked at the burning light in Chen Sisi's eyes, and then thought of the generous rewards he had received for refusing her twice before. The only mythic skill upgrade grants the epic weapon Frostmourne. Honestly, refusing Chen Sisi's reward is really tempting. However, he had already made up his mind that he would not refuse Chen Sisi again next time. What should we do now? Li Yu was still watching from the side. His lips twitched almost imperceptibly. It seems that implementing this long-term plan will really test one's character. Li Yu nervously clutched the hem of her clothes, looked up at him, and pleaded in her eyes. On one side is a campus belle with a score of 92, a privileged family background, and a fiery passion. On one side is the short-haired class monitor, who has a score of 78 and is a classmate, and whom I mustered up the courage to invite. Just as Su Hao was torn between keeping his promise of a long-term, steady relationship and succumbing to the temptation of the system's rewards, another voice broke in. Handsome junior from Nanjing No.1 High School? It really is you. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl wearing a sports vest, revealing her clearly defined abs, striding towards them. It was Li Xiao, the student from Nanjing Sports Institute who had helped Su Hao out of trouble at the alleyway where he had encountered the succubus. She looked like she had just finished exercising. Fine beads of sweat still clung to her forehead, and she radiated a healthy and energetic aura. Senior Li Xiao? Su Hao was somewhat surprised. The amusement park was crowded and noisy, and even with his mental energy, it would be too exhausting to open it, so he didn't open it. As a result, they didn't notice that besides Chen Sisi, there were also acquaintances there. Chapter 52. He's practically an angel. Li Xiao walked up with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Chen Sisi and Li Yu. He paused for a moment at Chen Cici's obviously expensive dress, raised his eyebrows almost imperceptibly, and then looked at Su Hao. Looks like the handsome junior is quite popular. She said casually, I just came here to relax a bit, would you mind if I joined you? Ding. A high-quality member of the opposite sex has been detected and has sent a companion request. Target score, 82. Well, here comes another one. Su Hao felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Chen Cici's smile faded slightly. She glanced at Li Zhao's powerful physique, pursed her lips, and remained silent. Li Yu nervously pursed her lips. Chen Cici is already difficult enough to deal with, and now there's a hot senior from the sports academy. However, before Su Hao could respond to Li Zhao's joining, another sound rang out from behind the crowd. Su Hao. That sound. Su Hao and Li Yu turned their heads at the same time, and even Chen Cici and Li Xiao looked over curiously. Lin Wei was standing not far away. She was wearing a well-tailored business suit, and her face showed obvious signs of fatigue, but she exuded a more mature aura than she had in school. It seems she has changed a lot during her time off from school. Behind her was a woman dressed in a black suit who appeared to be an assistant. Lin Wei? Su Hao was genuinely surprised this time. Lin Wei strode over, ignoring the scrutinizing or hostile gazes cast at her by the other three girls. She only had eyes for Su Hao. I just finished a meeting and was planning to relax. I was passing by when I saw you, so I came over. Since her father's accident, she was forced to suspend her studies and take over the company, during which time she has been under tremendous pressure. The internal turmoil, the doubts of her partners, and the deep confusion in her heart almost crushed her. Only when she recalls Su Hao's encouragement can she find a sliver of motivation to persevere. Su Hao looked at the deep weariness between Lin Wei's brows and felt a slight stirring in his heart. He could sense that this once proud school beauty was undergoing a transformation that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Chen Cici's face darkened when she saw Lin Wei suddenly appear. Of course she had heard of Lin Wei's story. Even though she was confident that she was the most beautiful woman present, Lin Wei's family background was a huge advantage. In an instant, four girls with very different styles, but all harboring the same feelings for Su Hao, surrounded him. The atmosphere became extremely subtle. Su Hao stood in the center, feeling the gazes coming from all four directions, his head spinning. He cleared his throat, trying to break the eerie silence. Well, since we've already run into each other, then. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Cici took the initiative and linked her arm with Su Hao's, speaking affectionately. Su Hao just agreed to play with me. We have VIP tickets, so we don't need to queue. Li Yu immediately retorted, I was the one who invited Su Hao first. Li Xiao laughed heartily, we're all friends, let's hang out together. The more the merrier. Junior Su Hao, don't you think? Lin Wei didn't speak, but just looked at Su Hao quietly, her eyes seeming to say, it's your decision. Ding, a high-quality team-up request from the opposite sex has been detected. Target score, 89. Su Hao. This amusement park is destined to be anything but peaceful today. Good heavens, he just wanted to relax. Just as Su Hao felt he was about to be scorched by four burning gazes. When they racked their brains but couldn't come up with a perfect solution to appease all four powerful figures at the same time. A voice as beautiful as heavenly music, with its familiar boisterousness, pierced through the eerie atmosphere. Brother Hao? Holy crap, it really is you. Then he saw his deskmate, Zhao Chang, squeezing through the crowd with a look of surprise on his face. However, upon seeing Lin Wei and the other three, he was speechless for a long time. What's going on? Xianzi? Su Hao's eyes lit up. At this moment, Zhao Chang's slightly chubby figure seemed like an angel bathed in holy light to him. He is the savior who has come to take him out of his misery. What are you doing here? Su Hao took the initiative and greeted Zhao Chang warmly, putting his arm around Zhao Chang's shoulder as if he had found his people. Zhao Chang was flattered by Su Hao's sudden enthusiasm and chuckled. I came with my sister. She insisted on bringing me out to get some fresh air because she was worried that I would get bored at home after so many days of vacation. They cautiously observed Lin Wei and the other three, noticing their murderous gazes. Zhao Chang was terrified and instinctively tried to lead Su Hao back in the direction he had come from, muttering to himself. Brother Hao, come play with me, my sister went to buy ice cream. These words were exactly what Su Hao wanted to hear. He immediately followed suit, giving the four girls behind him, each with a different expression, an apologetic smile. Sorry everyone, my deskmate is looking for me. Let's get together again next time. The moment he finished speaking, system notifications rang out in his mind like a symphony. Ding! Rejected team invitation from Chen Cece, the school beauty of Nanjing Art Affiliated High School. Reward, mental strength +3, constitution +2. Ding! Request for Li Xiao from Nanjing Sports Institute to accompany you has been rejected. Reward, constitution +3. Ding! Rejecting class monitor Li Yu's subsequent plans. Reward, mental strength +1. Ding! We politely decline Lin Wei's offer to work with us. Reward, charisma +1. The series of rewards brought Su Hao great joy, and he even found Zhao Chang to be more handsome than before. Chen Cece stomped her foot in anger and glared at Zhao Chang, but there was nothing she could do. Li Xiao shrugged, seemingly feeling a little regretful, but didn't say anything more. Li Yu lowered her head in disappointment. Lin Wei glanced at Su Hao with a complicated expression, sighed softly, and turned to leave with her assistant. Having successfully escaped the chaotic situation, Su Hao felt the air around him was much fresher, and followed Zhao Chang away. Not far away, I saw a woman wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans standing under the shade of a tree. Holding 2 ice cream cones, he looked around anxiously. She was clearly taken aback when she saw Zhao Chang and Su Hao walking over together. Sis. This is Su Hao, my deskmate whom I've always told you about. Zhao Chang quickly introduced her and then said to Su Hao, Brother Hao, this is my sister, Zhao Rou. Su Hao looked at Zhao Rou, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. The woman in front of him didn't have Chen Cece's exquisite makeup, nor did she have Lin Wei's noble air. She was without makeup, yet her skin was fair and delicate, and her features were exquisitely beautiful, exuding a natural gentleness, like a clear mountain spring that soothes the soul. Especially her eyes, clear and bright, with a hint of shyness when meeting strangers, added to her pitiful charm. Hello, Su Hao. Zhao Rou was clearly a little nervous, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she subconsciously handed over one of the ice creams she was holding. Chapter 53 Top Tier Opposite Sex. Here, have this. Ding! Top tier opposite sex has been detected gifting ice cream. Target score, 95. How many? 95? Su Hao was shocked his score was actually higher than Chen Cece's. He subconsciously took another closer look. Indeed, Zhao Rou's beauty is an unadorned, natural beauty, without any aggression, making her unforgettable. The ice cream was originally bought for my younger brother. But then his younger brother saw his handsome classmate, whom he talked about every day, suddenly appear. She handed over the ice cream almost instinctively. Sister! That's mine! Zhao Chang cried out in anguish, his face contorted in a grimace. He'd been looking forward to this ice cream for so long. Zhao Rou then realized what was happening and, seeing her younger brother's aggrieved expression, quickly stuffed another ice cream into Zhao Chang's hand. Okay, this is for you, and this is for Su Hao. Zhao Chang received the ice cream and immediately beamed with joy, taking a big lick and instantly feeling satisfied. Su Hao looked at the ice cream that was handed to him. It would be inappropriate to refuse, both morally and logically. After all, she was my deskmate's older sister, and it was the first time we had met. She gave it to me out of kindness. He smiled slightly and reached out to take it. Thank you, Sister Zhao Rou. Ding! You have accepted the complimentary ice cream. No reward offered. He took a bite, and the cool, sweet sensation melted in his mouth. Thinking of Zhao Rou's high score of 95, Su Hao couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It's a pity, the other party is Zhao Chang's sister. With this relationship, it will probably be difficult to refuse her requests for rewards in the future. Let's go ride the carousel. Zhao Chang suggested, licking his ice cream. They seemed to be completely immersed in the amusement park atmosphere. A carousel? Su Hao raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhao Chang's chubby figure, finding it hard to imagine him sitting on a colorful little horse. Zhao Rou seemed to be unable to suppress a laugh, covering her mouth and chuckling. Zhao Chang, how old are you? Still riding the carousel? Oh my, sis. That's called having a childlike heart. Zhao Chang, feeling perfectly justified, finished his ice cream in a few bites and then pulled Su Hao toward the carousel. Brother Hao, let's go, let's experience it. Helpless, Su Hao could only be half pushed and half pulled away by Zhao Chang. With his combined age across both lifetimes, he's almost in his 40s. If people knew he was still riding a carousel at that age, wouldn't they laugh at him? Fortunately, no one knew. Zhao Rou followed behind them with a smile, acting as a ticket seller. There were quite a few people queuing for the carousel, mostly parents with children. The trio seemed somewhat out of place, especially Su Hao, whose outstanding looks attracted a lot of attention. Look, That boy is so handsome. If I had a young and handsome man like that, wouldn't I be able to take off? Hearing the murmurs, Su Hao seemed unfazed. Zhao Chang, however, did not hear it all and was still excitedly choosing which horse he would ride later. The atmosphere was relaxed while we were queuing. Zhao Chang is a chatterbox. Chattering away about funny things at school and at home greatly eased the slight awkwardness between Su Hao and Zhao Rou during their first meeting. Zhao Rou mostly listened gently, occasionally amused by her younger brother, her eyes crinkling with a particularly charming smile. Soon it was their turn. Zhao Chang chose the most flamboyant and largest royal white horse and clumsily climbed onto it. Some women seemed to be amused by his actions. However, they did not mean to mock or insult him. Instead, they thought Zhao Chang's actions were cute. When Su Hao saw this scene, the corner of his mouth twitched. But after thinking about it carefully, I felt relieved. Viewed from the perspective of a world where there are more women than men. In the eyes of those women, wasn't the clumsy Zhao Chang just like the kind of silly beauty in a CEO drama from their previous life? Banishing the absurd thoughts from his mind, Su Hao randomly chose a black horse near the outer edge and nimbly flipped himself onto it. Zhao Rou, who was in her early 20s, felt that it was a bit annoying for older women to play this game, so she chose a quiet white horse and sat diagonally behind Su Hao. As the music began, the carousel started to rise and fall, slowly rotating. Colorful lights and melodious music. Su Hao relaxed his body and swayed gently with the rocking horse. Zhao Chang was shouting and yelling in front of him, having a great time. The lap ended quickly. After getting off the carousel, Zhao Chang, still full of energy, pointed to the pirate ship in the distance and said, "Brother Hao. Sister. Let's go ride that. It's so exciting." Seeing Zhao Chang's energetic appearance, Su Hao and Zhao Rou exchanged a smile, feeling somewhat helpless, but still let him walk towards the pirate ship. There were also many people riding the pirate ship, and the queues were very long. Under the blazing sun, although it was nothing to Su Hao's extraordinary physique, fine beads of sweat had already seeped onto Zhao Rou's smooth forehead. Su Hao noticed this, glanced at a nearby cold drink stall, and said to Zhao Chang and his sister, "You two wait in line first, I'll go buy some drinks." Okay. I want an iced cola." Zhao Chang immediately raised his hand. Zhao Rou said softly, "I'll just have some water, thank you." Su Hao nodded and turned to walk towards the cold drink stall. He bought 2 bottles of ice water and a bottle of cola. Just as I was about to turn back, my gaze inadvertently swept over the entrance to the haunted house not far away. Just then, I saw Liu walking out alone, head down, looking rather forlorn. Clearly, the earlier commotion had ruined her mood for sightseeing. Su Hao paused, but didn't step forward. Going over would only make things more awkward. However, just as he turned his gaze away and prepared to go back to find Zhao Chang and his sister, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A dull, loud thud didn't come from the amusement park ride, but from underground. Immediately afterwards, the ground shook violently, as if a powerful earthquake had occurred. Ah! Earthquake! Run! Mother! Screams and cries instantly replaced the previous laughter and joy. Panic gripped the crowd, and they scattered in all directions like headless flies. Sister! Brother Hao! Zhao Chang cried out in fright as the shaking began, gripping the railing tightly. Zhao Rou also turned pale and lost her balance, nearly falling over. Behind the crowded people, Su Hao's eyes sharpened, and he firmly planted himself on the ground. His powerful mental energy instantly spread into the ground like a tide. Something's not right. This is no ordinary earthquake. Deep underground, a violent energy is raging. Could there be a strange beast lurking beneath the amusement park? However, something even more terrifying happened. Beside them, the enormous, slowly rotating Ferris wheel creaked and twisted from the violent shaking. The steel cable connecting the highest cars suddenly snapped. The entire carriage, like a kite with a broken string, crashed straight down towards the fleeing crowd below with a whooshing sound. Chapter 54 Crypt Worms. Ah! Zhao Rou looked up and saw the dark shadow falling like a dark cloud covering the sky. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and she instinctively closed her eyes. Zhao Chang was so frightened that he stood frozen in place. Careful! Su Hao's pupils contracted sharply, and he didn't have time to think. In the flash of lightning as the Ferris wheel cabin crashed down, he suddenly took a step forward. At the same time, his terrifying mental power erupted instantly with unprecedented intensity. Like an invisible giant hand, it fiercely met the falling sedan chair. Buzz! An invisible force field suddenly expanded outwards from Su Hao. No limits to defense. Boom! The heavy sedan chair slammed heavily onto the invisible spatial barrier, producing a deafening roar. The elevator car was frozen in mid-air, only 3 or 4 meters above the ground, by an unseen force, and miraculously no one was injured. Only a few unlucky souls suffered minor cuts from falling shards of glass or metal parts. The survivors quickly scattered, staring in disbelief at the sedan chair suspended in mid-air, still shaken. Su-hao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and withdrew his spiritual power. The suspended sedan chair finally crashed to the ground with a loud bang, kicking up a cloud of dust. He pushed through the crowd and ran towards Zhao Chang and his sister, reaching out his hand and asking them with concern. "Are you all right?" Zhao Chang grabbed Su-hao's hand, his legs still weak, his voice trembling. "It's okay. Brother Hao, just now was too scary." Zhao Rou also stood up with the help of Su-hao. Her hands were cold and still trembling slightly. Su-hao's gaze turned solemn as he looked back at the ground. The ground tremors had stopped, but that was clearly just an appetizer. Because that thing underground is about to come out. This is junior operator Su Qing. An earthquake has occurred at Happy World Amusement Park. Please provide immediate support to any nearby patrolling operators and evacuate the park's inhabitants. While patrolling the amusement park, Su Qing reported to her communicator while scanning the chaotic scene that had just experienced the tremor. She had no idea that her younger brother, Su-hao, was also in the amusement park at that moment. However, before she could finish speaking, boom! A deafening roar, even more terrifying than the earthquake, exploded from the open space in the center of the amusement park. The solid cement floor cracked inch by inch like a fragile eggshell, suddenly arched upwards, and then burst open. Soil and gravel sprayed outwards like a torrential rain. Those who couldn't get out of the way were hit and suffered head injuries. Immediately afterwards, a huge, dark brown figure burst forth from the ground. It was a strange beast that resembled a giant worm, with a diameter of over 3 meters and an immeasurable length. The part of its body that is exposed on the ground is more than 10 meters long. It has no eyes, only a huge mouth covered with spiraling teeth, which emits a sharp hissing sound. The sound waves alone were enough to make the eardrums of nearby people ache and cause dizziness. Ah! Monster! Run! The crowd, who had just recovered slightly from the shock of the earthquake, were plunged into even deeper fear, crying and scattering in all directions. A strange beast has appeared. Repeat, a strange beast has appeared. Su Qing's expression changed drastically. She shouted into the communicator and took action at the same time. They rushed towards the beast, trying to attract its attention and buy time for the people to evacuate. But she's just a junior operator, what can she do against such tough-skinned monsters? On the other side. How, brother Hao, what is that thing? Zhao Chang was so frightened that his teeth chattered, and he could barely utter a complete sentence. Zhao Rou was also pale. A strange beast, Su-hao said succinctly. Just as he was weighing his options, the burrow worm's enormous head suddenly swung. With immense force, its thick tail swept across a nearby rotating coffee cup machine that had already ceased operation. If that facility is hit, it will inevitably disintegrate, and the flying debris will cause devastating damage to the surrounding civilians who do not have time to escape. Su Qing's pupils contracted sharply. She tried to stop him, but it was too late. Watch out! At the critical moment, Su-hao's eyes narrowed. With highly concentrated mental energy, it acted like an invisible scalpel, precisely piercing the relatively vulnerable nerve connections of the caveworm. Hiss! The burrow worm's sweeping motion abruptly stopped, and it let out a painful screech. Its massive body began to convulse violently. The originally deadly drift trajectory was deviated, and it crashed to the ground with a thud, grazing the edge of the spinning coffee cup and leaving a deep crater. This sudden turn of events startled Su Qing, but she didn't have time to think it through. Seizing the opportunity, she immediately shouted loudly. "Move quickly! Everyone evacuate to the southeast exit." Su-hao naturally noticed the eldest sister, but he didn't go up to greet her. Instead, he pulled up the still-dazed Zhao Chang and the shaken Zhao Rou, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go too." He led the two into the chaotic crowd. "Can the garrison commander handle this?" Zhao Chang asked breathlessly as he ran. Fortunately, strange beasts had appeared at the school before. He is no longer as afraid as before, unable to run. Su-hao and his two companions followed the panicked crowd to a safe area outside the amusement park. A large number of tourists who had escaped have gathered here, most of them still in shock. However, many people, once the sense of crisis passes, find their curiosity takes over. Instead of moving further away, they stopped, stood on tiptoe, and craned their necks to look towards the center of the area where the strange beast had appeared. Look! The garrison commanders have made their move. I hope we can win. Take a picture. Post it on WeChat Moments, it'll definitely go viral. The sounds of discussion and camera clicks filled the air, creating an immersive atmosphere reminiscent of a special effects blockbuster. A dozen or so officers in garrison uniforms had arrived at the scene and joined Su Qing to contain the cave worms. However, the vitality of burrowing worms is far beyond imagination. The scattered bullets had little effect. The burrow worms writhed wildly, each impact causing the earth to tremble, forcing the operators to retreat and dodge continuously. Su Hao stood at the edge of the crowd, his brows slightly furrowed. This cave worm isn't very strong, it's too slow, and its only redeeming quality is its large size. It's even worse than the strange beast that appeared at Nanjing No.1 Middle School. However, these people who love to watch the drama unfold have no idea how dangerous the situation is. If the burrowing worms were to turn on the population, the consequences would be unimaginable. Its massive body could easily crush more than a dozen people with a single flip. Su Hao's mental energy was firmly locked onto his eldest sister, to ensure that he can intervene immediately should a fatal danger arise. Suddenly, he looked up. Buzz! A scorching heat was rapidly approaching from the horizon. Everyone instinctively looked up. A figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star. Beneath their feet was a surging, pitch-black flame that seemed capable of devouring light, flying towards them at an astonishing speed. Chapter 55, The Bold. The flames exuded an ominous aura, yet they were strangely contained, with not a single trace of heat escaping. It did not harm the person who stepped on it in the slightest. It's Brother Tiger. My God! He can fly? What kind of power is that black fire? I've never heard of it before. The gasps of surprise from the garrison officers and the crowd instantly drowned out the previous discussions. The person who arrived was none other than Zhang Hu. His gaze was like lightning, instantly locking onto the ravaging cave worms below. There were no fancy moves. He raised his right hand in mid-air, and a black fireball the size of a human head instantly took shape. He then threw it downwards. The black fireball streaked through the air and struck the cave worm's gaping maw, which was filled with sharp teeth. Laugh! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a violent reaction sound like hot oil being dripped into cold water. The burrow worm's enormous body suddenly stiffened. The black flames started in its mouth and spread rapidly as if they were alive. Wherever it passed, the incredibly tough flesh and blood began to char and carbonize, and then turned into ashes. In no time, the cave worms, which had been so ferocious just moments before and had left the garrison officers helpless, were gone. Before everyone's astonished eyes, it was completely incinerated by the eerie black flames, leaving not even a trace behind. Whether they are tourists or the garrison officers who fought hard before, everyone was deeply shocked by this devastating scene. What kind of flame is that? It's terrifying. The operators were wondering when Tiger had acquired such terrifying power. That's inhuman. Su Qing looked at Zhang Hu, who had fallen from the sky and landed steadily, her eyes filled with disbelief. Even though she wasn't a member of the tactical squad, she was well aware of Zhang Hu's previous methods. Only Su Hao, standing at the front of the crowd, had a barely perceptible smile on his lips. It's done. As expected of the strongest halberd bearer in Nanjing, he certainly did not disappoint. Zhang Hu's use of demonic flames is still somewhat clumsy, and there is still much room for improvement in energy condensation and control. But it's more than enough to deal with a low-level beast at the warrior level. They saw the power of their investments begin to emerge, and that these investments were being used by trustworthy individuals to safeguard order. Su Hao was quite satisfied. This proves that his choice was correct. Everyone, follow the command of the garrison commander and evacuate the scene in an orderly manner. Zhang Hu's calm voice rang out. Staff and agents who arrived later began to guide the evacuation. Su Hao withdrew his spiritual energy from his eldest sister, knowing that he was no longer needed here. He patted Zhao Chang, who was still craning his neck and looking at Zhang Hu with admiration. Stop looking, let's go, we can't enjoy the amusement park today. Zhao Chang finally snapped out of his daze, clicking his tongue. Brother Hao, did you see that? It was so cool. That black fire. If only I had that ability. I saw it, a handsome dandy. Su Hao nodded, taking one last look at his eldest sister who was busy directing from a distance. He then took the Zhao siblings and left this place of trouble. Back at the garrison headquarters, Zhang Hu went into Zhao Xuantian's office to prepare a report. Tiger, you're awesome. Zhao Xuantian turned his phone screen toward Zhang Hu, who had just walked in. A short, shaky video was playing above. It was the scene of Zhang Hu descending from the sky, stepping on black flames, and then burning the cave worm to ashes with a single blow. Look at these comments. The strongest halberd bearer made a powerful save, his coolness is off the charts. Your method of flying through fire is too flashy, too eye-catching. Zhang Hu glanced at the video, his face showing no smugness, but rather a slight frown. The public filmed and shared the video, which was not his intention. It's just that controlling fire is much faster than driving a car. The situation was urgent, and we had no other choice, Zhang Hu replied. Zhao Xuantian smiled, put away his phone, and his teasing expression disappeared, replaced by a serious one. Jokes aside, let's get down to business. How's your control over this black fire coming along? In the video, you seem to use it very skillfully, but that thing gave me a very dangerous feeling. Far beyond any form of energy we have ever encountered before. When the black fire was mentioned, Zhang Hu's expression became more serious. He raised his right hand, and with a slight thought, a tiny black flame poof shot out from his fingertip, burning quietly. The surrounding air temperature rose slightly, and even the light was slightly distorted when it approached. We have a basic grasp of it, but we are far from having mastered it. Zhang Hu was frank. When using it, it requires a great deal of mental energy to guide and restrain it, otherwise, the consequences could be disastrous if one is not careful. He still vividly remembers the countless frantic whispers that seemed to be screaming in his mind when he released that fireball at the amusement park. It urged him to turn everything before him to ashes. That was the destructive desire that originated from the fell flames themselves. Zhao Xuantian was also thinking, but unlike Zhang Hu, his thoughts involuntarily returned to what had happened before. Zhang Hu experienced that bizarre rebirth. Upon returning to the garrison headquarters, a research team was immediately organized to conduct a comprehensive and in-depth examination of Zhang Hu. The testing process was extremely cautious, employing multiple measures to prevent the black flames from suddenly spiraling out of control. The results were shocking and shrouded in mystery. The Research Institute's preliminary analysis report indicates that the black flames did not exist independently outside Zhang Hu's body, but were intertwined with his life in an unprecedented way. In other words, the black fire is both an external energy source and a part of Zhang Hu's body. The energy spectrum of the black flames is displayed. It is not conventional plasma or chemical combustion, its nature is closer to a highly condensed form of negative energy. It has an extreme aversion to conventional matter and can destroy its existence. Most importantly, its activity is directly linked to Zhang Hu's mental state. Zhang Hu's will is the only bridle that binds this ferocious beast. The report emphasizes that using this power comes at a cost. Each time he used it, it consumed a large amount of Zhang Hu's mental energy, while at the same time he was being subtly eroded by the destructive will in the flames. Prolonged or excessive use can lead to mental exhaustion at best, and at worst, it can cause mental loss, or even be consumed by the flames, turning one into a monster that only knows destruction. Recalling the contents of the report, Zhao Xuantian took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Hu. You've also read the Research Institute's report. This thing is a double-edged sword. I know you have a strong sense of responsibility, but you must be extremely careful when using it in the future. If you feel anything is wrong, report it immediately and stop using it. Zhang Hu nodded solemnly, the black flame at his fingertips quietly extinguishing. Understood. I will adapt to it and master it as soon as possible, rather than be controlled by it. Chapter 56: A Steady Flow. He clenched his fist. At least for now, it is an effective means of dealing with powerful threats. Zhao Xuantian patted him on the shoulder. You are one of my top generals, so of course I trust you. Go and get some rest. The Research Institute will continue to follow up on the research on this flame and the monitoring of your physical condition. Zhang Hu turned and left the office. Zhao Xuantian watched his departing figure with a deep gaze. While the black fire seemingly resolved the threat of the alien beast with ease, it has indeed demonstrated its value. However, one should not judge a book by its cover. How to safely utilize this power will be one of the challenges facing the garrison command. After visiting the amusement park, Su Hao's life seemed to have returned to a brief period of peace. The school holidays are still ongoing, and he spends most of his time at home. Friday afternoon. Su Hao was sitting cross-legged on the living room sofa. He appeared to be daydreaming, but in reality, he was studying Frostmourne in his mind. He thought about it several times, but he didn't dare to actually take it out of the system space. What if this sword is the same as the one in the legend? If it comes with its own background music and turns his house into a frozen throne, then he really can't explain it. As the key turned, the door opened. Brother! Brother! Look how pretty my new hair clip is. Su Xiaoyun, wearing a sparkling strawberry-shaped hair clip, hopped up in front of him like a little rabbit, forcefully interrupting his thoughts. Su Hao looked up at his little sister's bright eyes and smiled helplessly. She's pretty, like a freshly picked silly strawberry. Humph. You're the idiot. Su Xiaoyun puffed out her cheeks and pounced on him to tickle him. Su Hao dodged symbolically. If the girls at school who treat him like an iceberg saw this, their aloof male god is being tormented by his middle school sister at home, I wonder what he would think. Alright, stop fooling around. Su Hao grabbed Su Xiaoyun, who was flailing her arms and legs. What cartoon do you want to watch? I'll watch it with you. Su Xiaoyun's eyes lit up instantly, and she looked at him in disbelief. Really? Did the sun rise in the west? You never watched these things before, bro. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to watch or not? Su Hao pretended to be impatient. Look. Let's watch the latest Puella Magi Madoka Magica. Su Xiaoyun cheered, skillfully turning on the TV and quickly switching to the children's channel. Su Hao's lips twitched slightly as he looked at the cute animation on the screen, which told a story about love and courage among girls. I never noticed before, but the entertainment works in this world look quite familiar. He reluctantly watched with Su Xiaoyun for 20 minutes, enduring her constant tu chao, a form of online commentary criticism. Ah, this older sister is so cool. Brother, look at that weird thing, it looks like a moving thesis defense. When the end credits rolled, Su Hao felt even more exhausted than when he was fighting the succubus. While his younger sister was in the restroom, Su Hao rubbed his temples. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhao Chang. Brother Hao. Help! My sister's suddenly gone crazy and insists I invite you over for dinner. I suspect she has ulterior motives. Includes a shivering panda head emoji. As Su Hao looked at the message, Zhao Rou's pitiful face and her high score of 95 immediately appeared in his mind. To go or not to go? If I go, it seems impolite to refuse Zhao Rou. Moreover, Zhao Chang is quite an interesting friend. But why didn't Zhao Rou send the message herself? That would trigger the system mechanism. 95 points. How generous would the reward be if I refused? Su Hao was torn between his inner thoughts and his reason, but in the end, reason prevailed. Address sent, he replied succinctly. Yes, sir. How GE is awesome. But you'd better look after me while you're here. My sister keeps nagging me lately, saying she wishes I were half as good as you. Accompanied by a crying emoji. Su Hao smiled and put his phone away. That evening, accompanied by Su Qing, Su Hao arrived at the residential compound where Zhao Chang lived right on time. Zhao Chang's family is indeed well off, living in a high-end apartment, but it's still a bit less luxurious than Su Hao's family. After giving her a few words of advice, Su Qing drove away. Su Hao found the place based on the address and pressed the doorbell. Zhao Rou opened the door. She seemed to have dressed up carefully, wearing an elegant off-white dress. Without any makeup, she looked even more pure and charming. Upon seeing Su Hao, 2 blushes immediately appeared on her face, and she was somewhat flustered. Su Hao, you've arrived, please come in. Excuse me, Sister Zhao Rou. Su Hao nodded politely and went inside. Zhao Chang peeked out from behind, winked at Su Hao, and mouthed silently, "It's up to you, Brother Hao." Dinner was lavish, and it was clear that Zhao Rou had put a lot of thought into it. During the meal, the kind and amiable Mrs. Zhao was exceptionally warm towards Su Hao, constantly serving him food and asking him all sorts of questions. From asking about academic performance to hobbies and expectations for a future spouse, the satisfaction in her eyes was almost overflowing. Su Hao could only maintain a polite yet awkward smile as he dealt with each question. He felt more like he was attending a ceremony to meet the parents. Zhao Chang didn't say his mother was home. I should have known better than to come. It's giving me a headache. Zhao Chang buried himself in his food, trying to minimize his presence. Zhao Rou kept her head down, eating her food in small bites, occasionally stealing a glance at Su Hao, but immediately blushing and looking away when caught. After dinner, Zhao Chang was sent off by his mother to play video games while he washed the dishes himself. Only Su Hao and Zhao Rou remained in the living room, and the atmosphere became awkward rather than pleasant. Su Hao's toes are so thick they could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of him. Su Hao, actually. Zhao Rou seemed to want to say something, but she was so nervous that she stammered. I sometimes make some cookies, they taste pretty good. Maybe I'll have Changzi bring some for you to try next time? Ding, a top-tier member of the opposite sex has been detected making advances towards the host. Target score, 95. Looking at Zhao Rou's expectant expression, as if she had used up all her courage, Su Hao simply couldn't bring himself to refuse her. Okay, thank you in advance, Sister Zhao Rou. He nodded. Zhao Rou's eyes lit up instantly, as if filled with starlight, and a bright smile bloomed on her face. Yes. I will definitely make the most delicious food for you. Seeing her smile, Su Hao's slight regret about not receiving the rejection reward vanished. Oh well, let's take it slow and see, there's plenty of time in the future. For some reason, Chen Cici's image suddenly appeared in his mind. Later that evening, the older sister was already waiting at the entrance of the residential compound. When Su Hao left Zhao Chang's house, Zhao's mother warmly gave him a large box of imported fruit. Zhao Rou saw him off to the elevator, waving goodbye until the elevator doors closed. Chapter 57 Torture. Su Hao was carrying imported fruit when he opened the door to his house. Before I could even change my shoes, a figure swarmed around me like a cat smelling dried fish. Su Xiaoyun leaned close to Su Hao and sniffed him hard, her little nose wrinkling. He then widened his eyes and made a shocking accusation. Brother! You smell like a strange woman's perfume. A faint jasmine scent. Tell me. Where have you been gallivanting off to? Su Hao was speechless. He didn't even know what the smell was, but his little sister recognized it right away? All I can say is a thumbs up, awesome. Upon hearing this, Sun Yan, the third sister who was reading, silently closed the book, pushed up her glasses, and the lenses reflected a wise gossipy light. Su Ran, the second sister, came out of the kitchen tidying up, wiping her hands. Her gentle face also carried a hint of curiosity. Su Hao was taken aback by this display of force. What nonsense are you spouting? He flicked Su Xiaoyun's forehead helplessly. I went to Zhao Chang's house for dinner, didn't I tell you? Zhao Chang? Su Xiaoyun covered her forehead, still relentlessly pressing the issue. Is that your chubby, not-so-bright deskmate? Why does his house smell like a woman's perfume? And such a fresh, youthful scent at that. Sun Yan calmly added, judging from the volatility of the odor molecules, this is not a strong commercial perfume. The presence of body odor or fabric softener residue indicates close contact or a period of time in a confined space. Su Hao. Having a younger sister who excels in academics is sometimes not a good thing. Su Hao didn't intend to hide anything and honestly confessed, oh, Zhao Chang has an older sister, and we had dinner together tonight. Elder sister? Su Xiaoyun's voice instantly rose 8 octaves. She suddenly hugged Su Hao's arm, her little face scrunched up, and she started to fake cry. Wow! I knew it. No wonder you agreed to go to your classmate's house for dinner. You always turned down invitations from so many girls before. So it's because she has an older sister. Isn't that older sister beautiful? Isn't she even cuter than Xiaoyun? Bro, don't you like Xiaoyun anymore? While she was crying and complaining, she secretly observed Su Hao's expression through her fingers. Su Hao was driven crazy by the noise and tried to pull his arm away, but Su Xiaoyun held on tightly. Sun Yan once again made a precise analysis, judging from the fact that my brother did not deny that he was good-looking immediately, the other person's appearance is at least above average. It may even have created a certain attraction threshold interference for the older brother. Su Ran said thoughtfully, oh, I see. Xiao Hao has reached the age where he's interested in older female classmates. Is this what it feels like to have a younger brother grow up? Why do I feel so sad? Just then, Su Qing, the eldest sister who had parked the car, returned. Seeing the scene of the three-way interrogation in the living room, she raised an eyebrow. What's going on here? Xiaoyun, are you making trouble for your brother again? Su Xiaoyun immediately found reinforcements, rushed to Su Qing, and tearfully accused her. Big sister. You need to do something about your brother. He went to a classmate's house with an older sister for dinner, and he came back smelling like her food. He's never been like this before. Su Qing knew about this. Su Hao had mentioned it to her. But given the current situation, she should still stand with her sisters. She then flashed to Su Ran's side, her sharp gaze sweeping over Su Hao with a scrutinizing look. Su Hao was about to suffocate. Why didn't mom come home today? Because she was working overtime. He weakly raised the fruit box in his hand, trying to change the subject. Zhao Zhao Chang's mom insisted on giving it to me. It's imported fruit, how about we share it? Su Xiaoyun, humph. Sugar-coated bullets. Don't even think about bribing me. Sun Yan pushed up her glasses, trying to shift the focus of the conflict with material benefits. Brother, that's a clumsy tactic. Su Ran gently accepted the fruit box. Thank you, Xiaoao, but next time you go to a classmate's house, especially one with an older sister, remember to tell your family in advance. Su Qing finally spoke up, making the final decision. Alright, stop making a fuss. It's normal for Xiaohao to go to a classmate's house for a meal. However, she changed the subject, looking at Su Hao with a slightly teasing gaze. It seems my brother is quite charming, even his classmate's older sister is captivated. Should I bring her home next time so we can meet her too? Big sister. Su Hao was completely speechless. Ultimately, this crisis was resolved with Su Hao's assurance. His sister was just being polite. My favorite family is still my 4 sisters. It was only after a series of unequal treaties that the situation was barely calmed down. Although Su Xiaoyun was still pouting, her attention had been drawn to the imported fruit, and she happily ate the Shine Muscat grapes. Su Hao practically fled back to his room. He closed the door, leaned against it, and let out a long sigh of relief. In the living room, you could faintly hear Su Xiaoyun munching on grapes while mumbling incoherently. Anyway, that older sister is definitely not as cute as me. Sun Yan's cool voice came. Judging from the quality of the fruit my brother brought back, the other family values him very much. Overall assessment, threat level, high. Su Ran gently comforted him. Xiaoyan, don't analyze things randomly. Xiaohao is growing up, and it's a good thing that he has normal social interactions. Su Qing's voice rang out with a smile. Alright, everyone disperse, but Xiaohao. She deliberately raised her voice to make sure Su Hao in the room could hear her. Next time you really bring your classmate's older sister back, remember to report it beforehand. Su Hao, inside the door, sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He walked to the desk and sat down. 95 points. He muttered to himself. Just then, my phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhao Chang. How GE? Did you get home safely? My sister is still nagging, saying you didn't eat many of the cookies she specially baked. Maybe you didn't like them? Includes a dog peeking out emoji. Looking at the message, Su Hao could almost see Zhao Chang cautiously sending the message under his sister's coercion, and he couldn't help but smile. Arrive. The cookies were delicious, please thank Sister Zhao Rou for me. He replied. That's true. Zhao Rou's cookies are sweet but not cloying, and have a crispy texture. They are indeed very good. That's good. Hee, brother Hao, my sister is just a bit, too polite. Don't mind her. Judging from the text, Zhao Chang seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. It's nothing, Su Hao replied. Just as I finished talking to Zhao Chang, my phone rang again. This time it was class monitor Liu. Su Hao, classes will resume next week. Have you caught up on all your previous class notes? I can lend you my notes if needed. Includes a cute bunny emoji. Thank you, but no need, I've already fixed it, he replied politely. Chapter 58 Breaking News. I don't know if refusing the class monitor's kindness through communication tools was effective, but the system didn't score it. As expected, the system did not respond. That's good. See you next week. Liu replied almost instantly, followed by a happy emoji. The message has been processed. Just as Su Hao put down his phone, the door was quietly pushed open a crack. Su Xiaoyun poked her little head in, with half a grape in her mouth and her eyes darting around. Brother, those grapes were quite sweet. She mumbled, her eyes revealing a hint of probing. Su Hao's heart softened, and he beckoned to her. Come in, what kind of behavior is this, sneaking around like this? Su Xiaoyun immediately seemed to have received a pardon, and slipped in, snuggling up to Su Hao and offering him the last small bunch of grapes in her hand. Brother, try it, it's really sweet. Su Hao took a piece from her hand and ate it, nodding, it's quite sweet. Su Xiaoyun observed his expression and asked softly, Brother, is the food cooked by Zhao Chang's sister as good as second sister's? Su Hao chuckled and ruffled her hair. Of course not, second sister's cooking is the best in the world besides mom's. That wasn't entirely just to comfort her. Su Ran's cooking skills truly have the taste of home, which cannot be compared to any delicacies from the outside world. Su Xiaoyun finally beamed and shook Su Hao's arm, saying, I knew it. You're the best, brother. After saying that, he ran away satisfied, as if he had won a battle. Watching his little sister's joyful figure disappear into the distance, Suhao smiled and shook his head. This is his daily routine during his holidays. Although it can be a bit noisy and frustrating at times. But this feeling of being cared for and needed allowed him, a soul who had lived 2 lives, to truly experience the warmth of home. As for the strange beasts and conspiracies of the outside world, let's put those things aside for now. He picked up a grape that Su Xiaoyun had left behind and popped it into his mouth. Yes, it is indeed very sweet. Su Hao just swallowed the last sweet grape. The phone on the desk vibrated again. The screen lit up, but it displayed an unsaved number. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Not many people knew his TV number. After hesitating for a moment, he still picked up his phone. Hello? After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, a slightly deep middle-aged woman's voice came through. Is this Su Hao? Yes, who are you? Su Hao felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard the name somewhere before. I am your Aunt Lei. Before he could think about it, the other party directly introduced herself. Su Hao was puzzled. Aunt Lei? Why is she calling herself? However, he wasn't surprised that Aunt Lei had her own phone number. I left my number when I was in the interrogation room of the male rights branch. Su Hao felt that Aunt Lei's tone was a bit off, as if she was talking about something important. Aunt Lei? Congratulations on your promotion. Is there something you need that you called me privately? Sure enough, Aunt Lei's voice began to turn serious. Su Hao, make a long story short. Regarding Lin Yaotian's case, after I was promoted to officer, I discovered some things while cleaning up the archives at the branch office. The remaining information related to the forces behind him is of great importance. I want you to pass it on to Su Qing and deliver it to Zhao Xintian, the minister of the garrison command. Lin Yaotian? The forces behind it? Wasn't that something that happened in the previous chapters? Su Hao's eyes sharpened instantly. But why doesn't Aunt Lei just give the information to her older sister directly? Why would you ask me to hand it over? Su Hao then remembered that one reason was that Aunt Lei didn't have her older sister's phone number. Secondly, because the older sister's mobile phone is exclusively for the garrison command, all calls and text messages are recorded in the garrison command's database. However, why did the eldest sister hand it over to the head of the garrison in Nanjing? He certainly remembered the philanthropist who committed suicide at Pier 3. I also remember that Lin Yaotian refused to reveal the buyer's fears even on his deathbed. But I don't understand anything about it. Su Hao was also very curious about what the other party's mission was, so he asked, pretending to be puzzled. Among the remaining information, there are several highly obfuscated data packets whose encryption algorithm features appear to be related to the previous succubus incident. Lei Yin paused for a moment. We're not sure if this is a coincidence or if it points to the same source, considering that you were a witness to that succubus incident. So I'd like to know if you encountered anything else unusual in the vicinity of the alley at the time? Any details might be helpful. Su Hao's gaze narrowed slightly. The succubus incident? Is it related to the forces behind Lin Yaotian? Su Hao's mind raced, and his answer was flawless. Aunt Lei, the situation was very chaotic at the time. I was mainly worried about my older sister and my attention was focused on the alley. I didn't notice anyone special. He paused briefly, as if trying to recall, and then added, however, there were quite a few passers-by outside the alley, and later the garrison commanders also arrived. I understand. Sorry to bother you, Su Hao. Please pass these messages on to Su Qing. Also, her tone softened slightly, your mother's work is going very well, so don't worry. Thank you, Aunt Lei. Men's Rights Division, Minister's Office. Lei Yin put down her phone and looked at Long Xing, who was standing by the window in the cold wind. Minister, I've already said so. Long Xing pushed up his glasses, turned around, and nodded knowingly. Well done, go and get busy. You've just been promoted to officer and you still have a lot to do. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Su Hao leaned back in his chair, his eyes deep and thoughtful. He had suspected it before. Even with connections within the Men's Rights Protection Agency, it would be difficult for Lin Yaotian, a businessman, to establish such a massive and clandestine human trafficking network. There must be a more powerful force supporting them behind the scenes. It now appears that this force not only exists, but its reach may extend further than he imagined. It might even be related to strange beasts? Su Hao tapped the table lightly. It seems there's some trouble. It won't just disappear if you ignore it. No matter who you are, or how deep the shadows you hide in. Su Hao's lips curled into a cold smile. You'd better not mess with me, or the people I care about. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind letting hellfire descend once more. The next day. Getting up early and not wasting any time, Su Hao got up and left the room. In the living room, Su Xiaoyan was curled up on the sofa watching cartoons, Sun Yan was quietly reading a book, and Su Ran was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Where's my older sister? Su Hao asked. I think I'll talk to Sister Qingqing on the balcony, Su Xiaoyan replied without looking up. Su Hao nodded and walked towards the balcony. Sure enough, Su Cheng was leaning against the railing, whispering something to Lu Qingqing. Seeing Su Hao arrive, Su Qing said into the phone, Okay, Qingqing, that's all for now, I have something to do here, and then hung up. Chapter 59 Speaking Frankly. What's wrong, Xiao Hao? Su Qing looked at her younger brother with a smile on her lips. Big sister, Aunt Lei called me yesterday. Su Hao cut to the chase without beating around the bush. She said that while cleaning up the remaining files of the Lin Yaotian case, she discovered some information that might be related to the forces behind him, and the encryption level was very high. Moreover, it seems to have some hidden connection with our previous succubus incident. Su Qing's smile vanished, and her brows furrowed instantly. Lin Yaotian's backing? Is he connected to succubi? This news was so shocking that she immediately tensed up. Where is the information? Aunt Lei said she hopes you can pass on this important news to Minister Zhao. Su Hao relayed Lei Yan's original words and added his own speculation. She may have felt that reporting directly through the Men's Rights Protection Agency would alert the enemy, or she might not trust some of the people in the agency. Su Cheng immediately understood the key to it. She took a deep breath. I understand. This is no small matter and must be reported to the minister immediately. She glanced at the time. At this hour, the minister is probably still at the branch office, or at the usual place. The so-called old place is a place that all the officers of the garrison command know. Zhao Xiantian would occasionally go to a suburban fish farm to relax. I'll go with you, Su Hao said. He naturally wanted to know the situation as soon as possible. Su Qing glanced at her younger brother. Since classes didn't start until next Monday anyway, it would be good for him to relax. She didn't refuse. Okay, let's go. The siblings said goodbye to their sister and then drove away from home. On the way, Su Qing sent a message to Lu Qingqing, briefly explaining that there was an emergency and she needed to meet with the minister. Lu Qingqing quickly replied, Understood. Boss just finished fishing and seems to be in a good mood. Come straight over, I'll wait for you at the intersection. When the vehicle arrived at the secluded fishing ground on the outskirts of the city, Lu Qingqing was indeed already waiting at the intersection. She was somewhat surprised to see Su Hao there, but didn't ask any questions. She simply nodded to Su Qing and whispered, Come with me. The three of them walked through a small bamboo grove and came to a quiet pond. Zhao Xiantian was wearing a straw hat and casual clothes, sitting leisurely on a small stool. Holding a fishing rod in his hand, with several sizable fish thrashing about in the bucket beside him, he looked like an ordinary retired uncle. Minister. Su Cheng and Lu Qingqing stepped forward, stood at attention, and saluted. Zhao Xiantian didn't turn his head, his gaze still fixed on the floating bobber on the water, and asked in a relaxed tone, Little Su, what brings you here so early? Minister, there is an emergency to report. Su Qing spoke in a serious tone, quickly recounting how Lei Yan had discovered the information and how it might be related to the succubus incident. After listening to Su Qing's account, Zhao Xuantian's hand holding the fishing rod remained motionless, but his originally relaxed gaze instantly became profound. Like an undercurrent hidden beneath the calm lake surface. He slowly put down his fishing rod, turned around, and his gaze first swept over Su Qing, then lingered on Su Hao's face for a moment. Lei Yan, a newly appointed officer of the pacifist branch. Zhao Xiantian repeated the sentence in a low voice, his fingers tapping lightly on his knee, his brows gradually furrowing into a deep frown. He fell into deep thought. Normally, the transmission of such leads involving major cross-departmental cases is especially likely to involve internal issues within the Men's Rights Protection Agency. It should have been Leng Xing, the minister of the pacifist authority, who personally informed him. Why would a newly promoted staff member bypass all the normal procedures? Through Su Hao, using this private method of communication, how was the information delivered to him? Was it at Leng Xing's behest? He wanted to imply that there was something fishy going on inside the Men's Rights Bureau, and that even he didn't dare to use the official channels easily. Or perhaps, Leng Xing was using this method to issue a silent warning to Zhao Xiantian, or rather, to the garrison command? Various speculations flashed through Zhao Xuantian's mind, each possibility pointing to a deeper vortex. After a while, Zhao Xuantian suddenly chuckled, but there was no warmth in his laughter. Instead, it carried a coldness that seemed to have seen through the ways of the world. Old dragon, you're playing riddles with me now. It seems that the waters of our Nanjing city are even muddier than I imagined. Zhao Xuantian stood up, his eyes sharp as an eagle's beneath his straw hat. Even within the Men's Rights Protection Agency, unclean things are starting to surface, and they've even gotten involved with alien beasts? He looked at Su Qing and Su Hao, his tone returning to its usual composure. Little Su, tell your Aunt Lei that I, Zhao Xuantian, have received her sentiments. In addition, he turned his gaze to Su Hao. Su Hao, you've been caught up in the center of events time and time again. I don't know if your luck is good or bad. Keep a low profile lately and be careful. Yes, Minister Uncle Zhao, Su Qing and Su Hao replied simultaneously. Zhao Xuantian waved his hand, sat back down on the stool, picked up the fishing rod, and acted as if nothing had happened. Alright, you guys go back now, don't disturb my fishing. Seeing that the minister had turned his attention back to the pond, Su Qing and Su Hao exchanged a glance and left. It's just unknown what this fuse will ultimately ignite. As soon as Su Qing and Su Hao disappeared at the end of the bamboo path, Zhao Xuantian's relaxed, fisherman-like expression vanished instantly. He remained seated on the small stool, but his gaze no longer fell upon the water. Instead, it became deep and unfathomable. It was as if one could see through the pond in front of them and witness the deeper undercurrents surging in Nanjing City. He slowly took out his phone, swiped his finger across the screen a few times, and found the number saved as Glasses Dragon. I dialed it directly. The phone rang 3 or 4 times before being answered, and Long Xing's refined voice came from the other end. Hey! Old Zhao? What's wrong? Is the fish not giving you any face today? Zhao Xuantian chuckled. Fish can be caught any time, but the water near your Minister Long's lair seems to be getting muddier and muddier, and even the small fish and shrimp are starting to get restless. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, then Long Xing lowered his voice slightly. Oh? Zhao Xuantian casually fiddled with the fishing line with his free hand, watching the ripples on the water's surface. I just received some small odds and ends, and they seem to have some unclean stuff on them. He did not directly mention the specific details of the connection between the Lin Yaotian incident and succubi. However, he believed that Longxing understood his meaning. This is a tacit understanding that belongs only to the two of them. Longxing chuckled softly on the other end of the phone, but there wasn't much surprise in his voice. However, the trash might be swept away halfway, or it might not even be able to start a fire. It's a minor issue if the fire can't be lit. The real problem is if it does light but burns the wrong place or burns yourself. Zhao Xuantian replied irritably, Old Long, we've known each other for so many years, let's be frank. Chapter 60 Spiritual Imprint. What kind of act are you putting on? Lend me this knife, let me clear the weeds in your yard? Or is it that some of the weeds in your yard have grown into trees, and you can't do it yourself? Long Xing sighed, Old Zhao, from our location, sometimes we can't see clearly what's growing in the yard. Some roots are deeper than you can imagine, connected to the soil outside. If you move them even slightly, the whole yard might shake. Moreover, there might be other things mixed in with this soil. He paused, his tone becoming serious. Lin Yaotian is just a pawn on the surface. The connections behind him may be much wider than we imagine. In the days since we came back, I've received some news, but it's been kept very secret. Zhao Xuantian narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Only when the water is murky can you catch fish. Some people want to use you to make the water even muddier, while others want to use this incident to drag me down with them. Long Xing's voice was laced with sarcasm. Old Zhao, although we don't get along usually, we both know that when it comes to matters of principle, Nanjing City cannot be allowed to descend into chaos. Go ahead and investigate. If you need my cooperation, I will do my best as long as it doesn't involve core or sensitive areas. But you need to be quick and accurate, and strike at the heart of the matter. Zhao Xuantian understood. Long Xing was telling him this. The Male Rights Bureau has complex internal factions, there's definitely something fishy going on, and it may involve higher-ups. Due to his position and the need for internal balance, he was unable to take direct action on certain matters and hoped to use the garrison command to cut off certain hands that had overreached. Okay, I understand. Zhao Xuantian agreed readily. The weeds in your yard are indeed a bit of an eyesore to me. As for what was mixed in the soil, his tone turned cold. I want to see what kind of monsters and demons dare to play this kind of risky trick on the territory of Nanjing City. Be careful, Lao Zhao, Long Xing warned finally. Anyone who can stretch their arms that far is no pushover. There's a reason why even someone of Lin Yaotian's caliber died. Don't worry, I'm only 56 years old, and I'm still very hard. Zhao Xiantian laughed and hung up the phone. He put his phone away, picked up his fishing rod again, but his eyes were different now. The previous leisurely pace vanished completely, replaced by a hunter's coldness. With a gentle lift of his fishing rod, he cast a plump crushing carp ashore, where it frolicked and jumped on the grass. Zhao Xiantian stared at the fish and muttered to himself, trying to fish in troubled waters? Today I'll see just how big a turtle is hiding in this muddy water. Without further delay, he packed up his fishing rod, picked up his bucket, and strode away from the fishing grounds. A covert war triggered by the Lin Yaotian case, involving the internal workings of the Men's Rights Protection Agency, unknown and mysterious forces, and possibly even alien beasts. The unspoken conversation between Zhao Xiantian and Long Xing officially kicked off the event. On the way back, Su Hao closed his eyes to rest, seemingly taking a break, but his mind was rapidly processing the information he had just heard. The conversation between Zhao Xiantian and Long Xing confirmed his guess. No wonder Lin Yaotian was able to accurately grasp the information about those abducted boys. It turns out there was an insider tipping him off. Male Rights Division. Su Hao sneered inwardly. When he was taken in for questioning, he was focused on how to respond and did not deliberately use his mental power to screen everyone. If I had known earlier that this place was so deep, I should have thoroughly investigated the entire branch office from the inside out. With his mental strength of 71 points, unless the other party also has special means to conceal it, it would be difficult to completely hide the abnormality from him. Unfortunately, I missed it back then. Besides, tomorrow is Monday, and he has to go back to school. He can't spend too much time on the investigation. In a flash, a plan came to mind. He opened his eyes and said to Su Qing, who was driving, "Big sister, I want to go to the male rights branch to see Mom. She didn't come home for the weekend." Su Qing was somewhat surprised and glanced at her younger brother in the rearview mirror. "Why do you suddenly want to go there? Aren't you?" She recalled Su Hao's previous experience of being taken to the male chauvinist office and worried that he might have psychological trauma. "It's nothing, I just suddenly missed my mom." Su Hao's tone was relaxed, and there was nothing unusual about it. Seeing that he didn't seem to be faking it, Su Qing thought for a moment and then changed her mind. "Alright, I don't have anything urgent to do anyway, I'll go with you." The vehicle stopped in front of the imposing building of the Nanjing City Men's Rights Protection Branch. As soon as Su Hao got out of the car, he saw his mother, Su Liping, talking to others at the door. When she saw him and his sister, she looked pleasantly surprised. "Xiao Hao, what brings you here?" Su Liping quickly stepped forward, took her son's hand, and felt a little uneasy, fearing that he might still have a lingering resentment about what happened last time. "Mom, I'm fine. I just missed you and came to see you." Su Hao gave a reassuring smile. At the same time, his vast, ocean-like spiritual power, like invisible mercury, silently spread from him to the entire building. In an instant, countless chaotic thoughts and emotions flooded his mind like a tidal wave. "The report isn't finished yet, it's so annoying. Which restaurant should we go to for our date tonight? The authorities have called for increased attention to specific male groups." Thousands upon thousands of streams of information washed over Su Hao's senses. He needs to precisely control his mental energy. It needs to cover a sufficiently wide range to ensure that no potential targets are overlooked, while avoiding excessive stimulation of individuals with sensitive mental states. At the same time, it is also necessary to quickly screen out individuals who may be related to the Lin Yaotian incident. This is undoubtedly an extremely meticulous and costly project. Despite Su Hao's mental strength reaching 71 points, far exceeding that of ordinary people. But to distribute such a vast amount of mental energy in a meticulous manner, marking thousands of moving targets in various states, still put him under unprecedented strain. His face turned pale at a visible speed, and fine beads of cold sweat even seeped from his forehead, with a throbbing pain in his temples. "Xiao Hao. What's wrong? Why do you look so pale?" Su Liping noticed her son's unusual behavior immediately and was startled, grabbing his arm tightly. "Does this remind you of what happened last time? Don't be afraid, Mommy's here." She thought Su Hao was feeling unwell because he was reminded of the unpleasant experience of being taken away for investigation. Su Qing nervously grabbed her younger brother's other arm. "Xiao Hao? It's nothing, Mom, sister. I'm probably just a little tired. I didn't sleep well last night." Su Hao forced a smile and leaned against Su Qing. He did indeed expend a great deal of energy, and that wasn't entirely an act. The objective has been achieved. In just those few dozen seconds. Chapter 61 Brother, you smell so good. He has successfully planted an imperceptible mental imprint on all the staff members in the Men's Rights Bureau building. These marks are like miniature beacons. As long as they are within a certain range, he can vaguely sense the other person's location and general emotional state. Once any of the markings shows a drastic fluctuation, he can immediately lock onto the target. Still trying to be strong. Look how pale you are. Su Liping said to Su Qing without giving her a chance to explain. Xiao Qing, hurry, take your brother home to rest. Everything's all right here, I'll go home after get off work. Okay. Su Qing nodded quickly and helped Su Hao back into the car. Su Hao did not object, obediently leaning back in his chair, closing his eyes, seemingly resting, but actually silently recovering his mental energy. At the same time, they were beginning to sort through the massive amount of information fed back from those thousands of spiritual imprints. Although no particularly obvious abnormal fluctuations have been found yet, the seeds have been sown and are just waiting to sprout. The vehicle slowly drove away from the male rights branch. Su Liping stood at the door, watching the car drive away with a worried expression. Inside the car, Su Hao's pale face gradually regained a touch of color. He opened his eyes and gazed at the rapidly receding street scene outside the window, his eyes deep and thoughtful. No matter where you hide, you better not let me catch you by the tail. On Monday morning, the entrance of Nanjing No.1 Middle School was bustling with activity again. Students wearing the same school uniform walked into the campus in twos and threes. Su Hao got off the bus accompanied by his second sister, Su Ran. Xiao Hao, wait for me after school, okay? Don't wander off. Su Ran gently straightened his collar and reminded him. Understood, second sister. Su Hao nodded, his gaze sweeping over the school gate. Although it seemed calm. However, he keenly noticed that there were several more figures wearing work uniforms, but with a calm demeanor, at the school gate in some key locations inside the school. They were secret sentries of the garrison. It seems that the school's security level has been raised after the monster attack. He calmly merged into the crowd and headed towards the classroom. I had just stepped into the classroom. Brother Hao. You finally arrived. Zhao Chang's loud voice broke the silence. He charged forward like a cannonball, pushing aside several girls who wanted to strike up a conversation. He put his arm around Su Hao's shoulder and chuckled softly. How was your holiday? Did you have a good time? Su Hao glanced at him helplessly. Thanks to you, it's not bad. That's good, that's good. Zhao Chang breathed a sigh of relief, then winked and said, But brother Hao, my sister. We'll talk about it next time. Su Hao interrupted him and walked to his seat. Squad leader Liu had arrived long ago, sitting upright with a book in her hand, but her eyes kept drifting towards the door. Seeing Su Hao sit down, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her head to greet him softly. Good morning, Su Hao. Good morning. Su Hao nodded politely, took out his textbook, and acted as if he and Liu had gone to the amusement park together as if they were someone else. Liu seemed to want to say something more, but the class bell rang at just the right time. The homeroom teacher, Wu Jia, walked in carrying lesson plans, and she had no choice but to swallow her words. The homeroom teacher said a few words and then left. The first lesson was math. The teacher was explaining a complex function problem on the podium, and most of the students were listening attentively. In a society where women make up the vast majority, knowledge and skills are important assets for them to enhance their self-worth and strive for a better future. Su Hao rested his chin on one hand, his gaze fixed on the window. He seemed to be lost in thought, but in reality, most of his mind was immersed in his mental world. He is sorting through and monitoring the thousands of mental imprints scattered throughout the Male Rights Bureau. Most of the markings are in a stable state, indicating that their owner is working methodically. Occasionally, a few marks may trigger more intense emotional fluctuations, such as anxiety, tension, or excitement. Su Hao would spare a sliver of his mental energy to investigate and found that most of the time it was because they were being reprimanded by their superiors for work mistakes. Or perhaps it's the normal emotion that arises from about to complete an important task, which is not what he's looking for. Such large-scale surveillance is extremely mentally taxing, and even with his 71 points of mental strength, he felt somewhat tired after maintaining it for a long time. But he had to persevere. The power behind Lin Yatian, and its possible connection with the alien beasts, was like a thorn stuck in his heart. He didn't like the feeling of passively waiting. Su Hao. The math teacher's voice from the podium pulled him back from his wandering thoughts. Please solve this problem. Su Hao looked up and saw that the teacher and all the students in the class were looking at him. Liu quietly pointed out the page numbers in the textbook. He glanced at the problem on the blackboard. It was a comprehensive problem combining spatial geometry and trigonometric functions, and it was quite difficult. In the past, he might have needed to think about it, but now, with the support of his superhuman mental strength and physical constitution, his brain operates at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary people, and the problem is instantly broken down and modeled in his mind. The answer came almost instantly. He stood up, walked to the blackboard, picked up the chalk, and wrote down the solution steps in a smooth and flowing manner. The logic is clear, the argumentation is rigorous, and it is even more concise and clear than the standard answer prepared by the teacher. After finishing the last stroke, he put down the chalk and looked at the teacher. The math teacher pushed up his glasses, looked at the solution on the blackboard, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Absolutely correct, and the solution is ingenious. Su Hao, please return to your seat. A murmur of discussion arose in the classroom, and many girls looked at Su Hao with even brighter eyes. Handsome, from a good family, and even his grades are outstanding. This is practically the template for the perfect male god. Su Hao returned to his seat with a calm expression, as if he had only done a trivial matter. The morning classes passed peacefully. During lunch break, Su Hao took the lunch prepared by his second sister and went to the cafeteria with Zhao Chang. Throughout the journey, he could feel the gazes from all directions. There were curious and admiring glances from classmates and younger girls. Some of the bolder female students even ran over to him, stuffing him with small gifts or love letters, and then ran away blushing. Ding, a gift from a regular high-quality member of the opposite sex has been detected. Target score, 70-88. Su Hao coldly refused as always. Reward, mental strength plus 0.5, constitution plus 0.3. Reward, charisma plus 0.2. Reward distribution. A series of tiny reward notifications rang in my mind. Although the rewards were not high each time, they added up and were not bad. My current physique is 121 and my charm is 105. In particular, his mental strength, which was the most crucial factor for him, reached 76, temporarily relieving his immediate crisis. At least I won't be as exhausted as before from monitoring thousands of people. Zhao Chang watched with envy, a chicken leg dangling from his mouth, and mumbled, "Brother Hao, your popularity is amazing, even the chicken legs in the cafeteria don't smell as good as yours." Chapter 62. The target appears. Su Hao ignored him and found a relatively quiet corner to sit down. I had only taken a few bites when a familiar figure walked over carrying a tray. It was Liu. "Su Hao, Zhao Chang, would it be convenient for us to sit together?" "Squad leader, of course." Zhao Chang quickly made room for the empty seat next to him. Su Hao nodded as well. After Liu sat down, she didn't touch her chopsticks. She was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Su Hao with a complicated expression. However, seeing that Su Hao did not reject her, she breathed a sigh of relief. I would occasionally chat with Su Hao and Zhao Chang, and the atmosphere wasn't too awkward. Just then, Su Hao's mind suddenly sharpened. He is scattered among the thousands of spiritual imprints of the Pacifist Bureau. There was a mark located in the archives management area, which suddenly experienced an extremely intense emotional fluctuation. Found it. A glint flashed in Su Hao's eyes, and he immediately focused most of his attention on the violently fluctuating mental imprint. He could see that the owner of the mark was a young female clerk. He was alone in a corner of the archives room, his hands trembling as he operated the computer, seemingly deleting some files urgently. Her heart was pounding at an alarming rate, her breathing was rapid, and she was under immense tension, as if she were undertaking an extremely dangerous mission. Was it because Lei Yan's file cleanup work after being promoted to staff member touched a nerve with some people? Is the other party finally losing patience and going to destroy the evidence? Su Hao continued eating without showing any emotion, but all his attention was focused on the clerk in the male-dominated branch office. He was like a patient hunter, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He wants to follow this line to uncover the ghosts hiding inside the Men's Rights Protection Agency, and the huge shadow behind them. The afternoon sun shone through the classroom windows, casting dappled shadows on the desks of Class 1, Grade 11 at Nanjing No.1 Middle School. The history teacher is recounting the details of the great catastrophe that happened a century ago. Su Hao appeared to be listening attentively, but his mind was firmly locked on the violently fluctuating mental imprint of the patriarchal division. He could feel her fear as a tangible tide, almost overwhelming her. She was taking advantage of the quieter lunch break to work on a task she was extremely reluctant to do but had to do at a computer deep inside the archives. Delete it, it has to be deleted, otherwise my mom and I will be doomed. I'm sorry to those children. How did they know that Officer Lei was investigating this? That's terrifying. Intermittent, guilt-ridden thoughts vaguely travel through the mental imprint. Su Hao captured the key information. Those people were coercing their targets to destroy specific files related to the Lin Yaotian case, and they were fully aware of Aunt Lei's actions. Su Hao remained unmoved. He needs to know who the target will contact after deleting the records and how they will pass on information. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the classroom door. The history teacher stopped lecturing, opened the door, and saw the head of the teaching department and a middle-aged woman wearing a black men's rights protection agency uniform standing in the doorway. "Excuse me, Mr. Wang," the head of the teaching department said to the history teacher, then looked at the whole class. Finally, his gaze fell on Su Hao and Zhao Chang, and a warm smile spread across his face. "Su Hao, Zhao Chang, please come out for a moment. An official from the Men's Rights Protection Agency has something important to discuss with you. It's an inquiry about strengthening safety measures for male students on campus." Being summoned for such a formal meeting by the Men's Rights Protection Agency is itself a symbol of a special status. Su Hao wasn't surprised. He guessed it was because the school had previously encountered strange beasts, and the male rights branch felt that the school's protection of male students was inadequate. He stood up calmly and walked out of the classroom under everyone's gaze. Su Hao and a bewildered Zhao Chang walked out of the classroom. "Hello, students." The female staff member showed her identification. "My surname is Wang. I am responsible for following up on the protection of men's rights in some schools in Nanjing City. In light of the recent series of security incidents in Nanjing City, including the attack on your school by a strange beast, the department has decided to conduct a new round of safety assessments on male students in key schools, which will require some of your time to conduct a detailed interview." "Okay, where shall we talk?" Su Hao asked. Zhao Chang tugged at Su Hao's sleeve. "Please follow me, we have prepared a special interview room." Commissioner Wang personally led the way. The interview was arranged in a quiet meeting room on the top floor of the teaching building. Zhao Chang waited outside, while Su Hao went in first. Commissioner Wang's questions initially revolved around campus safety, personal habits, and social circles. But gradually, perhaps because they noticed Su Hao's family relationships, or because Su Hao had been locked up in the meditation center, the topic began to become subtle. "Su Hao, I heard that your mother, Ms. Su Liping, has recently been promoted to team leader due to her outstanding performance at the department. Are you and Su Qing, the garrison commander, siblings? You visited your mother at the Men's Rights Bureau? She seemed a little unwell at the time. Do you have any bad memories of the bureau?" The questions are becoming increasingly guiding. Su Hao understood perfectly the concern he showed when mentioning his mother and eldest sister. When asked about the pacifist authority, he expressed his belief in the agency's work, since he himself was a privileged class. Commissioner Wang took careful notes. The interview lasted for nearly half an hour. At the end, Commissioner Wang closed his notebook, forcing a formulaic smile onto his face. "Thank you for your cooperation, Su Hao. Your information is very important to us in improving our protection plan. There may have been bad apples in the department before, but please believe me. The Men's Rights Protection Agency will always be your strongest support. Contact us anytime if you encounter any problems." "Thank you, Commissioner Wang," Su Hao replied politely, but his heart was ice cold. The most solid support? It's probably just a tool used by some people for surveillance and control. Leaving the interview room, Su Hao exchanged a glance with Zhao Chang, who was about to enter, patted him on the shoulder, and left. In the afternoon session, the monitored target appeared to have completed the task. The emotion conveyed by the mental imprint turned into lingering fear. She has not had direct contact with her superiors for the time being. The school bell finally rang. Su Hao packed his school bag and politely declined Zhao Chang's invitation to play games together. He avoided several girls who wanted to discuss their homework with him and headed straight for the school gate. The eldest sister, Su Qing, was already waiting there. "Xiao Hao, how was your day? Did the Men's Rights Protection Agency give you any trouble?" Su Qing asked with concern, clearly having already heard about the Men's Rights Agency. "It's nothing, just routine questioning." Su Hao shook his head and got into the passenger seat. The vehicles merged into the evening rush hour traffic. Su Hao leaned back in his chair, looking out the window, but his mind was processing what he had learned that day. This line of the monitored target needs to be continuously followed. Chapter 63: Silencing. At the same time, there is certainly more than just this one pawn within the pacifist authority. Just as he was deep in thought, a familiar figure appeared not far away. It's Chen Cece. She wore a fitted workout outfit underneath a stylish coat, her posture upright and her demeanor outstanding. She stood by the roadside, seemingly waiting for a car. Just then, Su Qing's car slowly approached. Chen Cece saw Su Hao in the car, her beautiful eyes lit up instantly, and a bright smile bloomed on her face as she waved vigorously. Su Qing naturally recognized the art school beauty who had repeatedly shown interest in her younger brother. She slowed down, looked at Su Hao, and asked with her eyes if she should say hello. Su Hao sighed. Normally, he might have considered it, but at this moment he was preoccupied and had no energy to deal with it. He shook his head slightly in Chen Cece's direction, then whispered to Su Qing, "Big sister, let's go." Su Qing understood, gently pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle drove smoothly past. In the rearview mirror, Chen Cece's smile froze, her raised hand slowly lowered, and a hint of grievance flashed in her eyes. Xiao Hao, Chen Cece is actually. Su Qing couldn't help but want to offer some advice. Compared to Zhao Rou, a single woman of similar age, she still felt that Chen Cece and her younger brother were a better match. "Big sister, I don't have time to think about these things right now," Su Hao interrupted her. Su Qing looked at her younger brother with his eyes closed and brows furrowed, sighed with heartache, and said no more. When I got home, the living room was unusually quiet because it was Monday. Only the second sister, Su Ran, was sitting on the sofa reading a book. "You're back? I'll go cook." Su Ran tied on her apron and began preparing dinner. Under the warm lights, the atmosphere of home temporarily dispelled the gloom from the outside world. In the dead of night, Su Hao lay on his bed in the bedroom, his mind perfectly clear. He immersed his consciousness into the system space, where the Frostmourne sword, radiating a chilling aura, floated silently. He carefully separated a wisp of his spiritual energy and tried to touch the sword. A chilling, deathly still mental wave, carrying a powerful allure, instantly backfired. It was as if countless vengeful spirits were howling within the sword, tempting the wielder to fall into darkness and gain supreme power. Su Hao immediately severed the mental connection. Sure enough, this thing isn't so easy to control. He was still shaken. It seems this demonic sword cannot be used lightly. He turned his attention to other skills. Just then, the mental imprint he had attached to the target of the Papa Rights division once again emitted a violent fluctuation. This time, it wasn't guilt, but utter despair. He's here. He's come looking for me. They want to silence me. Help! I don't want to die. The fluctuations in the imprint quickly weakened, as if the signal was being interfered with. Not good. The other party wants to remove this tool. Su Hao suddenly sat up in bed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He couldn't wait any longer. After changing his clothes and donning the golden dragon mask, he disappeared from the bedroom. Like a shadowy figure blending into the night, it sped off toward the direction from which the last spiritual imprint came. The night was as dark as ink, and Su Hao's figure moved swiftly through the shadows of the buildings, like a ghost. His physique of 121 meters gave him speed that surpassed human limits. With a push of his feet, he could easily leap across alleyways several meters wide and land silently. An old apartment building in the central district of Nanjing City. The signal has been jammed. It seems the other side came prepared. Su Hao realized that the remaining spiritual imprint was like a candle flickering in the wind. It wasn't just because of the target's own fear, but also because of an external, cold, and malicious mental force that was suppressing and stripping away her consciousness. This is not a skill that an ordinary assassin would possess. He accelerated again, his figure almost becoming a blurry black line. Meanwhile, in room 503, building B, Xin Yuan home. Lu Meng huddled in the corner of the living room, her back against the cold wall, her hands tightly covering her mouth, tears streaming silently down her face. Because it's inside the house. A figure in a black trench coat, with an indistinct face, paced slowly through her small apartment, as if scrutinizing prey. She didn't even know how the other person had opened her door. The room was dark, with only the faint glow of streetlights shining through the window. The outline depicts a tall figure and a pair of eyes that glow with an eerie pale purple light in the darkness. Where is the stuff? The voice of the newcomer had a metallic, grating quality, resonating directly in Lu Meng's mind rather than traveling through the air. The sound gave her a splitting headache. Deleted, all the records. Lu Meng's teeth chattered. Backup? Trace, the voice continued to press, its cold intense scraping at her nerves like a scalpel. No, there's no backup, I've checked. Lu Meng shook her head in despair. Please, let me go. The best way to ensure everything goes perfectly is to make the person involved disappear completely, the visitor interrupted her, his tone completely unwavering. He raised one hand, his fingertips swirling with a pale purple spiritual energy that distorted the air to the naked eye. You're lucky, the process won't be too painful. The concentrated spiritual energy, like a venomous snake, locked onto Lu Meng's brow, about to erupt. Lu Meng closed her eyes, and the darkness of despair engulfed her. At this critical moment, bang! The apartment's not-so-sturdy security door, along with its frame, shattered inwards as if struck by a giant battering ram. Wood chips and metal parts flew everywhere. A figure wearing a golden dragon mask rushed in like lightning tearing through the night, carrying a suffocating aura. Su Hao has arrived. He sensed the malevolent spiritual force outside the door and, without hesitation, broke down the door and entered. The person who was trying to silence the witness inside the house clearly hadn't expected someone to intervene so brutally and directly, and so quickly. His concentrated mental attack was interrupted by this sudden turn of events. She turned around instinctively, her purple eyes looking at the intruder with surprise and uncertainty. The garrison command, the silencer asked hoarsely, with a hint of uncertainty. The other party had a strong aura, but felt unfamiliar, unlike any of the halberd bearers registered in the garrison command. Su Hao did not answer. His gaze swept across the entire room, confirming that Lu Meng was temporarily unharmed. The person who was about to silence the witness was emanating a chilling and eerie mental aura. Mind your own business, you're asking for death. The murderer's eyes blazed with purple light, his anger at having his mission disrupted instantly turning him to murder. He abandoned Lu Meng and pushed her forward with both hands. Buzz! A condensed, pale purple mental shockwave, like a twisted drill, carrying a soul-tearing shriek, rushed straight towards Su Hao. Even before the attack arrived, the sheer psychological pressure was enough to terrify ordinary people. Su Hao's eyes sharpened. Chapter 64 Rebirth. Psychological attack? Perfect. No limits to defense. The violent mental shockwave reached Su Hao when it was less than half a meter away. It was as if I had run into an insurmountable wall. The spiritual energy that constituted the shockwave was strangely deflected, like water flowing around a reef, crashing violently into the wall behind Su Hao. Boom! The wall was instantly blasted open by an invisible force, sending bricks and stones flying, but Su Hao himself was completely unharmed, not even the hem of his clothes was disturbed. What? The silencer's pupils shrank, and for the first time, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. His mental attack was resolved in a way he couldn't understand? Taking advantage of his moment of shock, Su Hao made his move. The next second, he was already beside the person who was trying to silence him. He didn't use any weapons, just a simple handchop, accompanied by a shrill whistling sound as it tore through the air, aimed at the neck of the person he was trying to silence. Too fast. The silencer only had time to barely raise his arm, which was covered in a faint purple light, to block. Snap! A clear cracking sound rang out. The person who was trying to silence the victim screamed as he was sent flying by the immense force, crashing heavily into the dining table in the living room and shattering the solid wood table into pieces. His arm, which was used to block, was unnaturally bent, clearly indicating a fracture. Ugh! The person who was trying to silence the victim struggled to get up, his eyes filled with horror. The opponent's physical strength is ridiculously strong. This is no ordinary person, he has even surpassed the average halberd bearer and is probably at the level of a garrison commander. But how is that possible? Su Hao gave him no chance to breathe, taking a step forward, ready to completely subdue him. However, a ruthless glint appeared on the face of the person who was trying to silence him. He slammed his good hand against his chest, and a chip-like object embedded inside his clothes suddenly lit up with a blinding red light. Trying to capture me? We'll die together. He roared madly, and a destructive energy surge erupted from his body. Self-destruct device? Or is it some kind of secret technique that leads to mutual destruction? Su Hao sensed that the energy was enough to blow up the entire room, or even half a floor. Lu Meng is still in the corner. In a flash, Su Hao made a judgment. We can't let him detonate it here. He suddenly bent down and grabbed the man's ankle, like swinging a sandbag. He hurled it violently into the large hole created by the mental shockwave that had blasted open the wall. The body of the person who was to be silenced flew out of the fifth-floor apartment like a cannonball and plummeted downwards. Almost at the same moment he flew out of the window. Boom! A blinding purple sphere of light exploded in the night sky, accompanied by intense mental turbulence. Broken chunks of flesh and burning fragments of clothing fell like raindrops. He self-destructed. Suhao stood at the edge of the hole, watching the car alarms and faint gasps that had been triggered by the commotion on the street below. His brows were furrowed beneath his mask. The fact that the other party was so resolute, preferring self-destruction to being captured alive, shows how strict the organizational discipline behind them was. He turned around and looked at Lu Meng, who was terrified, in the corner. Lu Meng stared blankly at Suhao, who appeared suddenly like a god wearing a golden dragon mask, her mind completely blank. Suhao walked up to her and squatted down. He didn't remove his mask, but asked in a voice slightly altered by his mental energy, "Can you still speak?" Lu Meng snapped back to her senses, and as if grasping at a lifeline, nodded with tears streaming down her face, "Yes, thank you for saving me." "Why did they kill you to silence you?" Suhao cut straight to the heart of the matter. "Because I deleted some encrypted files in Lin Yaotian's case, it was people at the Men's Rights Protection Agency headquarters who forced me to do it." Lu Meng's words were incoherent, but her survival instinct made her try her best to organize her thoughts. "They said if I didn't do it, they would make my mother and me disappear without a trace." Headquarters? It really was a big fish. What were the contents of the deleted files? Where is the backup located? Suhao pressed. "It contains records of financial transactions and several encrypted communication codes, all pointing to a place called the Dark Abyss." Lu Meng tried hard to recall. "I secretly hid the backup in the miniature storage device under the potted plant in my office." It seems this woman is quite clever. She knows how to keep her trump cards up her sleeve. But what is the Dark Abyss? Another new clue. He looked at Lu Meng, knowing he couldn't ask any more questions. Moreover, the explosion here will soon attract the attention of the garrison command. He stretched out his finger and gently touched Lu Meng's brow. Lu Meng's body stiffened, and then her eyes became somewhat confused. Suhao used his mental power to strengthen her psychological defenses, enabling her to instinctively protect key information when facing subsequent questioning. After doing all this, Suhao withdrew his hand. Lu Meng collapsed softly to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. After she wakes up, the nerves affected by the person who silenced her will be healed. Suhao quickly scanned the chaotic scene, confirming that no trace of himself had been left behind. He arrived at the hole, where sirens were already blaring below. He didn't linger, silently sliding down from the other side of the apartment building, disappearing into the intricate alleyways in a few leaps. A few minutes later, the screeching sound of brakes rang out downstairs at Xin Yuan home, and several vehicles from the garrison command surrounded the scene. The senior operative leading the team was none other than Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing stood in the center of the living room of apartment 503, building B, Xin Yuan home. Her boots made a slight creaking sound as they stepped on the broken wooden bricks. She looked around. The traces of the battle were shocking. A shattered security door, a huge hole in the wall, a smashed dining table. Reporting to Captain Lu, a technical officer reported, holding a detector. 2 types of high-energy reaction residues were detected at the scene. One type is a high-intensity psychic ability, which is cold in nature and has a strong corrosive effect. It does not match the known energy spectrum of alien beasts. The other type is highly explosive energy, suspected to be triggered by a self-destruct device, with extremely high energy core readings. A self-destruct device. What a ruthless tactic. She frowned. She walked to the side of the unconscious Lu Meng. "How is she?" After a quick examination, the accompanying medical officer replied, "Vital signs are stable, but there is psychological trauma, and there are traces of external force intrusion and protection in the brain." The intrusive force was brutal, but the protective mental force that followed was very skillful and gentle, ensuring that her core consciousness was not damaged. She needs to rest, but she should be out of danger. External intrusion and protection? Lu Qingqing grasped the key point. This means that there was a third party present at the time. Was it this third party who repelled the silencer and protected Lu Meng? She gave the order immediately. Search the entire room thoroughly. Don't overlook any suspicious items. Contact the information department to retrieve all surveillance footage from the surrounding area and look for records of suspicious individuals entering and leaving. Furthermore, immediately verify Lu Meng's job position at the Men's Rights Protection Agency and the files she has recently been in contact with. Chapter 65, A Blend of Light and Darkness. Yes. The agents sprang into action. Lu Qingqing walked to the huge hole in the wall and looked down. Outside the cordon, some awakened residents were looking around in fear. Most of the power of the self-destruction was released into the air outside the building, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. That third party was not only powerful, but also reacted extremely quickly, and its handling of the situation minimized civilian casualties. With strength at least at the level of a halberd bearer, or even higher, proficient in mental power, and decisive in action, who could it be? The images of several well-known powerful figures in Nanjing City flashed through Lu Qingqing's mind, but she then ruled them out one by one. The styles don't even match. Just then, her communicator rang. It was Zhang, whose gruff voice, "Lu Qingqing. What's the situation on the scene? The minister has just been alerted." Lu Qingqing quickly reported the situation in preliminary analysis, especially emphasizing the existence of the mysterious third-party expert and the astonishing strength he displayed. Their motives are unclear, but at least for now they are on our side, and Lu Meng is a key witness. She likely possesses secrets that some people within the Department of Men's Rights Protection are unwilling to reveal. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator before Zhao Xuantian's steady voice came through. "Lu Qingqing, protect the scene in Lu Meng. Secretly transfer Lu Meng to the branch medical center and increase manpower to protect her. No one is allowed to approach her without my order. After collecting evidence at the scene, come back immediately and give me a detailed report." "Understood, Minister," Lu Qingqing replied, standing at attention. Even the minister himself had inquired about it. The seriousness of the matter was indeed beyond imagination. Almost at the same time, Lei Yan's office at the Nanjing City Men's Rights Protection Branch. Lei Yan, who had just finished working overtime and returned to her office, was preparing to pack her things and go home. But my gaze inadvertently swept over the slightly wilted green plant on the windowsill. She recalled Lu Meng's absent-minded appearance during the day, as well as the various obstacles she encountered when secretly investigating the files related to Lin Yaotian's case, and a thought struck her. As if guided by some unseen force, she walked to the window, pretending to water the plants, but her fingers secretly probed deep into the soil. The next second, her fingertips touched a hard object. Lei Yan's body stiffened slightly, and she quickly used her body to block any possible surveillance view. I carefully pried out the tiny memory device that was covered in dirt. Her heart was pounding. Lu Meng had indeed prepared a backup plan. Moreover, choosing to hide this thing in a place where Lei Yan could easily notice it was a silent plea for help. She didn't immediately check the contents of the memory, but quickly put it into her inner pocket and continued tidying the table as usual. Then he shut down his computer, picked up his bag, and left the office with steady steps. She knew that what she held in her hand might be a bomb that could detonate the power structure of the Male Rights Protection Agency. Like a raccoon in the dark, Su Hao silently returned to his bedroom in the Yonghu Villa area. He quickly changed out of his nightclothes, cleaned up any dust and smells that might have gotten on him, and put the golden dragon mask back in the drawer. After doing all this, he lay on the bed, breathing steadily, as if he had never left. All he needs to do now is wait. We await Lei Yan's discovery and use of the evidence in that memory, and we await the Garrison Command's investigation following Lu Meng's lead. At the same time, he also needs to be prepared. The transformative mental strength and decisive self-destruction displayed by the person who silenced the witness demonstrate that the organization behind him is definitely a formidable opponent. Their ability to infiltrate the headquarters of the Men's Rights Protection Agency demonstrates their considerable power and ambition. The next day, Tuesday. Life at Nanjing No.1 High School continued as usual. But Su Hao could sense an invisible tension in the air. During the break, Zhao Chang approached mysteriously. "Brother Hao, have you heard? Something big happened in the Central District last night. A residential building was punched with a huge hole. The garrison headquarters dispatched a lot of people and vehicles." Su Hao feigned surprise. "Really? That's serious? Is anyone injured?" "It seems only one woman was unconscious and was taken away by the garrison commander." TSK, it's true what they say, trouble comes out of nowhere when you're just sitting at home." Zhao Chang smacked his lips, then became excited again. "But I heard a mysterious expert appeared and chased away the troublemakers." "That's awesome. I wish I could meet him." Su Hao smiled but didn't reply. Li Yu was also listening nearby, her face filled with worry. She whispered to Su Hao, "Things seem to be getting a bit turbulent lately, Su Hao. You need to be careful." "Thank you, you too." Su Hao nodded. He could sense that Li Yu's concern was genuine. The class monitor may occasionally have some minor issues, but he is kind at heart. The morning classes proceeded smoothly. During his lunch break, Su Hao once again declined several girls' invitations to lunch and instead read alone in a quiet corner of the library, while in reality continuing to monitor the movements of all parties. Lu Meng has been secretly placed in the garrison headquarters branch medical center, and her condition is stable. With meticulous treatment and care, Lu Meng gradually regained consciousness. When she woke up, her memory of the specific details of the attack was vague. She only remembered that a masked figure saved her. When Lu Qingqing cautiously inquired about the files, Lu Meng instinctively felt fear, and her speech began to become incoherent. However, the core information, namely the deletion of Lin Yaotian's related files, was still revealed intermittently. Lu Qingqing immediately reported the situation to Zhao Xiantian in encrypted form. People from the headquarters of the Men's Rights Protection Agency. Zhao Xiantian paced back and forth in his office. They've really stretched their reach far enough. It seems the weeds in Lao Long's yard are growing taller and denser than I imagined. He immediately ordered, Qingqing, classify this confession as top secret. Strengthen protection for Lu Meng, and at the same time, launch a secret investigation into the Men's Rights Protection Agency. Note that it is a secret investigation. Don't alert the enemy before you have solid evidence. Yes, Minister. I get off work at noon. Lei Yan did not go home. Instead, she circled around a few times to make sure no one was following her before entering a safe house that Longxing had prepared for her. She locked the door, drew the curtains, and then carefully took out the miniature memory chip. Connect to a process-dedicated reading device. The encrypted data that popped up on the screen made her gasp. It contained not only the financial transaction records that Lu Meng had deleted, pointing to several overseas shell companies, but also several encrypted communication codes. And several disguised fragments of preliminary reports on in vivo experiments on mental adaptability. It mentions that Dark Abyss provides the basic model. Madmen. They're absolutely insane. Lei Yan's face turned pale, and her chest heaved violently. Behind the Lin Yaotian case lies such horrifying human experimentation, and it is related to the mysterious Dark Abyss organization. Chapter 66 is here. There are people within the Men's Rights Protection Agency who not only participated in the cover-up, but may even have been directly involved in the collaboration. She forced herself to calm down. This evidence is both crucial and dangerous. If you hand it over directly, it might be intercepted halfway, or even bring you to your death. It must be handed over directly to the person in charge through an absolutely reliable channel. Lei Yan made up her mind. She encrypted and backed up the critical data in the storage device twice, hiding it in different places, and then carefully stored the original. They began devising ways to securely deliver the information to the minister. Nanjing No.1 Middle School. The afternoon session was physical training. Inside the training hall, several boys were doing gentle stretching and simple equipment exercises under the guidance of a female coach. Meanwhile, from the adjacent arena, the sounds of female trainees shouting and equipment clanging could be heard continuously. It was truly a training session filled with power and sweat. Su Hao's gaze would occasionally sweep over the girls who were resting on the sidelines and secretly observing him. As school let out, Su Hao walked out of the school gate. After getting into the car, Su Qing drove herself, and the vehicle drove smoothly on the way home. Xiao Hao, Su Qing asked casually, her eyes fixed ahead. When you were questioned by the Men's Rights Protection Agency, they didn't ask any strange questions, did they? Su Hao shook his head. They asked me some questions about campus safety, living habits, and family relationships. He answered truthfully. Su Qing glanced at her younger brother in the rearview mirror and, seeing that he looked relaxed, felt a little relieved. Okay, that's good. If they contact you again in the future, or if any strangers approach you, you must tell me immediately, okay? Su Hao nodded. On the same day that Su Hao was monitoring the movements of all parties in the library. Inside the Nanjing Men's Rights Branch, undercurrents were also surging. Inside the minister's office, Longxing adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and looked at Lei Yan, who stood before him, her expression respectful yet revealing a hint of nervousness. Officer Lei, what brings you here so early? Longxing had already guessed that Lei Yan had made some progress. Lei Yan took a deep breath. She spent a sleepless night, pondering the matter repeatedly. I've decided to hand it in anyway. Longxing was her direct superior. Based on her years of observation and intuition while working within the department, she believed that the minister had his own bottom line on matters of principle. She was gambling that what Longxing had instructed her to do beforehand was not something a villain should do. Minister, Lei Yan lowered her voice, took out a copy of the micro-memory from her encrypted briefcase, and presented it with both hands. This is a copy of the evidence that Lu Meng, a clerk in the agency, risked her life to hide. It contains key files related to the Lin Yaotian case that were illegally deleted, as well as some more shocking content. Longxing's gaze behind his glasses sharpened slightly. He didn't immediately take it, but instead looked at Lei Yan. Lu Meng? Silenced? What happened? He had already learned about the incident at Xin Yuan home through his own channels, but he didn't know the details. Lei Yan briefly recounted, selectively, how Lu Meng was coerced into deleting the files and how she discovered the backup evidence. And then he took the items out. Longxing listened in silence, took the memory chip, but did not examine it immediately. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "Who else knows about this evidence?" "Besides me and Lu Meng, there is no third person for the time being." Lei Yan replied, "I believe this matter is of great importance and I must report it to you immediately." Longxing gave Lei Yan a deep look, as if trying to see through her true thoughts. After a moment, he nodded, "You did the right thing, Officer Lei. This matter is extremely serious. It's not just a violation of discipline, it could even constitute treason. I'll take the evidence for now. Go back immediately and pretend nothing happened, everything is normal. The garrison command has already intervened regarding Lu Meng's situation, and we will maintain necessary communication with them." "Yes, Minister." Lei Yan's heart skipped a beat. She knew she had made the right bet. Minister Longxing was indeed prepared to deal with the matter seriously. Furthermore, Longxing added, his tone carrying an undeniable air of authority, "Do not take any further action until the investigation is complete, and ensure your own safety." "Clear." After Lei Yan left, the atmosphere in the office instantly became heavy. Longxing picked up the small memory chip and inserted it into a specially designed reading device. As he quickly browsed through the contents, Longxing's expression grew increasingly grim, eventually culminating in a cold, angry snort. How dare they? They actually dared to extend their reach into the Men's Rights Protection Agency, abusing their power to collude with external forces and engage in such heinous acts. He slammed his hand on the table, revealing a surprising rage beneath his refined exterior. Financial transactions, encrypted communication code, and especially those perverse hobbies. All of this points to a vast network hidden in the shadows, and the tentacles of this network have even reached the headquarters of the Men's Rights Protection Agency. It seems some people have forgotten the original purpose of establishing the Men's Rights Protection Agency. Longxing's eyes were icy cold. Protecting men's rights is the highest principle, and any behavior that endangers men's safety or undermines social stability is an absolute red line. Without hesitation, he dialed Zhao Xuantian's number. "Old Zhao, I caught the tails of a few venomous snakes hiding in the yard. They might be related to what you're investigating." Zhao Xiantian on the other end of the communicator didn't seem surprised. "Let's talk in detail when we meet." The night was deep, and the tea house was an inconspicuous private shop on the outskirts of Nanjing City. This place is quiet and secluded, with excellent privacy, and is a regular meeting place for Zhao Xiantian and Longxing. Inside the tea room, the air was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. Zhao Xiantian and Longxing sat facing each other, with the small memory chip placed on the tea table between them. Zhao Xiantian had just finished quickly browsing the contents using a special device, and his face was so gloomy it could drip water. The funds flowed to several shell companies overseas, and were eventually transferred to an account of an organization called Dark Abyss. Zhao Xiantian tapped his fingers on the table, making a dull sound. His eyes flashed with a cold light. They are not only using their positions to provide protection and intelligence to the Lin Yaotian group. They are still secretly screening and marking men with certain traits to provide to this Dark Abyss organization. Longxing pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. This Dark Abyss is ruthless and secretive in its actions, and its power is considerable. The fact that they can reach into the headquarters of the Men's Rights Protection Agency suggests that their background is extremely deep. The fact that Lu Meng was attacked means they have sensed the danger and had begun to clean up the traces. "Humph, clean up?" Zhao Xiantian sneered. "They think they can rest easy after killing a few henchmen? Dream on." He looked at Longxing and said, "That Lei Yan in your department is quite bold and meticulous. She's a capable person." Longxing nodded and asked, "How is Lu Meng doing now?" "The garrison's medical team is taking care of her. She is out of danger, but she has suffered severe psychological trauma and needs time to recover." Zhao Xiantian replied, "The way the other side used their mental power to silence us is very strange, unlike any known school of thought." After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Old Long, what leads do you have on the mysterious person who saved Lu Meng?" Longxing shook his head, "No clues whatsoever. When did Nanjing City discover such a master? His strength is probably no less than yours or mine." The timing of his move was too coincidental, it's difficult to determine whether he's a friend or foe. It's more likely they're friends than enemies, Zhao Xintian analyzed. At least he thwarted the other side's attempt to silence him, thus saving Lu Meng, a key witness. He paused, then said with unwavering certainty, whoever he is, it seems that his goal is the same as ours. The most urgent task is to follow this line and uproot the Men's Rights Protection Agency and the Dark Abyss stronghold in Nanjing City. Longxing agreed, I will use my highest authority to secretly investigate all personnel within the agency who are associated with these fund flows and communication codes. Once confirmed, take immediate control. External matters are now in your hands. Don't worry. A fierce glint flashed in Zhao Xuantian's eyes. I have already assigned Zhang Hu and Li Bingqian to lead teams to deploy surveillance based on the locations of several suspected strongholds mentioned in the memory. This time, I'm going to wipe them all out. The two tycoons of Nanjing City exchanged a glance, both seeing the unwavering determination in each other's eyes. This malignant tumor, the Dark Abyss, must be eradicated completely. Over the next few days, Nanjing City appeared calm on the surface, but undercurrents were surging beneath. The elite forces of the Garrison Command and the Men's Rights Protection Agency operated efficiently under the premise of absolute secrecy. Through the mental imprint left in the patriarchal branch, Su Hao could vaguely sense a tense atmosphere, as if a storm was brewing. Several previously significant emotional fluctuations suddenly subsided or disappeared after a certain day. He knew that this meant Longxing had begun its internal purge. On his way home from school, he could also notice that the number of town guards patrolling the city had increased significantly, and their eyes were more vigilant. Clearly, the encirclement of the outer strongholds of Dark Abyss is tightening. Thursday afternoon is free time during physical education class. Su Hao sat under the shade of a tree by the playground, seemingly resting, but his mental energy was scanning like an invisible radar. He was trying to further refine his mental power and enhance his perception. Suddenly, his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. At the edge of his mental field, a very subtle mental fluctuation was detected. The fluctuation was fleeting, like a cunning eel, instantly disappearing into the noisy background of the city. Direction. It seems to be an old industrial area in the west of the city? Su Hao suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the west of the city. Has a key figure from the Dark Abyss, or rather, a more powerful being, infiltrated Nanjing City? He stood up and brushed the bits of grass off his pants. His eyes sharpened. It seems the final reckoning is fast approaching. He needs to be prepared to act at any time. Meanwhile, in the old industrial area in the west of the city, inside an underground air raid shelter that had been abandoned for many years. This place has been transformed into a temporary base, with advanced electronic equipment hanging on the walls, emitting a faint blue light. A figure dressed in a dark purple robe, his face shrouded in the shadow of a hood, stood in the center. He was surrounded by visible threads of pale purple spiritual energy, which danced slowly like living tentacles. Waste. A chilling, piercing mental force echoed within the air raid shelter, carrying a soul-shaking pressure. You can't even handle a small matter properly. Not only did you let the evidence slip out, but you also attracted a joint investigation from the Garrison Command and the Men's Rights Protection Agency. Your Excellency, please calm your anger. A woman in black combat gear knelt on one knee beside him, her forehead covered in cold sweat. We never expected Longxing to be so cunning, let alone that a mysterious powerful figure would get involved. Enough. The purple-robed man, addressed as the Venerable One, interrupted her, 2 points of purple light burning like will-o'-the-wisps beneath his hood. The base in Nanjing City must be abandoned immediately, and all related personnel must be placed on a silent operation. But before leaving, the Venerable One's spiritual power spread out like a tide, locking onto the kneeling woman. You need to pay the price for this failure. No. Your Excellency, spare my life. The woman looked up in terror, her eyes filled with despair. The next moment, her eyes went blank, her pupils dilated, dark purple blood flowed from her 7 orifices, and her body slumped down, life extinguished. The Venerable One coldly withdrew his spiritual power, as if he had merely crushed an ant. He looked up, gazing in the direction of the air raid shelter entrance, a strange smile seemingly curving his lips beneath his hood. Interesting, it seems they've discovered us? It seems this trip south won't be too boring. Early morning. Outside the old industrial area in the west of the city, several tactical squads of the town's garrison have completed their encirclement. Zhang Hu wielded a giant axe, his inner energy concealed yet ready to be unleashed, like a tiger poised to pounce. Li Bingqian stood beside him, her twin daggers shrouded in icy blue aura. Zhao Xiantian, stationed in a command vehicle 2 streets away, closely monitored the scene using footage transmitted from a drone. Based on heat source and energy response detection, the target is inside the underground air raid shelter ahead, the analyst's voice came through the communicator. Action! Zhao Xiantian decisively gave the order. Zhang Hu roared and charged towards the entrance of the air raid shelter like a heavy tank. Li Bingqian moved with lightning speed, following closely behind. However, just as they were about to burst into the entrance, buzz! An immense spiritual force field, like an invisible wall, suddenly expanded outwards from the air raid shelter. The garrison officers at the forefront felt as if they had crashed into an invisible wall of steel. They groaned and were violently thrown back. Zhang Hu and Li Bingqian also froze, feeling as if they were stuck in sticky glue, their movements becoming sluggish. Watch out! It's a mental barrier! Li Bingqian shouted, unleashing a burst of icy blue energy in an attempt to freeze the invisible force field around her. Zhang Hu roared, his crimson blood energy burning like flames, and his giant axe slashed fiercely into the void in front of him. Boom! The mental energy field fluctuated violently, but it did not break. Hee, everyone from the garrison command, you've been waiting for a long time. A hoarse, chilling voice resounded directly in everyone's minds. At the entrance of the air raid shelter, a dark purple figure slowly emerged. The Venerable One hovered in mid-air, his wide robe sleeves moving without wind. The purple spiritual energy surrounding him was like tangible tentacles, radiating a suffocating pressure. Chapter 67, Hellfire. Commander-level mental strength. Zhang Hu's expression changed as he felt unprecedented pressure. The oppressive feeling this guy gave him was even faintly similar to that of Zhao Xiantian. Prepare for energy interference. Li Bingqian remained calm under pressure and quickly directed the team to change formation. The garrison officers were well trained and immediately dispersed, their specially designed energy jammers emitting a piercing buzz as they attempted to disrupt the opponent's mental field. The struggle of ants. The Venerable One chuckled softly, and a brilliant purple light shone from beneath his hood. He raised one hand, his 5 fingers loosely clenched. Mental storm. Boom! An even more violent mental shock swept outwards like a tsunami. The first few operators to be hit had their energy weapons shatter instantly, and they screamed in agony, clutching their heads and rolling on the ground, blood gushing from their ears and noses. Zhang Hu and Li Bingqian also groaned, their qi and blood becoming disordered, forcing them to do their best to guard their minds. This Venerable One's spiritual power is not only strong, but also carries a strange corrosive quality, specifically targeting the core of a person's consciousness. Tiger. Sister Bingqian. Hang in there. The supporting operators shouted anxiously and unleashed a barrage of firepower. However, the bullets and energy beams were deflected by the dense spiritual field when they got within a few meters of the Venerable One. The defensive line was about to be torn apart by the opponent single-handedly. Just then, an intensely bright golden beam of light, seemingly capable of purifying all evil, shot down from the horizon like the first rays of dawn tearing through the air. Stop your arrogance. Zhao Xiantian has arrived. He was surrounded by golden blood energy that was as solid as a tangible substance, like a war god descended to earth. Even before he arrived, his righteous aura had already impacted the Venerable One's spiritual field. Boom! 2 incredibly powerful forces collided violently in mid-air, producing a deafening explosion. The Venerable One's originally stable mental field was violently distorted and flickered under Zhao Xuantian's angry attack, and finally a gap was torn open. Zhao Xiantian, the Venerable One's gaze beneath his hood turned serious for the first time. You finally arrived. A cowardly rat hiding its head and tail, does it dare to call me by my name? Zhao Xuantian's voice was as loud as a bell. Without saying a word, he threw a punch. Wherever the fist passed, the air exploded, and the golden fist energy was like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, heading straight for the Venerable's face. The Venerable One dared not be negligent. He formed a hand seal, and layers of purple spiritual shields instantly condensed in front of him. Bang! 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 The fist's momentum was unstoppable, shattering 3 layers of mental shields in succession before being blocked by the 4th layer, exploding into a sky full of golden light. However, even the Venerable One was shaken back several meters by this tremendous force, and his spiritual energy field fluctuated. As expected of the garrison commander of Nanjing, your reputation is well deserved, the Venerable said hoarsely, though his tone revealed little fear. You talk too much nonsense. Zhao Xiantian pressed his advantage, his figure flashed, and he was already close to the Venerable, his fists pounding out like a storm. Each punch contains terrifying power capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks, as well as righteous energy specifically designed to suppress evil spiritual forces. The Venerable One's body flashed with purple light, and his spiritual power transformed into countless tentacles, fiercely attacking Zhao Xiantian. In an instant, golden and purple lights flashed wildly in the sky, and deafening roars echoed continuously. The dissipating energy shockwaves scraped away layer after layer of the ground. Zhang Hu, Li Bingqian, and the others below could barely maintain their footing and were completely unable to intervene in this level of combat. "Minister, can we win?" An agent asked, his voice trembling as he looked at the scene in the sky that resembled a battle between gods and demons. Zhang Hu gripped his giant axe tightly, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. "Trust the minister." But his heart was equally heavy. This Venerable One's strength was beyond imagination. Just as Zhao Xiantian was locked in a fierce battle with the Venerable, seemingly gaining the upper hand but actually finding it difficult to defeat him in a short time. Mutation and regeneration. A pitch-black spatial rift, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, appeared out of thin air on the side above the battlefield without warning. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura, even more despair-inducing than that of the Venerable One, like a slumbering ancient beast, slowly spread out from the crack. Sensing this aura, even Zhao Xiantian and the Venerable, who were engaged in fierce battle, couldn't help but pause in their movements. Zhao Xuantian's expression changed drastically. "There's another powerful expert?" The purple light beneath the Venerable One's hood flickered violently, revealing an expression of disbelief, even tinged with fear. "Impossible, how could he?" Under the horrified gazes of everyone, a huge claw covered in jet-black scales and shrouded in ominous black energy slowly emerged from the spatial rift. The sheer pressure emanating from that claw was enough to make many of the garrison officers below tremble and nearly kneel down. Another unknown entity has arrived. Moreover, he seems even more terrifying than the Venerable One before us. The situation took an instant and deteriorated rapidly. The giant claw, covered in jet-black scales, extended fully out of the crevice. Its sheer size was enough to be suffocating, as if a small mountain had appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, another claw tore open the spatial barrier, and the two claws grabbed the edge of the rift and pulled it to both sides. Sizzle! A deafening roar, like cloth being torn apart, shook the heavens, and the spatial rift was forcibly doubled in size. A terrifying head, so large it was unimaginable, slowly emerged from the widening fissure. The head resembled a giant dragon, but was even more ferocious, with twisted horns on its head burning with eerie blue soul fire. His vertical pupils were like two bottomless blood-red lakes, filled with pure tyranny and a destructive will. Its mere existence dimmed the surrounding light and solidified the air, as if even heaven and earth feared its arrival. Wah-ha! A deep roar emanated from the depths of its throat, less like a sound and more like a shockwave that directly impacted the soul. Some of the weaker garrison officers below immediately went black, coughed up blood, and fainted. Even halberd-wielding warriors like Zhang Hu and Li Bingqian felt their blood churning and their ears ringing, forcing them to exert all their energy to resist. Zhao Xuantian's expression was more solemn than ever before, even a little pale. He felt a sense of oppression emanating from this terrifying creature that far exceeded that of a commander. That is, king level. A strange beast that exists only in records and legends, capable of easily destroying a city. How is this possible? A monarch-level being, how could they be here? Even with Zhao Xuantian's composure, he felt a chill run down his spine. What's even more alarming is that the Venerable One who was just locked in a fierce battle with Zhao Xiantian has now taken a few steps back. The purple spiritual energy field surrounding his body fluctuated violently, revealing his extreme inner turmoil. He looked up at the king-level beast, his voice, tinged with disbelief, coming from beneath his hood. A soul-devouring demon dragon? How could this be? Snort! A spiritual thought, as if formed from millennia-old ice, struck everyone's consciousness like a heavy hammer. Waste! This thought was directly directed at the purple-robed Venerable. You can't even handle this small matter properly, disrupting the Lord's plans. What use are you? You might as well become my food, that would be your final value. Before the words were finished, the soul-devouring demon dragon's blood-red vertical pupils suddenly locked onto the purple-robed Venerable. The Venerable One's spiritual energy field seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, emitting a creaking sound as if it could not bear the weight. The purple light flickered wildly, but it was impossible to break free. No! Lord Dragon! Give me another chance. The Venerable One's pleas for mercy came to an abrupt halt. The soul-devouring dragon opened its massive maw, but instead of spewing flames or energy, it generated a terrifying suction force targeting the soul. Ah! Under the horrified gazes of everyone, the purple-robed venerable one's body trembled violently. A blurry, struggling purple humanoid figure was forcibly pulled out of his body, emitting a silent, shrill scream. Like weary birds returning to their nests, they uncontrollably flew towards the gaping maw of the soul-devouring dragon. The venerable one's powerful spiritual energy appeared so fragile and powerless in the face of the suction force targeting the very essence of the soul. The purple light and shadow were instantly swallowed up. The venerable one's body, which had been floating, fell softly from the sky like a puppet with its strings cut, crashing to the ground without a sound. A powerful commander-level mental strength expert was instantly killed, and even his soul was devoured. Silence. A deathly silence. The soul-devouring dragon, having devoured the venerable one's soul, seemed to let out a satisfied low roar. The blood-red vertical pupil slowly rotated, finally landing on Zhao Xiantian, who was on high alert. His gaze held an undisguised mockery, as if he were appraising a delicious feast. Zhao Xiantian felt a chill run down his spine, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of impending death. He had no doubt that he was no match for this demonic dragon. Even escaping might be a pipe dream. Communications officer. Zhao Xiantian roared into the communicator with all his might. Top emergency alert. Target confirmed, king-level alien beast. Location, West City Industrial Zone. Contact headquarters directly and request support from the God of Destiny. Repeat, request support from the God of Destiny. His voice was transmitted back to the garrison command center via the communicator, and also reached the ears of all the operatives wearing communication devices. The two characters signing were like the last flame of hope, igniting in the hearts of everyone who was in near despair. Master of Fate. The highest combat force of the Great Xia Garrison Command, a legendary guardian who surpasses even the garrison commander and possesses godlike power. Only they have the potential to fight against a calamity of monarchical caliphate. Roar! The soul-devouring dragon seemed to understand Zhao Xuantian's plea for help, but it didn't care. In the face of absolute power, any reinforcements are futile. It let out a deafening dragon roar, and its enormous body began to be completely squeezed out of the spatial rift. Those wings that blotted out the sky slowly unfolded, casting shadows that enveloped the entire battlefield. Destruction is imminent. At the same time, Su Hao, who was on the edge of the battlefield, naturally saw it as well. King level. Unexpectedly, what was drawn out was not just a simple dark abyss stronghold, but a giant crocodile that could overturn everything. He glanced at the demoralized garrison. We can't wait any longer. The industrial zone in the west of the city was just as the soul-devouring dragon had fully descended. The moment he raised his claws at Zhao Xiantian and his men, who were on high alert but appeared incredibly small. The giant rock, burning with eerie green fell flames, shot into the sky and, upon landing, transformed into a colossal rock giant. Hellfire has descended once more. Moreover, this time the hellfire that appeared seemed to be larger than before, and the fell flames burning around it were also more intense. It seemed to sense the challenge from a king-level being, and its full ferocity was unleashed. Its location was extremely tricky, right behind the soul-devouring dragon. The moment it appeared, the hellfire let out a silent roar. The burning fist slammed down on the massive body of the soul-devouring demon dragon. Thump! A dull, thunderous impact resounded. Caught off guard, the soul-devouring dragon was struck from the side and rear, causing it to stagger and let out an angry roar. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Zhao Xiantian, Zheng Hu, Li Bingxian, and everyone else stared in disbelief at the hellfire that had so brazenly attacked the king-level alien beast. It's it! The one at pier number 3. Zheng Hu exclaimed in surprise. Is it helping us? Li Bingxian was also incredulous. Zhao Xuantian's eyes flickered, and he instantly thought of many things. This mysterious hellfire has appeared time and again, its behavior unpredictable, but at this moment, its target is clearly the soul-devouring dragon. Regardless of its motives, at least for now, it is on the side of humanity. Everyone, cooperate with it. Attack! Zhao Xiantian made a decisive move, suppressing his shock and doubt. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I transformed into a golden streak of light and charged toward the enraged soul-devouring dragon. Kill! Zheng Hu roared, black flames rose around him, and his giant axe cleaved out with the force of burning everything. Li Bingxian brandished her twin daggers, unleashing a storm of icy blue energy that attempted to freeze the dragon's movements. The other garrison officers also realized what was happening, despite their fear. But their instinct for survival and sense of duty compelled them to unleash their full power, raining down attacks on the soul-devouring dragon. "You ants! How dare you harm me?" The soul-devouring dragon was utterly enraged. It hadn't expected these tiny creatures to dare to attack first. It never expected that a strange being of the same level as it could sense would ambush it. It swung its long tail violently, like a mountain range sweeping across, easily scattering most of the attacks, and then clashed head-on with the giant fist burning with hellfire. Boom! This collision was even more terrifying, with the shockwave visible to the naked eye spreading out in a ring, sending up waves of earth several meters high. The surrounding abandoned factory buildings collapsed like paper. The hellfire was jolted back several steps, the rocks on its body cracked slightly, and the fell flames flickered. The soul-eating dragon was also suffering. The scales on its tail sizzled as they were burned by the fell flames, sending a sharp pain through it. What angered it even more was that Zhao Xuantian's golden fist energy and Zhang Hu's black fire slash also took the opportunity to land on it. Although it couldn't break through its indestructible scales, it still bothered it. "Tear you apart, you stone monster." The soul-devouring dragon set its sights on the hellfire, which posed the greatest threat to it. It opened its enormous maw, and deep within its throat, the eerie blue flames of the soul gathered wildly, brewing a breath powerful enough to annihilate a soul. Chapter 68: The Fallen Demon Sword. The hellfire's massive stone arms were crossed in front of its chest, and the fell flames around it were also highly concentrated, forming a huge green fireball. Instead of choosing passive defense, it recklessly hurled the fireball, which was condensed with enormous evil energy, towards the dragon breath that the soul-devouring demon dragon was about to unleash. The fell fireball and the azure dragon breath collided violently in mid-air. There was no deafening explosion, only the eerie hissing sound of space itself being torn apart. The green and blue energies intertwined wildly, forming a brief energy singularity that swallowed up the surrounding light and sound. The next moment, a violent surge of energy rushed outwards like a flood bursting its banks. "Watch out for the energy impact!" Zhao Xiantian shouted sharply, his golden blood energy forming a barrier in front of him. Zhang Hu, Li Bingqian, and others also used various methods to resist. Even so, many garrison officers were still thrown about by the dissipating shockwave, their blood churning. The hellfire's massive body was forcibly pushed backward, sliding dozens of meters. 2 deep furrows were plowed into the ground, more rocks on his body shattered, and the fell flames dimmed noticeably. The soul-devouring dragon was also jolted back by the recoil, its dragon breath being interrupted, and it let out an angry growl. It never expected that this seemingly clumsy stone monster could unleash such a powerful energy attack. It even possesses a strange quality that corrodes the soul. A good opportunity. Zhao Xiantian, with his rich combat experience, instantly seized the moment when the soul-devouring demon dragon was frustrated. He moved with lightning speed, appearing instantly beneath the dragon's neck. That area is usually where the scales are relatively thin. Radiant Heaven Overlord Fist Ninefold Strength. Zhao Xiantian roared, the golden light on his right fist condensed to the extreme, as if he were holding a small sun, and smashed it down hard. Thump! The punch landed squarely, producing a deafening roar. The scales on the soul-devouring dragon's neck were slightly dented and a crack appeared. Roar! The dragon, in pain, roared furiously and swung its head violently, forcing Zhao Xiantian back. At the same time, a sharp claw, accompanied by a shrill whistling sound that seemed to tear through space, slammed towards Zhang Hu, who had seized the opportunity to rush forward and wield his black fire giant axe to chop at its joints. "Tiger, be careful!" Li Bingqian shouted, her twin daggers unleashing extremely cold energy, instantly forming several thick ice walls in front of the demonic dragon's claws. Snap! Snap! The ice wall was easily shattered by the sharp claws like paper, but it also bought Zhang Hu precious time to dodge. The giant axe, wreathed in black flames, grazed the dragon's scales, leaving a charred mark. The soul-devouring dragon was completely enraged. These tiny insects managed to hurt it time and time again. You will all die." A violent mental force swept through everyone's consciousness like a tsunami. Its blood-red vertical pupils suddenly locked onto the hellfire that had just regained its footing. This stone monster is the biggest threat. The soul-devouring dragon flapped its wings violently, and its massive body displayed an astonishing speed disproportionate to its size, rushing towards the hellfire like a black lightning bolt. Claws, a giant tail, dragon breath. A barrage of attacks rained down. It no longer held back, unleashing its terrifying monarch-level power. The hellfire roared, its burning fists struggling to meet the attack, the fell flames attempting to scorch the dragon's soul. Each collision produced a deafening roar, and the dissipated energy completely flattened the surrounding ground. But the difference in their levels of understanding is enormous. Although Hellfire is powerful, it is ultimately just something Su Hao summons through his skills, not a true monarch-level being. Under the soul-eating dragon's frenzied attacks, large chunks of rock began to crumble from its body, and the fell flames rapidly dimmed. Snap! With a sharp crack, one of Hellfire's rocky arms was torn off by the dragon's claws, shattering into countless burning fragments. The Hellfire's massive body staggered, its movements noticeably slowing. The soul-devouring dragon's eyes blazed with crimson light, its massive maw opened once more, and a ghostly blue soul breath coalesced at close range, its target aimed directly at the core of the Hellfire. If this attack hits, the Hellfire will be completely destroyed. At the critical moment. Buzz! An invisible mental shock, as if traversing space, pierced the core of the soul-devouring demon dragon's consciousness as it prepared to unleash its breath. This spiritual impact doesn't rely on quantity, but rather on extreme concentration, carrying a sharp edge that penetrates directly to the essence of the soul. Ugh! The soul-devouring dragon's massive body stiffened abruptly, and the dragon's breath that was about to erupt was strangely choked for a moment in its throat. For the first time, an expression of disbelief appeared in its blood-red vertical pupils. This mental attack is of extremely high quality. Who is it? This sudden disruption gave Hellfire a crucial respite. Its remaining arm, gathering all its remaining evil energy, was no longer used for ranged attacks, but instead delivered a powerful punch. It slammed into the jaw of the soul-devouring demon dragon, which was momentarily paralyzed by its mental trauma. Bang! With a muffled thud, the soul-devouring dragon's head was knocked upwards, and its brewing breath completely spiraled out of control. It caused a small explosion in its mouth, sending its scales flying and emitting a painful roar. After delivering that final punch, Hellfire's massive body finally reached its limit. The fell flames around him were completely extinguished, and the rock that made up his body lost its supporting force and collapsed with a crash. It turned into a pile of lifeless rubble. The furious roar of the soul-devouring dragon echoed across the sky. Feeling the excruciating pain in its jaw and the chilling sensation of its soul being pierced by that bizarre mental impact, it completely descended into madness. It ignored Zhao Xiantian and the others, its blood-red pupils frantically scanning its surroundings, searching for the hidden entity that dared to use its mental power to ambush it. Come out! You cowardly wretch hiding your head and tail! Come out here! A mental storm swept indiscriminately, attempting to force out the hidden enemy. Although Zhao Xiantian and the others were shocked by the mysterious mental impact, they seized the opportunity at this moment. It's injured. Its spirit is unstable. Attack with all your might. Zhao Xiantian suppressed his injuries and exhaustion, and once again took the lead in charging out. Zhang Hu, Li Bingqian, and the others, their eyes red, unleashed their last bit of strength, raining down attacks on the berserk dragon as if they were free. On the edge of the battlefield, in the shadows, Su Hao slowly withdrew his gaze. He looked at the soul-devouring dragon, which remained ferocious despite the siege by the garrison command, but whose movements were clearly slowed by its injuries, with a cold gaze. Not enough. He could sense that although the dragon was injured, its foundation was intact and it still possessed destructive power. The garrison's reinforcements have not yet arrived. Zhao Xiantian and his group won't be able to hold out for long. It's time. Su Hao took a deep breath, and his consciousness once again sank into the system space. That demonic sword, radiating endless chill and the allure of death. The sorrow of frost hangs silently in the air. He had never dared to touch it easily before, fearing that he would be corrupted by its will. With your power, I will slay this wicked dragon. Su Hao's will was like a sharp sword, slashing towards Frostmourne. This time, instead of cautiously probing, he resolutely channeled a powerful burst of spiritual energy, directly wrapping it around the sword hilt. Boom! It was as if the gates of hell had been opened. Cold, deathly silence, rage, temptation. Countless negative emotions and immense death energy, like a flood bursting its banks, surged wildly into Su Hao's body through the mental connection. His consciousness seemed to freeze instantly, or as if he had been thrown into a furnace. The howls of countless vengeful spirits echoed in his mind, tempting him to give up resistance, embrace the darkness, and gain the power to control life and death. The will of the demonic sword, like the most cunning serpent, tried to erode his mind. He exerted all his mental energy to maintain a sliver of clarity in his mind. Guide this violent and cold power, restrain and control it, rather than be devoured by it. His eyes snapped open in the darkness. His left eye remained clear and calm, but his right eye was covered with a layer of icy blue, deathly frost, and deep within his pupil, it seemed as if a fire of the soul was burning. An aura far more terrifying and chilling than when he summoned Hellfire slowly spread out from his center. This aura was cold, deathly, and carried an overwhelming, domineering presence. In the center of the battlefield, the soul-devouring demon dragon, which was frantically attacking Zhao Xiantian and the others, suddenly stopped moving. It suddenly turned its head, its blood-red vertical pupils staring intently in the direction where Su Hao was. It was filled with astonishment and a hint of instinctive apprehension. Whose aura is this? Zhao Xiantian also felt the sudden, cold, and powerful aura. He forced back one of the demonic dragon's claw attacks and looked over with surprise and uncertainty. All that could be seen was the boundary between the shadows and the ruins. A figure wearing a golden dragon mask slowly stepped out. In his right hand, he held a phantom sword formed entirely from icy blue death energy and the wails of ghosts. The sword's blade seemed to be made of endless ice, radiating a chilling aura that could freeze the soul. The power of Frostmourne is projected here. Su Hao raised his heterochromatic pupils, his cold gaze piercing through the chaotic battlefield and locking onto the enormous soul-devouring demon dragon. He raised the illusory demonic sword in his hand, its tip pointing directly at the king. Your soul belongs to me. Su Hao's voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to carry the chilling wind howling across the icy plains. Clearly penetrating the clamor of the battlefield, it was imprinted deep in everyone's consciousness, especially the soul-devouring dragon. Its massive body paused slightly, its blood-red vertical pupils fixed on Su Hao as he stepped out. And the illusory demonic sword in his hand, formed from icy blue death energy. It sensed a deathly aura from that sword, one that was of the same origin yet far more ancient. Arrogant ant! How dare you covet my soul? The soul-devouring dragon roared in fury, but deep within its vertical pupils, a trace of instinctive apprehension lingered. Zhao Xiantian, Zhang Hu, and the others also looked at Su Hao in shock. His aura was cold, deathly, and aloof, like that of a monarch who held the reins of death. The oppressive aura emanating from the illusory sword in his hand made even these seasoned warriors tremble in their souls. Who exactly is he? Li Bingqian murmured, unconsciously tightening her grip on the twin daggers in her hands. Su Hao ignored the crowd. His entire being was devoted to whispering against the tempting whispers of Frostmourne that were constantly eroding his mind. Power, more power, submit to me, and you will be able to control life and death. The will of the demonic sword, like venom, seeped into his mind. The deathly blue light in his right eye intensified, as if it were freezing his entire pupil. Shut up! Su Hao roared inwardly, his clear will in his left eye as firm as a rock. He moved. His steps seemed slow, yet they were incredibly precise, and with a few flashes, he had already entered the heart of the battlefield, facing the soul-devouring demon dragon head-on. Roar! Sensing the threat, the soul-devouring dragon temporarily abandoned its suppression of Zhao Xiantian and the others. The giant claw, crackling with black light that seemed to tear through space, slammed down towards Su Hao. The power contained in that claw is enough to level a small hill. Su Hao neither dodged nor evaded the illusory demonic sword in his right hand slashed upwards in reverse. The icy blue sword light met the dragon claw wreathed in black mist. The black scales on the dragon's claws were powerful enough to withstand Zhao Xuantian's full force attack. The moment it came into contact with the icy blue sword light, it was as if ordinary iron had been thrown into an extremely cold field, and was quickly covered with a thick layer of solid ice that exuded deathly energy. Moreover, the solid ice is rapidly spreading upwards along its claws. Even more terrifying, the soul-devouring dragon felt a chilling, bone-deep power, carrying an intense desire to devour. Following the frozen parts, it frantically erodes its flesh, energy, and even soul. What kind of power is this? The soul-devouring dragon was both shocked and enraged. It suddenly unleashed the vast phantom energy within its body, attempting to shatter the solid ice and dispel the eerie corrosive force. Boom! Black energy erupted, shattering the solid ice covering the claws inch by inch. But the shattered ice crystals did not dissipate. Instead, they transformed into countless tiny, icy blue ghosts. It let out a sharp screech and continued to pounce on the demonic dragon, gnawing at its energy shield. Although these wraiths were quickly annihilated by the surging psionic energy surrounding the dragon. But this attack undoubtedly caused the soul-devouring dragon to suffer a slight loss. More importantly, the feeling of being targeted and coveted on a spiritual level made it extremely uncomfortable. Su Hao took a half step back, the icy blue light in his right eye flickering. Wielding the power of Frostmourne places an immense burden on the mind. In every confrontation, he had to fight against both external enemies and internal erosion. It works! Zhao Xuantian's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know why this mysterious person was helping him, it was undoubtedly the only hope to defeat the demonic dragon at this moment. Cooperate with him. Attack the dragon's injured claws and jaw. Zhao Xiantian made a decisive move, drawing up the remaining golden blood energy from his previous attack, and launched another assault. Understood. Zhang Hu roared, his giant axe, wreathed in burning black flames, aimed directly at the dragon's jaw where it had been injured earlier. Li Bingxian moved around, her freezing air constantly interfering with the dragon's movements and creating opportunities for Su Hao. The other garrison operators also regrouped and used ranged fire to suppress the dragon. Although the damage to the dragon itself was limited, it was enough to distract it. With the garrison command keeping him in check, Su Hao's pressure was slightly reduced. His figure was like a ghost, constantly flashing around the enormous demonic dragon. He did not engage the dragon in a direct confrontation of strength, but instead used Frostmourn's unique corrosive effect on the soul to fight a hit-and-run battle. Chapter 69: Devouring the Master. As the sword flashed, icy blue marks of varying depths were left on the dragon's scales. These frost marks are not only extremely difficult to remove, but they also continuously drain the dragon's life force. Annoying insects. Die, all of you. The soul-devouring dragon went completely berserk. Its wings flapped wildly, and countless black feathers condensed from psionic energy shot out indiscriminately in all directions like sharp arrows. At the same time, its massive tail, covered in bone spurs, swept wildly like a destructive whip, forcing Zhao Xiantian, Zhang Hu, and the others to retreat repeatedly to avoid its sharp edge. Su Hao was also struck by several psionic feathers, causing his protective death energy to fluctuate violently, revealing his form. Found you. The soul-devouring demon dragon's blood-red eyes locked onto Su Hao, and its giant maw opened again. This time, instead of breathing dragon's breath, it emitted a piercing shriek that struck straight to the soul. A soul scream. This is the soul-devouring dragon's innate ability, specifically designed to attack the core of a creature's soul. Its power is far more concentrated and terrifying than the previous mental storm. An invisible sound wave instantly enveloped Su Hao. Su Hao felt as if his mind was being pierced by millions of steel needles, and his consciousness was churning violently. The cold, lifeless energy brought by Frostmourne became somewhat restless under this pure soul attack, and even showed signs of turning against its master. Stay true to yourself. Su Hao's left eye snapped open, his clear will shining like a lighthouse in a storm. He forcibly circulated his mental energy, not for defense, but to imitate the rhythm of a certain law of death contained in Frostmourne. Guide and transform the soul screams that have invaded the sea of consciousness. Whispers of death reverse. The icy blue light in his right eye surged, and he uttered a string of obscure syllables, as if a sigh from the underworld. The piercing screams of the soul that were attacking him were twisted and transformed by him, mixed with the death power of Frostmourne. This formed an even more bizarre and unpredictable mental counterattack, which countered the soul fluctuations emitted by the soul-devouring demon dragon. What? Caught off guard, the soul-devouring dragon's shrill scream seemed to have struck a mirror covered in spikes. Most of the power was reflected back, and it was even mixed with the opponent's icy and lifeless mental power. Puff! The soul-devouring dragon's massive body shuddered violently, letting out a painful groan. The stinging pain and icy chill emanating from its soul caused it to freeze momentarily. For the first time, a look of horror appeared in its blood-red vertical pupils. This tiny human not only possesses such a bizarre power of death, but can also contend with it on a soul level. To even launch such a brilliant counterattack? This is no ordinary person. Su Hao was also in a bad way. Forcibly reversing the soul attack of the monarch level had almost depleted his spiritual power instantly. His face was as pale as paper, and the icy blue light in his right eye had dimmed considerably, allowing the corrosive power of the demonic sword to launch a frenzied counterattack. But he forcefully suppressed his surging blood and the chaos in his mind, and seized this fleeting opportunity. Now! He suddenly poured the remaining death energy in his body, along with some of his own life force drawn by the demonic sword, into the illusory demonic sword in his hand. The illusory Frostmourne suddenly solidified for a moment, and the dark blue runes on the sword flashed wildly, as if opening a gateway to the underworld. Su Hao merged with his sword, transforming into an icy blue deathline that tore through the sky, aiming directly at the soul-devouring dragon's brow, where its defenses were greatly weakened due to the damage to its soul. That's where its soul and core reside. This sword strike contained all the power he could muster at this moment, as well as Frostmourne's absolute restraint on the soul. Sensing a deadly threat, the soul-devouring dragon let out a roar that was a mixture of terror and rage. It desperately tried to raise its claws to defend itself and to turn its head, but the stiffness of its soul made it a beat too slow. Laugh! The icy blue deathline struck the dragon precisely between the eyebrows. There was no violent explosion, only a soft sound like a hot knife cutting butter. The icy blue death energy, like a poisonous vine, instantly burrowed into the dragon's brow, frantically eroding its core soul. Awah! The soul-devouring dragon let out its most shrill and painful howl since the start of the war, its massive body twisting wildly in the air. Its wings flapped wildly, turning the surrounding ruins upside down once again. Its soul is being frozen, torn apart, and devoured. Minister! An opportunity! Zhang Hu was so excited that he charged forward again, ignoring his injuries. Zhao Xiantian was also greatly encouraged, and his exhausted body unleashed its last bit of strength. The golden fist energy, like a meteor, slammed into the soft scales on the dragon's abdomen, exposed by its pain. Li Bingqian and the other operators also fought with all their might and launched a final attack. With Su Hao's decisive sword strike and the desperate follow-up attacks from the Guardians, the soul-devouring dragon's aura rapidly weakened at a visible speed. The icy blue color between its brows continued to spread, almost covering half of its head. The severe damage to its soul greatly reduced its strength. Humans, and that sword, I'll remember you. The soul-devouring demon dragon's extremely venomous spiritual intent swept across the entire area, especially imprinting Su Hao's golden dragon mask and ice-blue demonic sword. It knew it had failed today. If we stay any longer, there is a real risk of perishing. It suddenly burned a portion of its original soul power, forcefully shaking off the deathly erosion between its brows. The massive body crashed headlong into the opening spatial rift. Trying to escape? Stay here. Zhao Xiantian wouldn't let it escape so easily. He mustered his strength and tried to stop it. Roar! The soul-devouring dragon turned around and lashed out with its tail, imbued with the power of burning souls, forcing Zhao Xiantian back. At the same time, its huge claws gripped the edge of the crack and desperately squeezed inward. Su Hao looked at the dragon trying to escape, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He endured the dual weakness of his soul and body and raised Frostmourne once more. However, the death energy within him was nearly exhausted, and the backlash from the demonic sword surged like a tidal wave, causing his arm to tremble and making it difficult for him to launch another effective attack. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, the soul-devouring dragon's enormous and disheveled body completely disappeared into the slowly closing spatial rift. Only its roar, filled with resentment and unwillingness, still faintly echoed over the battlefield. As the demonic dragon fled, the suffocating, king-level pressure finally dissipated. The battlefield was a scene of utter devastation, with only broken walls and billowing energy dust remaining. Most of the garrison officers who survived the ordeal collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, their faces showing disbelief, relief, and lingering fear. Zhang Hu leaned on his giant axe, his body covered in wounds. Li Bingqian was pale and her breathing was disordered. Zhao Xiantian was in the worst condition. He had repeatedly fought against king-level opponents and then forced his way out. At this moment, his golden blood was dim and blood was spilling from the corner of his mouth, indicating that he had suffered serious internal injuries. All eyes turned to the golden dragon masked figure still standing in the center of the battlefield. Su Hao felt the emptiness of energy within his body, the piercing pain in his mind like needles, and the restless icy blue will in his right eye. He knew he had to leave immediately and find a place to suppress the backlash from Frostmourne. He glanced at Zhao Xiantian and the others, but left no words. With a flicker, he transformed into a faint phantom, disappearing swiftly into the shadows of the ruins as if merging into the night. It came suddenly, and it left abruptly. He left everyone with only a mysterious, powerful, and aloof silhouette. Zhao Xiantian stared in the direction where Su Hao had disappeared, his gaze deep, remaining silent for a long time. He knew that if it weren't for the mysterious man in the golden dragon mask taking action today, Nanjing City, and even the entire province, would likely have faced a catastrophe. Minister, He Zhang Hu stepped forward, hesitating to speak. No need to ask further. Zhao Xiantian waved his hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in a deep voice. Immediately assess the casualties, treat the wounded, cordon off the scene, and establish the highest level of security. In addition, he paused, then added. The existence of the golden dragon mask man is classified as top secret. No one is allowed to disclose it without my order. Internal reports should be kept vague. Yes. Zhang Hu and Li Bingqian replied solemnly. They understood that the existence of this mysterious powerful figure was too significant, and the power he displayed was both righteous and evil. It is not appropriate to disclose their identity and purpose before they are ascertained. In the distance, the skyline of Nanjing City was already turning a pale white. The long and bloody night has finally come to an end. But everyone knows that the escape of the soul-devouring dragon is related to the mysterious Dark Abyss organization. And this man in the golden dragon mask who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This foreshadows an even bigger storm, which may have only just begun. Despite his near-exhausted state, Suhao quickly moved away from the Western Industrial Zone and returned to his bedroom at home. As soon as he removed his disguise, he coughed up a mouthful of blood with an icy chill, and his face instantly turned ashen. The backlash from Frostmourne, like a maggot clinging to his bone, began to frantically erode his life force. He dared not delay, and immediately sat down cross-legged, fully mobilizing his spiritual power and meager blood and chi to resist the demonic sword will that was constantly tempting him to fall. This internal, perilous struggle is no less intense than an external war between kings. But the icy blue, deathly light in his right pupil still shone stubbornly, like a brand that could not be easily erased. Suhao sat cross-legged on the bedroom floor, his body trembling slightly. The battle against the soul-devouring demon dragon, especially the final forced reversal of the soul howl, almost drained his mental and physical strength. Even more seriously, it triggered a deeper backlash from Frostmourne. The icy, lifeless energy was no longer content to remain in his right eye. Instead, it spread throughout his body like countless cold, venomous snakes along his meridians. Wherever it went, life seemed to freeze and decay. My mind was filled with all sorts of twisted whispers and illusions, including the unwilling roars of a demonic dragon and the wails of countless dead souls. There is also a will inherent in Frostmourne itself that tempts him to give up resistance and embrace eternal death. Get out! Suhao roared in his heart, his clear will in his left eye like a candle flickering in the wind, yet stubbornly unyielding. He exerted all his remaining, relatively weak spiritual power, like navigating a small boat in a raging storm, desperately guarding the last bit of clarity in his mind. The power of chi and blood was also spontaneously resisting the erosion of death, but compared with the power of the demonic sword, it was like a drop in the ocean. This was a silent yet extremely dangerous battle. A light frost began to form on his skin, and a deathly gray aura enveloped his brows. The icy blue light in his right eye flickered violently, sometimes blazing brightly, attempting to engulf the entire pupil, and sometimes being forcibly suppressed. Time passed slowly, and the sky outside the window brightened and then gradually darkened again. Suhao remained motionless like a stone statue, only his tightly furrowed brows and the occasional twitching of his mouth due to pain showed the arduous tug of war he was going through. Garrison Command, Nanjing City Branch. Although a day had passed since the major battle, the entire branch remained in a state of high tension and busyness. Casualty statistics, battlefield cleanup, energy residue analysis, and the pursuit of the Dark Abyss organization and the escaped soul-eating dragon are all crucial tasks. Inside the minister's office, Zhao Xuantian's face was still somewhat pale, but his breathing had become much more stable. The screen in front of him was displaying a preliminary report on the incident. The section about the golden dragon masked man was deliberately obscured, only mentioning a powerful ally of unknown identity, without describing his specific abilities or weapon characteristics. Minister, about that person Zhang who stood in front of the desk, a hint of awe and doubt on his rugged face. His power feels very wrong. That cold and lifeless feeling is even more unsettling than the psionic energy of the demon dragon. Li Bingqian nodded slightly. When he left, his aura was very unstable, as if he was seriously injured, or he was attacked by his own power. Zhao Xiantian was silent for a moment, then tapped his fingers lightly on the table. His power attribute is indeed strange, leaning towards death and icy silence, and that sword is full of ominousness. But in any case, if he hadn't taken action last night, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He severely damaged the dragon's core soul. Even if the dragon escapes back to the Dark Abyss, it will be extremely difficult for it to recover without years or even decades of slumber. He paused, a glint of wisdom flashing in his eyes. This man is neither entirely righteous nor entirely wicked, and his motives are unclear, but at least on this matter, he stands on our side. It is unwise to probe too much or push too hard. Pass on my orders, keep watch secretly, and do not make any unauthorized contact or investigation unless absolutely necessary. Our primary objective is the soul-eating dragon and the Dark Abyss behind it. Understood. Zhang Hu and Li Bingqian replied in unison. Night fell again. In the bedroom, the icy deathly aura surrounding Suhao finally began to slowly recede. He suddenly opened his eyes, his left eye regaining its former clarity, but it was filled with deep weariness. Although the icy blue light in his right eye had not completely faded, it had become stable, like a faint light at the bottom of a deep pool, no longer violently agitated. Who? He exhaled a long breath, still carrying a hint of coldness. He successfully suppressed the backlash, but he could feel that the mark of Frostmourne had deepened and become more closely connected to his soul. The next time it's used, the backlash might be even more severe. He stood up, stretched his stiff body, and walked to the window. As the city lights began to twinkle, a peaceful and serene scene unfolded, as if the epic battle that nearly destroyed the city last night was nothing more than a nightmare. But Su Hao knew that it wasn't a dream. The soul-devouring dragon escaped, and the Dark Abyss organization lurked in the shadows. This world was far more dangerous and complex than he had imagined. He himself, because of Frostmourne, embarked on an unknown path full of power and danger. He raised his hand, looked at his seemingly ordinary palm, and with a slight thought, a wisp of extremely faint icy blue death energy emanated from it. This power is dangerous and alluring. It is both a powerful tool for self-protection and a deep abyss that drags people down. Power itself is neither good nor evil. The key lies in the person who wields it, Su Hao murmured to himself, his eyes gradually hardening. He needs greater strength, not only to better control Frostmourne, but also to improve himself in order to cope with the greater storms that may come in the future. Guardian, Dark Abyss, otherworldly monsters. Behind this seemingly ordinary world lie too many secrets. He touched the non-existent golden dragon mask on his face, knowing that the golden dragon mask man might reappear in the future. As night deepened, Su Hao stood by the window, blending into the city lights. The boy's path to adulthood is destined to be accompanied by death and frost, and he will carve out his own future in the gap between light and darkness. End of article.